Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Fell in Love with Riveria Ljos Alf Movie 2. Before we start, please go support at 556 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Chapter 6. The best date in the world. The guild fell silent. The noise that came with the constant hustle and bustle of activities inside the building was silenced when the long-awaited, yet unexpected, encounter between those two souls who had been searching for each other since their first contact a few days before finally took place. They made eye contact, holding it longer than usual. Their vision was completely dominated by the other's presence, ignoring everything around them, immersed in their own world, oblivious to any interference. Because of the nature of the encounter and how preoccupied everyone else was with their own affairs, no one noticed the rather curious interaction between the fairy and the rabbit. However, this was not the case with the people around them. Their companions' attention shifted back and forth between them. The pair of elves in front of the beautiful princess of Alf alternated their gazes between her and the white-haired young man who was suffering from the same symptoms. Artie did the same, appearing somewhat disoriented by the atmosphere that had settled around them. But that was not enough to compare with the accumulation of emotions exploding inside the protagonists of that strange scene. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. It was also so sweet it could give a sugar rush to anyone daring enough to dive into it. Their mouths moved, but no sound escaped. Not a word spoken to the other, no expression of joy, surprise, unease, any feeling whatsoever regarding what they were experiencing. Yet, what remained unspoken was thought. The calm outside contrasted sharply with what was happening inside. What did she call me? I heard right, didn't I? She told me her hero. The first to react, at least in his thoughts, was Belle. Sweat streamed down his forehead like a seemingly endless waterfall. He swallowed, trying to convince himself that the name the elf had used for him was correct, not a figment of his imagination, a cruel trick. The blush on his cheeks increased with each passing second in total stillness, reaching his ears and making him even more nervous. But our rabbit protagonist wasn't the only one who had this thought. Let's just say that, in Riveria's case, all those doubts manifested themselves in a much worse way. Taking on the same color in her skin as the one that appeared on Belle's face, only in more intense tones, she felt an annoying trembling in her legs and the desire for the earth to swallow her up. What did I say? I called him my hero. How could I have been so absent-minded? Now he must think I'm weird. It was a terrible slip-up. I need to sort myself out before he misunderstands what I said, and this gets really weird. She shook her head, gripping the back of the wheelchair tightly as she closed her eyes in a desperate attempt to regain her composure. This did not go unnoticed by those present, especially Belle, who tilted his head in confusion, wondering to himself why she was acting so strangely. Those thoughts were quickly replaced, however, when the boy's gaze focused entirely on her, causing her heart to race, pounding incessantly against her chest until it hurt. What caused that reaction? Simple, the powerful impression she continued to make simply by existing. The pleasure and joy she brought him just by standing before him. She looks more beautiful than the day we met. Because of the darkness in Rivera and the unfortunate encounter we had, I wasn't able to notice every little feature that makes her a woman of incredible, unparalleled beauty. The forest fairies are truly the epitome of perfection in the earthly world. Belle showered her with compliments. There was no comparison to any other woman in the world. The arrow that had struck his heart the first time they met continued to exert a profound, unknown spell on the young man. The way he remembered her was far removed from the perfection with which he saw her at that precise moment. It's just as they say. He was seeing her with the eyes of a lover, erasing any flaw, highlighting the features that made her stand out. Things were no different with Riveria. For a moment, she let go of the wheelchair and raised her fist, slowly placing it against her chest. Even so, she couldn't control her racing heartbeat. She felt like her heart might leap out of her chest at any moment. His white hair is even more dazzling than I remembered. His red eyes, full of curiosity and longing, unsettle me. What is this feeling? Why do I find it so difficult to maintain my composure when we meet? Why did I use such an embarrassing nickname for him? The same arrow that struck Belle had also struck the princess of Alf. The heroic figure that appeared in her moment of despair when she most desired it stood like a monument that did no justice to the hero in flesh and blood. Unbeknownst to them, their emotions were similar. The charm they felt for each other was mutual. They had waited a week for this. But now that it had happened, they asked themselves the same question. What should I do now? Neither of them knew how to handle their emotions, much less what to do next. Everything was new to them. No matter how much they analyzed or planned, things changed when the object of their desire, whether they denied it or hadn't yet noticed it, appeared before them. They remained motionless, their eyes wide, not missing a single detail of each other's movements, however fleeting or insignificant they might seem. That was the degree of admiration they felt for one another. It might sound morbid, almost like an obsession, but no one could change their minds. Meanwhile, wanting to confirm her suspicions, even though things were crystal clear, Ina looked up, giving Riveria's robe sleeve a light tug, drawing her attention to ask the following question. Is that him? Were you talking about this boy? He looks like a cute rabbit. I never imagined you'd have those kinds of tastes. I thought you'd be more like a traditional elf who'd fall in love with a generic male model of our race. Ina just watched silently. Riveria's response was immediate, avoiding answering her questions. Anything she said could be used against her. Besides, she didn't have the time or the inclination to confront her. Now she was completely captivated by her hero. Any interference would be completely ignored. Ina's shoulder, who crossed her arms somewhat annoyed by her best friend's lack of participation in resolving her doubts, was touched by her daughter, interested in the question she asked. Mom, what do you mean by Belle being the boy Riveria Ljos was talking about? You made it sound like he's a romantic interest. But that's impossible. Huh? Actually, that's the best way to put it. I don't have many details, and I think it would be best to tell you when I do. However, I wanted you to know that the reason we came to visit you was because she wanted to know that boy's name. Of course, we couldn't talk about it because you wouldn't let us tell you. You tend to be quite the chatterbox, honey. The insult was unnecessary. But that doesn't answer my question. Why did Riveria Ljos want to know Belle's name? No, rather, how does she know it? She only arrived in Arario a couple of days ago, coinciding with the Loki Familia's expedition. Ina signaled to Ina to come closer, as if what she was about to confess was classified and no one else should hear it. The daughter obeyed, leaning forward and placing her ear close to her mother's lips. From what you discussed with Loki-sama, Riveria was saved by Belle during the Black Goliath's attack on Rivera. I don't know how it happened, but Finn and Gareth's hints made me suspect there was more to that story. A giggle escaped Ina, who covered her mouth with her hand as she glanced sideways at her best friend, who was captivated by the albino. Those eyes didn't deceive her. She could deny it as much as she wanted, but he had the look of love, the same look she gave her husband when they were together. However, adopting a different attitude, Ina lowered her head, clenching her fists with a hint of anger that quickly grew into a mountain of annoyance. A vein throbbed on her forehead, pulsating with blood rushing to her head. That idiot went into the dungeon on his first day in Arario. And not only that, he did it without fail. SHHH. Don't interrupt the show. I've waited almost 30 years for this silly, dense elf to fall in love. So I won't forgive you if you ruin it. Before the advisor could scream, Ina stopped her, covering her mouth and threatening her with an expression of terror, the kind only a mother could impose on her child without him thinking that she hates him. Belle and Riveria took a deep breath, as if that would help them gather the courage to speak, to break the ice between them. They sighed heavily, feeling their heart rate slow. Then, they smiled and spoke. It's a pleasure to see you, Riveria-sama. It's nice to see you, Belle. It turned out worse than they had imagined. The prayers were uttered simultaneously, overlapping each other in a cacophony of voices with a similar message. Realizing this, they fell silent again, saddened by the confusion. Idiot. We should have seen it coming. They lamented, closing their eyes and biting their lower lip at the slip-up. However, there was someone who was already fed up with this act of love-struck teenagers who couldn't communicate because of the nervousness caused by being in front of their soulmate. It was Artie, who drew a malicious smile on his lips, being the prelude to the chaos that was about to be born. He stepped to the side, slipping his arm between Belle's and clinging to him, as if chaining him to a beast with no way out. The young man startled, turning quickly in his direction, breaking free from the bubble in which only he and Riveria existed. What are you doing, Artie? Ayasa. The rabbit's question was accompanied by Riveria's appointment of the young sub-captain of the Ganesha family, who straightened her back, puffed out her chest, and feigned friendliness before greeting her. We weren't expecting to see you here, Riveria-sama. Did the expedition end early? Perhaps I'll come tonight to talk with you about the findings you made in the dungeon. Huh? Oh, yeah. Finn mentioned he'd look for you. The passive-aggressive undertone hidden within that cordial gesture provoked a hesitant reaction from the elf, who alternated her gaze between Artie and Belle, favoring the latter. Her response was measured, as if she were only physically present in the conversation, not mentally. The grip of the blue-haired young woman tightened, accidentally rubbing her breasts against the albino's forearm, who looked ahead, preventing his thoughts from betraying him and making him look down. By the way, I've noticed you're paying a lot of attention to my boyfriend, Riveria-sama. May I ask why? It's making him uncomfortable. Boyfriend? Boyfriend? The high elf's heart felt a pang. Her eyes widened and she almost stumbled backward, but Ina placed her hand on her back to stop her. It was then that he remembered what Tyan had said in the dungeon after the Goliath incident. That slim, but not non-existent, possibility that his acclaimed hero and Vyasa were more than friends. That they shared a history with the romantic undertones of any childhood tale. Yes. He and Vyasa seemed especially close. Perhaps they are childhood friends who swore eternal love to each other and have finally reunited after several years apart. She swallowed hard, as if a lump in her throat was blocking the mouth, irritating her. However, all her worries vanished when the supposed couple started arguing, revealing that there was no relationship whatsoever. I already told you to stop joking about that, Artie. People are still spreading rumors about it and they can't take their eyes off me. Oh, darling. It's normal when a man and a woman love each other. I don't love you. You're in denial. I'm grooming you to be my future husband. It's my duty to stake my claim so no one can take you away from me. Sooner or later, you'll succumb to my charms. You disgust me so much when you act like that I'm seriously questioning whether it was right to join the same family as you. Perhaps I can still cancel the conversion and go to Hermes-sama. Mother doesn't need to know. How cruel. What does Riveria-sama have that I don't? Don't say anything that could be misinterpreted. The struggle between the two members of the Ganesha family eased the doubts. However, Riveria still needed to hear it directly from the boy, so, with a trembling voice, he asked. So that means you two aren't a couple? The pair turned around. Artie was all over the rabbit as he pushed her away with both hands. When the Ganesha family's sub-captain was about to ruin it, Belle covered her mouth, responding desperately. Absolutely not. She's just a cherished family member whom I greatly admire for her performance in battle. It's a shame I can't say the same about her everyday personality. But we're definitely not a couple. Belle felt the need to justify himself, to make it clear that nothing romantic was happening between him and Artie. Not because he feared the rumors that might circulate if he didn't categorically deny it, but because of the impression it might make on Riveria. He didn't know why, but he disliked the idea that she might think he was in a fake relationship. Don't believe him, Riveria-sama. We're a couple truly in love who plan to get married in a year. TSK. Why do you complicate everything? Artie broke free from her subordinate's control, continuing with a string of lies she used as a weapon to kill any hope the elf had of her future husband. However, that would no longer work. She was already relieved by Belle's explanation, which brought a sigh of relief to her and restored the calm she had momentarily lost when she imagined the scenario in which the boy who had awakened a new emotion within her had been snatched away before she had even had a chance to fight for him. One moment. Edit. W who says I wanted. Breaking the fourth wall, Princess Alf made that complaint to the narrator. But it seems he hasn't noticed the blush on her cheeks or the displeasure in her feelings. Why am I glad they're not a couple? No, in the first place, why was I worried that they were? That's not like me. Since that day I've done things that aren't like me. Her lower lip trembled. Her life has taken a 180-degree turn since their predestined encounter in the dungeon. It's a pleasure to meet you, Belle. My name is bellcranel. Aina wanted to introduce herself to her future brother-in-law, but her daughter's scream interrupted her. Those present covered their ears at the horrifying shriek the advisor emitted, which still echoed off the guild walls, pausing their activities to search for its source. Aina, why are you looking at me like you want to rip my head off? With heavy steps, instilling fear in the heart of the one who was the target of that unbridled fury, the brunette approached with her arms crossed, standing before her student. Her figure grew larger, making the albino shrink. It was as if an elephant were enclosing a mere ant. What's wrong? Ow. That hurts. Ow. It hurts. How is it that you got into jail without being part of a family? Didn't you hear my warnings? Am I some kind of bad joke to you, you damn irresponsible deadbeat? In the blink of an eye, Aina pulled his ear, stretching it and hurting the boy who writhed in pain. It's not what you think. I never said I didn't have a fauna. So you lied. No. I did have a fauna, but not from a god within Aurario. That's why I couldn't register as an adventurer in the guild. The god who gave me the fauna is one who lives in my village. He came today to remove it so that Ganesha-sama could give me his own. Didn't you enter the dungeon without a fauna? What kind of idiot would go into the dungeon without a fauna? Do I look like the kind of person who would do something so irresponsible? Belle tried to explain the situation to her, resisting the tugs on his ear and the advisor's frantic shouting. Indeed, he had never lied to her. He did have fauna, but since the guild's question concerned whether he belonged to one of the families founded by the gods in the city, he hadn't clarified that detail, triggering the confusion. Aina assumed that, since he didn't belong to a family, he therefore didn't have fauna. The advisor's anger subsided, replaced by brief bows of apology to the affected party. Aina patted her on the back, comforting her for her hasty conclusion. Though no one could blame her. The questions the guild asked to register adventurers were redundant. The young man rubbed his ear, which had become red and swollen from the half-elf's grip. A small tear slid down his cheek. Riveria wanted to reach out and heal the damage with magic, but she was still unsure how to approach him. Adding to her uncertainty was the doubt that plagued her. She didn't know how to approach him without seeming strange or unnatural. Afraid of betraying her insecurity by speaking too much, she remained silent, observing. As I was saying, it's a pleasure to meet you, bellcranel. My name is Ina, Ina's mother. I'm also a close friend of Riveria's. We're almost like sisters. Oh, of course. The pleasure is all mine. The young man turned to Riveria, who simply nodded in agreement with what the woman had said. They shook hands and, catching him off guard, Ina pulled him forward, whispering something in his ear. How would you prefer I call you? Belle or brother-in-law? Belle is okay. Without giving in to Ina's provocations, the boy answered her, scratching the back of his neck with unease, the same unease that arose in Riveria because he did not know what they were secretly talking about but without the courage to get involved in the conversation. I need to calm down. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for days. The plan was to reward him for saving me. Up until now I've acted deplorably, and that has to change. He closed his fist, frowning and gathering the necessary determination so that his desires would not remain suspended, made impossible by the lack of courage to turn them into reality. Meanwhile, Ina was talking to Artie, giving her a warm greeting, just as she had greeted Belle. Although behind that friendliness lay a certain annoyance stemming from the act of courtship she had performed to make her best friend jealous, she kept her distance, skeptical of the blue-haired girl's intentions. As this unfolded, Belle and Riveria's eyes met again. A slight discomfort returned. The difficulty they found interacting naturally, as they did with the other three girls present, was frustrating. Hey, are those two really? I don't know. From what I've heard, it seems like they're in love. But the infatuation stage is often deceptive. As the days go by, we'll be able to tell if it's real or just some kind of suspension bridge effect. People often confuse love with debt. They tend to fall in love with what someone did for them, not the person. Wow, you seem like an expert. I've been married for almost 30 years. Obviously I am. Artie and Ina were speaking in whispers. Their shared suspicions bound them together like a pair of companions in their quest for information to satisfy their curiosity. They watched the behavior of the beings they were interested in, trying to predict how they would act. Despite the many differences and disagreements that this unusual pair might have, one thing was for sure, they want to get to the bottom of this mess. Belle and Riveria stood face to face, uninterrupted by anyone else, in an awkward silence that throbbed like a drum between them. There was nothing to stop them from talking. Nothing except that invisible wall that separated them. Riveria barely lowered her gaze, as if she didn't dare look him directly in the eyes for more than a few seconds. Her ears trembled slightly, betraying the inner trembling she couldn't hide. The blush that spread across her cheeks and ears was evident, subtle yet persistent, tinging her elegance with an unexpectedly sweet hue. It's a pleasure. It's been a long time. Belle opened his mouth first, barely, holding his breath, but Riveria murmured at the same time, stopping him. They both froze, as if an electric current had shot through them. The one at. They tried to speak again, doing so in unison for the third time. Their eyes widened in surprise, and then they quickly looked away, too embarrassed to continue. A small puff of smoke seemed to escape from the back of their necks, falling resignedly to the ground, as if their physical discomfort had become visible. Riveria swallowed hard and, unsure how to react, lowered her hands to her sides and delicately pressed the tips of her index fingers together, moving them from side to side, as if searching for a way to distract herself from her own clumsiness. It was a small, almost childlike gesture, completely out of character for an elf of her rank, but also terribly adorable. It should be illegal for a mature woman to do that kind of thing. She's so cute I want to hug her. The albino said in his subconscious, frowning at how adorable the woman looked who had remained in his mind, had accompanied him in his dreams since the incident in Rivera. Riveria's emerald eyes rose again, shyly, to meet his. And in that moment, their hearts raced for the millionth time. They both wanted to say something more, wanted to find the right words, but the heat in their chests was so overwhelming that they couldn't think clearly. Belle didn't seem to be in any better shape, no matter how hesitant the high elf appeared. He unconsciously mirrored her posture, a pure reflection of the confusion they both shared. Every time they tried to speak, their words collided with each other. If you. SOI. And again, a collision. Silence enveloped them once more, this time softer, warmer. There was no need to say anything yet. What they felt was expressed clumsily, yes, but also honestly. The only thing they could salvage from that failed interaction was the relief of knowing they weren't the only ones behaving that way. Whatever was preventing them from having a conversation affected them both. Realizing how inconsequential and chaotic the meeting was, Ina intervened, asking the adventurer in her charge a question. Hey Belle. Did Rose give you the books I asked her to get? They're the study materials we'll be using tomorrow. And no. Can we go get them? Huh? Seeing a way out of the tense situation, and considering the high elf's composure she looked as though she were about to turn bright red, she decided to walk away. However, Riveria's reaction was almost immediate. She jumped. "Don't worry, Belle. We'll go get the books. Why don't you talk to Riveria-sama instead? They seem to have a lot to discuss and we don't want to interrupt them." "Yes. We'll accompany Ina and bring the books. Don't worry. Pretend we don't exist." "That's not necessary. You stay here and I'll." "Ina, darling, you're terrible at reading the room. Let's go." The lively sub-captain of the Ganesha family, pushing the wheelchair of the jade-haired elf who also nudged her daughter along, agreed to leave the young, not so young, couple alone. They intended to lend a hand as this could benefit the pair without interference. Reducing the pressure on them would create an ideal environment for them to be more comfortable. They understood perfectly that those lovebirds just needed a push for everything to start following its natural course. After Artie, Ina and Ina left who, instead of leaving completely, had hidden behind a nearby wall, barely peeking out like two curious moles, silence took over the atmosphere between Belle and Riveria. The elf maintained a straight, dignified posture, but her fingers still fidgeted nervously with the edge of her cloak or twirl in the strands of her lustrous hair, and from time to time she glanced to the sides, only to return her gaze to the boy before her, with a flicker of doubt. It was no different with the albino. His hands darted back and forth between his belt, his pockets, and the back of his neck, searching in vain for somewhere to bury his discomfort. He, too, smiled occasionally at his companion, receiving no reply. Neither of them knew how to break the ice. Despite having met before, despite sharing something deep and unspoken, they now seemed like complete strangers. To be fair, that's exactly what they were. If we ignored the fact that Belle had saved Riveria from a near-death experience, they were still just strangers bound by a debt and an emotion they didn't understand. They felt the weight of the stares behind the wall. The trio of women didn't bother to hide the fact that they were blatantly spying. Then, as if trying to release the tension, they both took a breath at the same time and spoke. Regarding what happened in Rivera. Then they stopped. Again. A blush hit them hard and they both took a step back, lowering their heads, almost on the verge of laughing at the situation. "And I wanted to say that. Again. Once more in perfect sync, as if they were connected in mind and soul. This time they looked at each other with a mixture of despair and tenderness, as if trapped in an impossible loop that, while frustrating, didn't bother them as much as one might expect. Being bound together by coincidence wasn't so bad after all. Riveria brought a hand to her temple and sighed, somewhere between amused and defeated. Belle's shoulders slumped, frustrated with his own clumsiness. And while this was happening, the shadows behind the wall continued watching, stifling squeals of excitement with both hands over their mouths. Riveria thought it was ridiculous how much she wanted to talk to him and how impossible it seemed. The days in the dungeon, planning what she would say, seemed like a waste. Belle questioned whether it was right to run away in this situation, considering how much he had hoped to see her again. Without planning what to do or say. Just to have her close for a second time. In short, they thought so much about how they would handle a reunion that they didn't question whether they would be capable of it. They didn't consider how treacherous emotions can be when it comes to relying on them to decide whether or not to act. From a distance, the lookouts continued to satisfy their curiosity. "I never imagined Riveria Obasan could have a tender and insecure side. I guess you never really know people. She acts like a love-struck damsel. She's just as I imagined her. And how could she not be? She was saved by her knight in shining armor in a life-or-death situation. Any girl who longs to fall in love would be captivated if she were in her shoes." The mother and daughter's comments were interrupted by Artie, who had a sly smile while he crossed his arms and imagined the scene with fantastical overtones. Ina narrowed her eyes suspiciously, looking at her daughter and then at the Ganesha family's assistant. "Tell me about it." Riveria wouldn't give me the details. She only mentioned that an irregular Goliath attacked her and Belle saved her. "But how did it happen?" "Yufufu. Belle told me everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. I was even jealous of how wonderful it was. I would have loved to be the damsel in distress." Mother and daughter turned completely towards her, forgetting all about spying. Artie nodded energetically, fanning herself with her hand. "Look. Riveria was fighting that monster all by herself. She was unleashing her magic relentlessly. Meanwhile, Belle and I reached Riveria and defeated the violas that were attacking the camp members. When we encountered the evilest members and saw that she was in danger, I ordered him to go and save her." He hesitated for a moment, but I was able to inspire him with my eloquent words, and he rushed to her aid. Artie did not miss the opportunity to boast and take credit for that rescue, in which he had little or nothing to do, puffing out his chest to enlarge his figure. For several minutes we fought Revvis and Valetta agreed. The Goliath destroyed the mountain Riveria was attacking it from. We thought that was the end of it, but we were surprised when an ice staircase formed and she slid down it to continue attacking. The thought flashed through my mind, "What are you waiting for, Belle? Save her. If you don't, I'll look like a liar to the Loki familia. And my best friend would die too. Aina did not find the thoughts of the Ganesha family's deputy captain amusing, reminding her that not only was her reputation and word at risk, but the high elf's life as well. And that's when a massive burst of electricity knocked the monster back. Belle had unleashed all her magic power to drive the creature away. After that, she fell into the water and he dove in to rescue her. When he reached her, he hugged her. He wrapped his arms around her tightly, as if letting go would mean losing her forever. Did he hug her? That's right. And as he held her tightly, she, confused but safe, looked at him with the brightest eyes he had ever seen. It was then that she knew he wasn't just another adventurer, he was her hero. The warmth of his body comforted her, and she felt she could trust him, that her heart was saved. And then he gently set her down, like a rescued princess. Artie overacted, clutching her chest and squirming as she recounted the story. She bounced around, clearly moved. Aina's eyes sparkled, delighted by what she had heard. Aina, on the other hand, doubted that things had happened that way. Belle didn't tell it like that, did he? Well, what's implied says it all. I just connect the dots between the unspoken emotions. It's obvious they were in a scene worthy of an epic. The blue-haired young woman puffed out her chest, believing she could change the story as she pleased. Well, the basic premise was true, there were certain things she had invented or that Belle hadn't told her, so she had to fill in the gaps. Aina and Aina looked at each other, then at Riveria, who at that moment seemed on the verge of a conversational collapse with Belle, and then back at Artie. It's wonderful. A story worthy of my beloved Riveria. She deserves a romance like those in fairy tales. Aina believed every word, clapping repeatedly and standing up from her wheelchair for a moment before collapsing back into it. A predestined encounter in the dungeon, a proper one. He murmured, smiling with joy as he observed the behavior that this foolish woman, averse to unknown emotions, displayed when she was in front of the one she called her hero. That's right. As much as it pains me to admit it, the heart of the man I intended to make my future husband was stolen by fate. Artie didn't seem hurt. For her, being Belle's partner was just a joke. There were no real feelings, only a desire to annoy that boy who didn't know what fun was, who was forced to grow up fast to keep the promise he made to his beloved mother. Aina, oblivious to the sentimentality shown by her counterparts, was more intelligent. She considered the consequences that this infatuation could have for the adventurer under her command. Very nice and all, but if the elves find out that the Princess of Alf fell in love with a human, there will be bloodshed. If anyone dares to touch that boy, the blood that will rain down will be that of the elves. Artie's response was immediate, recalling who the albino's relatives were and the destructive potential they possessed, despite not being at their best. Be quiet. They're finally going to talk. Aina waved her hand, pointing towards the pair of lovers who don't yet know they are in love. After the minutes passed, which seemed eternal, stretching out as if they would never end, in which silence continued to come between the two people who wanted to catch up, one of them broke the ice. I'm so glad you're back safe and sound, Riveria-sama. I was worried about you every single day. Belle looked down for a second, took a deep breath, and lightly clenched his fists. Then, raising his eyes to her, he opened his mouth, breaking the bubble that had enveloped them. Riveria looked at him as soon as she heard his voice. Something in her chest seemed to loosen, and the warmth she had kept hidden until then surfaced on her face. Her lips curved into a slight smile, small, serene, but full of meaning, and her eyes reflected the same decision he had just made. She tried to maintain her composure, pretending everything was fine. She cleared her throat, ready to answer him once and for all, no longer hiding behind that thin layer that protected her from her nervousness. I've been thinking about you these past few days too, Belle. She didn't back away. She didn't look away. She answered firmly, like someone who has made an important decision. She wasn't going to run away this time. I see. It's an honor to be in your mind. And it's a pleasure that you care about me, Belle. It's always nice to have someone looking out for your well-being. Riveria called his name again. Her heart leaped every time she uttered it. Belle. Yes, that's my name. I didn't know until today when I heard it from Aina. You forgot to sign the letter you gave me, and that's why I called you my hero. I don't want you to get confused. With a somewhat tsundere attitude, the jade-haired woman confronted him, clarifying the situation that had started her trouble. A bead of sweat trickled down the albino's forehead, and he immediately apologized for the trouble he had caused her. Sorry for not telling you my name. She smiled at the boy's sincerity. It doesn't matter anymore. I just wanted to get it off my chest. And also thank you for finding my staff. You saved me the trouble of going to the lake and looking for it. Thank you for being so thoughtful, I'm in your debt. Riveria celebrated inwardly. A soft warm emotion blossomed in her chest. She had finally said it. Finally, she had been honest with him, without beating around the bush or making excuses. The gratitude, the acknowledgement, everything that had been trapped between unspoken words and shared silences had finally come to light. It was nothing. You were exhausted. Looking for the staff was the least I could do. I couldn't let you worry about that after everything you went through with the Goliath attack. I only did what any man would do. Belle looked at her with his usual gentleness and replied with a disarming calmness. That humility captivated the elf, who observed him for a few seconds with a tenderness and gravity only she could display before shaking her head, wanting to give him the credit he deserved. Not just any man would do it, only one worthy of my respect. The albino opened his eyes in surprise. A blush spread across his cheeks like a small fire, and he looked away slightly, with an expression somewhere between embarrassed and excited. However, Riveria's determination wouldn't stop there. There was still more to do. Pay off that debt. Let me reward you for your efforts. It's only fair for all the trouble you went to. Reward me? Yeah. The word reward echoed in Belle's mind like a dangerous reverberation. And, as if a spring were triggered in his memory, his grandfather's teachings came flooding back to him. The hero's reward is the love of a beautiful maiden. And that includes hugs, kisses, and, if the gods are good, more than that. The young man swallowed, horrified at himself. His mind betrayed him before he could stop it, and his gaze for a split second flicked to Riveria's chest. It was just an instant. Barely a blink. But her soul almost left her body. Thank goodness she didn't notice. Or at least, that's what she wanted to believe as the blush crept up to her ears and her fingers began to tremble slightly. Then no reward is necessary, Riveria-sama. I did it out of a desire to help. Forgive me, Belle. But my pride as princess of the kingdom of Alf prevents me from leaving things like this. I must give you something of equal value. That's not true. Aina interrupted the conversation. They both turned towards where the reply had originated, but there was no one there because the trio of gossips had hidden. Ugh. I insist. I will not accept no for an answer. Okay. Adopting a serene and imposing personality, she forced the boy to accept it, who, no matter how much he wanted to refuse, only lowered his shoulders, yielding to the will of the princess. What would you like me to give you? Huh? Honestly, I don't feel comfortable asking for it directly. A reward is supposed to come from the other person, so I'll be fine with whatever they decide to give me. Whatever I decide. Okay, we could go to the library or… Riveria tried to shift the responsibility to the albino, but he quickly evaded it and placed it back on the elf's shoulders. She mentally reviewed the suggestions her family had made. When she paused in her reply, wanting to add another option, she recalled the second proposal they had presented. You could give him your breasts. Letting him fondle you for a few seconds should be enough. You could also show him a nipple. Let's go to the library. Yes, I'll buy you a book from the Riveria library. Saddened by what Tyan said, she dismissed the possibility of a second way, clinging to the only one that didn't sound immoral, courtesy of Tyan. The bookstore, there's one here. That was one of the things I wanted to look for. The idea sounded wonderful to Belle, who couldn't hide her excitement. Her scarlet eyes shone with overflowing emotion. That simple gesture cheered up the elf and the trio of female guards. He's still a child. He's 15 years old, but he's still a child. Yes. An innocent boy who has not faced the risks that the dungeon has to offer. Don't tell me I was the only one who noticed him staring at Riveria's breasts. So he's not exactly innocent. But, putting that aside, he's a good person. I'll just keep an eye on him. Artie, Ina, and Ina's opinions were divided, each thinking what they wanted, maintaining their perception of Belle, despite what the others said. They were both about to leave when Riveria stopped halfway, barely turning her face with a slight doubt in her voice. Perhaps if you don't mind, could Ina join us? I promised her I'd take her for a walk and well, that sort of thing. Before Belle could reply, a voice rang out from a distance, clear as a bell. Don't worry. Artie will take care of me and return to the Twilight Mansion. Enjoy your date. Riveria narrowed her eyes, turning quickly toward where Ina had appeared, waving cheerfully from behind a column. She was about to retort to say that it wasn't a good idea to leave her alone, but then Artie raised a hand and winked at her with complete confidence. Everything will be alright, Riveria-sama. Leave her to me. The high elf pressed her lips together, hesitant. She wasn't entirely convinced, and judging by the way Belle looked away, neither was he. But they both knew what it meant to deal with a determined woman. They wouldn't be able to change her mind. So, with a shared resignation, they silently accepted. As the pair left the guild, the two girls stopped waving goodbye and nodded in complete agreement, knowing what they would do next. In the blink of an eye, they were out the back door of the guild, ready to follow them. I am at your service, Riveria-sama. I don't know much about Arario. Yufufu. I suppose you haven't had much time to get to know the city. That's normal considering the family you joined. Yes. We've been very busy. By the way. The jade-haired woman paused. Just call me Riveria. There's no need to add the sama. She asked politely, a little hesitant and blushing, but feeling that making that clear would help to have a closer relationship with her hero. Okay, Riveria. The absence of the honorific shook Riveria's heart and he shuddered. It's a very powerful weapon. I hope I don't regret it. He thought, resuming his walk, ignoring the heavy attention that people in the streets fixed like an arrow on the pair, especially the threats and the suspicion that Belle aroused in them for being so close to one of the most outstanding beauties of Riveria. Any man would kill to be in his privileged position. And so, the impromptu reward, with its clear undertones of a date, began. They walked side by side with a calmness they thought they'd never experienced before. They gazed straight ahead. Belle marveled at every stall, detail, or person they encountered nearby. It was the first time since arriving in Riveria that he could take a break from family activities and studies with Ina, reveling in the many attractions and points of interest that the vast metropolis had to offer. His eyes, cherry red, shone with a unique hue. This detail did not escape Riveria's notice and she felt at ease with the young man by her side. She didn't fully understand why his overflowing innocence attracted her, captivated her. But she wanted this moment to last a little longer. She didn't want it to be just a fleeting instant that would sooner or later vanish. Determined to make the interaction more pleasant and longer lasting, she set about delving a little deeper into the mysterious person that was bellcranel. She began with a simple question about a situation she already knew in general terms, thanks to what her goddess had told her. Tell me, Belle, how have your days been in Riveria? Loki-sama mentioned that you and your new family have been a bit busy with Evilus's recent activity. Yes. The truth is, maintaining the city's security has been exhausting. After the attack in Rivera, they've been operating in the shadows with fewer men, but spread out across various locations. The last group we heard about was hiding in an abandoned church south of the city. When we investigated the owner of the place, we came across Hestia. She was unaware of the activities taking place there, giving us free rein to search it. The elf listened attentively. Her steps didn't stop, but her gaze lingered on the boy beside her. The emotion he conveyed in every sentence, how thrilled he seemed with each achievement, these are traits an adventurer loses with the passing years. There was also an attack on the magic stone refinery. Artie asked me to take charge of it along with Ilta. I admit I was a little scared at first because I know how risky it is to fight there. A spark or damage to one of the machines could cause an explosion. But we were able to handle it without much trouble. As I gained the trust of my comrades, they gave me more responsibilities. I'm not complaining. It meant I was starting to be recognized by the others. But they left me with no time for the things I wanted to do. That sounds like something Shakti would do. Although she's not the type of person to overburden the adventurers under her command. That's because it wasn't Shakti who did it. Artie, when he saw me resting or doing nothing, would take me on another mission. Our days started at 5 in the morning and ended at midnight. The light laugh escaped Riveria, who watched the gloomy expression that was forming on Belle's face with a touch of amusement. Ayasa is very lively. She reminds me a bit of Tiona in that respect. Although she doesn't do it to annoy you. I suppose she liked you. Yes, I'm aware of that. Like I said, I'm not complaining about being burdened with responsibilities and it's not the first time I've been in this situation, but at least my parents let me rest after every beating. Beating? Yes. The training with both of them was a bit rigorous. They took the words of an 8-year-old boy wanting to be a hero a little too seriously, so they trained me to be one. Now I'm grateful for it. Before I wanted to die. What kind of family took care of you? The bead of sweat trickled down the forehead of the jade-haired woman, slightly disconcerted by the evident and lingering traumas of her companion. She wondered to herself what kind of monsters had taken care of him. And, well, I've been thinking about you. I was worried about what might happen in the dungeon and whether Evilus would attack again. But, since you're here, I'm relieved. The light blush tinged both their cheeks. The first for admitting something so embarrassing, the second as a consequence of what had been said. She took a deep breath, careful not to lose her composure over such comments. It was her duty, as the older of the two, to set the tone for the date, even though she refused to call it that, to avoid any unpleasantness. It was the same with me. You made a strong impression on me. The Ganesha family is lucky to have you among them. A warm smile spread across Belle's face, deeply grateful for the recognition. Not because it came from one of Riveria's most renowned adventurers, but because it came from her. Without realizing it, a growing feeling of doubt, which could easily be called jealousy, arose in the chest of the Princess of Alf. By the way, what do you think of Artie Varma? The question came out of nowhere. Belle tilted his head at the unexpectedness of the question. Although, instead of refusing to answer, he looked up at the sky, holding his chin to prepare himself to make a sound judgment. You could say she's a woman who's easy to trust and get along with. I respect her as an adventurer, and it's a pleasure to be part of the same family as her. If we ignore the constant teasing and bullying, she's what you'd expect from a family matriarch. Harassment. Yes. He's told almost everyone we're dating. Sometimes he comes into my room at midnight to talk about superhero stories and… Wait a minute. To your room? Yes. Nothing strange about it. It's just that she doesn't understand the value of privacy and she tends to be insistent. I don't know where she got the room keys, maybe they're perks as second in command, but sometimes she comes in the middle of the night and stays, well, next to me. The massive blush and the incessant trembling of Riveria's right eyebrow betrayed the shock as well as the disgust that was rising from her chest. Belle, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice the critical damage he was causing with his seemingly innocent remarks. It must be a nuisance to wake up in the same bed as a young woman. The high elf opined. Her eyes grew dull. She is. I don't know how to deal with her anymore. It's like a dog getting infested with fleas, ouch. Out of nowhere, interrupting his complaint, an apple flew straight down his neck, hitting him and spilling some juice in his hair. He looked around for the culprit, finding a crowd of people surrounding him, so he simply rubbed the spot of impact without retaliation. Riveria, on the other hand, found a second wind, easing her unease. She wasn't an expert on matters of friendship, but Belle didn't seem to have any ulterior motives with her superior, so she decided to continue the conversation. It's my turn to tell you what happened on the expedition. I suppose you'll be curious. More than I'd like to admit. I'm still new to this whole family responsibilities thing, and Artie isn't very good at teaching me the theory. They shared another moment of calm, one in which only they existed in each other's minds. Riveria took a deep breath and proceeded to recount the many situations they had endured in the dungeon. She avoided giving details because even she didn't know them. The periods when she adopted a zombie-like personality, operating on a kind of autopilot, left several gaps in the story, which she skipped over as soon as they appeared, moving on to a subsequent event. After traversing the deepest floors, we reached the 59th floor, which to this day remains the highest we've gone. There, we faced several strange creatures, born from a parasitic being that inhabited the lifeless bodies of monsters from the upper floors. However, the greatest challenge we faced was a massive demi-spirit. Something similar to the battle against Goliath occurred. It could regenerate, and it was difficult to inflict enough damage to break the fetus jewel. However, The albino's expectant gaze, accompanied by a sudden pause in the story, brought some nervousness to Princess Alf, who recalled the reason why she had defeated the creature in the first place with a single blow. He reached into his pocket, feeling the fabric Belle had used to write the letter. The image of her binding it to the jewel on her staff to enhance his magic flashed through his mind. He must never find out that I defeated that beast while thinking about him. He swallowed, ending the brief pause and complementing the story with a half-confession. I defeated him with a single blow. I used my most powerful magic and reduced him to ashes. She placed her hand on her chest, acknowledging the recognition she deserved. Belle's admiration filled her with joy and, deep down, inflated her ego. The boy's reaction was immediate. He felt the same excitement he felt when he saw her attacking the giant black man in Rivera. You are an impressive mage, Riveria-sama. Only Riveria. You promised you'd only call me Riveria. And don't be so formal with me anymore. We're fellow adventurers. I'm not your superior. I understand. She reprimanded him, reminding him of the agreement they had made regarding formalities and their cessation. As I was saying, you're an amazing magician. I thought so from the first time I saw you. You and your family are incredibly talented. Fufu. It's strange because I think the same about you. At your young age, being a level 4, you rescued me. You have a great future ahead of you. Maybe I'll convince Finn to let you join us on future expeditions. Invite. Yes. When a family receives an exploration request from the guild, they can recruit members from other families, as long as they don't outnumber them. I'm sure Finn and the others would be happy to have you on board. Would you like me to accompany you to the dungeon? Belle landed a direct hit. The suggestion only mentioned Finn, but Riveria herself didn't give her opinion or question his wishes. And no, that wouldn't be bad. He admitted it, which was enough for his counterpart, who was pleased. They continued walking, talking casually. The words flowed more easily, although nerves still peeked through in smiles, silences, and awkward glances. Suddenly, a sweet aroma enveloped them. Baked bread, spices, and candied fruit. It was coming from the shop across the street, with its wooden sign that read "The Lady of Abundance." They both stopped, guided by their sense of smell. Their eyes met, and without thinking, they said at the same time. Did you eat yet? The synchronicity took them by surprise. They looked at each other, blushed and laughed. A brief but sincere laugh, full of complicity and nervousness. Riveria looked away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Belle scratched the back of his neck, smiling. Meanwhile, he gathered enough courage to make his proposal. Would you like to eat with me, Riveria? The truth is, I'm starving. Of course. I haven't eaten since our last break in the dungeon either. Then let's go in. Let me open the door for you and pay for what we consume. I accept the first. But I refuse the second. Paying for both of your lunches will be part of the reward for saving me. Impossible, Riveria. My grandfather says that if a man and a woman are on a date, the man's duty is to provide for his lady's basic needs. That includes food and any other whim she might have. She'll make it up to him later, forget that last part. Let's go inside. Belle opened the door to the shop with a small, nervous laugh, trying to distract himself from his own thoughts. He muttered something under his breath, blaming his grandfather for all those wise pieces of advice he'd given him, which he now understood all too well. I almost said it all. He thought, paling slightly as he almost finished the sentence within bed. Riveria glanced at him sideways, raising an eyebrow in slight surprise, though she said nothing. She accepted the gesture with an elegant nod, crossing the threshold with her characteristic natural grace. The interior of Lady of Abundance was warm and inviting. Wooden tables adorned the space. In the corners, vases of fresh flowers added a homey touch, while the golden light from hanging lamps created an enveloping atmosphere. The aroma of freshly prepared food, cool drinks, and baked fruit was particularly strong. It was recognized as the best restaurant bar in the entire city for a reason. A perfect spot for two souls still searching for their way to find each other. The voices of the customers fell silent in an instant when such a prominent figure in Aurario appeared. All eyes turned to the unusual pair, especially those of two waitresses with cat ears and tails swaying like waves, showing obvious interest in the young man beside the tall elf. "Es Belle Naya. You finally came for me, cute but con Naya. Eh? Esprin." The two waitresses rushed towards Belle, much to Riveria's astonishment. She kept repeating in her head the nickname the black cat had used for the boy. They both grabbed his arm and dragged him away from her. "Did you miss us, Naya? We've been waiting for you to come back so we can help each other wash the dishes again, Naya." "I didn't come for that." Anya hugged the albino's right side, rubbing certain prominent proportions of her chest against him in the process. "I missed your cute butt, Naya. I told you those comments make me uncomfortable." Chloe, on the other hand, had her preferences firmly in mind and nothing would change her mind. Not even the scolding she received from Mamma Mia when she groped the boy's backside the last time they met. Riveria's instincts kicked in. She wanted to reach him and snatch him away from those thieving cats, literally, but they had already put him in a chair. Suppressing a sigh and with a cute pout on her face, she crossed her arms in visible annoyance and walked to the table, her dignity wounded. She sat down beside him without saying a word, turning her face slightly toward the window, though with her ear clearly listening. Belle glanced at her sideways, swallowing hard. He wanted to justify himself, but he knew that any wrong word could cost him dearly. His reactions are just too adorable. He's easy prey for those two predators. I can't imagine how Sir will treat him now that she's met him. I'm not so sure that's the case. Just look at who she's with. Lunwar and Mamma Mia, from behind the bar with amused expressions, shared their opinions. The bar owner pointed out a detail that left the human pondering, recognizing the princess from Alf as the rabbit's date, opening her mouth wide, almost touching the bar with her jaw in a scene worthy of a cartoon. Meanwhile, the pair of suggestive and brazen waitresses, who were unaware of Riveria's existence, continued flirting with Belle until he put a stop to it, raising his voice and demanding. "I didn't come alone. Please stop bothering me, you're making Riveria uncomfortable." "Hey. I'm not alone. You're making my companion uncomfortable." He pointed clearly at Riveria, who was still sitting with a pout on her face, pretending to look away, but clearly listening to everything. Noticing Belle's gesture, she slowly turned her head, surprised by the tone of his voice and by his words. The place fell silent for a second. The cats and several nearby customers followed Belle's finger with their eyes until it landed on her. The moment they recognized Riveria Ljos Alf, the elven princess, the high mage of the Loki familia, everyone was stunned. The waitresses stood up straight as if they had committed a sin, while some whispered in disbelief. The elf simply looked away, a blush rising to her cheeks from the intense attention. Breaking the tense stillness that reigned in the bar, the back door, the one that connected to the alley where they usually left the trash, burst open. Two more waitresses entered. The first one looked familiar to the albino. Her name was Ryu Lion, Artie's best friend. The second one, she hadn't been there when he visited the establishment a few days ago. "What's going on? Why is there so much fuss? I heard a boy complaining from outside. He seemed to be in trouble." Ryu asked, followed by the young woman with gray hair, who peeked out from behind her back, over her shoulder. Lunwar touched the elf's shoulder, pointing to those responsible for the customers' overreactions. When her gaze fell upon the pair, the blue of her eyes dulled, and she felt a strange tingling in her knuckles. "Why is Artie's future husband with 9 hell? Future husband? Oh. Is that white-haired boy you told me about?" The one who just arrived in Arario and joined the Ganesha family. With a slow, almost robotic nod, Ryu confirmed the second waitress's doubts. We are witnessing Cranel-san's infidelity, sir. Infidelity? Yeah. The elf's Yandir-like demeanor slightly disconcerted Sir, who tilted his head. Let's see why you're so famous. Sir's grey eyes opened just a little wider, focusing solely on Belle. For a moment, the entire bar seemed to vanish around him, as if the world had shrunk to just him. She observed him silently, her expression gentle yet filled with profound wonder. It wasn't his appearance or his presence but something more. A feeling that seeped beyond sight, as if she could see right through him. And there he found it. The clear, luminous soul. Transparent and delicate like the water of an untouched spring. An essence without shadow, without duplicity. A purity that seemed almost impossible in a world so plagued by masks, pain, and ambition. She was amazed. She couldn't understand how someone like that existed. But he was there, right in front of her. And for a second, she felt even her own breath catch in her throat. He was what she had been searching for all these years. Ah. I think I've fallen in love. Her pupils took the shape of hearts. The confession, however reckless it sounded, didn't reach Ryu, who approached the table with a calm gait and a neutral expression. He glanced at Belle for a second, then at Riveria, noticing the strange aura between them. He feigned indifference and stood beside them, waiting for the right moment to speak. Forgive us for ignoring her, Naya. Yes. Let us take your order, Pua. In a swift movement, bumping into Chloe's shoulder, who, due to the trajectory, pushed Anya like a chess piece with her body, Ryu replaced a pair of cats as the couple's waitress, with bad intentions. Good evening, Cranel-san. May I take your order? Good evening, Ryu. Of course. Would you like to try this too slow-cooked adventurer's offal? We're also promoting a new dish called Baked Leg of Faithless Adventure, stuffed with lies and seasoned with freshly drawn blood sauce. Ryu. Although we also have today's special. Heart of an innocent impaled on a lance of jealousy, served with tears as witnesses and bread toasted in the fire of fury. But many prefer to try flesh of an infidel, freshly castrated with a butter knife. Belle shrank slightly in his seat, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. Ryu's tone, so calm and measured, had the edge of a dagger. He glanced at Riveria, seeking refuge, support, anything. But all he found was the tall elf with a slightly rigid face, pursed lips, and a similar bead of nervousness lighting down her neck. Although the threats weren't directed at her, Riveria had also felt that icy pressure in the air. She couldn't help but tense up in Ryu's presence, especially with that gaze that seemed to judge her very soul. The pair shared the same thought. That girl was dangerous when she wanted to be. So? Which dish would you like to try first? The elf persisted, pressing the tip of the pencil against the notebook, tearing it. This is all your fault, Artie. Now she'll call me unfaithful because she believed your lies that we're dating. The rabbit wept inwardly, blaming his impending death on the sub-captain of his family and the long tongue she possessed. At a distance, at a secluded table, far removed from any problems, without attracting the attention of others, were two women in disguises that were far from their goal of not attracting attention. That's right, Ryu. Protect my future husband from the clutches of that collagen-devouring old hag. Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? If you're going to betray me, I won't have to eliminate you. I'm just kidding. Belle is like a little brother to me. Let's see what happens. Wearing black trench coats, hats, face masks, and dark glasses, Artie and Ina watched the meeting with differing opinions. They whispered to each other, and occasionally the elf covered her companion's mouth to prevent her from revealing their position. Ryu, you're bothering our customers. Sir interrupted her friend's constant threats and bloodlust, giving her a light shoulder push to move her out of the way and take center stage with her outstanding charisma, along with her determination wrapped in flirtation, as well as games. Please forgive my partner, Belle. Ryu doesn't know how to deal with men. It's a pleasure to meet you, my name is Sir Flova. And you can call me anytime. Belle's cheeks flushed red at the mischievous and shameless tone with which the waitress justified the elf's actions and introduced herself to him. She extended her hand, wanting to seal their encounter with a handshake. Belle turned for a second towards Riveria, who looked uncomfortable with the hidden, or not so hidden, intentions of the gray-haired woman. Come on. You're not planning to leave me hanging, are you? Belle sighed heavily, resigned. Something inside him told him that meeting her would bring him more trouble in the future. Oh. What a strong grip. You must be quite famous with the ladies. Why would that make me famous? Give me 10 minutes alone with you and I'll show you how important strength is in a man's hands. Whether it's in his legs or… Sir leaned forward. Her lips parted near her prey's ear, who tensed, startled, before she finished her reply. On a woman's neck. A woman's neck? Don't tell me this girl is the type my mother and grandmother warned me I should never go near. She recalled her family's advice. She glanced sideways at Sir's eyes, lost in lust, and confirmed her fears. Yes. She's a damn crazy nymphomaniac hex lover who wants to empty every last milliliter of fluid into my body. He came to that conclusion, freeing his hand from Sir's, fearing that at any second he would jump on him like a lion before its prey. Riveria, standing to the side, raised an eyebrow, elegantly crossing his legs as he rested his elbow on the table. In less than a minute, 4 women had openly flirted with him right in front of him. 4. He felt a pang of discomfort that he didn't want to dwell on, and his thoughts began to race. Is he a womanizer? A charming young man who attracts girls like moths to a flame? She decided to say nothing, keeping the question trapped in her mind, where she could mull it over without him noticing. She simply watched him out of the corner of her eye, like someone studying a book they're still unsure whether they like or not. Suddenly, amidst Sir's sweet words and gestures towards Belle who, for her part, was doing everything possible to avoid her and not look her directly in the eyes, the young waitress looked away. His eyes fixed on Riveria, their coldness hidden behind his kind smile. There was no word, no gesture, only a look, silent and sharp as a dagger. Riveria felt a chill run down her spine. An icy sting shot through the back of her neck, forcing her shoulders to tense automatically. She wasn't sure what she'd seen, but she'd felt it. That wasn't just any girl. And that look, it wasn't friendly. Is there anyone who can help us? Preferably someone who doesn't want a piece of me, in either a good or bad way. Mao. But we're having a good time, oh. That's enough. Stop bothering the customers, you silly pair of girls. Go clean the tables or help May in the kitchen. Except you, sir. You can serve the food. Like a guardian angel, Mamma Mia left her place behind the bar and grabbed the 4 waitresses by the collar of their uniforms, lifting them off the floor with ease and turning to throw them to the opposite side from where Belle, along with Riveria, were waiting to be served. She dusted her hands, as if she had gotten rid of trash. Then she placed them on her hips and smiled at them both. Very well. Since my waitresses are distracted, I'll take your order. Tell me what you'd like. Don't worry, Mamma Mia. Part of me knew that at any moment you would appear to set things right. But the tension dissipating thanks to the intervention of the diminutive bar owner, Belle and Riveria, relieved, regained control of their space. They both placed their orders. Riveria chose a dish with a strange name and an expensive sound. Belle, for his part, opted for something simpler, a plate of spaghetti, befitting a young adventurer accustomed to fast food. The atmosphere at the table became more relaxed, although the discomfort persisted. Despite being busy, Ryu and Sir couldn't take their eyes off Belle. Their gazes, each with its own nuance, one questioning, the other lustful, were fixed on him. Belle noticed it immediately. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, and without a second thought, he turned his face toward Riveria, forcing a smile, determined to focus on her. For someone who's only been in the city for a week, you're very well liked here. And not at all. If I had the chance to change it, I would do it without hesitation. Do you come here often? That's the worst part of all. This is only the 2nd time I've visited the Lady of Abundance. I guess their first impression of you was too strong. Belle? First impression. Suddenly, a series of memories, which the young man had promised himself to keep to himself, played back like a tortuous film that reminded him how terrible the visit with Artie had been. Chloe's pinching of his butt. Anya's off-key voice that made his eardrums bleed, and Ryu's constant threats to castrate him every time Artie hugged him or flirted with him, as was his custom when they were in public. I'd rather not talk about that. Okay. Showing evidence of her trauma, she stopped any attempt to investigate it. Luckily for Belle, the pair of dishes arrived just in time. Courtesy of Mamma Mia. Riveria's dish was a salad of fresh vegetables, bathed in sweet spiced wine, accompanied by a creamy puree of wild tubers and edible petals that decorated the edge of the plate. The aroma was delicate and elegant. Belle's meal, on the other hand, was a humble, steaming plate of spaghetti with tomato sauce, simple yet comforting, just like homemade. The contrast was as stark as the difference between the two worlds. The differences weren't limited to the dishes. They extended to the way they ate as well. While Belle would take his fork and twirl as much spaghetti as possible, shoving it into his mouth in one bite, Riveria would calmly dig her fork into her vegetables, raising her pinky finger as if it were second nature. She took small bites, accompanying them with a bit of puree. She was a refined lady through and through. This caught the albino's attention, who, after swallowing, commented. The manners of a princess cannot be compared to those of any mortal. Riveria stopped cutting with her knife when she heard him. She lowered her head, a little uneasy. But you know I'm a princess. Yes. Artie told me about it when I asked him about you. I couldn't wait for him to get back from jail, so I investigated on my own. Embarrassed, Belle scratched the back of his neck, wiping his lips with a napkin on his lap. And doesn't that scare you? To be with a princess. It's every hero's dream. A slight smile appeared on the elf's face. She felt no fear or respect because of his royal status. On the contrary, his demeanor was genuine and his answers were free of lies. He was one of the few people who treated her this way despite knowing her origins. Do you really exist or am I dreaming you? Huh? Nothing. Let's keep eating. They continued without haste. The words flowed slowly, aimlessly, discussing personal tastes, simple memories, or small unimportant details. They didn't need such a profound topic. Simply sharing the moment was enough. There was an unexpected serenity in the air, as if they both knew, deep down, that this calm came from being in each other's company. Their smiles were gentle and their silences comfortable. Time seemed to want to give them a break. By the way, your mother was right. After you push your magic reserves to their limit, the power of your spells and your ability to cast them increases enormously. I experienced this on the 59th floor when I defeated that demi-spirit. Didn't she give you any other advice? She seems to be a wise woman. The truth is, most of my mother's advice was about avoiding becoming like my grandfather at all costs. As for magic, she was more about action than words, so nothing comes to mind. Belle held his chin. It was clear that Althea preferred her son to learn as he went. He had scars to prove it. Them damn childhood traumas. He complained. His mother's stern face tormented him. Besides, you're a very talented magician. I highly doubt someone with your abilities needs help. Yes. I've discovered many secrets about magic on my own. The bead of sweat trickled down Riveria's forehead as she accepted the compliments, even though she knew nothing about the mental strain. She preferred to maintain the proud and admirable image Belle had of her. This counts as infidelity should I castrate him, Artie? Cough, cough. Ryu. What are you doing here? The fairy's eerie whisper almost made Artie choke on her drink. What are you talking about? I don't know any Artie. You're not fooling anyone with that disguise. Neither is the woman next to you. It's not like there are many people in wheelchairs in Arario. You're very observant, girl with Yandir tendencies. Yandir tendencies? Aina subtly insulted Ryu, who was left pondering the meaning of Yandir. Meanwhile, watching the scene between the two novice lovers, Sir whispered things the human ear wasn't meant to hear. From afar, they sounded like toxic possessive jealousy. Having finished the meal, a glass of pineapple juice arrived at the table. It was for Belle, who thanked Lunwar. Riveria's curious gaze lingered on the drink. For a moment, she recalled a comment Loki had made about that particular flavor. Pineapple juice to sweeten life. I still don't know what he meant, but it sounded immoral and perverted. He thought, keeping his gaze on Belle, who gave him a drink. Is something wrong? No. I just wanted to know why pineapple. My grandfather gave it to me every day. I got used to drinking it with every meal, and now it's a habit. Belle. Yeah? I don't know your grandfather, but I recommend you don't take him as a role model. He sounds a lot like Loki-sama. Everything pointed to the fact that her hero's relative had tendencies similar to those of her goddess. Therefore, part of her feared that the old man's influence would taint Belle's purity. However, upon hearing the name of that red-haired deity, she had a terrible premonition. The sound of a crowd of footsteps approaching the bar's door alerted her. Familiar laughter accompanied them, the unmistakable sign that those about to enter were people she knew. It was then that a comment from her family members prior to her release from the dungeon came back to her as a reminder that she had to get out of there. This calls for a celebration at the Lady of Abundance. We've reached a place no other family has reached since the departure of the Zeus and Hera family. Yes. The place the Loki familia frequented after a long tiring stay in the dungeon was that very bar. She had completely forgotten that they were there to celebrate being with Ina and reuniting with Belle. Riveria, are you feeling okay? The albino questioned her about it. But a swift reaction silenced him. His hand had been taken, forcing him to stand at the same time as the elf. The expression of surprise and discomfort on the pair's faces did not go unnoticed by the multitude of eyes that fixed their attention on them. Come with me to the back exit. If they see us together, it's the end of me. Don't worry about the money. Mamma mia, put it on my tab. See us? Who? Why are you so desperate? You don't understand. The escape attempt was too late. A loud crash, the result of the front door being silvered, echoed through the bar, bouncing off the walls and spreading to every corner. Riveria straightened her back, feeling the cold run through her body. Belle, on the other hand, hadn't the slightest idea what was going on. Slowly, they watched the scandalous entrance of a certain woman with slanted eyes and red hair. Prepare your best table, Mamma Mia. Today I intend to drink until I don't recognize your waitresses and grope them. I already told you not to touch me so much, Loki-sama. Why did we come to eat without Riveria-sama? It was our duty to wait for her. With a grin from ear to ear, she hugged a couple of girls from her family. They were the two young elves who had an excessive amount of respect for their acclaimed Princess of Alf. In short, the first three people to enter were the worst possible encounters. The deity's spirit was filled with jubilation. The complaints of the elves and the rest of the people who followed them fell silent when, before them, they witnessed the scene of the crime. The one that betrayed the murder that had been committed. There they were, Belle and Riveria, their expressions a mixture of surprise and discomfort, their hands clasped in an awkward but meaningful gesture. They didn't quite know how it had happened, but it was too late to let go without attracting attention. A few steps away, Loki, Alicia and Lafia watched them in complete silence, trembling as they pointed at them with their index fingers, as if they had witnessed a crime. Loki's expression was the most shocking. His eyes were wide open, incredulous, as if he had never in his life expected to see anything like this. Riveria-sama. Hold the hand of that filthy human. And no, it's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding. The elves' comments came immediately. The tremor in their voices showed how difficult it was for them to process this undeniable fact. Riveria, on the other hand, tried to justify herself, letting go of Belle, who heard his grandfather's voice yelling at him to run before he was killed by a pair of yandeers. When he tried to take a step back to begin Jonathan Joestar's secret technique, Loki, who remained silent, with her fists closed and her knuckles white from the strength she infused, jumped up in a move worthy of a video game screamer, launching herself at the rabbit who could do little or nothing to avoid it. Loki? What's wrong with you? The high elf and her entourage reacted immediately. The thud that followed the fall was painful. The albino's back and neck slammed against the wood, making the floor tremble. Ugh, that hurt, huh? The goddess sat atop Belle, squeezing his shirt, stretching it until the fabric began to tear. The aura emanating from her was worse than that of a monster in the deepest dungeons. It was undeniable that rage was beginning to consume her. And my grandfather used to say that before having a woman on top of you, you should buy her a coffee. What? Don't think I'll let you steal my mom. You damn MILF-loving brat. What the hell is a MILF? Loki began shaking him like a sack of potatoes, yanking and yanking his shirt repeatedly with frenzied speed. Each tug sent the poor boy's head slamming against the floorboards, producing a loud thump, thump, thump. That echoed throughout the restaurant and made the victim dizzy. How dare you, dwarf? My Riveria is untouchable. No one will take that mature woman from me. I don't understand anything. Please. Let me go. Belle could barely speak, his eyes wide with fright, not knowing what wrong he had done to earn so much contempt. However, it didn't stop there. Equally unhinged and losing control, the elves, blinded by rage, prepared to join in the punishment. The first was Alice, who drew her bow and took an arrow from her quiver, aiming directly at the rabbit's head. Joining her in her madness, Lafia began to murmur a chant, targeting both the human and the goddess. She cared little if Loki was taken down as collateral damage. It meant ending the life of the man who was defiling the purity of her beloved princess. What are you doing? Loki and Belle exchanged glances, stopping their fight and worrying about what was about to happen. You damned pervert. You will no longer defile Riveria-sama, white-haired demon. No, no, no. Wait. Stop. This doesn't have to end like this. They both panicked, shaking their hands in fear, hugging each other, begging for mercy. Riveria immediately stood up, placing himself in the path of the projectiles and raising his voice to stop them. Enough already, please. If you want to harm Belle, you'll have to go through me. Finn and Gareth stepped through the bar's door, stopping dead in their tracks at the scene unfolding before them. Lafia's staff glowed with a menacing, magical light. Alicia held her bow taut, the arrow pointed directly at Belle. Loki clung to Belle desperately, both trembling like leaves, while Riveria stood in the middle of it all, arms outstretched, trying to stem the madness. What the hell is going on here? Did we miss something? A few minutes passed. The chaos gradually dissipated and the commotion was replaced by the murmur of the other customers. Finally, the situation returned to calm. In a corner of the restaurant, Loki, Alicia and Lafia stood with their foreheads pressed against the wall. Hanging above their backs were signs that read: dating disturber, attempted romantic murder and emotional accomplice. What are we being accused of? We were only trying to save Riveria-sama. Why did he side with that human? It's humiliating that a goddess like me should be punished. They had long faces. Despite suffering the consequences of their actions, they refused to accept blame, justifying themselves by saying they had good intentions. Without a doubt, the elves are crazy and the goddesses a little more so. Belle and Riveria sat silently at a table. Food was no longer there, not out of hunger or appetite, but out of prudence. Both glanced sideways, not daring to exchange a word. At the other table, Finn, Gareth, Tiona, Tyan, Aze, Bet, Aki and Rawl ate in heavy silence. Each chewed slowly, their glances shifting between their food and the unusual couple who had sparked the chaos. The tension was almost palpable in the air, like a rope about to snap. Even Bet bit her tongue before uttering a word, while Tiona and Tyan whispered to each other, covering their mouths with the backs of their hands. Aze simply watched in complete silence, not fully comprehending what she had witnessed. Meanwhile, Finn and Gareth were whispering things to each other, laughing. Riveria suspected they were teasing her. Perhaps about her and Belle's age. Fiona, why don't we join the table with Riveria and Belle? It's not right to interrupt a romantic date, Ace. We should give them their space and find out the details later. A romantic date, I don't understand. They are very different. Huh? In what sense? Back. If I say it, Riveria will make me swim in adamantite boots. Riveria had a feeling that a young swordswoman longed to be thrown into the water for her insolence, just like in the old days. The sharp glare she shot at the blonde was enough to stir up her past traumas once more, causing her to lower her head and bite the Jag American she had hidden in her skirt. Great. As if it wasn't enough that Ina and Artie were staring at us in those stupid costumes, now I have to put up with the rest of my family and their rude comments. The elf bit the tip of her thumb, frustrated by how things had unfolded. Part of her wanted to leave with Belle, but she was aware of what that meant. One step outside and the rest of the unwanted onlookers would follow. I would have liked to be alone with him. She bit her lip, glancing sideways at Belle, who was moving his fingers on the table, gripped by tension. The SSS. Riveria. A hiss came from the Loki family table. The jade-haired woman answered the call. The culprit was Tyan, who pointed to her breasts and gestured a word unknown to the recipient. Azuri. What's that? No, forget it. I don't want to know. He raised an eyebrow, shook his head, and ignored the Amazon. Every insinuation she made was to be interpreted as an allegory for indecency and hexwell depravity. I want the earth to swallow me up. This moment was supposed to be just for us, and it's been interruption after interruption since the beginning. Riveria lowered her head, letting a strand of hair partially obscure her expression. Her brow was slightly furrowed and her lips were pressed into a thin line. Sadness enveloped her in a silence that weighed more than any words. I wanted to spend time with him, get to know him, understand that light I saw in his eyes that time. But inside, she only felt that everything had gone wrong. Every interrupted moment, every unnecessary tension, every judgmental look, everything was moving further away from the moment she had imagined. She clutched her robe with both hands over her legs, reflecting her persistent discomfort. Why is it so difficult? However, in the midst of her sorrow, she felt a warm touch on her shoulder. She lifted her face slightly, surprised. Belle was looking at her with concern, with that same gentleness that had captivated her from the beginning. He didn't say anything immediately. He just touched her carefully, like someone who didn't want to break something precious. If you want us to be alone, let's go. That comment surprised the princess. Her thoughts had been read like an open book. Because of me, you've been bothered so much by Artie, Ina, and the rest of your family. To be honest, I'd also like to be alone with you without anyone bothering us. That's why I propose a strategic retreat. If you'll allow me, of course. Riveria's cheeks flushed. He wanted to reply that it wasn't his fault, that the interruptions were beyond his control. But the words wouldn't come. His racing heart wouldn't let him speak. Belle's sincerity confused him. After a few seconds of hesitation, she smiled, which was the answer Belle needed to proceed with his plan. Do you trust me? He extended his hand, asking her to hold it. She inclined her head with a sweet and captivated expression, as if no one else existed in her world but him. Slowly, she brought her hand closer, and it enveloped her. Of course. My hero. Even though she already knew his name, having uttered it more than once, in Riveria's mind he was still her hero. Not Belle. Not the novice adventurer. Not the boy with the warm gaze and shy smile. But her hero. That's how she felt. That's what she called him deep in her heart. It was then that Belle got to work, with a flash of childlike determination and genuine enthusiasm, relishing the upcoming mischief. Look at this. He raised his index finger and pointed it toward the nearest window. Riveria raised an eyebrow, uncomprehending. A small white spark, edged in blue, flickered briefly on his fingertip. And before I could warn him, the tiny spark shot out with a subtle hiss. The window shattered with a sharp crack, breaking from the center. Riveria opened her eyes, completely speechless. And the owner's reaction was swift. Who broke that window? It was Bet. I saw him throwing a plate of food and saying it tasted disgusting. Huh? What the hell are you talking about, you rabbit? You're dead, you damned mangy dog. The werewolf, who had barely put a bite of meat in his mouth, choked when he heard it. He didn't manage to finish the sentence. Like a miniature storm, Mamma Mia appeared from the kitchen, snorting like a bull at a festival. She didn't ask for explanations. She didn't ask anything. She just saw Bet and acted. She grabbed him by the waist with superhuman strength, lifted him as if he weighed nothing, and slammed him back first to the floor with a brutal suplex that shook the floorboards. The entire bar fell silent. Bet, with his eyes rolled back and his legs stretched out, was out of commission. The distraction had worked better than expected. Waitresses, customers, even Artie and Ina from the corner, were all diverted. Taking advantage of the chaos, Belle jumped to his feet and decisively pulled the hand that held Riveria. She barely reacted, her eyes fixed on him, surprised by the sudden confidence emanating from her young hero. "It's time to flee." He winked at her. She, still red-faced, nodded wordlessly. The moment their fingers intertwined, Belle gently pulled her away from the table. They smiled at each other, sharing that exciting moment like a little secret between them, and hurried out the back alley door, leaving behind the shouting, the threats, and heading for their longed-for privacy. Their footsteps echoed sharply on the cobblestones, in unison like a shared escape melody. The cool night breeze caressed their faces, carrying away the tension that weighed on their shoulders. Passers-by stepped aside as she walked by. Some curious onlookers turned their heads, others murmured among themselves as they watched the elf princess run hand in hand with a white-haired young man. But they didn't notice. They couldn't. They were too caught up in the dizzying moment. Their breaths were ragged, punctuated by nervous laughter and physical exertion. And yet, above all the noise, they could clearly hear the rapid beating of their own hearts. "Riveria. Please, let's go to the library. If you didn't tell anyone about our plans, then we'll be fine." "Of course. We have to go for." There they are. She's running away with that lustful human who's still holding her hand. That counts as great. Interrupting Riveria, Alicia's scream forced them to turn around, noticing an arrow being launched, slicing through the air and whistling until a shallow cut appeared on the albino's cheek. A trickle of blood trickled from the wound. They exchanged glances. Did he try to kill me?" "I highly doubt it. If I wanted to shoot you in the head, I wouldn't have missed." "Ah, how comforting." They shook their heads and continued their escape. They could hear the shouts of their pursuers, demanding they stop so they could continue harassing them. "Why do those two hate me? Their names are Alicia and Lafia, right? What do they mean by saying I'm defiling and raping you?" Elves tend to be overly intense with the figures they admire. They are toxic fans who cannot tolerate someone seemingly unworthy being too familiar with members of royalty. They sound like idol fans. What is an idol? Arc's ray. An explosion occurred just a few meters away, tearing away part of the wall of the building next to which they were running. The shockwave pushed them slightly to one side, forcing them to cover themselves with their arms as debris flew through the air. They both swallowed hard, looking back in terror. There was Lafia, preparing another spell. They're worse than toxic fans. They felt cold sweat trickle down his back. This wasn't just any escape, it was a hunt. They quickened their pace. It was no longer to avoid them, but to survive the multiple sieges and assassination attempts against the criminal rabbit. As they turned a corner, the dark entrance to an alley appeared. Belle had an idea, so he took his partner in crime with him, and they plunged into the darkness of that passageway. He quickly got rid of the Goliath fur scarf that covered his neck, a gift from his mother for his 10th birthday. "Riveria, please tie your hair up and wrap it with this. Not even a strand of your beautiful green hair should be visible." "Huh? Oh, of course." Without complaint or rebuttal, much less asking for explanations, Riveria did exactly what he was asked. She removed the ring from her hair. Instantly, her emerald hair loosened into delicate waves, cascading down her back like a jade curtain in the dim light of the alley. Belle was speechless, his heart racing. Even in the midst of flight, Riveria shone like a lantern. But that moment of astonishment didn't last. She wrapped her hair around her head, covering her ears as well. Meanwhile, Belle, using his jacket, did the same to conceal his white streaks of hair, one of his most distinctive features. That way, as long as his pursuers didn't look at them directly, they could be sure they would pass him by. "Forgive me for what I'm about to do." Hi." A squeal of embarrassment came from Riveria, who saw Belle approaching her and lightly pushing her against the wall, placing his fist against it, next to her face. It was what many know as Cabotin. She was distraught. Her eyes swirled, her heart, completely agitated, betrayed her composure, preventing her from maintaining the poise she tried to project to her partner that night. "It's too close," he thought, closing his eyes and feeling the heat rising all over his face, even up to his long covered ears. The boy's breath hit her face. She watched his chest rise and fall, a result of both nervousness and exhaustion. Being so close, she could see every detail of him. The beauty of his red eyes, in which she lost herself. The footsteps of their pursuers echoed on the cobblestones of the alley. The shadows passed by, unaware of their hiding place. But when Alicia and Lafia crossed, they stopped. Riveria and Belle sensed it at the same time. The elf's attention had turned toward them. Without thinking, he leaned forward, his body almost pressed against Riveria's. She tensed instantly, her heart pounding. She closed her eyes without knowing why, as if something inside her, a newly discovered emotion, waited for a touch that would never come. Her lips parted slightly, barely touched by the warm breath of the boy before her. But Belle merely watched over her shoulder, waiting for their suspicions to subside. Completely oblivious to the trembling in Riveria's eyelashes. TSK. Immoral humans. Imagine doing that in public. Let's go, Lafia. To the relief of both of them, Alicia clicked her tongue, pulling her companion away from there. Belle sighed with relief, feeling that she had escaped. They're gone, what are you doing? Oh. Sorry. Realizing the plight of the high elf, Belle questioned her about what she expected, making her snap out of it and rid herself of that stupid idea and anticipation that was manifesting in her heart. I'm sorry for invading your personal space. It was the only way I could think of to make us lose them. And no worries. I just want to know, why did you do it? People tend to shy away from public displays of affection. Whether it's out of disgust or secondhand embarrassment. So I played on that. That's why I asked you to hide your hair. It would be too much of a coincidence for two strangers who look like us to be like that. Besides, if we were discovered in such a dangerous position, Alicia and Lafia would probably have an excuse to kill me. I bet everything it would work, and I won. A bead of sweat trickled down the rabbit's forehead as he chuckled nervously, explaining why he'd set such a risky plan in motion. Riveria's cheek puffed out and she crossed her arms in disappointment. She hadn't known what she'd hoped for, but it annoyed her that it hadn't happened. And what if that wasn't enough? Well. In that case, I would have moved a little closer and pretended to kiss you. Riveria was startled by that unexpected response. She closed her eyes and tapped him a couple of times on the chest, feeling uneasy. Her lips felt tickled, as if Belle's had almost touched them. What kind of things did that perverted old man of yours teach you? Less than I intended, due to the influence of my grandmother and mother. More than I should have. They shared a friendly gesture after their nervousness subsided. Having escaped the bothersome presence of unwanted onlookers, they both peered out, glancing around to make sure they were no longer nearby. After that, they began walking in the opposite direction from where they had come. They had a destination to visit, one last stop before it all ended. However, a glimmer of doubt crept into the rabbit's mind, who glanced sideways at the elf, his cheeks glowing and a hint of hope beginning to appear on his face. To be honest, the food is reward enough. Huh? We already talked about this, Belle. It wouldn't leave a good taste in my mouth if I didn't compensate you as you deserve. I understand that. But why do you insist on it so much? For me, it's enough to know that I was able to save her. I'm not saying I'll refuse your gift. However, it seems strange to me that you're the most excited about it. If you don't mind, I'd like to know. The pause lay between them as if the world had fallen silent. Any sound other than the pounding heartbeat in the princess's ears and the crunch of her fist as it clenched and rose to her chest went unnoticed. There were so many questions. She didn't know exactly why she was so reluctant and stubborn about it either. Nevertheless, her heart urged her to do it. Although, no matter how hard she tried to convince herself that a gift would be enough for the feat the young man had accomplished, deep down, she was certain that not even 1,000 books would be enough to show how grateful she was to him. Her lips parted in an almost seductive way. She had decided to let her heart replace her mind, ignoring the implications and the confusion that would follow, and proceeded with her answer. I've been an adventurer for almost 30 years, and I've never been in a situation where asking for help was my only option. When I lived in Alf's kingdom, everything was handed to me, and my will was law. You could say that, throughout my life, I never depended on anyone to get what I wanted. However, that day things changed. For the first time, despair, not knowing what the future held, and the fear of dying, forced me to beg for help. Even if my words were lost in the vibrations of the water, even if the sound of my voice didn't reach anyone, I pleaded from the depths of my heart for someone, anyone, to rescue me. When I closed my eyes, losing all hope, your hand held mine, and light returned to my life. She, who had been staring at the ground, looking at her right hand, the one that first connected them, turned towards her acclaimed savior, whom she proudly calls her hero. When I opened my eyes, there you were, looking at me with concern. Your tears mingled with the water. Your soaking wet hair was sticking to my arm. They shared a moment where nothing and no one mattered. Their eyes connected as before, getting lost in each other's, complementing each other's words. I got lost in the red of your eyes. And I'm in the green of yours. My heart felt calm after the despair of dying. My relief is that I was able to save you. And for the first time. Their fingers intertwined, ignoring the sorrow, passing by anything that might interrupt them. Their voices overlapped in the final exchange, as if they had reached the same conclusion. I felt. And then, with emotions running high, they ended their connection. The pleasure of being protected by someone. The joy of having managed to protect someone. Warmth began in her chest, spreading throughout her body. A glimmer of relief appeared, born from the tranquility of being side by side. The relief that only comes when another person feels and thinks the same as you. Someone who understands you in ways you could never have imagined. Belle held her with the delicacy of a flower, as if, by pressing harder, he might break her. The softness of her skin, the warmth at her touch. Everything about her was perfect. Riveria felt it, without complaining. On the contrary, she enjoyed the determination he showed, letting herself be guided by whatever he chose. Let's use the compensation as an excuse, Riveria. Because my real reward will be spending more time with you. Let's prolong this moment as long as we can. The high elf's palm trembled for a second, not expecting that devastating comment. The lingering blush on her cheeks overwhelmed her, covering every inch of her pale skin. A wisp of steam escaped her head, so she simply nodded. Great, let's go to the bookstore. It's on the other side. Oh. Well, let's go to the bookstore. Wrong direction again. Belle pointed north and south, only to be corrected both times by Riveria, who smiled and pointed in the right direction. Embarrassed by how short-lived his dignified, confident, and leadership-like demeanor was, he shrugged. She let out an adorable laugh, which she stifled with her hand, like a true royal lady. Fufu. You have no idea where it is. Let me be the guide. Hi. In the serene breath of the night, still holding hands as if it were the most natural thing in the world, as if they were a couple who had known each other for generations, Belle and Riveria arrived at their destination. An old bookstore. The scent of paper and ink drifted through the cracks, enveloping them in a warmth they both secretly adored. Upon entering, Belle was completely awestruck. His eyes widened in wonder as he scanned the shelves. He didn't say a word. He simply walked around with a reverent disbelief on his face. A soft, wrinkled voice broke the silence. From the back, a woman of considerable age appeared, with a kind face and serene expression, who greeted them with a slight bow and a calm smile. Let's go to the heroic tales. I need to see which ones I'm missing to complete my collection. Wait, Belle. Like a child in a toy store, the albino pulled the tall elf with him, who was finishing greeting the manager. Riveria saw him from behind. His overflowing emotion, the innocence he exuded, was a far cry from the personality he adopted when the matter was serious. She didn't yet know him well, she didn't yet know his life story or the motivation behind his dreams, but she felt she had a whole lifetime ahead of her to discover it. They quickly searched among the shelves, reading the categories one by one, until they reached the one of interest. I have the Theseus book. It was one of the first ones my grandfather gave me. My mother bought me the Perseus vs. Gorgon book for my 5th birthday. Oh. I don't have this edition of the 12 Labors of Hercules. Although it shouldn't change much. You really do like them. Personally, I'm not very fond of stories about heroes. I only know the famous ones, like Argonaut, The Adventure of Epimetheus, or The Mercenary Hero. How is that possible? Every child should know at least 100 books about heroes. It's a law of life. What a strange law. The young man began naming several works he knew, each one older than the last. However, he blinked, puzzled, when Riveria shook her head for the 4th time. He was already at several titles, and she still didn't recognize any of them. This wounded his pride as a story expert, so he set about finding one that wasn't among the most famous. You don't know The Knight of 100 Oaths either? It's a classic. It's about a knight who promises to protect his beloved, no matter how many times he has to defy fate. And he swears 100 times. Even after being cursed with amnesia, he manages to remember her. It's tragic and beautiful. She smiled tenderly, shaking her head again. Belle stared at her, stunned, before frowning and his expression widening in surprise. And the Sword of the Last Flower? Not even that one. It's about a swordswoman who travels across entire kingdoms searching for a flower that only grows where someone has died for love. It's very sad, but it also has epic battles. And an ending that, well, it leaves you thinking for days. Riveria shook her head again, but now with a small laugh at the intensity with which her human encyclopedia narrated a brief summary of the plot of each book. And The Prince with the Broken Gloves. It's about a prince who hides his identity with a pair of enchanted gloves and travels as a bard. He falls in love with a baker and writes songs for her, but he can't take the gloves off or he'll lose his voice. It's so sad. But so beautiful. The tall elf listened to him with a calm expression, her head slightly tilted, her lips curved in an increasingly sweet smile, charmed by his lively way of speaking. Lost in the radiance of his eyes, the joy in his voice, and the fervent wish that they shared a common taste, she found him genuinely endearing. He continued talking without pause. Another person would have been overwhelmed by the amount of information being shared, the vast knowledge Belle possessed. As the minutes passed, turning into hours where only his voice echoed in the room, Belle stopped, realizing he had been talking non-stop, and shrugged slightly, embarrassed. I'm sorry. I got carried away. Sometimes I talk too much. I get lost in thought when it comes to something I like. And it's because I am the person I am thanks to the many adventures I read about. No, please continue. It's lovely to hear you speak like this. I want to keep seeing the beautiful sparkle in your eyes. Riveria whispered the last part, barely audible, as if she feared the very air might dare to repeat it. She didn't want him to hear it. Admitting something like that deeply saddened her. Even so, she couldn't help it. She adored his ease. Every word he spoke about those tales of heroes, every vibrant detail of an idealistic or tragic story, drew her closer to him. It was as if each tale were a fragment of his soul laid bare before the world. As if, by sharing them, Belle offered a glimpse into what drove him, what he loved and who he longed to become. And she listened to it all, silently, her heart beating faster. As time passed, searching through the vast number of books, there was one that caught the albino's attention, taking it in his hands and removing the dust that surrounded it. It looked old-fashioned. The title was in a strange language that, while not common, I recognized. Sviptagrwai Minglad. Did you find the one you want? Yes. It's the only one I don't know in the whole collection. I'll take this one. She smiled with excitement, holding it above her head. The princess nodded, turning around and pointing to the register. It was time to pay. However, her hand was held, preventing her from moving forward. By the way, Riveria. My grandfather gave me a book before he left this afternoon. I thought that, since you're going to buy me one and it wouldn't be fair if I didn't give you something in return, I could give it to you. Armello? Yeah. From behind his back he pulled out the book he was referring to, showing it to the high elf, who took it carefully. She studied the title intently, impressed by the main character mentioned. It was someone familiar to this inexperienced reader. The beautiful fairy of the mercenary hero. The mention of the mercenary hero already gave one an idea of who the beautiful fairy was. My grandfather said the story is about Saint Seldia, princess of the elves. I thought you might find it interesting, since she's a member of your race. I would read this one, and then we could meet again to discuss them. Another devastating blow to the princess's heart. It was practically a promise to see each other again. A vow between them that offered hope of sharing another day together. And against that there was little or nothing she could do. Riveria extended her hand, wanting to seal the deal. He understood her intention, intertwining his fingers with hers. That union was answer enough. We'll be back here in 3 days. We'll see each other again in 3 days. They spoke, one after the other. They smiled at each other, eager for that deadline to arrive soon. Although they longed to spend more time together, they knew it was time to leave. But they had that place all to themselves. The promise took root in their hearts, a simple excuse to meet again, to continue sharing feelings, creating memories they still didn't understand, but which they yearned to preserve as much as possible. They left the library, each carrying a book. They walked side by side, feeling the night breeze more intensely than before. The silence between them was comfortable, as if words were unnecessary. The moon gently illuminated the path, and their footsteps echoed with a tranquil rhythm. There was no need to speak. They both knew that, somehow, they were sharing something more than mere companionship. And, in that calm, the same thought arose. Despite it being my first date, it was the best ever. Getting lost in the streets, heading towards the Twilight Mansion, where the Loki family, Artie and company were waiting to bombard them with questions, they enjoyed the pleasure of having met. I eagerly await the next one. They whispered in unison. Their words faded into the noise of the city. They smiled and linked their pinkies, walking away like that. Chapter 7. A beautiful angel with glasses. It was a quiet day, and I'd decided to rest. I could feel the sunlight hitting my face, but I had absolutely no desire to get up. My cheek was buried in the open pages of the book I'd been trying to read for the past few days. Dried saliva settled at the corners of my lips. It had been a long night, and frankly, the last 3 days had been anything but pleasant. Although I was trying to sleep, my consciousness wasn't fully immersed in the world of dreams. I could hear faint whispers around me, which shouldn't be possible, considering I was in my room and no one was supposed to be allowed in. But I was too tired to pay any attention. It was then that I felt my cheek being pressed with an index finger. Instinctively, I let out a groan of displeasure. I frowned and furrowed my brow in annoyance. Whoever it was, this person was being persistent. It wasn't enough for them to visit me repeatedly hours earlier. Now they were crossing the line from communication to physical aggression. 5 more minutes. I've had a very long week. That was my response, meant to make my unexpected visitor understand my need. However, the touching intensified. They continued pressing on my cheek, and a vein bulged on my forehead. Fool. It's time to wake up. I've come here several times and you don't listen to me. Just let me rest. Artie's voice broke the silence. It sounded amused, as if her whispers carried a touch of consideration, but also a desire to continue teasing me, as was her custom during the week and a half we had known each other. I heard the soft sound she made as she smiled and parted her lips. Her breath brushed against my ear. I could smell the fruity scent emanating from her. It was a slightly intoxicating fragrance, and I was still amazed at how good women could smell. Wake up. The way he said it gave me a bad feeling, and a shiver ran down my spine with the slowness of a colossus. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I slowly opened my eyes. If you don't wake up, my hands might stop touching your face and look for something more sensitive. All the negative emotions intensified when that message was sent. He even bit my earlobe as if to make it clear he wasn't joking. My upper body jerked upward. My back hit the chair back before I could even register what was happening. Then I felt the front legs of my chair lift off the ground, and in a split second, I was staring at the ceiling of my room. With no time for regrets and ignoring the loss of air, I crawled backward until I hit the base of my bed, while Artie watched me with that same mocking look. Suddenly, he burst into a raucous laugh, placing his hands on his chest, and said, "Ha ha ha ha. You're adorable, Belle. You're so easy to embarrass." It's not funny at all. Stalking. The Ganesha familia's vice captain is a stalker who's after a 15-year-old boy. Hey. Don't go around making unfounded accusations. So what do you call someone who sneaks into another person's room and makes an indecent proposal while they're asleep? You're a stalker, Artie Varma. As my shouts intensified and I raised my voice more than necessary, I received a light tap on the forehead, which silenced me instantly. The figure of my sub-captain grew menacingly large, her hands on her hips, and an expression that denoted a line crossed. Don't look at me like you're the victim here. It's not the first time you've barged into my room and interrupted my sleep. Have you already forgotten that 4 nights ago you came in without my permission and kept me awake talking about my justice and all that? I had to work the next morning with only an hour of sleep. Or have you already forgotten that on my first night here you came in and lay down on my bed to sleep together? Stalker, stalker, stalker. Stop calling me a stalker. That's not what's happening here, you idiot. I admit I crossed the line before, but this time is different. You asked me to come in and wake you up, look. In front of me lay a sheet of paper with a note written in my handwriting. Wake up before nightfall. My eyebrows rose, I snatched the note from him and stared at him, not remembering having written it. You look tired in the early hours of the morning and locked yourself in your room after finishing up the monsters for Monsterphilia. But this morning, when I passed by your room for my usual patrol. Why would you patrol inside the mansion? No me interrumpas. I was reprimanded for a perfectly natural question. Who would dare sneak into the Ganesha family headquarters when there are over 100 adventurers in their ranks? Now that I think about it, if there are so many adventurers, why have almost all the jobs since I arrived been assigned to Artie, Shakti, Ilta, and me? I demand a raise. Protecting people doesn't pay. I'm still surprised by your ability to dissociate so quickly. Huh? I am sorry. Please continue. Artie sighed heavily, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. In short, I found that note under your door and it was addressed to me. As you read, you asked me to wake you up before nightfall, and that's exactly what I did. Or at least what I've been trying to do for the last 2 hours. You're only paying attention to me now. Oh. At that moment, it clicked in my mind. Because of how tired and overwhelmed I felt, I'd completely forgotten about that small favor I'd asked Artie to do. When I remembered it, the tension in my body relaxed and I collapsed onto the floor, relieved. I'm sorry for misunderstanding your intentions. It's just that you can't blame me for distrusting you after past experiences. I was apologizing to her. I noticed a hint of confusion and annoyance in her expression. Confusion, perhaps, at the mention of the incidents. I suppose she's unable to see the wrongness of her actions in sneaking into my room. And the annoyance was clearly at my accusations, which weren't entirely unfounded yet. As that passed and the atmosphere lightened, I straightened my back, as if my mind had once again clicked on an overlooked detail. Hey Artie. I asked you to wake me up before nightfall, right? Yes. It says so right there. She pointed to the sheet of paper. I held it tightly, my grip faltering. My hand trembled. My eyes widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Be before nightfall. Yeah. And you've been trying to wake me up for 2 hours. Indeed. Are you feeling alright? You look pale. Paler than usual. Don't joke with me, Artie. I'm not joking. Look, the sun is about to set and the moon is about to rise. See for yourself so you can't say I'm lying. She walked toward my bedroom balcony. The enormous windows were covered by black curtains, through which only a small amount of sunlight filtered. When she opened them completely, my fears were confirmed. The sky was completely clear. The horizon was tinged with a dark blue that would soon turn black. Bright points of light could even be seen. The stars. And the moon peeked out menacingly, illuminating the partial darkness. I reckon it'll be completely dark in 10 minutes. What are you doing? Her comment was lost amidst my actions. I stood up quickly and promptly took off my jacket. Artie's expression showed unusual surprise. She, who always remained calm and was the one instigating the action, had fallen prey to my anxiety. I admit that if a man starts undressing in front of a woman, it's very difficult for her not to react. But my intentions weren't what she assumed. Did you finally succumb to your lust? I'm still a virgin. He started babbling nonsense, fueled by his vivid imagination, which I chose to ignore. He also covered his face with his hands. However, he parted his fingers to see. He watched me like a hungry owl watching a mouse. I felt violated by his gaze, but I didn't have time to confront him. Why did you wake me up so late? It's so late. Huh? Clean the earwax out of your ears. I've been trying to wake you up for 2 hours. It's not my fault you're such a heavy sleeper. It's like you haven't been sleeping well these past few days. The vein popped out on my forehead as I violently flung open both closet doors. The hinges rattled and squeaked. For a second, I thought I'd break them. I was angry. Frustrated. And it showed when I turned to her and yelled. As if I hadn't rested properly. Obviously. That's what happens when you overload a rookie with multiple tasks without a single day off. Have you already forgotten that 2 days ago we had to mitigate multiple evilous attacks? Or that last night we stayed up late making preparations for monsterphilia? It was clear my body would give out. Calm down. The worst thing you can say to someone who's upset is to calm down. Okay, calm down. They're synonyms. I know it's not her fault and that I'm just venting to my deputy, but I couldn't complain directly to the person responsible. Firstly, because she's terrifying, and I feel that if I question any of her orders, I'll be brutally humiliated. You could have refused to help with the monsterphilia thing. My sister only asked for your help because you were available. If you had told her you wanted to sleep, she would have let you, no doubt. It doesn't seem that simple. Why? She's always very kind to me and lets me leave whenever I want. That's because you're his younger sister. In my case, it seems he found out what my mother asked Ganesha for and he's taking it out on me. Your mother? At that moment I remembered what Hermes and Ganesha had discussed the day I arrived in the city, having been dragged there by Artie. That brief moment before leaving the headquarters. I suppose there was no other way. His mother told me that no mature woman, goddess or Amazon should come within 10 meters of him. Since Shakti and Ilta fall into those categories, Artie was the best by sheer process of elimination. Why was she upset? No. The real question is, how did she find out? Although she is a mature woman, she doesn't seem like the type of person who gets offended by that kind of thing. My thoughts wouldn't leave me. Shakti appeared in my mind like a diabolical figure, ready to make me suffer for my mother Alfia's actions. Without a doubt, Grandma Hera was right. You should never mess with a woman's age. No matter how serious or proper she seems, she'll be offended if you comment on it. I shook my head, shaking off my traumas and rummaging through my closet in search of an item of clothing that was appropriate for the occasion. Besides, there's no way I can refuse a direct order from my captain. It's bad enough that I'm absent in the mornings for my guild classes with Ina without me having to participate in a direct order from her. But when I ask you to accompany me on a mission at 3 in the morning, you refuse. Why is it different with me? I'm your superior too. Yes, whatever you say. Anyway, I have to get ready. Hey, don't ignore me. I'm your second in command and I deserve the same respect as my sister. Yes. You are a great authority figure whom I respect very much. Your word is law. HMPH. As long as you remember, it's fine. I decided to go on autopilot and give her the answer she wanted. The best way to calm a girl down is to agree with her, even when she's wrong or you're not interested in the argument. In my case, it was the latter. I threw down several outfits I'd bought over the past few days. The clothes racks fell onto the bed, and when there was nothing left in the closet, I considered my options, settling on just one. After that, I started taking off my pants and shirt at the same time. It was then that I heard a sharp scream that reminded me I wasn't alone in the room. Idiot, I'm still here. What do you think you're doing in front of an innocent virgin girl? Are you still here? Of course. How dare you forget me? I apologize, Artie. But I have to ask you to leave. I need to change, and your stare is making me uncomfortable. Besides, you're drooling. That girl was a lost cause. When I pointed out her obvious interest in my bare midriff, she blushed and looked around, trying to deny the clarity of her impure thoughts. I believe she's a virgin, but I question her innocent status. Whatever. Anyway, there's something I want to ask you. Your plans aren't my business, but… Yes. It's none of your business. I already told you what I'm doing tonight and I don't want any questions. I assure you it's nothing like what you're imagining. Let me finish. Artie raised her voice in protest as she went to the desk and picked up the book on the table, opening it and pointing to its contents with one hand on her waist, as if to point out something I hadn't yet noticed. How much of the book have you read so far? You said the readers' meeting with Riveria Sama was tonight and you've been trying to finish it for the last 3 days. But what's the point of going to that meeting? It's not a date. Okay. What's the point of meeting with her to talk about a book you didn't finish? In fact, it was a fairly reasonable argument. First of all, my desperation to get dressed and leave headquarters for Twilight Mansion stemmed from the promise Riveria and I made on our way back from the library. The promise to meet again in 3 days, once we'd finished reading our books and discuss the story. It was a cheap excuse to see each other again. To have another date, even if I refused to call it that. And the deadline had passed without me keeping my end of the bargain. I couldn't finish the book. And what I did manage to read slipped from my memory because I kept falling asleep after finishing a paragraph. It's the kind of thing that happens when your mind isn't focused on one thing and is carrying the burden of several sleepless nights. I lowered my shoulders, clearly upset. Artie noticed this, and he came over and patted me on the back while pulling my pants back up, as if there was no point in going to my appointment, which isn't really an appointment with Riveria anymore. I didn't want to lie to her and say I'd finished reading the book because she'd probably figure it out when she asked me questions. Besides, it would feel weird not to be honest with her. My heart would hurt and I'm not a good liar. But it wasn't an option to just show up and tell her I'd broken our promise. She might get the wrong impression of me, and with good reason. I was in a dilemma where any decision would lead to a bad outcome. Promises are of vital importance to the elves. When you give them or they give you their word, it's more than a simple oath. It's a bond where the trust of both parties unites to fulfill a request. And I broke it. Don't make promises you can't keep, Belle. But don't stand a woman up on a date either. You pathetic excuse for a man. It's not a date. That doesn't matter. They promised to meet again, and it's your duty as a man to keep your word. So you'll go, be honest with her, and you'll work things out. My eyes lit up faintly. The figure of my beloved lieutenant rose like a pillar of hope. That side of her she should show more often, instead of the mocking, annoying girl she always is. I feel like you just insulted me. You're imagining things. Sometimes I wonder if he can read minds. Anyway, I listened to him and started moving again. I took off my sweaty shirt and the Goliath fur scarf from around my neck, throwing both garments to the floor. Artie was flipping through his book with his back against the wall, whistling. He didn't seem to have any intention of leaving the room, even though I was undressing. It's less than 500 pages. How come you couldn't read it? What kept you so busy? I felt the veins in my head bulge and my red eyes glowed. Not with hope. Not with the faith of before. But with an unusual anger and a pure soul. I turned with a slow, deliberate mechanical motion, like an inanimate object learning to move. She sensed the latent danger watching her and swallowed hard. That casual question annoyed me more than it should have. But the thing is, if they hadn't overloaded me with work from day one, I wouldn't be in this mess. Besides, everything went to hell when my date with Riveria ended. It's your fault for giving me more than I could handle. A tear heavy with pain rolled down my cheek, recalling what had happened 3 days ago with a suffocating heaviness. Flashback. After our date ended, as much as we wanted to prolong it, it was time to return home. My grandfather's teachings dictated that I accompany Riveria home, since I had been her companion for the past few hours, and it was my responsibility to get her back safe and sound. Although, to be honest, she was perfectly capable of doing that herself. It wasn't long before we peeked into Twilight Mansion. And when we arrived, we already knew what awaited us. It didn't take much imagination to anticipate a tragedy foretold. Riveria and I had walked the last few meters in silence, leaving behind the murmur of the city and the echo of our rendezvous, which, though brief, had been significant. There was no need to speak. The way our steps synchronized was enough to understand that we both knew what would come next. In front of the mansion gates, the twilight barely illuminated the outlines of the figures already waiting for us, like guards eager for an explanation. They were all there. No one was missing. The same ones who, all afternoon, had followed us, spied on us, interrupted us, those self-appointed guardians of my date. I recognized them easily. Their faces were twisted with expectation, bewilderment, or perhaps a mixture of both. They seemed frozen in place, as if they didn't know how to react to seeing us arrive together, calm, as if we'd just stepped out of an ordinary afternoon. But it wasn't an ordinary afternoon. And they knew it. Riveria glanced at me sideways, as if she didn't know how to deal with them, and I responded with a brief reassuring smile. We nodded almost simultaneously, in that silent language of mutual understanding. We. However, I didn't finish the sentence because, as if an invisible cord had suddenly snapped, the calm shattered. The group burst into motion. They all ran toward us like a wave of hurried footsteps and muffled shouts, driven by the shock of seeing us together, by unanswered questions, by the stories they had surely told each other while they waited. I had barely taken another step when something rammed into me with the force of a minotaur. But what the hell? I managed to scream before the impact knocked all the air out of my lungs, and I ended up on the floor, my back hitting the marble of the lobby. "What do you think you're doing, Artie?" I managed to blurt out, dazed, my voice slurred as I tried to catch my breath. But Artie was already on top of me, shaking me by the shoulders, as if trying to force a confession out of me. His expression was a whirlwind of indignation, euphoria, and amusement. The barely contained laughter at the corners of his mouth made me suspect that not everything in that tackle was punishment. Confess, Belle. What did you do to Riveria during the date and why did you run away together? Confess now. Nothing, I'm telling you, nothing. It was just a date. Artie kept shouting and I felt dizzy from the agitation. I defended myself as best I could, trying to stop his attack without much success. A few steps away from us, the scene was no less chaotic. Alicia and Lafia had reached Riveria before she could even react. They stood in front of her in a defiant stance, as if they were protecting a princess from a dragon. Don't worry, Riveria-sama. We'll protect you from that perverted human. What did that man do to you, Riveria-sama? Tell us, and we will personally see to his punishment. They both glared at me as if I were the worst scum that had ever existed on the planet. No. Nothing bad happened. Riveria, on the other hand, rejected that possibility, taking a step back, shaking her head in hand as she defended herself against the attacks. But her words were barely heard because at that moment Ina approached, gliding slowly in her wheelchair. She stopped right next to Riveria and with a calm but firm gesture, gave a small tug to the hem of her dress. Riveria, please tell me everything. In great detail. There's nothing to tell. Ina's eyes shone with interest as Riveria shouted that retort, her face flushed redder than ever before. Even her ears had turned red as she raised her hands in a desperate gesture. I, still on the ground beneath Artie, barely turned my head to look at her. And for a second, despite the embarrassment that enveloped us both, our eyes met again and we couldn't help but smile at each other, like two souls hiding a secret. But this sweet moment couldn't last. I felt Artie's hands on either side of my face, twisting my head forward and cracking my spine. I heard the crack and for a second I was worried. What if he made me a paraplegic? Answer me, Belle. Did you stick your tongue down his throat? That. Her question drew unwanted attention from the others. I felt the gazes of Lafia, Alicia, and the rest. For some strange reason, Gareth and Finn seemed the most curious, yet the least intense. Ace and the Amazon sisters, on the other hand, looked at me with a certain anticipation, as if searching for an affirmative answer. Well, in Ace's case, she didn't seem to fully grasp what shoving my tongue down Riveria's throat meant. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. None of that happened. Artie did not loosen his grip and, to top it all off, decided to intensify the drama. Going off with another girl does count as infidelity, bellcranel. The statement echoed outside the headquarters. Eyes were fixed on me, some surprised, others incredulous, and a few far too amused for my liking. The first to react was Ina, who looked up at her friend and spoke with a slight blush on her face, as if the idea of an impossible romance excited her. Riveria, are you an adulteress? I know I ask you to fall in love, but getting involved in a relationship is too much. What? Of course not. Me neither. This is a misunderstanding. I quickly got up as best I could, dusting my clothes after getting rid of Artie like a rag doll. This is a joke. Artie's been saying she's my girlfriend for days just to annoy me. We've only known each other for a week. Nobody falls in love that fast. As soon as those words left my mouth, I felt everything freeze. Riveria looked away, her expression becoming hazy, and with an awkward gesture, she scratched the back of her neck. Her cheeks flushed a faint pink, and her lips formed a slight pout that she couldn't quite conceal. As if something inside me had shrunk, I felt a slight chill in my shoulders. I swallowed hard, feeling uneasy. I hadn't meant to say it like that. Not with her there. Not if I'd unintentionally hurt her. Without thinking, I took a step forward. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound cruel. My voice sounded like that of someone guilty of a crime. But as soon as my words left the air, Alicia and Lafia cut me off with a shout in unison. Don't speak to Riveria-sama, you filthy human. Not another word. I stopped dead in my tracks, my hands half raised. And for the first time all night, I didn't care about being the center of attention. I could only think about the way Riveria had lowered her gaze. And that pout. Because for some reason, it seemed too honest. Her reaction was curious. I even questioned myself, replaying my words, how that statement could have offended her. But before I could dwell on the matter any further, my ear was pulled, forcing me to wince in sharp pain. Oh. Wait, Artie. What are you doing? You were looking at Riveria-sama too much, you unfaithful rabbit. What part of you and I are nothing, don't you understand? Ow. Stop pulling me. She was still playing the role of the girlfriend who finds out about her partner's affair so well that I started to wonder if that was really what was happening. Not literally, but the uncertainty lingered. You'd better tell me everything at headquarters. Good night, Loki family. I'll take it. And that he doesn't return. Artie gave them a brief bow, also forcing me to lower my head to say goodbye to the rest of the Loki familia. I heard Alicia and Lafia's swift response demanding my departure. I glanced up briefly to see what Riveria was doing, and she was only letting out a small, stifled laugh, clutching her palm as she watched me being tied up by my familia's sub-captain. A bead of sweat trickled down my forehead, making me feel betrayed by the only person I thought supported me. Nevertheless, after saying goodbye, Artie and I turned and left. However, the pair of crazy, Riveria fanatic elves issued one last warning, just in case it wasn't clear what they would do to me if I ever crossed the line with their beloved princess again. One more thing, you perverted fourth-rate human. Fourth-class perverted human. Yes. Don't you dare come within 10 meters of our beloved princess. If you do. I swallowed at their pause. They both lowered their gaze, and the moment grew more tense. I felt a dark aura emanating from behind them, as if they wanted to emphasize their severity without saying a word. Then, the answer came. You will not be able to escape your punishment. The expression on their faces was worthy of the so-called yandirs my grandfather told me about. The cancer of every harem. The antithesis of loving, cheerful women who behave like the purest creation of the gods. Every muscle in my body tensed. Beside me, Artie just puffed out her chest, patting me on the back and saying things like, "This way you won't be unfaithful to me," which I ignored because of the elves' severity. However, things didn't end there. Alicia seemed determined to plunge me into terror. She is a figure of worship to our race. If you dare to overstep her boundaries, you will have thousands of elves watching you, ready to cut off your head if they deem your actions disrespectful to our beloved princess. They'll be ready to hunt you down like a rabbit in a time of famine. I suddenly felt like I was being watched. I looked around like prey surrounded by predators. Most of the people coming and going on the streets near Twilight Mansion ignored the scandalous scene we were creating. But a few long ears peeked out from the crowd, watching us intently, their eyes on our hips, as if they were ready to draw a weapon against me if necessary. Are all elves this crazy? It was impossible not to question that. The cold sweat trickling down my back was the unmistakable sign that Alicia and Lafia weren't joking about being hunted by members of their race. What sin did I commit to deserve so much contempt? To exist? To corrupt the purity of our beloved Riveria Sama? It was a rhetorical question. They heard my words and responded instantly, their fury intensifying. The fire in their eyes made things clear, and I decided not to speak to them again if possible. However, as I sighed heavily and lowered my head, Riveria and I glanced at each other again out of the corner of my eye. She shook her head gently, with that serene bearing that always enveloped her like a second skin. But then, her eyes sought mine and met. It was a brief, silent moment, but it held something more than words. A tacit intimate understanding, as if we were both protecting an invisible bond from the world around us. Without speaking, Riveria delicately raised her index finger and brought it to her lips, asking me to be quiet. Then, effortlessly, she gave me a fleeting glance, as light as a sigh, that said more than any explanation. Don't talk about our next meeting. Keep it between us. The way the light fell on her face, the gentleness of her expression, the nobility of her gaze in that instant, I swear I saw her as an angel sent from heaven. Not because of her strength, not because of her renown, but because of the pure, quiet grace she exuded effortlessly. My breath caught in my throat, and a warm blush rose to my cheeks. That's when the air whistled past my face. An arrow passed so close to my cheek that I felt the brush of its trail against my skin. I have a feeling you had a perverted thought about my princess. Eh? Seriously? Alicia pointed her bow at me as if she had already passed judgment. Her eyes blazed. And Lafia didn't seem to realize what I was being accused of because it wasn't as her companion had described it. Despite this, she believed her and was outraged, raising her staff as if to attack me. I took a couple of steps back, fearful, but before I could defend myself, Riveria spun sharply on her heels, her brows furrowed, and without a second thought, she punched both of us in the head, like a mother reprimanding her spoiled daughters. Please stop acting like this. Bellcranel and I don't have the relationship you're imagining, and he's not the type of person you're trying to label. We exchanged glances again after their brief pause. A jolt rippled through my chest, and my heart rate quickened. A man unlike any I've ever known. I could see her ears droop as she finished her reprimand. I witnessed a warm softness on her face that immediately made me smile. Riveria Sama, that hurt. Yes. We just wanted to protect her. That will teach them not to threaten and judge others based on mere conjecture. She continued scolding them as a bump formed on the area where she hit them. I chuckled softly, unable to contain myself. That Riveria so serious, so bossy, so down to earth had her charm too. But just as I looked up again, I saw her cover her face with one hand, blushing to her ears, as if she hadn't meant to appear like that in front of me. She tried to hide it, but the warmth of her embarrassment shone through her eyes. And I just stood there, memorizing every detail. Because if there was ever an image I wanted to keep forever, it was that one. As if either of the two versions if we consider his battle persona were equally beautiful to me. After the commotion, the glances exchanged and the barbs fired with more emotion than accuracy, Riveria took a small step back. I did the same. We shook our hands as if it were just a casual goodbye, as if it weren't the end of something intimate. A simple gesture, yet laden with everything we hadn't dared to say aloud. And then we turned away at the same time, each taking an opposite path. I walked beside Artie, who kept talking, perhaps mocking me, as she always did, but her words were a distant murmur in my mind. My steps took me down the street, but the rest of me remained with her. The image of Riveria kept returning, like a gentle breeze that refused to fade. Her quiet laughter, the light in her eyes when she winked at me, the blush on her cheeks after Alicia's arrow, every little moment was etched into my thoughts. I couldn't help it. No matter how hard I tried to concentrate, my subconscious was still filled with her. With what we experienced. With what we shared on that date. And with what, perhaps, still awaited us. I was eager to see her again. We had just parted ways and I already wanted to see her again. It was a unique feeling. One that only manifests when something you've longed for, even before you knew it existed, finally appears in your life. I don't know what was happening to me. But I was sure of one thing. Riveria was in the same position as me, and I wanted to find out what we had in common. That thing that brought us together. That thing that arose the day our eyes met for the first time. We're alone now. You can tell me what you did alone with Riveria-sama. Please don't leave out the spicy details. There are no juicy details to overlook. Oh, please. Don't expect me to believe that story about you being with a beautiful woman nearing 100, whom you gazed at as if she were the most beautiful thing in the world, for over 3 hours without anything happening. There's a limit to a person's innocence, and I highly doubt you've crossed it. So speak now, or I'll make you. I rolled my eyes, crossed my arms, and sighed in exasperation. It was exhausting dealing with Artie when she acted like that. However, putting aside her insistence on these matters, something told me she was someone I could trust, so I tried to open up to her without revealing any more intimate details. Not much happened. We decided to leave because Riveria seemed uncomfortable being the center of attention, the target of taunts and disapproving looks at the Lady of Abundance. I didn't want her to feel that way, so I did what I had to do, taking Bet Logo with me as collateral damage. I shrugged, offering a half-baked explanation. I've always considered myself a terrible liar. Honesty has been instilled in me for as long as I can remember, because no one would be stupid enough to lie to my mother or grandmother. Well, except for my grandfather, but his case is special. But despite that, I learned a technique that helped me survive. Withholding information during a confession. Hiding the truth and lying are different things, at least in practice. Artie didn't seem entirely convinced by my answer. She gave me a sharp look, as if trying to read me, but finally nodded without saying anything else. As we walked along the streetlights, with the night breeze caressing the shadows, his voice broke the silence. Hey, Belle, that book you're carrying. Where did you get it? I tensed slightly, glancing down at the book I still held carefully in my arms. The leather binding still retained the warmth of her hands, or perhaps it was just my imagination. Ah, this one. She gave it to me. As a final reward for saving her in the Goliath incident. Artie raised an eyebrow, stopping abruptly and crossing his arms in front of me, trying to question me about the details of this reward. A reward, huh? Yes. And I plan to read it tonight, so I hope I'm not disturbed. I tried to change the subject, acting as best I could to avoid her interest, but she didn't give up. And what about the one Riveria-sama had? It was a strange volume too. Was it part of the same game? My body tensed. She had noticed that Riveria also had a book in her hands. I couldn't underestimate her keen perception. I don't know. I think it was his before. Or something like that. Are you sure? Because it looked similar to the one your grandparents gave you before they left. It's no big deal, Artie. The one my grandparents gave me I hid in a secret place while we were running away from you. Dog. We kept walking. Each of her steps echoed like an unresolved doubt while I desperately searched for another convincing excuse. But she only gave me looks that said, I know you're hiding something, though she didn't press the issue further. Finally, we arrived at the headquarters. The lights were already dimmed, activity almost at a standstill. At the entrance, we parted with a nod and without many words. Finally, silence. I took a deep breath. After a long day, filled with intense emotions and Artie's relentless questioning, I could finally rest. I sat down in the living room with the book in my hands, and as I calmly studied it, I couldn't help but smile. Because even though the night had been exhausting, that book was proof of something that had happened between us. Something that, for the moment, only existed in secret. I finally knew what it was like to hide something as someone else's confidant. Back home, as the night stretched into a comfortable silence, I sank into one of the living room armchairs. I let out a long sigh and leaned back against the chair, as if I needed the furniture to bear the full weight of my thoughts. The stillness of the place, so different from the hustle and bustle that had followed me all day, only made the presence of a memory that didn't want to leave clear. Riveria. Her face returned to my mind as if she were right in front of me. The way she looked at me before we parted, that silent gesture we shared, the wink accompanied by her finger to her lips, it was as if it had been etched into my memory with indelible ink. And then, like a current that does not stop, another memory emerged with greater force. The alley. That moment when we hid, back to back, body to body. The shadows enveloped us, and I could feel her breath so close that for a moment I thought the whole world had paused. Her breath, warm, almost brushing my cheek. The subtle scent of her hair. The tension held between us, like glass about to shatter. At that moment, I didn't allow myself to feel anything. I kept my composure. I forced myself to be the serious Belle, the one who didn't let himself get carried away. But now, alone in that armchair, without Riveria's gaze or Artie's jokes, my heart was racing. A blush crept up my face, spreading to my ears, my cheeks, all the way down to my neck. I brought a hand to my face, covering my eyes. What was that? My voice betrayed me, and I blurted out that comment, ashamed. The facade I had so painstakingly maintained was crumbling. The memory of that moment hit me hard. It wasn't just the physical closeness. It was her. Her bearing, her voice, her gaze. Everything about Riveria had stayed with me. Because Riveria Ljos Alf had made me feel things I didn't fully understand. And then I looked down at the book. I hugged it to my chest for a second, for no clear reason, just because it was a gift from him. Even though the night had been exhausting, that book was proof of something that had happened between us. After that, I read the title again. Spiptigerwy Minglad. I frowned slightly. I didn't know him. I didn't remember ever hearing that name in the stories I used to read or that my grandfather told me. And yet something about that title piqued my curiosity. A love story that I didn't know about. That was strange. Very strange. I leaned back a little more in the armchair, without taking my eyes off the book. I was impressed and deeply intrigued that such a story could exist and that I had never heard of it. However, I sighed deeply, letting my back sink even further back into the chair. My body felt heavy. The day had been long, but just as exhausting. As much as I wanted to open the book and lose myself in its pages, my eyes were already threatening to close. Tomorrow. I managed to whisper, with a tired smile. A promise. I stroked the cover with my fingertips and carefully closed it. I would leave it for another day. One when I could read it without exhaustion overcoming me. We'll be back here in 3 days. We'll see each other again in 3 days. That was the oath we made. 3 more nights and I would see her again. We would talk until we were exhausted about our books. We would converse until there was nothing left to say. And perhaps I could get to know her better. Also show her that I don't have the ill intentions her apprentices claim. Even though I was scared to go on a date consciously, because this time it had been a surprise and I'd struggled to process it, I wanted to follow this feeling to the very end. However, a problem arose. Or, rather, a distinct unease in my chest told me that simply meeting at the library wasn't enough for a woman like her. It was as if she wanted to do something more. As if every fiber of my being was urging me to act and prepare something just as special as she was. Riveria went out of her way to fulfill my wishes and requests during the reward. She risked a great deal. She stood by my side despite knowing it would attract unwanted attention and fuel the rumors of Arario's gossipy people. I had to do something equally significant to repay my own self-imposed debt. What can I do for her? It's difficult to make a plan when you know nothing about the other person. I rubbed my eyelids as I pondered this, trying to stay awake until I found an answer. The silence weighed like an invisible stone on my shoulders. The constant memories I shared with Riveria didn't help clear my mind either, the vivid images of her face in different situations. It was then that, in the warmth of the night and under the dim, flickering light of a candle, a shadow slithered from the darkness, catching my attention as every part of my body pricked up with goosebumps, and suddenly. Invite her to dance. Women love it. That figure spoke and appeared behind me, startling me to my feet and forcing me to face it. I quickly tried to attack, but the light suddenly flickered on, and there was Ganesha, my fist inches from his mask. I am Ganesha. What's wrong with you, bellcranel? What are you doing here at this hour? Are you suffering from insomnia? The sudden change of subject threw me off. She placed her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. I felt relieved. My soul returned to my body after nearly dying of fright. Perhaps I should be the one to ask about your unexpected arrival, Ganesha-sama. I sat back down, placing my hand on my chest to calm my racing heartbeat. I had almost had a heart attack. Ganesha asked first. Only an idiot answers a question with another question. I see. My god turned around and walked to the empty armchair in front of me. He sat down, resting his elbows on his knees in an odd position, and stared at me, waiting for my answer, his interest in what was happening to me evident. As if he saw beyond appearances. With no other option, being unable to lie to a person, much less to a god, I gave in. I was trying to clear my head by reading a bit. I could have done it in my room, but if I touched my bed I'd fall asleep. Although I realized I don't have the energy to read it, so maybe that was the best option. I answered lightly, scratching the side of my head slightly uncomfortably after pointing to the book on the coffee table. He rested his chin, analyzing my words as if there were a hidden meaning in them. Finding nothing, he exhaled heavily and replied. It's the same on Ganesha's side. It's been a very complicated few days. From registering with the guild to hiding your origins from the other families. And, as if that weren't enough, you decide to make yourself the center of attention on your first mission. I'm sorry. I've brought trouble to my new god these past few days. In just 7 days in the city, things have moved too quickly, and I'm robbing him of the peace and quiet that many gods long for upon descending from the heavens. Don't misunderstand me, bellcranel. My concern is not for myself, but for you. My eyebrows lifted slightly, clearly showing the confusion on my face. Ganesha interpreted this as a sign to clear my head and continue. You carry the weight of the people who trust you. The hopes and dreams of many rest on your shoulders. The desire for a prosperous future where happiness is a right, not a luxury. It's too much for a young man your age. He stroked his temple, speaking clearly, seriously, and concisely. It was the first time I'd seen him adopt a more terse and less flamboyant personality than usual. Well, the second time if you count the time he had to be the adult in the room after my grandparents arrived a few hours ago. I leaned forward in my seat, drawn closer, intrigued by what my god had to say. I've always thought that a perspective outside my family's inner circle would offer a refreshing view of the path I've chosen, so I paid close attention to his. You don't need to be a fortune teller to know these things affect you, bellcranel. At your age, you should be enjoying a peaceful life, surrounded by the people who love and care for you. You're lucky that your grandparents and parents chose to keep you after the difficult circumstances of your birth. I feel sorry that a young man like you was forced by his own desires to grow up so fast. My eyes widened in shock. An irregular leap in my chest made me lose my breath for a second. Her words sounded sincere, carrying in their pronunciation a sadness for a reality I had so often sworn was my own. Even if the motive was as noble as fulfilling a promise to your mother, it wasn't your obligation to carry that weight. You're only 15, and setting out to kill the beast of the apocalypse is too much. I remained silent for a moment. His perspective was more humane and less idealistic. His concerns were justified. From his standpoint, I was just a young man bound to this goal by an oath to my mother, a promise I made to the woman I love most in this world. Yet, I was wrong. Ganesha-sama, I do not regret the decisions I have made. I interrupted with confidence. A confidence so profound it was impossible to refute, which caused the deity before me, beneath that elephant mask, to open its eyes wide. After that, I smiled and again briefly added to my previous answer. No one poisoned my mind, nor am I doing this to prove myself. If I decided to become a hero, the ultimate hero, it's because I want people who never had the chance to see a radiant sky in a peaceful world to finally know what hope is. Not the constant fear that the pleasant tranquility will vanish with the flapping of a beast poised to destroy what they've worked so hard to build. I lowered my head. The smiles of my grandparents and parents flashed through my mind. Those smiles I longed to protect. The smiles that made me promise I would never give up until our ideal became reality. And I'm aware that I can't save everyone. I'm not all-powerful or anything like it. But my duty as a hero is to at least try. He remained silent. I felt his intense attention on me, but I didn't dislike it. It was as if he recognized me. As if he understood that I wasn't just the dream of a boy who loved fairy tales. He had the ability and the will to turn my longings into something tangible. Real. Ahahaha. Impressive. There's no doubt that Zeus was very fortunate to have you as his grandson. He burst into a laugh that betrayed his pride. It made me a little uncomfortable, and the fuss he was making was excessive. I just let it be. You can't change the gods, though it's not as if there was anything wrong with him that needed fixing. Maybe just his overly intense voice and his explosive temper. But I could live with that. You're a man worthy of admiration, bellcranel. Now I understand why Nine Hell is so interested in you. Keep your chin up, son. That woman will be difficult to win over, but give it your all. Ganesha quickly changed the subject to one I hadn't expected. He mentioned Riveria. My face turned the same color as my eyes before my mind clicked and I reacted. What are you talking about, Ganesha-sama? I'm not trying to win anyone over. Son dear. Being Zeus's grandson, I didn't expect that from you. No problem. That can be fixed. What's this about sunderism? I couldn't help but stand up suddenly, nervous. My voice trembled and the words came out in a muffled slur, punctuated by intense stutters that made my tongue hit my teeth. Weren't you referring to Riveria Ljos Alf when you said, "What can I do for her?" It's difficult to make a plan when you don't know anything about the other person. Did I misunderstand? SHH. Yes, I meant her, but don't say it out loud. It's a secret I want to keep hidden. I quickly covered her mouth with my palm, preventing her from making a scene and waking everyone else. The person I was most worried about was Artie. Well, I suspect she's suspicious of my meeting with Riveria. If she were to find out my true intentions regarding the innocent meeting, she'd bombard me with questions I'd rather avoid. A secret? Only an idiot wouldn't know what happened tonight, bellcranel. Going out with a beautiful elf princess who also happens to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest, mages in the city is quite something. That was just a misunderstanding. Riveria-sama wanted to reward me for saving her from the Goliath. And a simple thank you wasn't enough. You're seeing the glass half empty, kid. Her decision to reward you with a date with her has a deeper meaning than you're giving it. Don't worry about the repercussions. I'll give you my unconditional support. If you decide to challenge the taboo of children from two families forming a relationship, I'll be on your side. Taboo? Sounds like more problems. Exhausted from thinking about what was to come, I slumped back into my seat, rubbing my eyelids wearily as my god patted me on the shoulder in a failed attempt to cheer me up. Things seemed to be getting more and more complicated regarding forming a relationship with Riveria. It's not like I'm looking for a romantic one. Still, at least I'd like us to treat each other as equals and explore to its fullest extent what was born a week ago. That thing that hasn't yet been given a name, but that feels strangely familiar. Could it be that I'd experienced what so many adventurers talk about? Had I had my destined encounter, where my soulmate appeared before me? These questions wouldn't let me rest. No matter how ridiculous it seemed, I couldn't deny it. I looked at Ganesha for a second. I debated internally whether it was right to share my concerns with him. With no other option, having no one else to turn to, I gave in. I asked him the least revealing question I could think of. Ganesha-sama, do you believe in love at first sight? The corners of her lips curled up, as if she were waiting for me to question her about it. How much did she sense? Did she read my mind? It sounds ridiculous, I know. Just thinking that a man and a woman who haven't exchanged a word could feel something like that. Two souls who have just met, experiencing a complex and special feeling. Without knowing anything about each other. But the moment she was beneath me flashed through my mind. Her eyes, teary and red, met mine. That instant felt like a dream. The sum of my deepest longings. Those I never knew I possessed. When I found her, it was as if a wait I didn't even know existed had finally ended. As if I had waited since birth for us to connect. I raised my fist to my chest, clenching it tightly and trying to contain my emotion. The rapid beating of my heart pressed against my ribs. However, in an act of cowardice, I stepped back. I shook my head and dismissed any suggestion on the subject. It's nothing, Ganesha-sama. Yes, I do believe in love at first sight, bellcranel. But I also believe that it's not enough for that feeling to last without effort and becoming something real. I was interrupted by my god. He did not allow me to be intimidated and decided to help me with his wisdom, despite his obvious inexperience in those matters. For eternal beings like us gods, love is an emotion we will hardly ever experience. Many only seek fleeting emotions with mortals, a memory they can revisit eons later when the person they shared it with is no longer alive. However, there are other gods who desperately seek something genuine that, however fleeting, will give them the satisfaction of having been real. Ganesha removed his mask. Hazelnut-colored eyes were revealed. His face was marked by the mask's outline. It made me wonder when he had last taken it off. Perhaps it had been years. I was witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime event. However, there's one thing I can assure you. I've seen so many love stories unfold between mortals, and no two are alike. Some are childhood friends who make a commitment when they become adults. Others meet for the first time as adults and experience the same thing as the former in less than a month. A nostalgic smile appeared on her face. One that compelled me to lower my head and listen as closely as possible. She was opening her heart to me, sharing her own fleeting memories that she kept in her chest like a precious relic. What I'm trying to say is that the time it takes for love to be born doesn't determine its purity and intensity. Two people who met by chance, by a twist of fate, can have a bond, love each other, with the same strength as others who have known each other their whole lives. My lips parted in shock. Not because I had anything to say. Words were superfluous, and no argument I could formulate would contradict that. She's like your parents. Zald and Alfia. Are you telling me that their love is what you would consider typical? I straightened my back when the names of my parents, my step-parents, were mentioned. How do you know that Mom Alfia and my stepfather Zald? Hermes is a gossip. When he found out, he came running to my headquarters to tell me. I must admit it's unexpected, considering your mother's character. I made a mental note to write my mother a letter informing her that Hermes has been airing her dirty laundry. She'll probably get a gospel when she finds out. After that brief note in my subconscious, I continued. My only reference point is my grandparents' relationship, which isn't any better than theirs. But you could say it's a representation that love, even if it hurts, can be real. There hasn't been a day that I haven't doubted that feeling is mutual between them. Ganesha remained thoughtful, silent for a few seconds. Then he sighed, as if weighing something within himself, and spoke with a calmness that contrasted with his usual eccentricity. See? They prove my point. Love is one of those things no one fully understands, Belle. It comes to different people at different times. Some feel it in their childhood, others when they already have wrinkles on their faces. There are those who find it with people they share everything with and others with whom they share nothing. She leaned back, crossing one leg over the other. Her voice was measured, as if she wanted every word to sink in. And it doesn't matter the race, social standing, or status. A god can fall in love with a human, an elf with a dwarf, an Amazon with a sworn enemy. Before continuing, he paused significantly. Then he tilted his head slightly, looking at me with a smile that was both light and mocking, though without malice. Or even a human can fall in love with an elf. An elf princess, to be more precise. I choked slightly on my own saliva and instantly looked away. I felt heat rise to my cheeks, but Ganesha simply continued talking as if nothing had happened. Some fall in love in seconds, others need years. There are those who fight against that feeling, and those who surrender without fear. There is no right way to feel it. I felt his eyes lock onto mine. For a moment, I felt he wasn't just speaking to me, but to everyone who had ever been confused about their feelings. The important thing, Belle, is that when it comes, you have the courage to face it. Don't run away. Don't deny it. Face it like a battle you absolutely must fight to fulfill your destiny. He stood up calmly. He picked up the book that had been left aside, ran his fingers over its cover, and handed it to me with a serene smile, interrupting my thoughts. But for now, it's time to sleep. You've had a long day. I'll make sure you have time to read this soon, so your next meeting with 9 Hell won't be a problem. I took the book in my hands, almost reverently. I hugged it to my chest and smiled with emotion. Not only because I had the support of a deity, but because it made me see what I felt and faced in a different light. It made me understand that I wasn't wrong or crazy. Thank you, Ganesha-sama. Really thank you. He nodded with his usual mysterious expression and turned away, walking into the darkness of the hallway. Just as quickly and unexpectedly as he had arrived, he was gone. I watched him disappear, and when I was sure he couldn't hear me anymore, I looked down at the book and murmured to myself with a dreamy expression. Even a mere human like myself has the right to fall in love with a princess. That stayed with me. I got up from my seat and went to my room. When I lay down, I stared at the ceiling, promising myself I would make the most of the free time my God would give me. However, that free time was a vile lie. It never came. The following morning was nothing like I expected. I had planned a quiet day, maybe with some light exercise or time to read that book Riveria lent me, but instead, I ended up stuck in one of the most exhausting classes I've ever had with Ina. From the moment I walked in the door, her demeanor was different. She seemed more tense, almost as if she were annoyed with me for something I didn't understand. There were no greetings or introductions. He immediately began the lessons, but they weren't like the usual ones. This time, each topic felt charged with a strange energy. The questions were complex, sometimes convoluted, and not always related to combat strategies or survival tactics. Some seemed carefully designed to unsettle me or trip me up emotionally, bringing up things like my thoughts on elves and my lineage. How do I tell him that if I were a dog, I would be a mixed breed? I struggled to understand why. It was as if she were evaluating me, not academically, but as a potential romantic partner. She let out small gestures of discomfort, and on more than one occasion she abruptly left the classroom, muttering something, and from the hallway, I could hear her shouting into the air, clearly frustrated. That's when I knew. It was obvious. Someone was telling her what to say. The questions weren't hers, or at least not entirely. And it didn't take me long to figure out where they were coming from. Everything had Ina's style. There was something about the way everything was choreographed, the premeditation of every moment, that made me imagine Ina sitting in some corner, dictating each line as if this were a play. And although Ina tried to maintain her composure, she was clearly uncomfortable. Perhaps she was forced to do it, or perhaps she simply didn't know how to say no to her friend. The truth was, it didn't make sense. She knew what they were after. They wanted to delve into her psyche to see if she could be a potential partner for Riveria. It was clear that she was the target, or rather the guinea pig. We were locked in there for almost 6 hours. It felt like an eternity. The questions kept coming, one after another, interspersed with long, awkward silences or Ina's sudden outbursts of shouting into the void. By midday, I felt like I'd been run over by a cart. My head was pounding. It was more of a test of emotional endurance than a lesson, and surviving that was, honestly, harder than any dungeon floor. But my day had only just begun. As I was about to return to my room and start reading the book, something else happened. A scream, preceded by a heavy tackle, stopped me. Before I knew it, Artie was on top of me, yelling that we had to go on a mission. I tried to refuse, but Shakti joined in, so I had no choice but to give in, while Ganesha just watched from a distance, pretending not to notice. It seems not even he has any authority over Shakti. It wasn't long before, much to my dismay, we found ourselves racing south of Riveria. It was midday, and the heat was already seeping through the stifling streets like a pressure in my chest. My legs were still sore, my back aching from sleeping in late thinking about Riveria, and my mind was still stuck on the previous night, on Ganesha's words. Shakti ran ahead with her usual precision, like a natural leader guiding her subordinates. There's an urgent mission in the ruins south of Riveria. Evilis is suspected of being very active there. He uttered the phrase like someone throwing a stone into a pond, shattering my composure. The composure that had led me to mistakenly believe it was an easy mission. But I wanted to take the day off. My complaint escaped me in a broken sigh. I didn't mean to sound childish, but deep down I felt like they had stolen the last bit of peace I had left. She turned slightly to look at me over her shoulder, with that sharp gaze that could split a sword in two. You already had the day off yesterday. I felt a chill run down my spine. I shrank back without thinking, almost as if I expected a physical reprimand on top of the verbal one. My feet kept moving, but my voice came out lower, more timid. I am sorry. Artie burst out laughing behind me. He gently nudged me with his shoulder, laughing as if he'd won a bet. You're such a scaredy cat, Belle. I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye, hoping with all my might that Shakti wouldn't say anything else, but of course, I wasn't that lucky. And you, stop provoking your colleagues. Shakti's voice struck like lightning. She didn't stop, she didn't even raise her voice, but her authority was as heavy as a rock on her chest. Yes ma'am. Artie's response was quick and insincere, delivered in that tone somewhere between sarcastic and resigned that only she could manage. She raised a hand to her forehead as if saluting a general, exaggerating the gesture. Shakti, accustomed to her relative's behavior, didn't press the issue. We ran in silence after that. The atmosphere was heavy, as if each step were a countdown to something inevitable. I didn't know what to expect from the ruins or why the mission was so urgent, but the truth was, there was no way out. The threat had been made, and although I felt swept along by circumstances, I couldn't ignore the duty that called to us. As we moved forward, Shakti began to explain the details of the mission to us. He informed us that Evilis had been operating in those ruins for some time. He also mentioned the recent incident in Rivera, the devastating attack that had completely destroyed the safe zone. The destruction was neither random nor impulsive, even though its objective was to kill the Loki Familia. It was part of a strategy. The goal was clear. To weaken the infrastructure that sustained the adventurers in the dungeon. Without a place like Rivera, where they could rest, exchange supplies and reorganize, deep expeditions became almost impossible. According to Shakti, the ruins to the south housed an ancient church suspected of being used as a clandestine warehouse. There, they stored the resources destined to rebuild Rivera. Magic crystals, potions, tools, and food. Everything necessary to maintain the flow of adventurers to the deeper levels. I understood then how serious the whole thing was. If those resources were lost, if Evilis managed to destroy that hideout or seize it from us, no one would venture that far. Not because they wouldn't want to, but because they couldn't. It was a tactical, cold, and calculated move that we had to prevent at all costs. After traveling through the city's busy streets, we arrived at a route where the absence of people was the most striking feature. In a metropolis like Riveria, it's rare to find areas devoid of life. We slowed down, driving through the streets and observing the ruins of what was once a habitable place on the sides of the road, and it was inevitable to think that the stillness in the environment was a mask so that we would not notice the place from which the attack would come. This seems like a trap. It's as if they were waiting for us. Yes. Stay alert and don't separate. I gave my impression. My senses screamed danger at every step, and Shakti agreed with me, reaffirming her decision to join us and keeping a closer eye on the surroundings. Artie, who was standing next to me, reached out and put her hand on my shoulder. In other situations, I would have called her out for ignoring my personal space, but this time her motivation seemed different than usual. She wasn't trying to flirt or make me nervous. On the contrary, she was the one acting uneasy, as if this place held bad memories for her. These suspicions were confirmed when she felt the need to tell me. We must be careful. We don't know where they might attack from and the tricks those evil people might use to get to us. Even the children. Her voice slowly faded as the last audible word was uttered. I felt the force that enveloped me increase and I simply remained by her side like an unperturbed statue. There wasn't much I could do and I didn't wish to delve into a matter that was clearly traumatic. I simply comforted her with my presence. Shakti, for her part, lowered her head, understanding her sister's distress. We continued walking until we reached the aforementioned building, when suddenly several shadows slipped through the rubble and corridors of the old church. There was no warning, no sound beforehand. Only instinct saved me. I whirled around and managed to dodge the slash of a sword that was descending directly toward me. I wasn't carrying the sword I had commissioned from Hephaestus and Welf because I had only given them the metal and the funds yesterday, but luckily I had one of the swords from my family's storehouse with me. I drew it instantly, feeling the different weight in my hand. A few meters away, Arti and Shakti were also caught in the ambush. However, both reacted with a skill befitting their ranks. Arti spun on her heels and blocked with her sword, while Shakti drew her spear with the fluidity of someone who had repeated that movement 1,000 times. Sparks flew from the clash of the metal blades. Then, both of them quickly retreated, dodging enemy blows and regrouping beside me. We formed a defensive triangle, the three of us back to back, while the shadowy figures slithered along the walls like a silent plague. There was no longer any doubt. We were close to our objective, and that forced them to act. They settled before us, and from among them, a figure emerged with a slow but steady stride. She wore a threadbare cloak, stained and frayed at the edges, which billowed gently in the breeze among the broken stones of the ruins. The hood, barely held aloft, revealed a shock of white hair that fell haphazardly over a face as pale as marble. But what struck me most were her eyes. They were empty. There was no light, no anger, no sanity. Only a hollow, deep, soulless abyss that compelled me to grip the hilt of the sword I held even tighter. He began to laugh, and his laughter was a dry, worn sound, as if it came from a throat cracked by centuries of silence. Well, I wasn't expecting visitors so early. His voice sounded as if he were dragging each word from the depths of an empty cavern. The tone was raspy, almost broken, but laced with a venomous sarcasm that made my shoulders tense. Around me, the atmosphere changed. Shakti took a step back with a restrained gesture, and Arti, without thinking, moved forward slightly, placing herself between me and that being. Both of them tensed up, as if they had seen something they never wanted to see again. "Do you know him?" My question came out in a low voice. I couldn't take my eyes off the figure. Arti didn't answer right away. His eyes remained fixed on him, serious and alert. But when he did speak, his tone was tense, as if that name weighed heavily on his tongue. "It's Barca." Barca? I didn't recall ever hearing that name before. When I expressed my doubt, Arti revealed not only his name, but also what I already suspected. That he wasn't a normal human. It's a creature. A soulless body corrupted by an evil spirit. They no longer think nor feel. They lose everything that makes them human. Only obedience and hatred remain. It is what Evilus calls a useful sacrifice. The word stuck in my mind. It wasn't a monster. It was something that had once been human. Shakti's explanation after Arti's revelation left me pondering and made my grip on my sword waver for a second. The term creature reminded me of what happened in Rivera. Rivera said that Ace was fighting a creature named Revvis. I want to believe that she and he are the same type. If that's the case, she's a dangerous person I can't underestimate. The gray-haired man tilted his head when he heard his name. His lips curved cynically toward me, ignoring my companions. "So you're the brat, the one who caused so much trouble in Rivera." His voice felt like a needle in the back of my neck. I stood up straight, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, placing myself between him and my colleagues. I wasn't scared. The shock had passed. I'm not a kid. I'm 15 years old. I raised my hand to offer my input and corrected him, smiling confidently as Barca paused for a moment. Then he began to laugh. This time louder. A broken, grotesque laugh, as if he were mocking everything I stood for. "You? Were you the one who thwarted our plans?" She put a hand to her forehead as she laughed even harder. I started laughing too, sharing in what seemed like a funny moment. "Ha ha ha. What are we laughing about? I just can't believe that something so insignificant could ruin weeks of work." "Pathetic." He answered immediately, his expression shifting to one of absolute seriousness. Every word was dripping with sarcasm, but I knew the truth. His laughter was just a mask. He had been affected by the absence of fear. Deep down, he knew that appearances were meaningless when it came to me. "Shakti, if I defeat him, would you give me the day off? I have things to do." "Huh? There's a book waiting for me in my room, and I want to read it." A drop of sweat trickled down my captain's forehead when I pointed at that man with complete nonchalance and asked him an inappropriate question, ignoring the impending confrontation and the latent tension in the air. "Well, if there's no more work, you can take the day off." "Say no more. You're too arrogant, brat. That will get you killed." Before Barca could finish his threat, my body moved on instinct. I stood before him, sword raised, ready to descend like a guillotine. The light of my Argonaut ability enveloped my body in a radiance that seemed to burn amidst the ruins. The gray-haired man barely had time to react. He jumped back at the last second, but it wasn't enough. The edge of my sword reached his chest, slicing through the threadbare fabric of his cloak and leaving a deep gash across his torso, from which a huge jet of blood gushed out. He looked at me fearfully, scared that he couldn't see my attack coming. I gripped the hilt of my weapon tightly and pointed it at him without hesitation. "You're not going to stand in the way of my promise to my beautiful Alf princess." Shakti and Artie exchanged a fleeting glance, slightly confused by my motives, but nodded, interpreting my attack as a sign that they too should act. Without a word, they both launched themselves into combat with me. It wasn't long before we managed to weaken the enemy forces. It was an intense but brief engagement. The difference in coordination and strength ultimately tipped the scales in our favor. Barca lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Shakti's boot was firmly planted on his chest, preventing him from moving. Her gaze was harsh, full of authority and disdain. He barely had the strength to resist, but even so, his expression remained steeped in arrogance. I stood to one side, breathing heavily, while Artie remained beside me. We silently observed Shakti's patient but ultimately unsuccessful interrogation. Where are the others? What do they plan to do with the supplies? It was one of the questions I managed to overhear. But Barca just let out broken chuckles, spitting blood from his lips. He said nothing. He refused to speak, to cooperate, to give in. At the end of the day, as my captain said, they were just useful sacrifices who cared little or nothing about dying. And that thwarted the intelligence-gathering plans. However, something was wrong. A chill ran down my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. It wasn't tiredness. It wasn't tension. It was that intuition that sometimes manifests itself just before everything falls apart. And then it happened. The figure appeared out of nowhere before Shakti, moving with unnatural speed. Its sword, it was no ordinary sword. It was something repulsive, as if made of pulsating, living, diseased flesh. It wielded it mercilessly, seeking Shakti's heart. "Watch out, Shakti." I reacted purely on instinct. I charged energy into my legs and my sword. My body glowed with the light of the Argonaut, and with a roar of momentum, I launched myself forward, placing myself between them just in time to block the attack. The clash of our weapons produced a deafening explosion. A jolt of force coursed through my arm, forcing me back several meters. Shakti was also pulled back by the shockwave. We were both stopped by Artie, who threw himself towards us to prevent us from falling. Gasping, I looked up, and then I saw him. It wasn't just one. A second figure materialized amidst the chaos, crouching beside Barca, whom he lifted effortlessly, as if he were a sack of wheat. Finally, we had them in front of us. Two women. One with dull pink hair and the other with blood-red hair that reached her shoulders. "You're the women of Rivera." I recognized them immediately. The mental image of that pair remained etched in my mind. They stared at me with a palpable thirst for blood, as if their internal conflict centered on me, even though all I'd done was kill the Goliath. I suppose they weren't pleased that I'd killed their pet. Revvis took a few steps forward, letting the light fully reveal her face. Her skin was as pale as the moon, and her eyes held a cold disdain, as if she were already tired of being there. I could kill them right now if I wanted. But if I did well, Arya and the Loki Familia would arrive immediately. And as much as I'd like to fight her, I'm not in any condition for a fight. She let her words sink into the silence, like a dagger plunging into a trusting heart. My hand trembled slightly on the sword's hilt. I knew it. Not just from his words but from how he said them. He wasn't afraid of us. And that was the most terrifying thing. That's when we heard the sound. A distant rumble, the squeal of wheels on cracked earth. We turned almost simultaneously. In the distance, several carriages began to emerge from the shadows of the old warehouse. They were loaded with crates covered by blankets, far too heavy to be anything ordinary. Stolen goods. Resources taken from the adventurers. Meanwhile, they turned and walked away. Artie stepped forward, his arm outstretched in fury. "Attendants." Revvis didn't even turn around completely. He only slightly turned his face, allowing his voice to drift disdainfully over his shoulder. "They have two paths. They can pursue us and risk a battle they cannot win, even in our current state, or they can go after the shipments." He stopped for barely a second and then continued walking, turning his back on us as if we were not a threat. Artie clenched his fists and stopped moving. Frustration flashed in his eyes and a tremor was visible in his jaw. We were in a compromising position. They didn't seem to be bragging. It didn't look like a lie to get us to let them go. It was very likely they would defeat us. I tensed my muscles. I also felt Valetta's angry gaze, her mouth covered with a bandage. If she could speak, I'm sure she'd confront me about something, and I wouldn't understand why. "Belle. Artie. The shipments are the priority." Shakti's authoritative voice snapped us out of our trance, having quickly decided on the option to choose. I didn't react well to that, hesitating for a second as I glanced at Revvis's empty confident expression, which made me uncomfortable. Belle. Let's go. TSK. Artie grabbed my arm and pulled me in the opposite direction, from where the trio of dangerous people were retreating, having gotten their way. I clicked my tongue in displeasure, but with the certainty that it was the best option, even if I didn't like it. I felt that leaving them alive was too great a danger, so without hesitation I quickened my pace towards the carriages, where Artie looked at me seriously and ordered me. Use your top speed, Belle. We have to catch them before they get lost. I nodded with determination. I activated my ability, and in an instant I shot off like thunder, feeling the wind whip against my face as I heard the voices behind me. Isn't he faster than that Alan Frommel guy? I heard Shakti say that with a half smile. Artie chuckled softly, but didn't let her guard down. She didn't know who this Alan Frommel was, but apparently his defining characteristic was speed. In less than a blink, we managed to catch the criminals and recover the stolen shipments. We then returned to the abandoned church we had seen earlier. There, behind some loose planks, we discovered a secret staircase leading to a hidden cellar. The place was full of all sorts of things, many of them confiscated on other missions. There were curious and valuable items, which we collected to make sure they didn't fall into the wrong hands. After all the work we'd finished, I thought I'd finally have a moment to go to my room, sit at my desk, and read. I felt that growing curiosity, that desire to immerse myself in the story that seemed so special and thus keep my promise. But as I walked back with Artie, we heard rumors of a raid near the Magic Stone Refinery, a key area for the livelihood of many adventurers. We didn't have time to hesitate. We had to go immediately. The hours passed relentlessly. There were multiple evilous attacks at different strategic points throughout the city. Artie kept warning me loudly, not giving me permission to refuse, pulling me into the adventure, and I couldn't believe the number of problems that were arising in such a short time. It was as if fate itself was denying me a selfish act. Enemies defeated. Buildings reclaimed. Battles fought. All consecutively, without pause. Seriously, again. When am I going to be able to rest? Finally, when night fell, I collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. I picked up my book, hoping to make at least a little progress. I sighed heavily and thought to myself that I hadn't had time for anything today. I decided to go as far as I could, even if it was just a little. I read the first paragraph carefully, but the exhaustion was stronger than I expected. My eyes began to close uncontrollably, and before I knew it, I was asleep. That's how my first day ended, a complete failure in terms of my promise to read that book, and there were still 2 days until my meeting with Riveria. 2 days in which I didn't make any progress either. The following morning was no different. Although I had asked Ina for a day off from lessons, so I didn't have to go to the guild for my morning classes, I still had an engagement to attend to in the dungeon, and that was. Belsama. Hellhound to your right. I'll take care of it. To explore the dungeon with Welf and Lily. Spinning on my own axis with the heel of my left foot, I gained enough speed to wield the sword Welf had built for me as a temporary weapon, while the errand from 2 days ago was being run. The bodies of the fire-breathing dog-like monsters were ripped in two, leaving behind magic stones and a cloud of steam that dissipated the corpses. I kept running when I noticed the strange generation of monsters on the middle floors. Although it was only the 3rd time I'd entered the dungeon and ventured into these areas, I seriously doubted that the absurd number of these creatures upon my arrival was normal. It wasn't difficult to kill them. With my level of strength and without using my skills, it was still a piece of cake to finish them off. They weren't even able to anticipate where my blow would land because their vision wasn't trained enough to keep up with my speed. From a distance, I noticed Welf was using his own sword. A black one with red edges that had caught my eye some time ago. Flames were emanating from it and he'd been using it ever since we met. I quickly surmised that it was some kind of magical sword that didn't break after use. That only confirmed my belief that I'd left Maxim's sword in good hands. Both he and Hephaestus are skilled blacksmiths and would do a fine job. Anyway, putting that aside, I still felt a little uneasy. What happened was that I tried to cancel the engagement to focus solely on reading the book. However, when I arrived at the meeting point and saw their excitement about collecting materials and making a hefty profit, I couldn't refuse. Especially because of Lily, who had Volley's symbol written all over her face. That girl has a serious problem with money. Not spending it, which would be normal, but hoarding it. That makes it clear to me that she must have experienced a significant lack of resources in her past, and that's why she treats money as if she'll never have it again. However, no one could deny Lilaruka Ard's ability as a support character. At the same pace as I was killing monsters, she would run behind me, collecting magic stones and storing them in her enormous backpack, as if it were nothing. I was impressed that, being a level 2, she could keep up with me. Minutes passed. I continued to tear through the monsters that spawned endlessly. Eventually, Welf and Lily needed a break and I had to take over the rest of the fight. My breathing started to quicken slightly, but it was nothing compared to my battles in Dragon Valley. Clear floor. I gave the order to my companions. After a huge horde that included hellhounds, minotaurs who now disappointed me and Almrich, calm returned to the dungeon and I was finally able to sheathe my sword again, taking a breather. Belle is impressive. You can say that again. This irregular behavior in the dungeon would mean the death of many adventurers, even the experienced ones. And he handled it as if it were just another day. Welf and Lily were talking amongst themselves as I walked away to sit on some rocks near the dungeon walls. The field was completely wide and rocky, so if another monster spawned, I would notice. Lily hurried to gather the magic stones scattered on the floor. Meanwhile, I opened the small bag strapped to my hip, took out my book, and settled down to read during this brief break. I had a makeshift bookmark marking the page where I'd left off, which was no more than 10 pages. I went back and skimmed the previous pages hoping to piece the story together again, but what happens when you take long breaks between readings is that you lose track of the main thread, complicating the continuation and causing confusion with the chronology. That was exactly what was happening to me. I would read the characters' names, struggling to connect them to their identities. I couldn't remember who the protagonist was anymore, and that frustrated me. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead. I gripped the edges of the leather paste tightly and bit my lower lip in frustration. I'd never finish reading it if I kept going at this pace, so I urgently needed to complete my work in the dungeon and continue reading in the peace and quiet of my room. Tomorrow night, the deadline agreed upon with Riveria would be up, so I had less than 36 hours to finish it. If I returned to headquarters in about 3 hours and had lunch in another hour, I could stay up late and finish it. That was my plan. So, with renewed energy and motivation, I resolved to continue. However, I had colleagues who were preventing me from doing so. Many people say that when you read you are able to immerse yourself in the pages of a story, but that doesn't mean you should press your face against the book. The comment came from Welf, causing him to turn in his direction and attend to it. It's not that. It's just that my heart still hasn't calmed down after the fight and I'm having trouble focusing my vision. Besides, I need to stay alert in case more monsters appear. With that in mind, don't you think the dungeon is the least suitable place to do it? I understand that you're very strong and the monsters don't pose any challenge to you, but even top-tier monsters can be ambushed. After my brief explanation, he too replied, giving me a solid argument that I couldn't refute. He sat down beside me on another mound of rocks and wiped the sweat from his brow with his blue scarf. We were silent for a second. He seemed curious about something that involved me, so I felt his gaze fixed on my side. It was impossible to read with that silly grin pointing at me, so I exhaled heavily and gave him what he wanted. Attention. If there's anything you want to ask me, just tell me. It's more of a confirmation than a question. Rumors have been circulating about you. One would think they'd be about your role in the defeat of the irregular Goliath in Rivera or your recent achievements in subduing Evilus's forces. But no. People are talking about something else. Something less heroic. I raised an eyebrow and tilted my head in confusion. Welf, noticing my lack of knowledge, given that I rarely took the time to explore the city, cleared his throat, emphasizing what was to come, and spoke. Rumors such as Nine Hell has found its destined soul. I slowly raised a book to cover my face, leaving only the space above my nose. I avoided eye contact, but the expression on her face made it clear that her doubts had been dispelled by my exaggerated reaction. I cursed my complete inability to mask my emotions. It's all Mom Alfia's fault. She never taught me how to lie. What kind of rumors are circulating about that? Have they mentioned who this so-called predestined soul is? Are you seriously asking me that? Ugh. I tried to continue the conversation naturally. My attempts were in vain because Welf wouldn't let me. On the contrary, he intensified his gaze on me, making me feel small. Like a poor rabbit facing a phoenix. Suddenly, he slapped me twice on the back while letting out a raucous laugh that he tried to stifle by placing his hand on his stomach. I could see he was even crying because of how funny he found my behavior, and that offended me more than the insults about me being a rabbit. What are you laughing at? Hahaha. Sorry, Belle. I just never thought it would be so easy to get information out of you. Much less that the woman you mentioned at our last meeting was Princess Riveria Ljos Alf. What's wrong with that? Riveria is a woman many would fall in love with. I don't doubt that. What surprises me is that she showed interest in someone who fell in love with her. That's why it's becoming a hot topic on the streets. That beautiful royal flower who has rejected countless men of high status and power is now giving the latest rookie a chance. Forgive me, but it's hilarious. My cheeks flushed and I lowered my head, closing the book and placing it on my lap. I felt a little embarrassed but also happy since people seemed to think I had a chance with her. It was impossible not to be pleased if, from the outside, it appeared that the person you were interested in felt the same way about you. Giving me entry. Yes. Just to confirm, is it true that they were seen holding hands leaving La Señora de la Abundancia towards an unknown location? I blushed intensely again. I felt my fingers and toes curl. My body trembled and a silly smile spread across my lips as I recalled the sensation of holding Riveria's hand. Its warmth. The softness of her white skin. I heshed Asama, it's true. Yes, that's true. We wanted to run away because, like the people who fuel those rumors, we wanted to escape the attention of the busybodies who were interrupting our date. Sita. Let me clarify, it's not what you're thinking. We only met because Riveria wanted to reward me for saving her from the Black Goliath. It was her way of thanking me for risking my life. Even though I told her it wasn't necessary and that I'd do it again if she were in danger. The power of my voice diminished. Instead of defending myself, I felt like I was digging myself deeper into the mud. They say you shouldn't try to explain things because you often only make them more confusing. A saying my grandfather used to use when he made too many excuses and ended up angering my grandmother more than if he had just been brief in his confession. By the way, aren't you afraid of the repercussions your forbidden love might bring you? Forbidden love? Repercussions? Yes. You're in love with A. Who said I'm in love? It's still way too soon to label my feelings that way. First, we need to get to know each other, go on lots of dates, and… I stopped dead in my tracks. I felt that if I said one more thing, I would completely give myself away. I had already been too obvious, too reckless. There was something dangerous about talking about what I felt. I knew it as soon as I noticed how the words escaped me uncontrollably, one after another, as if my heart had no filter and my mouth knew no fear. Welf, for his part, just glanced at me and smiled strangely. Not mockingly, but with a certain air of an older brother watching his little brother get into trouble. You have a beautiful understanding of love, Belle. I truly admired. Not everyone has the courage to speak like that, with their soul laid bare. It's honest. It's pure. But… He looked away towards the sky as he spoke, as if he were remembering something of his own, or perhaps just so he wouldn't laugh in my face. It can also be dangerous. Especially when you say it so loudly, in a city full of listening ears and unforgiving hearts. His tone was friendly, but he was clearly warning me, so I nodded, somewhat embarrassed. My ears probably turned red, and maybe my whole face too. What repercussions are you referring to? How serious could it be? I picked up where I left off. My voice came out a little more serious than I'd intended, but it was sincere. Welf didn't speak lightly. And if he warned me about something, it was for a reason, so it was best to be aware of what he knew. I saw him narrow his eyes, lower his voice, and lean slightly toward me. His lips curved, but this time not into a cheerful smile, but into a tense one, as if revealing it were dangerous and maintaining discretion vital. There are rumors that certain elves are planning to attack a son of Ganesha. Apparently, that idiot committed the sin of having a date with the most precious princess of his race. The insult was unnecessary. It was clear he was referring to me. I suppose he was just paraphrasing what the rumors were saying. They attack. The word escaped me in a barely audible whisper, accompanied by the trembling of my tongue, causing a slight stutter. Then, as if the gods wanted to mock me, it happened. A group of elves appeared, walking down the corridor that led to our floor. Their steps were elegant, their bearing upright. Everything one would expect from members of that race. However, there was one detail that sent shivers down my spine. Their gaze pierced me like sharp cold blades. At first I thought they were just looking at me by chance. But no. It wasn't a casual glance. It was recognition. And judgment, confirming what Welf had so cautiously warned me about. Some drew back the bows they carried on their backs, caressing the string with their fingers, as if to remind everyone they were ready to shoot. Others simply gripped their short swords, sharpening their gaze with a chilling intensity that awaited a movement or word to raise their arms against me. They looked at me as if I had desecrated something sacred. As if I, a mere human adventurer, had committed the most unforgivable crime. Touching what didn't belong to me. Desecrating the figure of their race's admiration when the most immoral thing I did with Riveria was hold her hand. Wait, that wasn't the most immoral thing. That was what happened in the alley. The image replayed in my mind for the millionth time that week. I shook my head to pause the memory and then returned my attention to the group of elves frowning as if I were the worst scum in existence. The biggest trash on the planet. I swallowed hard. My back tensed and my hand instinctively went to the handle of my weapon. Not to attack, of course. Just for safety. Out of an impulse to protect myself if something happened. And, immersed in that visceral fear, prey to the instinct that reproached me for my past decisions, I asked, with a dry throat. What kind of trouble have I just gotten myself into? There was no answer. The tension hanging in the air told me this story was just beginning. However, there was no way I was going to back down. Not when she was on my mind. I suppose these are the consequences of having taken an interest in a royal woman. It's not always like in books, where a commoner can be accepted as her partner. I'll have to work hard not to die or be ambushed in my room and wake up the next morning to find myself suicided with arrows stuck in my back. After that, we were in one of those rare moments of rest while we waited for Lily to finish collecting the magic stones. The tension from before had dissipated a little, and although my heart was still somewhat racing, I allowed myself to let my guard down. He seemed calm, with that lazy smile that sometimes hides ideas more dangerous than one expects. And then, as if it were nothing, he said something that completely threw me off. By the way, I heard some girls say that lately they've seen Riveria behaving like a lovesick maiden. I didn't know how to react. Inside, I felt a wave of heat rising up my neck, but I tried to stay calm. I couldn't let Welf see how much those words affected me. I was immediately intrigued. The image of Riveria behaving like a lovesick maiden was as unexpected as it was captivating. I pictured her silent, her face slightly flushed, lost in thought, and for a moment, I wondered if I had ever seen her like that. If perhaps I had unwittingly caused it in her. What does a maiden in love look like? The question slipped out before I could stop it. I sounded more interested than I meant to, but it was too late. Welf brought a hand to his chin and adopted a thoughtful expression, as if carefully weighing each word he was about to say. His tone became lighter, almost mocking, but without malice. Well. They often seem distracted, as if they're seeing something no one else can see. Sometimes their eyes soften when they look at a certain person. Or when they hear their name. They blush over things they'd normally ignore. They also talk more than necessary. Or less. As if they're carefully weighing everything up. And their voice. Sometimes it changes. As if each word were part of a song. I watched him speak, absorbing every detail. I clung to that information as if it were a secret formula I had to memorize. I could imagine her Riveria showing herself that way. Had she done it with me? At some point. How do you know so much about women? I didn't ask with irony or suspicion, but with genuine curiosity. It was hard to imagine someone speaking so openly about feelings if they hadn't experienced them. Welf shrugged matter-of-factly. I'm just describing what I see in my beloved goddess. His words took me by surprise. I looked at him, trying to read his expression. Are you talking about Hephaestus? Welf smiled in a strangely tender way. Softer than usual. Yes. Her. My heart didn't give me a choice. I don't know if I'll ever be able to live up to her standards, but no one can take that feeling away from me. He said it without hesitation, without wavering, without hiding. There was an honest tranquility in his words. As if there were no need to justify anything. I admired that. Much more than I dared to say. I moved a little closer to him, lowering my voice as if I were speaking of a secret, and said. And doesn't it cause you conflict? Falling in love with someone like a god, I mean, isn't it complicated? Doesn't it feel unattainable? Welf remained silent for a few seconds. He looked ahead, not with sadness, but with a kind of quiet resolve. When he spoke, his voice had a special weight. You don't decide who you fall in love with, Belle. That's not a choice. It's not like choosing a sword or a path to take. Love just happens. It hits you. It shakes you. And it doesn't matter if that person is a god or a mortal, if you feel it then you feel it. And when it happens, you have to own it. It's your responsibility to fight for it. It's not about whether it's reciprocated or not, but about being honest with yourself. Standing up for it. Not being ashamed. Her words struck me unexpectedly. They were simple but true. I remained silent for a moment, looking down. Something inside me was beginning to take shape. Something I couldn't name, but it made me feel more alive. Welf chuckled softly, as if he had seen that expression on me before. Do you have any plans with Riveria? What? And no. Of course I don't have anything planned. I turned around quickly, as if that could hide my face, which was surely as red as an apple. You can't lie to me, Belle. All that anxiety about reading the book, the nervousness you've been carrying around for days, it all has to do with her, right? He saw right through me. Through my intentions. He smiled confidently, showing himself to be a friend who wouldn't say a word and would support me. I didn't answer. There was no need. Because deep down, I knew she was right. Even though I didn't yet fully understand what I felt, there was something pulling me along, something I couldn't ignore. And that something had the name Riveria. I stared at the floor for a few seconds, absorbing everything Welf had said. In a way I felt like an open book. As if he had read every page of me with perfect clarity, even those I hadn't yet dared to glance at. Then, with a resigned smile, I raised my gaze slightly, a spark of nervousness hidden in my chest, and murmured. I feel like that very book I haven't been able to read. Tomorrow evening I have an appointment with Riveria. We're meeting at the library south of Aerario to talk about our books. I said it in a low voice, as if I still found it hard to believe. But there was emotion in every word. A date? In a library? Sounds like something inexperienced kids would do. I rolled my eyes, huffing under my breath. Thank you for your vote of confidence. He let out a little laugh. I don't mean that in a bad way. That's just who they are. Two people trying to get closer. That's okay, Belle. It's okay to be inexperienced, it's okay not to know how to do everything perfectly. What matters is what they feel. I pondered that for a moment. His perspective was comforting, but something was gnawing at my curiosity. How do you know all that about Riveria? Welf rested his arms on his knees and let out a short sigh, as if he knew that question was going to come sooner or later. Because there are rumors. Stories circulating among adventurers and nobles alike. They say that Riveria Sama and the Sword Princess are two of the women who have rejected the most proposals. Formal proposals, informal proposals, almost 1,000 men, Belle. I was frozen. 1,000. The number hit me hard in the chest. It was absurd. And it made me feel small. As if the world she lived in was so far above me that I could barely see from the ground. I looked down, feeling foolish for ever believing I had a chance. But Welf didn't stop there. He leaned slightly toward me, as if he wanted to make sure his next words came through clearly. She's even flatly rejected casual dates. She's never allowed any misunderstandings. She's never let anyone approach her for that purpose. But with you it was different. She sought you out. She was the one who asked for that meeting. My eyes sparkled. Literally. I felt something ignite inside me, like a flame that had been out for days. My heart pounded, and for a moment I forgot about the tiredness, the fear, the doubts. Also, you're the first person to say his name without using honorifics. I hadn't noticed that detail. Mainly because she was the one who asked me to. To treat her informally and not to revere her the way everyone else did. Perhaps was it her way of saying she didn't want a relationship like everyone else's? A sign that she was, in some way, special. As my mind raced, Welf burst into laughter and patted me repeatedly on the back, one after the other, like a friendly gesture from someone who held me in high regard. That was comforting. Look at that face. I feel like an older brother watching his little brother take his first steps. I couldn't help but let out a soft, somewhat shy, but sincere laugh. After that, I made a declaration from the bottom of my heart. I wouldn't mind having a brother like you. Even though you can be a bit annoying sometimes. That means I'm doing my job well. For the first time that whole day I felt good. Not because everything was sorted out, but because someone understood me. Lily has finished gathering all the magic stones. They should continue before nightfall. After that brief moment of calm with my self-proclaimed older brother, Lily appeared, her hands on the straps of her backpack, to give us the heads up. We nodded silently. I stood up, still holding the book, carefully closing it, feeling a pang of sadness at having to leave it unfinished again. But just as we were about to move, a noise made us freeze. Footsteps. Multiple footsteps. They came from downstairs, quick, heavy, drawing closer. We exchanged tense glances. The atmosphere grew thick, as if the air itself were heavy. Hide behind me. I didn't manage to finish the sentence. The fireball shattered the silence with a deafening roar. It shot up the stairs in a second and struck me directly in the hand. I had no time to react. The pain was instantaneous, searing. The impact made me drop the book forcefully, and I watched it fly through the air. I spun around to where it had fallen. The book's cover had begun to catch fire. No. Without thinking, I launched myself after him, leaving my companions behind without covering them for even a second. I knelt before the book, clumsily pulling the canteen from my belt as the fire hissed cruelly at the covers. Without hesitation, I poured the contents onto the flames, soaking the pages and the floor. Belle Sama. Belle. Lily and Welf's screams startled me. I heard their footsteps approaching, filled with urgency. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the book. I held it with both hands, wet, steaming, part of the cover already blackened by the flames. My heart pounded, not just from the shock, but from how close I'd come to losing something irreplaceable. As I flipped through the pages, making sure the damage wasn't too extensive, the approaching footsteps grew louder. They sounded clearer in the distance, ahead of us. Welf gripped his sword tightly as I breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the damage hadn't spread beyond the leather paste. Then the perpetrators of the attack appeared. From the shadows of the lower floor, a legion of hellhounds emerged. There were dozens of them. Their eyes glowed incandescent red, and their gaping jaws spewed fireballs with a steady rhythm. The heat they radiated filled the corridor like a scorching wave, and every step of their claws against the stone made the floor tremble. Ahead of them, running with faces contorted by fear, came 3 adventurers. 2 women with oriental features and dark hair, one carrying a sword and the other barely a bow and her quiver. The third was a robust man with an enormous shield that looked about to break from wear. Help. Please, someone help us. They're hunting us. Their cries were desperate. It was clear they had been fleeing for a long time and their energy seemed to be at its limit. When they saw us, their eyes filled with hope and supplication. I immediately turned to face them. And as I turned toward the monsters, something inside me changed. It wasn't fear. Nor was it anxiety. It was relief. The cold, dark relief crept like a shadow from my chest to my fingertips. As if all the pain, the fear and the helplessness of a moment ago had merged into one thing. Rage. My burned hand trembled differently now. My breathing became deeper, heavier. Those monsters had to pay for almost destroying the gift Riveria gave me with so much love. Welf was the first to react. He stepped forward, placing his body between Lily and the approaching pack of hellhounds, giving an order to the adventurers in peril. Get out of the way. He raised his magic sword without hesitation and, with a swift flick of his wrist, unleashed a massive wall of fire that rose like an incandescent barrier before the beasts. The flames roared with a roar, momentarily halting the horde's advance and forcing them to retreat or circle around. Meanwhile, I took one last look at my gift to ignite my death wish. It was then, with an empty gaze and my body radiating energy, that I declared. They have shown disrespect, you fourth-rate monsters. Then my body moved. I crossed the wall of fire as if it were nothing and emerged on the other side, landing in front of the beasts, who stopped in their tracks in doubt. What followed was a true massacre. A one-sided beating worthy of an adult story, the kind you hesitate to tell seriously or with nervous laughter. I launched myself at the hellhounds without thinking, my body driven by an overflowing energy I didn't even try to contain. Blow after blow, slash after slash, I tore through like a crimson whirlwind. The monsters didn't stand a chance. Those closest were destroyed before they could understand what was happening, and those farther away simply fled. They escaped like frightened beasts, shrieking and stumbling over each other. Even the minotaurs emerging from the walls, ready to join the attack, halted their advance. Upon seeing me they froze. Some dropped their weapons. Others literally dug back into the walls they had come from and hid, trembling. The few monsters that remained stared at me, mouths agape. And when Welf's wall of fire finally dissipated, my companions, too, gazed at me with faces contorted by astonishment. I stood amidst a mountain of magical stones, freshly extracted from charred bodies. My shoulders bobbed violently. My breathing was erratic, heavy, and ragged. I felt my heart pounding in my chest as if trying to burst out. I glanced around, searching for more enemies, until a friendly hand touched my shoulder, making me turn around. Friend, there are no more monsters. You killed them all. Welf confirmed it, pointing around. There were only shattered rocks, small remnants of fire, and ashes floating in the air. But no monster. The others began to approach slowly, still astonished by what they had just witnessed. I looked at the book again, still trembling a little. I stared at it with a knot in my stomach. I hope Riveria doesn't find out about this. I had barely finished murmuring those words when a loud noise made me look up. More monsters emerged from the walls. They weren't just hellhounds this time, but their objective was clear. All eyes were on me, or rather, on the book in my hands, as if, instead of trying to kill me, they wanted to provoke me. Thanks to that, a vein popped out sharply on my forehead. My whole body tensed, my energy renewed, ready to continue what I had left unfinished. So they have chosen the path of death. I gritted my teeth and lunged at them like a whirlwind, consumed by a bloodlust I didn't even recognize. I ignored the calls of my companions and the adventurers who were safe. When my euphoric state ended, I lost count of the monsters and the time that had passed. I only knew that I hadn't had a single free moment. It was as if the dungeon itself denied me the possibility of fulfilling my mission, as a kind of punishment for having murdered its children. TSK. What's wrong? Does your leg still hurt? The question came from Welf, who was lending me his arm to help me escape the dungeon. As I said, I didn't rest and took it upon myself to defeat the monsters when the situation became too much for us, even after adding the 3 adventurers from before to our party. Their names were Makoto, Chigusa, and Aoka. So they're from the Take Mikazuchi family? That's awesome. They say their god is a born warrior who can defeat first and second level adventurers. Yes. Take Mikazuchi-sama is amazing. But if we're talking about amazing people, we have to mention Belle Dono. I've never met an adventurer who could handle an entire floor by himself. Makoto was the one flattering me. She kept glancing back at me, since I was having trouble keeping up with them. Chigusa and Aoka nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reason behind it all. Speaking of which, don't you think the dungeon acted strangely? In all my years as an adventurer, nothing even remotely similar has ever happened to me. It was as if the monsters came out solely to attack Belle. Yes. At times they were targeting him. When they realized they couldn't beat him, they turned on us. Yes, how strange. An eyebrow twitched at Aoka and Chigusa's comments. I felt the blood rush to my head and a vein throb on my forehead in displeasure. I couldn't deny it, so I simply responded sarcastically. It was more than clear that the dungeon and I had already become enemies. As a single tear slid down my cheek in regret, I complained. I couldn't even read one page. Speaking of which, Belle-sama. Why did the monsters stop spawning when you gave it to me to store? Lily, at this point it doesn't even surprise me that the universe is conspiring against me. My comment hung in the air. The conversation became pleasant. It was the first time I'd felt like I belonged to a group. In fact, I think these are the first friendships I've ever formed if we exclude Artie, who's demanding, more like an annoying older sister. After a couple of hours, the time it took us to get back to the surface, we met at the fountain near the guild. Lily went inside the offices to exchange the magic stones, and when we returned, we split the profits equally, though I did most of the work. I had no problem with that. As part of the Ganesha family, I was given a modest salary for my work. Well, it wasn't a fortune, it was enough to live comfortably and not worry about money if I avoided spending it recklessly. It was time to say goodbye. Mikoto and her group repeatedly thanked me for saving them, to which I simply replied that it wasn't necessary to repeat myself. I also added a suggestion that might benefit us. In fact, Lily, Welf, and I are planning to go to the lower levels on our next exploration. We could use a couple more adventurers. Don't feel obligated to accompany us just to thank us. You can consider your answer and give it to us later. The expressions on their faces were of surprise. Though beneath that hint of doubt, interest peeped through. None of them could deny that the proposal was good. Exploring the dungeon's most dangerous floors required a certain level of skill and numbers. It didn't matter that I was level 4. In the dungeon, seeing how it behaved around me, it was best to be prepared. Relying too much on my abilities and strength could be a fatal mistake. The more we work together as a group, the greater our chances of successfully completing the exploration. I feel a bit bad that we're so dependent on Belle Dono. Going to the lower floors as level 2s would mean that any mistake would put our lives in danger. Being adventurers, it's a risk we have to take. Besides, Belle is a speed demon. I'm sure that if we're in danger, he'll lend us a hand and prevent any harm. Mikoto looked uncertain, holding her chin and voicing her concerns, while Lauka seemed more confident, putting his arm around me and praising my abilities. The truth was, I wasn't lying. I'm trained in rescue operations, so keeping an eye on them wouldn't be difficult. The Excelia would be higher. We've been stuck at level 2 for months. The materials I could get in the area of the big tree. Lily will accompany Belle-sama wherever he decides to go. Kagusa showed interest in how beneficial it would be to explore those areas. Welf, being a good blacksmith, looked out for his own interests. And Lily, well, she's the kind of companion anyone would want. There's no one more loyal. I looked around, noticing that everyone seemed to have reached an agreement. We sealed the deal with a simple handshake between Auka and me, as if I were the spokesperson for her family. Once that was done, it was time for us to go home. I walked silently to my office. My hands were tucked in my pockets. The weight of the book in the bag at my hip was like a slab of rock on my shoulders. A constant reminder that I still have commitments to fulfill and time is not on my side. I made a firm fist. I frowned and set myself a goal. Nothing would stop me from finishing that book that night. No request or emergency mission would be more important than that beautiful fairy from the enchanted forest. Nothing. Nothing. I'm sorry, Belle. But you'll have to come with us to the coliseum to finish the preparations for monsterphilia. And nothing. My voice trailed off when, upon reaching the door of my headquarters, I received a direct order from Shakti, who had her hands on her hips and a parasitic twin peeking over her shoulder. Sorry, I meant Artie. But I. It's an urgent mission, Belle. We're short-staffed because Ilta had an accident while chaining up one of the monsters. Don't worry about that. I'm sure you'll do fine, and we won't have any incidents like last time. It's been 3 years since what happened with the last rookie. The last newbie. We don't talk about that here. It's too grotesque a story to recall so lightly. That poor boy had a bright future ahead of him. No, wait. What happened to the last rookie? That doesn't matter anymore, Belle. That promising adventurer is no longer with us. What you should focus on now is recharging your energy and joining us. The nervous glances those two sisters exchanged when they spoke of someone who was probably definitely dead sent shivers down my spine. And the casual way they shared that information only strengthened my resolve not to participate in whatever it was they wanted to involve me in. And what if I decide to refuse? You can't do that. You've had 3 days off in less than 2 weeks. I know your goal is to build up your strength in the dungeon, but you're a member of the Ganesha family, and with that comes responsibility. Ugh. I lowered my shoulders, defeated. I saw no sign of the free time and cessation of activities that Ganesha had spoken of. Only more reasons and setbacks kept piling up to prevent me from completing my personal mission. Come on, Belle. Don't make that face. I promise you'll have fun. Please don't hug me. Artie put his arm around my shoulders, adopting that carefree, cheerful attitude that I would appreciate at other times, but not now. Now he just wanted to stab me in the head. It wasn't just the extra mission. The exhaustion in my body was already enough to make me collapse on my bed at the mere touch of it. But now I had to help with this monsterphilia, which sounds more like one of my grandfather's favorite celebrations than a serious competition that requires organization from the Ganesha family. Okay. Let's go. That's the spirit. Don't worry, Belle. I'll make sure you learn what you need to know so you don't end up dismembered like the last rookie who helped us. I take it back. I won't go. I don't want to go. After being almost dragged away, with Shakti and Artie pulling me, each by one leg, while I clung to the headquarters door until I almost ripped it from its place, we headed to the monster coliseum in the city center, near the Tower of Babel. Upon arriving, I stopped dead in my tracks, my eyes wide open at the scene before me. Several monsters were being chained and locked in enormous cages, thrashing violently or growling loudly as they were secured by members of my family. I quickly recognized some of them. A pair of imposingly muscular minotaurs butting their heads against the bars, several of those damned hellhounds that filled me with such hatred, and a silverback furiously ramming the metal bars that contained it. Further in, other beasts growled and shrieked. The rocks connecting the cage bars to the floor trembled, shaking the ceiling and scattering chunks of stone. The sight was terrifying for any civilian. Witnessing this monster prison firsthand made it clear why we, specifically, were tasked with containing them. However, a few questions also arose. I reached out and gave a slight tug to Artie's jacket sleeve to make her resolve them, interrupting the orders she was giving in unison with her sister to the rest of the people on site. She leaned to one side and I whispered my question to her. Artie, what is monsterphilia? Don't you know? If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you. The best way to define monsterphilia is as a combat event where adventurers prove their worth by fighting different monsters, each one more difficult than the last. The prize you receive depends on how far you go. It also serves as a way for the audience to observe you and acknowledge your power. Artie flexed her biceps while winking during her explanation. She certainly brought her stories to life. She would make a fantastic storyteller. Putting that aside, I was particularly interested in what she was saying. An activity in front of an audience where you could prove your mettle seemed appealing. I mean, I still have the problem of the elves wanting to beat me to a pulp and turn me into a kebab. If I participated in that event and showed them what I was made of, I could scare them off or, at best, prove myself capable. Someone worthy of aspiring, to form a decidedly non-romantic bond with their princess. Yes. Just that for the time being. It would also be nice to show off in front of Riveria. She must have a good impression of me since I saved her and defeated that monster that was terrorizing Rivera. But it wouldn't hurt to keep winning her affection. In my mind, a foolproof plan formed. I hadn't finalized it yet, but having secondary commitments in addition to the library visit wouldn't be a bad idea. The only rules for participating are that you can't be a first-class adventurer and that you're new to the city. This event attracts novice adventurers eager to switch families for a more prestigious one. That's precisely why so many end up seriously injured. Their desire to prove themselves is so great that they push themselves beyond their limits. As if she could read my mind, Artie immediately answered my main question about the event. She didn't even let me open my mouth to ask it. Seriously, this girl has a future as an interrogator. As for the newbies, I wasn't worried. While the monsters in Arario are far more varied than those found in remote villages or the Valley of the Dragon, I seriously doubted that the power levels would be any different. Noticing my interest, my sub-captain positioned herself in front and leaned forward, reducing the distance between her face and mine, with that mocking smile that always preceded an attempt at provocation on her part. Hey, don't tell me you intend to participate. I know you meet the requirements, but leave something for the truly inexperienced. Don't try to show off in front of the city of Arario. Or is it that you're only interested in the attention of a certain elf with jade-colored hair and a face sculpted by angels themselves? The heat crept up my neck, enveloping my face and even reaching my ears. I felt small. She was consolidating her hold on this poor rabbit, prey to the blue-furred beast. A cunning fox, ready to devour her meal. And no, it's not about that. It's just that it sounds interesting. She didn't believe my excuse and persisted with that piercing gaze that seemed to see right through me. I felt naked before her eyes, as if she were analyzing my soul in minute detail, not missing a single trace of its color. The feeling was identical to the one I had when I first met Sir. His face kept getting closer to mine. Sweat trickled down my forehead like glistening pearls, so I had no choice but to change the subject to lighten the mood. By the way, are there any events besides monsterphilia held in Arario? Yes. It's just that when I was going to the dungeon, I came across several stalls getting ready for tomorrow. There were some really beautiful decorations and lights. Especially in the areas around the guild, between the Tower of Babel and Daedalus Street. Oh. You mean the festival they have in Love Square? Yes. It's a small festival that the townspeople organize themselves to pay tribute to the goddesses of love. It's not as big as the Harvest Festival, but they have a very interesting program. I raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What she was mentioning was just as unfamiliar to me as monsterphilia. Furthermore, the name Love Square attracted more attention than I anticipated, so I turned to the only available source of information to delve into the details. And what do they do to celebrate it? Judging by the preparations, it seems that many people are eagerly awaiting it. That question came to me almost without thinking, driven by the surprise and excitement that what I had seen and what I imagined was to come provoked in me. Artie nodded with a slight smile. She crossed her arms as we walked down the corridor, lined with intricately carved elephant statues. Her tone became a little more solemn, almost as if she were reciting something sacred. That's right. The festival of tribute to the goddesses of love is an ancient and respected celebration in Riveria, even if it's not official. For 3 days, the districts are filled with music, colors, and dances. Banquets are prepared, but not just any banquets. Only dishes that, according to tradition, were the favorites of the goddesses of love Freya, Ishtar, Bastet, and even some lesser-known ones are cooked. He paused for a moment in front of a cage in which a hellhound slept, its legs and neck bound by chains. His gaze briefly shifted into the dark interior of the cage, but then returned to me. They say that if you manage to move your partner with just one bite, you could receive the loving blessing of that year. My eyes widened in astonishment. I felt my heart beat a little faster, as if the idea awakened something I had been carrying inside without my knowledge. Really, that sounds like something out of a fairy tale. And it's not just food. There's dancing everywhere. Couple competitions where they judge chemistry, passion, even the way they look at each other. Some people get engaged right there. Others just get lost in the music with strangers. There are no rules. Artie regained control of the conversation with her usual ease. I placed a hand on my chest, imagining the scene. Lanterns hanging from balconies, warm lights, sweet aromas wafting amidst the notes of a cheerful song. People smiling, shyly touching hands, or embracing each other with confidence. And for a moment, I pictured Riveria and me in that situation. It must be beautiful. It is. Although it's also chaotic. Some people use it to declare their love, but there are also breakups, arguments, tears. All of that is also part of love. I remained silent, feeling a part of me swell with the mere thought of that festival. It was as if I'd been gifted a story I hadn't yet lived. A scene took shape in my mind. She was there, her dress billowing in the breeze, bathed in the light of the lanterns. Riviera. Artie turned to me with a lopsided smile, the kind of smile you immediately knew was hiding a joke about to be told. He looked me up and down, like someone sizing up easy prey, and narrowed his eyes mischievously. And with that naive face, I'm sure you're already imagining an emerald-haired elf dancing with you under magic lanterns, am I wrong? I barely had time to open my mouth to respond, perhaps to defend myself, when a firm voice cut us off abruptly. Stop daydreaming and get moving. The work isn't going to do itself. Shakti suddenly appeared with a stern look, immediately straightening us up. Her younger sister let out a chuckle, raising her hands in a gesture of innocence, and I simply lowered my head, my cheek slightly flushed from the incident. She handed us lists of the monsters we had to lock in their cages. I glanced quickly at mine and smiled when I saw only 5 names. 5. For the first time in days, fortune was smiling on me. It was such a small job that I even thought about taking a few minutes to rest afterward. Maybe I could even look through the book a bit. But then I felt the shadow of doom fall upon me as he snatched the blade from me. That's Artie's list. My smile evaporated faster than a magic stone shattering. I barely had time to blink before Shakti pulled out a scroll the size of a dragon. No, worse. The size of my bad luck. He took it with both hands and dropped it into my arms, as if he were giving me a damn baby. This is yours. Shakti added with a calm smile, as if she hadn't just destroyed what little soul I had left. I unrolled it reflexively. The paper fell and fell, touching the floor, advancing as if it had a life of its own. I felt the sweat trickle down the back of my neck. Artie, on the other hand, mocked my disappointment, reveling in my pain. Nepotism. This is a case of nepotism. I screamed inwardly. After my initial anger subsided, I sighed heavily. If things go wrong, hurry up. In that state, I whispered it in a lifeless voice, resigned to my fate. Luck was not on my side. Several hours passed too many. When I finally crossed the threshold of my room, the sky was already beginning to be tinged with the first golden hues of dawn. The sun peeked timidly over the horizon, as if mocking me for still being alive. I dragged my feet. I limped on my right side. I felt as if every muscle in my body had sworn an oath to betray me at once. My back burned, my arms felt heavy, and my legs I didn't even know if they were still there or if I was just sliding along by sheer willpower. When I got to the bed, I didn't hesitate. I threw myself face down onto it without even taking off my boots. A muffled cry escaped my throat, muffled by the pillow. It was more than 10 damn hours. I yelled at the mattress, my voice hoarse, as if yelling it would somehow restore my lost dignity. I felt tears of frustration trickling down my cheeks, disappearing into the white sheets that absorbed them. I wanted to throw a tantrum like I hadn't in years. To act like a fed-up little brat who just wanted to sleep and was being denied that pleasure. Yet, I still couldn't shake the desire to sleep. Not when in a couple of hours I'd have my long-awaited meeting with the person I haven't stopped thinking about since I met her. That beautiful princess who had set her sights on me. I can't let him down. The image of her smile illuminated my dark subconscious, submerged in weariness. My mind, on the verge of shutting down, regained enough energy to get me out of my comfortable bed and drag myself to the desk in front of it. I sat down. I took out the slightly damaged book, its pages folded, and placed it on the table. With trembling hands, I retrieved a sheet of paper from a drawer and wrote a note outlining a request. A request to wake me at a specific time, anticipating that once I fell asleep, I wouldn't be able to get up on my own. For that, I relied on Artie and her stubbornness in sneaking into my room. In some things, she can be trusted. I took a deep breath, lit a candle, and closed the curtains so that not even the sunlight would interrupt me. If I saw its rays filtering into my room, I would become anxious to finish it and all my efforts would be in vain. I didn't care about the weight of my eyelids. The enormous dark bags under my eyes. Nor the desperate cries of every muscle fiber begging me to rest or the stabbing pain in my head telling me I'd have a stroke if I didn't sleep. For her, it was worth dying. I reopened the book. I read its pages one by one, paying special attention to the interesting details that might spark conversations. The story was captivating at least until I reached the part before falling asleep, my face pressed against the pages, throwing my resolve away. However, as if my mind wanted to reward me for my efforts, for having tried to keep my promise, I had a beautiful dream. A unique and special dream. One that probably had nothing to do with the book and that I certainly wouldn't share with Riveria because it might seem strange to her. In it there was a beautiful forest filled with flowers. A multitude of elves gathered around a large tree in the center of what appeared to be Alf's kingdom. There were distraught faces. Some guards lay on the ground and an old elf wore an expression of resignation. Who were the protagonists of that unusual story? Simple Riveria and me. We were at the altar. She looked radiant. Living proof that perfection could be embodied in a mortal. Her dress was white. A simple gown. Her face was partially covered by a sheer veil that didn't detract from her beauty. In her hands, she held a bouquet of red and green flowers, symbolizing our eyes, those eyes that sparkled when they first met. Unlike the princess's striking presence, I wore casual attire. It was the clothing I wore whenever I fought in the dungeon or in the city. The only differences were that, over my clothes, I wore a black jacket and a bow tie around my neck, trying to give the appearance of formality. Our eyes met again. We were lost in each other. Her smile shone brighter than the sun itself. Our hearts beat as one, sharing the same happiness. Experiencing a connection beyond comprehension. The only thing that broke that calm was the protagonist of my fantasies herself. Thank you for being my hero, Belle. He spoke, slowly closing his eyes and leaning forward. The dream version of me immediately grasped his wishes, fulfilling them as his guardian. The title I had bestowed upon myself. I closed my eyes too, closing the distance between our lips. The dream was so vivid that her fruity breath, the warmth of her breathing, and the fragrance of her skin intoxicated me. And before we sealed that beautiful moment with a kiss. If you don't wake up, my hands might stop touching your face and look for something more sensitive. Artie's voice interrupted him, pulling me out of that wonderful scene. Shattering the culmination of those longings I didn't understand. End of flashback. I couldn't read a single thing. I panted heavily, running through the busy streets of Riveria while holding the book in one hand, skimming through it, hurriedly, and trying to put my jacket on to finish getting dressed. My shoes were untied. My hair was a mess. And I swear I still had dried saliva on my face, not to mention I didn't even have time to shower, so I just grabbed some perfume Ibra lent me after smelling me and nearly fainting. I sniffed myself again to confirm that the combination of unpleasant aromas had been masked by the lotion. I didn't smell anything out of the ordinary, although my skin still stung after the liquid came into contact with it. I suppose her explosive temper applies to her things too. I kept running. I moved forward as fast as my exhausted legs would allow, toward a particular location. The Twilight Mansion. Riveria and I hadn't agreed to meet there. But, as the man in the state, it was my duty to go and find her. It was in my grandfather's seduction manual, so I couldn't fail. Needless to say, it was one of the few coherent and non-perverted instructions he wrote in that book before Grandma Hera tore it to pieces. Because my hands were full and my legs were giving way from exhaustion, I bumped into passers-by many times. Some tried to complain, but I just kept walking, apologizing without turning around. Perhaps I was rude and made them angry, but I had no intention of stopping. There were more important things than a few shoves and bumps. Things weren't going to go as planned. I had to resign myself and act within my means. Play the hand I was dealt. The Monsterphilia event hadn't even started yet. I looked up at the imposing coliseum, from which several fireworks were being launched as some kind of opening ceremony. The smell of food made my stomach growl. It's worth noting that I hadn't had breakfast or lunch, so it was more than obvious I was starving. But my priority was Riveria. However, in that brief moment when I looked away from the road ahead to admire the beautiful spectacle of lights rising across the darkened sky, I didn't notice that there was a person in front of me. I only realized it when our bodies collided. I was pushed backward, as was the stranger, and I fell to my bottom, dropping the book on impact. My head spun from the blow. I frowned as I brought a hand to my lower back, trying to soothe the sharp burning sensation that spread like a persistent stabbing pain. The pain wasn't new, but it was still annoying enough to make me let out a groaning sigh. That's when I heard another groan, this time right in front of me. I tensed instantly. The blow hadn't just hurt me, it had knocked someone else down too. I sat up as best I could, staggering slightly from dizziness, and opened my mouth to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't see where I was going. I'm sorry, I didn't see where I was going. Our voices overlapped with such perfect synchronicity that for a second I thought someone had echoed my words. We both uttered the same apology, in the same hurried tone, as if it were an accidental choreography. Upon recognizing the voice, my eyes widened, meeting his. And then I felt something inside me freeze for a moment. The person I had collided with was Riveria. My eyes took a second to process it, as if my mind refused to associate that disheveled figure with a dignified elf everyone knew. She wore a simple dress, a soft jade color that reached her legs. It was a light garment without embellishments, but it revealed a hint of cleavage. She wasn't wearing combat boots or elegant sandals as on other occasions, but light sneakers of different colors. One black and one brown. As if she grabbed them without thinking. Her hair, usually neatly tied or elegantly styled, fell freely and chaotically over her shoulders. There were stray strands everywhere, some crossing her forehead, others shooting out, as if she'd just woken from a particularly restless nap. Thin framed glasses hung precariously on the tip of her nose, and just below her eyes, those green eyes like deep forest gems, were faint dark circles. Frozen me. My heart started racing without warning, as if I'd accidentally activated a special ability. My cheeks burned instantly. And I wasn't the only one. Riveria blushed too, covering her mouth with her hand as if trying to hide it, though not very successfully. I don't know what possessed me at that moment. Perhaps it was exhaustion, surprise, or simply that I didn't know how to contain it. A beautiful angel with glasses. The words escaped my lips before I could stop them. And from that, a fetish I never imagined was born. Chapter 8. You're his ideal girl. I was lying in bed. I felt the sheets rustle, as if the person next to me were stirring, just waking up. I opened my eyes a crack. My vision was blurry, as I was in a state between the world of dreams and disappointing reality. I could feel a slight prick on my cheek, as if someone were trying to wake me up. In response, I decided to ignore it and continue with that beautiful dream that was still etched in my mind. It didn't matter that my body was being shaken. I ignored Ina's gasps, trying to wake up. None of that mattered when what I was witnessing in this wonderful world, the perfection of my desires unfolding like a choreographed play in which I was the star, alongside that boy I haven't stopped thinking about since I met him, was so pleasing. It was truly beautiful. It was the fulfillment of my deepest dreams, those I didn't even know I had, those I never imagined I possessed. Desires alien to what I represented. What, during my 99 years of life, I swore wasn't meant for me. My lips curved into a soft smile that couldn't quite reflect the happiness that overwhelmed me. A princess in her white dress. A gentleman who fought tirelessly to take her hand. It was as if a heroic tale, one of those Tiona talked about so much, was unfolding in real life. As if it were a glimpse into a distant future that my heart begged would become reality. Wake up, Riveria. If you don't hurry, you'll be late for your appointment. I heard Ina's words, accompanied by a yawn and a light nudge on my shoulder that only elicited a groan of displeasure. I wanted to witness more of that dream. I didn't care about upcoming commitments or if I already had plans. Besides, for some reason, I was sleeping more comfortably than on other nights, for as long as I could remember. I clung to a square object that fit in the palms of my hands. I hugged it as if I feared it would disappear the moment I let go, as if losing it meant losing myself. I just want to see him a little longer. To see him he muttered, things that made no sense to anyone who heard him. But, for me, it was an undeniable reality. A feeling as deep as the dungeon itself. The dream reached its climax. One in which my knight stood, holding my hand and positioning himself before me with a gaze that reflected everything he felt, everything I represented to him. The expression on his face confessed the ordeal his journey had been to reach me. And, without saying a word, I could understand that, from his perspective, it had been worth it. We leaned forward. It was vivid. Our breaths mingled. I closed my eyes, waiting for something, anticipating what was to come. I didn't know what would happen if I opened them. I was also filled with longing to see myself like this. Unrestrained, free of the chains that bound me to what I didn't want. It was what I yearned for, what I thought I had found when I left my kingdom, and which for the first time, I was certain I had found. Riveria, wake up. If you want to kiss that boy, do it during your date, not in a dream. Ina's shrill voice, like that of a squirrel, echoed in my long ears, making me frown. It was incredible that I couldn't escape her even in the world of dreams. Just one more minute, I pleaded, raising my hand and making the sign with one finger. What I received in response was a giggle, the kind Ina used when she was planning something that would threaten my emotional stability, so I felt a shiver run down my spine that almost woke me up with a start. But the charm of my mind prevented me from reacting appropriately to the situation. If you from my cute older sister is in love. You're having a happy ending dream. Then you tell me what that boy's lips taste like. Suddenly, the dream stopped. I was in complete darkness. However, I had a delicate acidic sensation on my lips. Fruit citrus lemon. Don't give me that nonsense. That's just a rumor. No first kiss tastes like lemon. Don't be ridiculous. TSK. I frowned, annoyed by how meddling my best friend was in my relationship. I at least wished she'd let me be happy in my sleep, but she was just as insistent as Finn and Gareth. This elf princess just wants a moment away from everyone except Belle. My knight in shining armor. The hero who saved me. I turned to face him. I stood up slowly, lifting my back from the soft bed, which had never felt so warm, like a cloud. I threw back the sheets, rubbing my eyelids with my right fist and scolding him. You interrupted him. I was about to marry him, I muttered, feeling tired and dizzy. For some reason, there were 3 Inas in front of me. I tried to hit the middle one to make her pay, but I missed, falling face down onto the mattress. You're worse than I imagined. You're not just in love, you're intoxicated with love. What kind of spell did that rabbit cast on you? The spell. Belle's a great wizard, just like me. We're perfect. I'm almost certain I said something Ina could use against me once she regained consciousness. However, I wasn't interested in that at all. It was my heart speaking with complete honesty, as if I were being interrogated by Loki. This is getting frustrating. Damn love-struck brats. In love. I repeated in a childlike tone, full of emotion. At that moment, whistling through the air, a thin cold hand approached my face before I could react. What followed was a sharp hot sensation on my cheek, followed by an unknown force that twisted my face in the direction of the attack. Needless to say, that was more than enough to make me react. My eyes snapped open, and I raised my hand to the point of impact. I let out a small saliva drop and a muffled groan of pain. When I realized what had happened, surprise turned to annoyance. I could feel the blood rushing to my head and the veins standing out on my forehead. I would never slap Ina back, but I was tempted to break that rule. What's wrong with you? Why are you hitting me? Because I've been calling you for several minutes and you're still ignoring me. I remind you that you were the one who asked me to be your alarm clock when you were about to leave for your date. My date? I told you I don't have a date. It's just a book meeting with Belle. We were silent for a second. Ina smiled broadly, as if I'd said something embarrassing. I reviewed my response and couldn't find anything like that. At least not until she pointed it out. Belle, since when are you so informal? I straightened my back, panicking and glancing around, trying to find an excuse to stop her mocking attitude. Then, for a moment, my gaze fell on the curtains covering my bedroom balcony. Between the gaps in the 2 layers of fabric I saw something that made me shudder. I turned almost mechanically toward Ina, fearful of the answer she would give to the question I was about to ask. The dryness on my lips, the rumbling in my stomach, and the strange feeling of having overslept frightened me. They made it clear that my sleep had been more than just a simple nap. Hey Ina, what day is it today? It hasn't been more than 24 hours, don't worry. You still have time for your appointment. It's not a date. Ugh. Your foolishness frustrates me. What I mean is, if you hurry, you can meet your soulmate at the agreed upon time. Although, if I were you, I'd start moving now. You were so lost in that strange dream for so long, babbling incoherently and spouting words worthy of a lovesick maiden living in a fairy tale. I yanked the sheets back, interrupting her reply. I lifted the fabric above our heads and turned to the side of the bed, nearly falling in the process. Stumbling, I made my way to the wardrobe, still in my evening clothes. The air coming in through the window was a bit chilly, so my underwear wasn't thick enough to protect me from the drop in temperature. Wow. If that guy saw you in that black, slightly see-through nightgown, I'm sure they'd skip the foreplay. He'd confess his feelings right away, his eyes wide with love. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have time for your jokes. I yelled fiercely, throwing open the closet doors in desperation and rummaging through the countless clothes I keep inside for the perfect outfit for my date. I mean, meeting. Yes, a meeting between two book lovers who want to share their thoughts on the literary works they've been given. I was nervous. Desperate. And Ina's words only intensified that feeling. She wouldn't stop talking for a second and started spouting nonsense like a mother saying her final goodbye to her daughter. The typical "they grow up so fast" speech. Needless to say, I never received anything like that from my own mother, but those are minor details. Where did that young elf girl go who wasn't interested in dating? It's not a date. Let me finish my monologue, she exclaimed, exasperatingly. She covered her mouth and shed fake tears to bolster her performance. That bitter elf I thought would remain a spinster for the rest of her life is about to leave and see a man. Is this what it feels like to see your children grow up? I remind you that you are younger than me. I still remember when we used to walk through the fields of flowers and you said that when you grew up you would marry me. I never made a promise like that. Besides, isn't that something a daughter is supposed to do for her father? Make up your mind. I sighed heavily, continuing with my own objective. I rummaged through the clothes, unable to find anything suitable for a casual get-together. Something that suggested it was just a quiet meeting, but that wouldn't imply I was a hopeless slob who grabbed the first thing she saw. Meanwhile, Ina kept talking. Truthfully, I stopped listening after what she said about marrying me. And now she leaves for her romantic date with the man who won her heart. I already told you it's not a date. I turned away vehemently, annoyed that he kept using that word that made me feel strange, anxious, and nervous. A new emotion that I never thought I'd experience repeatedly in less than an hour. Okay, tell me. If it's not a date, then what is it? A friendly meeting between two book lovers? I don't buy that nonsense. Her question got me thinking. I racked my brains over it. I considered every word, every synonym, every damned linguistic twist that could give me a dignified way out. Something that didn't say quote. Something that sounded more academic, casual, even accidental. It's not a date. It's just a planned outing. An informal exchange of ideas. A social gathering with no romantic implications. Ina, sitting cross-legged on my bed, looked at me with that smile that was both amused and condescending, which she knew so well how to use. Riveria, if two people of the opposite sex agree to go out alone, with a meeting point, a specific time and a purpose of mutual enjoyment, that's a date. I huffed loudly, turning towards her with a dark green cape in my hands. That's an absurd generalization. What if we're just going to walk and talk? What happens to the Academy of Semantic Etiquette then? My words lacked conviction and confidence, which Ina used to her advantage to counterattack. She shrugged calmly, leaning back on her elbows, and replied sharply. You can disguise it however you want, but your voice sounds like that of a woman who is going to meet someone she likes. Ugh. I lowered my head. The trembling of my lips betrayed my lack of a counter-argument to her well-structured response. Like a child throwing a tantrum, I could only repeat things in the hope that she would believe me, when even I wasn't convinced. It's not a date. Repeat it until you believe it, you love-struck brat. HMPH. I didn't continue the discussion. I had more important things to attend to. For example, what to wear on my date with Belle. Oh. Because of Ina, I called it a date. My face and ears turned bright red, and I even felt a rise in my body temperature. My chest heaved like a cart hurtling over a bumpy road. It was as if, by admitting I was going on a date, I reacted automatically. Yes, it's a date. But I won't give Ina the satisfaction of hearing it, I thought, pressing my fist to my chest to calm my heart rate. I also took a deep breath in case the previous strategy didn't work. After that, I continued my search for the perfect outfit. I picked up a white linen blouse with a high neck and long sleeves. I tried it on over my clothes in front of the mirror, barely lifting it to imagine how it would drape. It was elegant, neat, appropriate for a formal gathering. But that wasn't what I was expecting today, was it? I sighed and folded it carefully, leaving it on the bed. I tried on a sleeveless blouse, a soft blue, with a discreet opening at the chest and barely visible floral details. I held it up in front of me. It was cooler, a little bolder. Too much. I frowned, uncomfortable with what that thought implied. I hung it up again. I changed into a long, light cream skirt with a hemline that fell to my ankles. It was comfortable, simple, very me. But also wasn't it a bit too neutral? As if I were trying hard not to show any interest. Then I found a moss green blouse with gold details. A garment I almost never wore, too flashy for my usual taste. I took it to the mirror and stared at it for a long time. Was I really doing all this for a simple outing? A walk? A casual chat with someone I barely know beyond the surface? I couldn't help but question that. It was the reality. We'd barely met and yet here I was, longing to see him. Hoping he'd be captivated by my appearance. That he'd compliment me on how I looked. It was banal. You could even say childish. But genuine. What's happening to me? I murmured the question lightly, pressing my lips together so I wouldn't be heard. My reflection looked back at me, tired and doubtful. Why am I doing this? Why do I care so much? Belle's face flashed into my mind, as if offering an answer to my questions. This only made me more nervous, and I rummaged through my closet for more options. I refused to accept that the reason I was paying such close attention to my appearance for the first time in nearly 100 years was because of that albino boy. By the way, why do you say you'll be late for your date? Isn't he supposed to come pick you up? It's in the boyfriend's handbook. Yes. But he's not my boyfriend, so it doesn't apply. Yes. Anyway, it's the man's responsibility to go to his beloved's house to go to his date. I am not his lover. And, as I said, it's not a date. She insisted on calling this meeting that. Besides, she had some rather strange thoughts about what it entailed. I suppose she's an expert on the subject, unlike me, who was just learning about it. It was all new to me. Meetings with someone of the opposite sex had never appealed to me until now. So what are your plans? Are you just going to meet at the library and talk until your curiosity is satisfied? I won't deny that it's a nice way to spend time with the person you love. I don't love him. You're being too rude. You keep interrupting me. My point is, the plan you have isn't bad. I suppose it's enough for a couple of first-timers on the road to love. However, it lacks that spark that makes you go home and fondly remember your reunion. Something that allows you to reminisce about that time together and makes you smile. My hand stopped as I hung a green dress on the coat rack. What Ina had said piqued my curiosity. For me, I smiled without her seeing, just being by his side is enough. He's the spark that will make me remember him with a smile. Without seeing her, I knew Ina's mouth opened in shock. I also heard her heart rate quickening. Or perhaps it was mine. Ina sighed with relief, as if I had finally given her a satisfactory answer amidst so many lies trying to hide the undeniable truth. However, I heard her bend down and pick something up from the floor. Just in case, I turned around, looking at what she was holding. It's good that spending time with her is enough to make you happy. The thing is, I highly doubt that moment will last if you haven't finished reading the book. What do you plan to talk to her about, in that case? The moment my eyes recognized a book in his hands, the color drained from my face. I felt something in my chest collapse with a sharp cold weight. My knees buckled before I could stop it and I sank to the floor as if guilt had brought me down. That's right, I didn't read it, I completely forgot about it. I brought a hand to my face, covering my eyes as a wave of shame washed over me. Then, I pointed at Ina in desperation, searching for a way out, an excuse. Anything but admitting I'd failed. It was your fault. You stayed up all night with me, spouting those damn rumors about Cranel San and his taste in women that you got from Ina. She raised her hands, astonished, taking a step back. What did I do? I didn't even force you to do anything. I lunged at her and yanked her ears in frustration, as if that could atone for my wrongdoing. She writhed in pain, flailing her legs as I blushed in denial. Your fault. You had almost 3 days to finish it. 3 days, Riveria. And you left it until the last minute. You're the only one responsible for this happening. I let go of it abruptly, as if the contact with it burned me with shame. I turned to the book with trembling hands and picked it up delicately, as if it were something sacred that didn't deserve to be held. I hugged him to my chest, lowering my head. I didn't get past the first few pages. And then, suddenly, it all came flooding back. The meetings, the training with the trainees, the reports, the argument with Finn about mission logistics. And that stupid night with Ina, laughing until late as if I had no obligations. Everything seemed so trivial now. Deep down, I felt a warm, painful, tight lump form in my throat. For a moment, I imagined Belle's expression when he found out. Not anger, that would have been easier to bear. But disappointment. A downcast, sad Belle, his sweetness broken by a broken promise. I also imagined him starting from my side, seeing me as a liar. Perhaps I was exaggerating, but I don't know him well enough to predict his reaction. And without knowing why, I felt like crying. It was our last meeting and I ruined it with my irresponsibility. Flashback. I went back to the moment when Belle and I said goodbye. When we had to say goodbye after the scandalous welcome from my family and his. Our eyes met for a moment, held in a silent farewell. There were no words, only the exchange of a faint, almost shy emotion that hung in the air between us. I clutched the book to my chest and raised a hand in farewell. He responded with a gentle smile, one of those that seemed made only to disarm me, returning the gesture. However, that excitement didn't last long, because Artie clung to Belle's arm as if it were her most prized possession. She leaned over him, grinning cheekily, and raised her face to me, sticking her tongue out in that mocking way only a girl like her could pull off. I felt a vein pop out on my forehead, clearly annoyed by her behavior and the complete lack of distance between them. As if that invisible barrier that terrified me to cross didn't exist for that girl. I tried to keep my expression neutral, to continue waving my hand gracefully, but two figures suddenly stepped into my line of sight. It was Lafia and Alicia, who stood directly in front of me, completely blocking Belle and any chance of our eyes meeting, thus monopolizing my attention. My gesture of farewell was useless, and although I tried to move aside, they casually shifted as well, as if they didn't notice what they were doing. Or perhaps they were simply trying to prevent me from seeing him again. I sighed heavily, stopping the farewell. He did the same, pulled away by Artie. I stood still, my hand hanging low, a pang of discomfort throbbing in my chest. The discomfort in my chest made me question why it hurt to see them. TSK. It's good that perverted human left. Didn't he notice how he was looking at her, Riveria-sama? How did he look at me? Yes. He looked at her with a perverse and dirty desire. All men are the same. Perverse. These unfounded comments from Alicia and Lafia got me thinking. It's not like they convinced me, but it was curious how they behaved just because a man approached me. It almost reminds me of the attitude I adopt whenever Ina and her husband appear before me. I suppose we're not so different and I understand their point of view. Now. We must make sure that perpetually horny rabbit hasn't done anything to her. With your permission, Riveria-sama. Huh? What are you trying to do? They both started to approach, twitching their noses like bloodhounds following a scent. Suddenly, they pressed their noses together around my body, searching for something I couldn't quite grasp at that moment. I felt their breaths like gentle breezes on my clothes and skin. It was uncomfortable, I won't deny it, though it made me wonder if perhaps a part of Belle had been imprinted on my body. Some trace that we were together. However, I couldn't allow such a despicable act. They were being far too rude to Belle, who had behaved like a gentleman during our date and looked after my interests and desires at every moment. Just remembering it made me shudder. His tact and attentiveness were worthy of a refined prince. I placed my hands on their foreheads, gently pushing them apart. After that, I proceeded with my complaint. You're exaggerating. You won't find anything. The only contact we had was when we were running away. He held my hand and pulled me close as we fled. That's all. And I allowed it, so you have no right to be angry. Besides, you know I don't mind you touching my skin. You don't mind either, so don't be hypocrites. What do you think you're doing, Ina? My scolding was interrupted when Ina joined them, taking advantage of my distraction and abandoning her wheelchair. It was like having three bloodhounds sniffing me, like a pet catching the scent of another animal on its owner. A vein popped out on my forehead with anger at their suspicious and hostile attitude over something that hadn't even happened. This was reaching absurd extremes. Suddenly, I felt his breath focus on my neck and hair. He inhaled more deeply in those areas, which made me raise an eyebrow. There was no way there could be a trace there was there. I remembered that moment when we were running away and disappeared into the darkness of that alley. He wrapped his scarf around my hair. He pulled me close and I could feel his breath on my face. We were so close that I could hear his heart racing and I'm sure he could hear mine. And if that wasn't enough, that moment when we made eye contact and he pretended to be serious even though it was obvious from a mile away that he was nervous. I was weak. I blushed in front of Ina and that meant death. Penance. She slowly backed away, taking steps backward with a smile that screamed, "Mock your best friend," in every crease of her cheekbones. Then, pulling a magnifying glass from somewhere, she delivered her verdict against my emotional stability. "Riveria, you smell like a man in your hair, your face and your neck. Your neck." Ina squealed as if she'd just discovered a state secret. I froze, as if I'd been caught stealing from the goddess's library. "That's not true." My voice came out as fast as an emergency spell, but the tremor in it betrayed me. A blush crept across my face like lightning, and without thinking, I touched my neck. Why would I do that if I was sure it wasn't true? Am I really? Oh, I understand everything now. Ina placed a hand on her chest, acting dramatic as if we were in a cheap romantic play. She spun around and extended her arm toward an invisible point. A young man, with his disheveled white hair and that lost child expression, slowly approaches. She, confused but tempted, remains still and then he, with a gaze full of restrained desire, lowers his face and buries his nose in her neck as if smelling the most precious flower in the entire forest. What? Riveria Samaya. Lafia and Alicia's combined screams echoed through the room like an explosion. Alicia opened her mouth wide and Lafia looked ready to go after Belle, who was surely still nearby. They were both staring at me as if I'd just announced I was planning to marry a goblin. Ina, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. That would never. I tried to defend myself as chaos erupted around me. But Ina wouldn't stop. She continued, as if the invisible audience were urging her to keep going. I could see my students' expressions change as the fabricated story unfolded. They were starting to believe it and their hatred for Belle was growing, as if they didn't already harbor enough. And not only that. That boy, blinded by passion, tenderly caresses her cheeks. She melts, closes her eyes, her lips tremble. It just is. I slapped her hard across the head, but that didn't stop Ina, who continued to muffle her laughter. Meanwhile, I felt myself melting with embarrassment, frustration, and, to my misfortune, a sliver of imagination that betrayed me. Why did it bother me so much? Why wouldn't that heat disappear? Why did it affect me so much to think that he, of all people, had left his scent on me? And why didn't that idea disgust me? No, stop. Stop, Riveria. Don't go down that road. I need a bathroom. Urgently. If I can, I'd like to clear my head too. I'm not thinking clearly and it's affecting me. I closed my hands, trembling and sweaty, because there was a grain of truth in the story Ina was making up. At least up until the part where Belle touched my hair and cornered me. But it was all taken out of context. Absolutely everything was taken out of context to make him look like a womanizing Casanova who tried to take advantage of me. He's not like that. Ina sensed my hesitation, so, still with a bump where I hit her, she brought her face closer to mine. Yufufu, how much of that is true, Riveria? Oh. They're back. But, luckily for me, before I could ask another question that would rile up Alicia and Lafia, Ace and Tiona arrived, with their typical nonchalant attitude towards my affairs. I wish everyone else could be like them. Unfortunately, fate couldn't do me a favor without adding certain conditions. And the condition had a name. It was Tyan Hiryud, that damned Amazon who enjoys tormenting me and who will surely want to investigate, just like Ina, what happened at my meeting. Finally you show up, Mom. For a second I thought you weren't going to spend the night at the mansion. What nonsense are you spouting, Tyan? The attack came quickly. I waved my hands in protest at his lack of restraint. However, I made the mistake of revealing what I was hiding behind my back. Fiona's eyes flashed when she realized I was holding a book she didn't recognize. She quickly ran toward me, snatching it away in a move I hadn't anticipated. Hey. That's mine. What? The beautiful fairy of the mercenary hero. What kind of story is this? I don't know it. Fiona wouldn't let me take it back. She jumped around like an excited child, turning and preventing me from reaching the book. I struggled to catch her, but she slithered away like a worm and I couldn't snatch it back. Mercenary hero. To Tiona's and my surprise, Ace reacted to the nickname given to the protagonist of that story, moving faster than Tiona had managed to take it from me. Before we knew it, she had it in her hands, which trembled with desperation as she searched through its pages for something unknown to us. We exchanged curious glances, waiting for her reaction, and it came quickly. We witnessed firsthand how her expression shifted from despair to utter terror, as if a trauma buried deep within her heart had resurfaced. As if she remembered the punishments I inflicted upon her when she called me old witch. She slammed the book shut, handing it back to Tiona and turning her back on us. Between unintelligible murmurs and unexplained trembling, I managed to overhear part of her monologue. The image is identical to that grumpy old woman from Seldia. I raised an eyebrow. If I hadn't heard her referring to someone else, I might have been invoking my incantation to freeze her and teach her to swim. But it struck me as odd that she mentioned Queen Seldia instead. Ace's past remains a mystery that we're slowly uncovering. This is the first drawing I've ever seen of the mercenary hero. Fiona's voice cut through the air with its typical energy. I turned slightly to see her, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, focused on a specific page in her open book. Ace, still showing signs of trauma from the previous incident, immediately looked up. It was as if something invisible pulled her toward the book. Without saying a word, she snatched a copy from Tiona's hands for the second time. Hey. Make up your mind, Ace. Do you want to see it or not? Fiona's voice was more of a joke than a complaint, but Ace wasn't paying attention anymore. Her gaze was completely absorbed by the image on the page. And then, I saw it. First came astonishment. Then a mute fragile surprise. And then sadness. A quiet deep sadness that seeped through her golden eyes and trickled down to her chest. Her cheeks flushed red and her lips parted slightly. Tears began to glisten at the corners of her eyes, still, trembling. They hadn't fallen yet, but they already hurt. I went to her without thinking. I carefully took the book from her, afraid of tearing it and that seeing it again might hurt her even more. I gently closed the cover and bowed to her. Are you feeling okay? I touched her forehead with my fingers. It was warm. It wasn't a fever, I knew that. It was something else. Something that couldn't be measured with a thermometer. Tyan and Tiona approached silently. The first with a frown and her arms crossed. The second, confused, tilted her head with a mixture of curiosity and anguish. And then Lafia came running. It's all because of that book. Because of that book, Ace is sad. Her voice sounded so broken it made my stomach lurch. She turned to face me, her eyes wide open. Riveria-sama. Where did you get it? I didn't know what to answer. I clutched the book to my chest and lowered my gaze, hesitating. However, I didn't need to speak because Ina, as perceptive as only she can be, answered for me, twisting the truth. That boy and Riveria probably bought matching books. That would explain why he was trying to hide his too. Why do you enjoy the chaos you create? Is that damn rabbit responsible for Ace being like this? Before I could show my frustration with a lie that Ina declared as an absolute truth, Lafia's scream echoed in every corner of the city, spreading her voice even inside the mansion. Alice, let's go after that enemy of women. Do. Wait a moment. Those two fools were planning to attack an innocent man, so I grabbed them by the shoulder. I forced them to turn around to show them the truth, not Ina's made-up story. This book contains nothing offensive. It's just a romance story about the main characters. I honestly don't understand why it affected Ace so much, but I doubt it's Cranel-san's fault. So I respectfully ask you not to lose your minds and try to kill an innocent person. But. I glared at them both to prevent any rebuttals. It was enough to silence them and make them look intently at the book's title. The calm didn't last long before Alicia's brow furrowed. No longer out of hatred for Belle, which was a relief, but because of the story itself. The beautiful fairy of the mercenary hero. Are you referring to Seldia-sama? What kind of insulting tale did that man give you, Riveria-sama? The wonderful Seldia-sama was a woman of unparalleled purity and pristine beauty who never harbored any carnal desires for that hero. Whoever dared to fabricate such nonsense to tarnish her legacy deserves death. Hence her excessive regard for the stories of our race. Always letting Alvin traditions dominate her, acting as if guarding a legacy riddled with inconsistencies. I simply shook my head, disappointed by her reaction. Alicia had begun to extol Seldia's virtues as if she were a saint fallen from heaven. Words like upright lady, pure spirit, and noble heart. Honestly, I was getting tired of hearing it. We did, however, gain something curious from all this. When Ace, whose eyes were still moist, heard her, she stood up abruptly. Her gaze became firm, almost sharp. She walked toward Alicia with calm but purposeful steps, as if she wanted to contradict her words. Seldia was anything but a pure woman. The silence that followed was almost comical. Alicia froze in place, as if someone had pushed her into the void. The expression on her face shifted from bewilderment to horror with remarkable speed. What did you say? Take it back right now. He shouted, pointing a trembling finger at her, as if he were witnessing heresy. But Ace didn't back down. On the contrary, her words were even colder, as if she knew more about Seldia than members of her own race. As long as I'm alive, Seldia will have someone to remember her as she was. A bitter, grumpy old woman and nothing more. Alicia clutched her chest as if she'd been shot with an arrow, gasping like a fish out of water. The argument immediately escalated, with indignant complaints and phrases like, "You don't understand her legacy. And she was just a bitter spinster nagging me." And that was it. I rolled my eyes, stifling a sigh, and turned on my heels. I don't have the energy for this. While those two were getting tangled up in their verbal duel, I decided to leave before the fight escalated into shouting and punches. Behind me, clinging to me as if they were part of my body, Tiona and Ina followed. The former showed genuine interest in the book, which this time she held more tightly so that it wouldn't be taken from me again. Riveria. Where did you get it? Was it in the bookstore? Are there other copies? Let's go so I can buy one. She bombarded me with questions. I find her genuine way of expressing her emotions endearing. She's a real woman who isn't afraid to show her true self to others. I calmly shook my head, regaining my usual composure. Despite the overwhelming emotions that were consuming me, I had to maintain an attitude befitting my position of authority within the family. I'm sorry, Tiona. But there are no more copies. Cranel-san gave me this book on loan because I bought one from him as a reward for saving me. From what I understand, his grandfather wrote this book and drew the illustrations, so I highly doubt any copies exist. I answered calmly, revealing that I had obtained the book but avoiding at all costs, disclosing the hidden reason why we had exchanged them in the first place. My meeting with Belle had to remain strictly secret. Your grandfather made it. And he gave it to you just for going on a date with you. But it wasn't a date. Great. That means if I go out with Belle he'll give me one too. I'll invite him out to lunch tomorrow. I'm sure he'll accept. Wait, you can't. Thank you. This information is worth millions. although I was planning to go out with him anyway. Fiona ran off towards her room, a huge smile on her face. She skipped as she went, almost excited, as if she had a very specific purpose in mind. And I knew what it was. I watched her walk away in silence, my hand still outstretched toward her, unable to stop her. I slowly lowered my arm, letting my fingers fall limply to my side. I felt a slight weight in my chest, that strange feeling of being one step behind, the one I had when I saw Belle and Artie together. I felt a couple of pats on the back, full of condescension, but also of a certain delight in my situation. You have competition. The good thing is that the competition doesn't surpass you in breast size. Ayn was the one who said that, walking behind her sister with an arrogant smile, aware that she was sowing chaos and discord in my heart. And, without realizing it, like a childish act, one pouted. I never thought I'd see my best friend jealous. I guess that guy stole your heart during that encounter in the dungeon. HMPH. I'm not jealous. Stop making up romance stories where there aren't any. To me, Cranel-san is an interesting person. Nothing more. I looked away, offended, though inside I was dying of embarrassment. I wondered if what I was feeling was jealousy and if it was right to feel it when Belle isn't anything to me. It's not like I intended us to be in the first place. I walked towards the mansion. Finn and Gareth were waiting for me there with that typical playful, not to say mocking, expression that characterized them. I decided to walk past, but I couldn't. Isn't there something you want to tell us? Perhaps what you did with that boy when we lost sight of them. Don't make me report you to the Ganesha family. I am ready to go to your headquarters to report child corruption. Finn and Gareth, true to their personalities, didn't hold back on the jokes. They implied that I had done inappropriate things with Belle, when the truth was far from that twisted notion. TSK. How annoying. Yes. I'll get that information later. Just wait and keep it quiet. Are you on my side or theirs? On the side of romance. I miss the you who venerated and respected me. Aina found new ways to disappoint me. I just shook my head and went inside the mansion. I started to go to my room, but Lafia and Alicia's simultaneous shout stopped me in my tracks. Wait a moment, Riveria-sama. We must ensure that the scent of that human is removed from his skin. That. Yes. Allow us to take her to the shower and bathe her, Riveria-sama. We'll take care of erasing any trace of that eternally horny rabbit. And you hear yourselves when you speak. I started to get a headache. The accumulated stress was taking its toll. I couldn't tolerate the nonsense and craziness of the people around me like I usually did. Something was wrong. Come on, Riveria. It's a great opportunity to take a shower together like in the old days. You too, Aina. Hey. You won't escape. Come on, Lafia, Alicia. Let's make sure we scrub his skin thoroughly and remove all traces of that filthy human. I don't agree with this. I was dragged along by Aina, pushed by Alicia and Lafia. I had no say in this decision. I was treated like a mere ragdoll with no will of my own. Aze, Tiona, Tyan. Join us. Mass shower of women. Aina's scream echoed through the mansion. The affirmative responses came immediately, and in less than a second, several women were dragging me toward the thermal baths as I struggled to break free. Stressed and resigned, I just took a deep breath, shouting. Why can't anyone in this family leave me alone for at least one damn night? My scream was lost in the night, ignored and discarded. A few minutes later, almost all of us were immersed in the hot springs, relaxed, with the steam floating gently on the surface and the murmur of the water filling the air. Carefully arranged rocks surrounded the edge of the pool, and tall bushes offered privacy in the mist. I could hear the others gasping for breath. They sighed with relief, as if their stress had been released. I, on the other hand, couldn't relax completely. I remained leaning against a rock, my shoulders slumped and my whole body burning literally. My skin was red from head to toe. Not from embarrassment, nor from the heat of the water, although that contributed too, but from the treatment I had just received. Aina, Lafia and Alicia had been determined to carve me as if they were trying to erase all my sins. Lafia had started gently, but then Alicia took over with a worrying energy, and finally Aina joined in enthusiastically, as if she were polishing my back. I pressed my lips together as the water surrounded me, trying to maintain some dignity, even though inside I just wanted to scream that they'd ripped off my first layer of skin. It wasn't fair. This wasn't a bath, it was a form of torture disguised as personal care. The touch of fingers on my shoulder snapped me out of my mental ruminations. When I looked at the culprit, I saw Aina, who was caressing my skin as if it were delicate, fine silk. I wished I had treated her that way while she was scrubbing me. What are you doing? Your skin is still as soft as the last time we bathed together 20 years ago. It's definitely good for your health not to have children. Do you want me to tell Aina and Nina? Don't exaggerate. I love my girls with all my heart. But it's impossible to deny that having them has made me age faster. What surprises me is that the same hasn't happened to you. Between battles and spending weeks on end in that monster's nest, one would expect you to have one or two gruesome scars. Yet, there's nothing. She stared intently at my arms. Her gaze also drifted down to my breasts, which were floating in the water, and she frowned as if she were bothered by them. I simply take care of myself. As a mage, it's rare for me to be involved in direct confrontations, so I usually come out unscathed in conflicts. You take care of yourself even though you're not looking for a partner. I have no idea how you came to that conclusion. We both know that it's common in our race to preserve purity and health in our bodies. I gave a vague excuse to avoid her persistence. Ina is the type of person who, if you don't react to her comments, won't bother you anymore. The problem is, she's good at playing on people's emotions, making me act however she wants. Besides, her gaze made me uncomfortable. She kept staring at my breasts as if the rest of my body were disposable, of no interest. I heard muffled murmurs that sounded like insults, but I let it go. Now I understand how Tiona feels every time she's compared to her sister. Speaking of her, she still steals glances and ducks down to avoid showing herself. I understand you, Tiona. I understand that it bothers you that that damn cow with enormous breasts is always showing off her figure. Come on, Riveria-sama. It's not that hard to understand. He stared at my breasts as if he fancied them. I felt undressed by his gaze. My fist clenched underwater. The light in my eyes faded as I stared at the older sister, and I couldn't hide my murderous intentions, causing her to turn towards me when she felt threatened. TSK. Damn bags of fat. To my surprise, Tiona spoke at the same time as me. Our voices overlapped, and we both voiced the same complaint. We exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Girls, the dungeon thing was a joke. Just let it go. Never. We replied to Tyan, looking away and crossing our arms. She just let out a nervous giggle as the sweat trickled down her forehead and she settled into the water. I looked around the other women, as if to inspect them, to find those with larger breasts than me. I felt dirty for making that comparison and didn't know what I would gain from it, but I just wanted to confirm that Tyan was the only one with a bigger bust. Unfortunately, I was wrong. After passing by Lafia, who seemed dizzy from the temperature, Aze, who was outside the hot springs because she was washing her hair, and Tiona, who furrowed her brows as she felt judged, I came across Alicia. She felt my gaze, tilting her head curiously. Then she lowered her head. Perhaps I made an unfriendly expression that intimidated her. But how is it possible that she has such large breasts if she's also an elf? It's unfair. Fufufu. Don't be cruel to poor Alicia. Did I say it or just think it? Why you said so, Riveria-sama. Forgive me for my damn genetics. I swear, if I had the chance, I'd get rid of this dead weight. I felt the blush creeping up my neck to the tips of my ears. I let my frustrations escape my mind and be expressed in a passive-aggressive way, something I didn't realize until Ina pointed it out. I'm sorry, Alicia. I didn't mean it. I'm just a little envious of you because you're so beautiful. That's all. Riveria-sama. I could see the sudden change in her mood. The sparkle returned to her dull eyes. Don't be modest, Riveria. You're a truly beautiful woman yourself. You have skin as white as snow and a smile as bright as the sun. Your tranquility soothes the hearts of those around you. Besides, you exude an One-sama energy that, from what I've heard, is quite charming to men. One-sama energy? I raised an eyebrow upon hearing a term I hadn't heard before. I'll look into what it means later. As Ina spoke, Alicia, Lafia and the others nodded, confirming the charms that, in my best friend's opinion, made me unique and a woman of great worth. Of remarkable beauty and perfection. It feels strange when people talk openly about you when you're around them. Nevertheless, their compliments made me happier than I cared to admit. I had to maintain my composure and calm demeanor. I couldn't let on that their words pleased me and masked a latent insecurity I wasn't even aware of. Oh. I listened to Ina with a barely perceptible smile. If there was anyone in this world who knew me inside and out, it was her, so I could take her impressions as fact. However, there are lines that shouldn't be crossed. It was then that, without warning, she blurted out in an expert tone. And that's not all. Her figure is enviable. I've always thought Riveria had a huge behind. Just look at her, her waist is so tiny, and then boom. Everything widens out as if gravity decided to bless her. Whoever gets a lap pillow from her will sleep in heaven. I wanted to sink into the water. Literally. My cheeks burned more than the rest of my skin, which was already red from the other elf savage carving, and I turned to her with a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. Ina, shut up already. I tried to cover her mouth, but the nosy girl kept talking and laughing. That's right. Butts are better than breasts. Much more versatile. What are you saying? I tried to gently push her back, hoping that for once she would stay quiet. Tiona raised her arm as if she were in class, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. I confirm. I totally confirm. It didn't surprise me. Ever since she'd complained about her lack of superior qualities, any excuse would do to redirect attention. Although I admit that if there's one thing Tiona has going for her, it's a waist and wide hips that overshadow her lack of assets in the chest area. Tyan, who until then had only been listening, burst out laughing in a mocking tone. When you don't have one, you appreciate the other. That's not my case, of course. She settled in contentedly, casting a haughty glance. I rolled my eyes sharply. Between the steam, the jokes, and the indiscreet comments, I doubted I'd ever get a quiet bath in my life. Tranquility returned after a few minutes. I was lying back, enjoying the steam and the warm water. In front of me, Lafia and Aze were sharing a peaceful moment. At least for Aze, because Lafia kept devouring her with her eyes like a hopeless pervert. I shook my head, criticizing this action and her lack of discretion. Knowing Aze, she probably wouldn't notice. But from the outside, it's obvious that Lafia feels something for her. Something that goes beyond camaraderie and friendship. Hey, do you remember when you and I? Instinctively, anticipating that Ina was about to say something that would put me in a difficult position, I covered her mouth, preventing it. Don't you dare say anything. That's all in the past, and we were just confused. Huh? What's wrong with that? I think all the best friends of our species have gone through there. And don't make me repeat myself. I persisted, giving her a more threatening look to make her stop. That worked, although what she did to change the subject made me regret it. Fine. I won't talk about that, but in return you'll have to tell me what you did with that boy when we lost sight of them. She smiled broadly, as if it had been her plan all along. My ears drooped, surrendering to Ina Tal's outstanding wit. Let's talk about. No. I want you to tell us what you did. I don't buy that story about you just going to a library. That's exactly what happened. There's nothing more to it. Ara. Is it time to interrogate Riveria yet? Fueled by my personal life, the other girls began to approach where Ina and I were arguing. Tyan was the first to fan the flames of conflict, while Alicia and Lafia sharpened their gaze, also straining their ears so as not to miss a single detail. Soon they all surrounded me, with those bright, expectant stares I detest. I felt the space around me shrink, and for a moment, I was the one who seemed small. Very small. I cleared my throat, regaining the poise and dignity that characterized me. I wasn't going to allow my voice to tremble or my thoughts to seep into my words. It was nothing, I said firmly, as if that single sentence could dispel all the pent-up curiosity. I maintained a calm expression as I summarized the situation, without going into compromising details or showing any signs of unease. Much less did I mention the meeting with Belle. We just went to the library. I wanted to give him a small gift for saving me during the expedition. Something simple. I limited myself to that, in a neutral tone. As if every word didn't burn in my chest. When you interrupted us at the Lady of Abundance, I was somewhat anxious for attention. A little disappointed, perhaps, because things didn't go as planned and you were ruining the moment I had looked forward to so much since I met you. I kept my gaze high, not letting the memory steal my composure. Crandall-san noticed my state and, without saying much, acted. He took me out of there and offered me some peace. Just that. A kind gesture. What I needed. Once I finished explaining, the silence that followed felt more warm than uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because of the sensation in my chest, right where my heart seemed to burn with a serene emotion. He had been so considerate. So gentle in his discreet and direct manner. A thoughtful, observant, sincere man. A true gentleman. Who I would like to be my knight. They all looked at me when I finished, with expressions that were hard to define. Some surprised, others confused, and a few skeptical. The silence fell thick, as if each of them were digesting what I had just said, searching between the lines for something I hadn't mentioned. It was Tyan who broke the ice with her carefree attitude and a smile that didn't bode well. That's it. Her tone was light, but the edge was there, hidden. You waited for him for days, and all you did was go to a library. She raised an eyebrow, mockingly, as if I had just said something absurd. It made my blood boil a little. And what were we supposed to have done? No, better yet, tell me what you would have done if you and Finn were in the same position. I asked her, raising an eyebrow, without losing my composure. She always wanted to provoke, and now it was time to strike. Tyan blinked, visibly surprised. Then she blushed to her ears, hesitating. Her lips curved into a forced smile as she looked away. I can't say Aze is here. She didn't need any more context. Her race and the saliva dripping from her mouth made it clear that the first date Finn accepted would end up in a private, soundproof room. Aze, for her part, tilted her head, confused because, as usual, we were limiting our topics of conversation because of her. Besides, she didn't understand what Tyan meant and wanted her to explain. What does my being here have to do with anything? What would you have done, Tyan? Lafia and I responded in unison, almost reflexively, in defense of her innocence. It's best not to ask. You're still innocent, Ace. Ace's expression immediately twisted. She frowned, clearly offended, puffing out her cheeks in a pout and muttering under her breath. I'm not a child. I sighed, crossing my arms. I didn't say anything else, but I couldn't help smiling to myself. Even though I didn't fully understand, it was better this way. Fufufu, it's typical of delusional virgins to be loose-mouthed. It doesn't surprise me that you brag so much about your perverted desires for the brave one when, surely, you're terrified to even ask him out. Ah. Who do you think you are to tell me that? Girl, I'm a mother of 2 daughters and have been happily married for 20 years. I can spot a spoiled, love-afraid brat when I see one. I also notice when someone is talking to cover up their own insecurity. Ina and Tyan's eyes met. Ina was confident, with an arrogant smile, as if her rival posed no challenge. Tyan, on the other hand, was seething with fury, trying to maintain a facade that Ina shattered with a single sentence. They engaged in a brief one-sided argument. It was just a one-sided beating that left Tyan with her head bowed, while Tiona patted her on the back in consolation. It only took a couple of questions about her advances with Finn to deflate her arrogance and deflate her spirit. I looked at Ina, whose chest was puffed out and whose expression of accomplishment was so exaggerated, she looked like she'd won a war. She was shaking her hands dramatically, as if she'd just taken out the heaviest garbage of her life. I couldn't help it. I let out a little laugh. It was brief, gentle but genuine. The others remained silent, their eyes wide with surprise. They weren't used to seeing me like this. Without a doubt I feel like myself when I'm with you, Ina, I thought, letting that little laugh linger a bit. Because, truly, it was like that. There are few people I trust enough to show my true colors to. And, with Belle there was a moment when I was genuine. As the minutes passed, the atmosphere lightened. In that climate of trust, I allowed myself to speak a little more. I don't know when I started talking about Belle, but before I knew it, I was describing his behavior during the meeting. I couldn't help but hear my voice growing more animated, warmer. I called him a gentleman. Because he was. He sensed my discomfort, he felt it without me saying a word, and he decided to act. He left that situation with me not because it was the easiest thing to do, but because he didn't want me to feel bad. He protected me simply, without any fanfare. When my eyes met those responsible for the initial misunderstanding, I saw them lower their gaze. One of them murmured an apology, and the others nodded, somewhat embarrassed. I smiled at them. There was no resentment in me. On the contrary, I was grateful. Because, thanks to that I had the opportunity to be alone with him. To get to know my hero a little better. To spend time with that man who inhabited my mind for 7 days and nights, hoping we would meet again. And for me, that was enough. Amidst the chaos and misunderstandings I found him. In the lingering silence after I finished my story, I could feel Ina's smile as she watched me. When I turned to her and asked about it, her answer was brief, leaving me speechless. I never imagined seeing you so excited to be with a man. You remind me of my husband and my first dates. Ina's comment was so unexpected that I felt a little jump in my chest. My eyes widened, and for a moment, the murmur of the water around us was the only thing that filled the silence. Tine Parpadio, confusata. And what does that have to do with you, Ina? Yes, we want context. Tiona approached with a curious smile. Soon, the rest of the girls surrounded us again. Only this time, the center of attention was Ina and not me, which, in a way, was reassuring. With a nostalgic expression, she tucked her damp hair behind her ear. It reminds me of when I met my husband because the way you describe that boy is very similar to my impression of him during our first encounters. Back then, I hardly ever left the house because of my precarious situation. But when I did go out to buy things, I would stop by his flower shop and he would always be waiting for me with a different flower. I thought it was a coincidence, but later I realized it wasn't because he always told me that each flower he gave me represented how I looked that day. There was laughter, sighs, and glances exchanged between the girls. I remained silent, feeling something inside me tense. My heart rate quickened, pressing against my chest. And I don't know how, but he always knew when I was having a bad day. He'd come over with something sweet, or he'd just sit quietly with me. He was never intrusive. He was just there. Always attentive. And when I laughed, he'd tell me that his world became a better place. My throat closed up a little. Ina spoke tenderly, unaware of the echo her words were creating within me. I realized I loved him because I started waiting for him every day. I wondered what flower he would bring, if he would speak to me first, if he would look at me. And when he did, I felt a warmth in my chest. As if everything was alright. I stood still, unsure whether to look at Ina or at my own reflection in the water. The surface rippled gently, distorting my image, but in that moment everything seemed clear within me. Every word she spoke resonated with a strange familiarity, as if she were unwittingly describing what I myself felt, even though I didn't dare admit it. I felt that same subtle warmth, a rapid heartbeat rising from my chest, sweet and confusing at the same time. Without saying it aloud, without even fully realizing it, I understood that this same warmth enveloped me when I was with Belle. A warmth that spoke of something more than admiration or respect, something perhaps too similar to what Ina described. That little fire that makes you eagerly anticipate, that makes your world a little brighter, that simply makes everything seem alright. And then I identified with her even more. Because, like her, I too was waiting for him. Waiting for that moment that would soon arrive, that reunion with Belle that kept me anxious and my heart racing. The quiet excitement of knowing I would see him again made me feel ashamed. Ina looked up, stopping her story and searching for me among the listeners. We made eye contact and her lips parted, uttering a question that made me blush. "Tell me, Riveria, have you found your ideal type?" My lips trembled. My fist rose to cover my chest, stifling the pressure of my frantic heartbeat. Unlike the previous times when she'd asked those kinds of questions to embarrass me, this time she seemed genuinely interested in my answer. Then I remembered. The way I described my ideal man before Evilis's attack. The eloquence in my words as a mental image formed of that supposedly perfect man I'd like to fall in love with. Before, he was a dark blurry silhouette. But now I can't help but see Belle's features in it. I stood up suddenly, feeling that I had nothing more to say and that I did not wish to continue tolerating the attention. "I've finished my shower," I declared. I stepped out of the water quickly, trying to organize my thoughts that were swirling endlessly, while I felt eyes fixed on my back for leaving the answer unfinished. From a distance, I could hear Alicia and Lafia talking in low voices, saying that they would warn the rest of the elves to keep an eye on Belle, but I decided to ignore it completely, focusing on my own anxiety. Entering my room, I closed the door with a sigh that weighed more than the entire day. I took off my towel and sat on the edge of the bed, my hair still damp. I began to dry it slowly, trying to calm the turmoil swirling inside me. The room was quiet, but my thoughts were noisy, insistent. I whispered to myself, almost voiceless. "It's not love, it can't be love." But deep down I knew those words were a lie. I remembered his smile, the one that seemed to light up everything around him, and I felt the warmth of his hands again as they touched me. His presence, so bright and close from the first moment we met, became even more real in my mind. It was like a revelation. As if my own subconscious knew that the ideal man I had described at random was Belle. That I was always destined to meet him. That all the years I spent never coming close to knowing what love was were the prelude to our meeting. A necessary weight that fate forced me to endure because, if I persevered, I would be given what I never asked for, but what I needed. I rested my head on my hands, closing my eyes for a moment, trying to contain the swirling mix of emotions within me. I knew something had changed, something I couldn't deny or hide. Something everyone else seemed to understand, except me. Or perhaps I simply refused to see it because it would mean confronting what I rejected and didn't understand. The silence of the room seemed to accompany my thoughts, as I clung to the hope that perhaps, just perhaps, what I felt could be something more. "What do I feel for you, Belle?" I whispered, almost a cry for help. I wanted my doubts cleared up. I wanted the answer to be simple and for my thoughts to stop tormenting me. I straightened my back. I looked at my desk, where the book she had given me rested like a prized possession. It was perfectly aligned in the center of the table, as if waiting for me to approach and read it for hours without stopping. I stood up, walked toward him, pushed the chair aside, and ran my fingers over the leather paste where the title was engraved. I knew it would only take me a couple of hours to finish it. If I put my mind to it, I could finish it that very night. But I also understood that if I did that, the wait for us to meet would be more agonizing. Painful. Not only that. This book was the only thing that kept me clinging to the hope of finding him again, of seeing him once more. It was the perfect excuse. A dirty excuse with hidden motives, unrelated to the commitment we made. It wasn't about seeing each other for a simple conversation about stories, sharing perspectives, and that's it. No. It was a bond held together by a promise. However, when the appointed day arrived and the promise was fulfilled, we would no longer have a reason to meet again. I would no longer have any excuse to see him again. To see his smile. To hear his voice. To feel that warmth Ina spoke of when I was by his side, the need to hold his hand. To make him laugh so that my heart would swell and overflow. When all this is over, will we be able to see each other again? Will you allow me to be by your side, even for trivial or everyday reasons? My heart ached at the thought of us drifting apart. That the encounter that made me feel like I was flying and the eye contact where our eyes shone were just figments of my imagination. What if we were two souls who were fortunate enough to meet for a moment only to drift further and further apart afterward? I didn't want that. Laughing with someone you're close to. Crying on the shoulder of the person who understands you best in this world. Doing silly things together. Being each other's accomplices, it's a magical experience that all women should have when choosing the man they want to marry. I remembered Ina's words. Now they made more sense. It was as if I finally understood her point of view. And it made me wonder if what I feel for Belle I'll be able to experience with the man my father intends to pair me with in this political commitment. It's just a sham marriage where we'll come together and separate so each of us can go our own way. But is it possible that, deep in my heart, it has more value than I give it credit for? What if Ina was right? I hugged the book tightly, as if it were a part of Belle. Of my hero. I wanted to feel him close. I longed to experience his warmth even though he didn't radiate it. For me, this book made of leather and pages was what kept me connected to the man for whom my mind finds no rest. I walked to my bed, throwing myself onto it like a child. I stared at the white ceiling for a moment and saw his smile. I smiled back. I hoped that if I closed my eyes and fell asleep I would see him in my dreams. In that ideal world where my wishes could come true, at least until I woke up. Hours passed. My eyelids grew heavy. I was in complete darkness, which then gave way to a beautiful landscape, similar to the one in the center of my old home. Belle and I were there. We held hands. We gazed at each other, and I felt the dampness on my face, the kind that comes when you've cried until you have no tears left. He was covered in wounds, but he had that smile that warmed my heart. That gesture that banished my fears and told me everything would be alright. The hero I'd been waiting for had appeared and would never leave my side. However it ended. I opened my eyes, waking from such a beautiful experience, my heart still pounding. Deep down, I was wondering what would happen after that brief glimpse. It had seemed so real that I even questioned whether I had traveled through time, ignoring the laws of this world. I lifted my back off the mattress. I rubbed my eyelids with my fists and felt the sun's rays filtering through my curtains. It was a new day. A new dawn greeted me. A day brimming with opportunities. I stood up, yawning, and got dressed. As I did so, the book that had been resting on my chest fell to the floor. I picked it up carefully, making sure its pages didn't bend. I stretched out my arms to gaze at him intently, like a mother gazes at her baby. I tilted my head to one side and smiled from ear to ear, overcome with emotion, making a vow. I'll read it the night before we meet again. I want to hold on to this feeling a little longer. To the uncertainty of what will happen when I see you again. To savor what could be the last time we're together, my magnificent hero. When I finished, I returned the book to the desk and began my usual routine. The one I've repeated ad nauseum these past few years. Getting dressed. Grooming myself with more care than before and going to the dining room for breakfast. That dining room where the rest of my family was waiting for me with steaming plates and uncomfortable expressions upon seeing a certain affectionate flirtatious couple who didn't know the meaning of the word discretion. While we were eating, I noticed Ina and her husband being overly affectionate. He was feeding her, extending his fork with bits of broccoli stuck in it, seemingly oblivious to the uncomfortable stares from everyone around them and the whispers from the elves. The scene was almost exaggerated and it made me feel surprised and annoyed because if they were doing that in public, I didn't want to imagine what they did when they were alone. Loki tried to imitate him with me. She leaned over with a mischievous grin to give me a bite, but I reacted quickly and accidentally pushed her away. She fell backward from her chair, making a small commotion. I stared at her and felt my disgust slowly transform into curiosity. I wondered if all of that was really necessary. Were those displays of affection normal between couples? Was it part of a deeper connection? I criticized it internally, thinking it was ridiculous, but seeing Ina's smile, the way she lowered her gaze as soon as my fingers touched her, I couldn't help but feel a slight tug in my chest. Although I tried to convince myself that it was unnecessary, I couldn't deny that they seemed happy and that awakened a silent doubt in me. If Belle fed me, how would I feel? Would it bother me? Or would I look down like Ina, feeling that strange heat on my face? Would I be able to accept something like that without running away immediately? I closed my eyes immediately, chopping my vegetables harder than necessary. I shook my head from side to side in a desperate attempt to clear my mind. I knew it wasn't something a woman like me should want. But the questions persisted. And no matter how hard I tried to ignore them, they wouldn't go away. Not until I heard a cracking sound under my silverware that made me open my eyes and react. That's when I realized I'd broken the plate with the force I'd used on the knife. I'd even punctured the table. A little more and you'll break it. If you kept going like that, you'd reach the underground. Vin commented, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Gareth joined in, scratching his beard as he casually shoved a huge piece of meat into his mouth. I panicked, overwhelmed by the general attention. It didn't help that Ina was suggesting something by rubbing herself against her husband and giving me a mocking smile. Sorry. I apologized instinctively, standing up suddenly and then pushing the chair away due to the inertia of the movement. What's wrong, Riveria-sama? Aren't you going to have breakfast? I've lost my appetite. I just need some fresh air. I gave that excuse to my concerned students, turning around and walking away. Both Lafia and Alicia interpreted that as a come here, so they also interrupted their breakfast, following me from behind. It was easy to sense they were worried about me. I was behaving in a way they'd never seen before. They were witnessing a side of me I'd never shown. The unflappable nine hell seemed so approachable. A simple woman, someone everyone could connect with. Riveria-sama, would you like to go to the training area? We could start classes earlier than usual. Lafia's suggestion came quickly. One thing I like about her is that she always tries to maintain a sense of balance when things get tense. Well, I'm not so sure I can still believe that, given how easily Belle upsets her mood. Sure. I suppose a couple of extra hours wouldn't hurt. It'll be my way of rewarding them for giving them so much trouble on the last expedition. Don't worry about it, Riveria-sama. We're sure it was just an accident. One that happened many times. Alicia reminded me that, because I wasn't paying attention, several people were injured in the dungeon. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead and I looked away, since the reason for that was thinking about my hero. Back then, I questioned my savior's name. Now I kept repeating it in my subconscious, even though I insisted on calling him Cranel-san when we were in public. I glanced around, noticing the absence of that meddlesome woman I call my friend. When I couldn't find her anywhere, it struck me as odd and I stopped dead in my tracks, crossing my arms. I suppose in the order of priorities, I'm surpassed by her husband. I swear I will never become a sinful woman like Ina. I shook my head, sighing heavily and having a feeling that I would break that oath sooner than expected. Ina. She said that after breakfast she would go to the guild, along with her husband, to see Ina. Are you going to see Ina? Well, that makes sense. Her father couldn't come with us to visit her. Yes. Although they didn't want to give any more details. They were acting suspiciously. My doubts were cleared up by my students, who had probably overheard the conversation between those two. The last mention of Lafia made me feel quite uneasy. They'd probably do something foolish in the guild that would indirectly affect me. After a few seconds during which I considered abandoning that plan, I shrugged, dismissing the idea. It's none of my business. Anyway, they'll be back at the mansion later, and I'm more than sure she'll tell me every detail about what happened during her visit. Very well. Let's go to the training area. Today we'll learn how to cast magic and dodge it even when you're lost in thought. It will be a class focused on a very specific scenario. But, given what happened on the last expedition, it's more than justified. After several hours, we finished. It wasn't anything extraordinary. We just meditated for a few moments to clear our minds and get down to business. After that, we proceeded to cast magic. We switched roles depending on the danger posed by the caster. For example, I was the first to cast spells that both of them had to dodge, nullify, or try to counter to avoid being hit. Needless to say, they performed better than expected, although I was a bit too fast with the casting speed, so sometimes I didn't give them a chance to think and they were caught by the flames or the ice. Lafia remarked, in an incident similar to those in the dungeon, that for brief periods I would get lost in my thoughts and not notice the power, being imprudent and not cancelling it. I would like to refute that complaint, but the truth was undeniable. When I was mid-chant, Belle's gaze, brimming with admiration and joy, filled my being. I wanted to fight alongside him sometime. Maybe even go on an adventure together. But I didn't have the courage to ask him. I was terrified of seeming too forward in suggesting it. I didn't want to appear desperate, nor could I bear the thought of being rejected or giving him the impression that I'd misunderstood his intentions. For the first time in so many years, I felt what insecurity was. Not knowing how the other person would react. I never cared what others thought of my actions until now. Or at least, not when it came to Belle. That's why I feel like our upcoming meeting is possibly the last. Because that would be the end of our relationship. The end of the only thing that bound us together. A promise as fragile as ice. I was too proud to ask him to stay a little longer. Without a reason. Without it being a commitment. Just so we could see each other occasionally. I was afraid it would make him uncomfortable. That's why my heart clung to the tiny possibility that he wanted the same. However small it was, I wanted him to also feel the need to keep me by his side. Getting to know him. Being colleagues. Friends and whatever comes after friendship. Just imagining it made me disconnect from the world and start blushing. I was experiencing the symptoms of falling in love that Ina described. It made me wonder if my reaction was because I was finally experiencing what love was. What do you think, Riveria? Should we go and oversee the reconstruction of Rivera? And if it was love, would he be okay with a woman like me? We're from different times. Incompatible races. Ranks that my family wouldn't accept, much less the rest of the elves. Associating with me would put his life in danger at every turn. Even now it's in danger because of Lafia and Alicia, who fan the flames of conflict, spreading a false rumor. A misinterpreted relationship. He's not the pervert they both claim. He's my ideal man. Did he get lost in thought again? That's the third time in less than an hour. We're never going to finish the meeting like this. Leave her alone. She's a young woman in love, taking her first steps. I suppose she's debating whether or not it's moral to be involved with a 15-year-old boy. I shook my head. I was struck by the words of my companions in the room who, as always, knew exactly where to push to anger me. I raised my eyebrows, giving them a stern look for such an insult. Well, you finally woke up. You were dreaming with your eyes open. Don't make those kinds of comments about me in front of me anymore, Finn. No, don't make them behind my back. You're rude. That wasn't my intention. It just seems to be the only way to get your attention. Insulting you wasn't my intention. HMPH. As long as you know. I crossed my arms, looking away. Gareth simply scratched his beard and took a document from Finn's desk, handing it to me as if it concerned me. I raised an eyebrow, picked it up, and started reading. As I began, I noticed the mocking laughter they were trying to stifle with their hands. They were whispering things, waiting for my reaction. I soon understood why. The document I was given described a recent incident involving the Ganesha and Evilus families. It occurred a couple of hours ago in the ruins south of the city. Apparently, suspicious activity was reported at an abandoned church there, and they went to investigate, discovering a shipment of materials and objects intended for the reconstruction of Rivera. The document also mentioned the appearance of Revvis and Valetta, who had to resort to a ruse to escape because their forces were depleted after our confrontation 10 days prior. And the person who took charge of defeating the henchman, taking Barca out of action, who is an active member of Evilus, and rescuing the cargo, was Belle. I couldn't help but smile. For reasons I didn't understand, I was happy to see him progressing. It filled me with joy to know about his achievements and advancements, the path he was taking to fulfill his dream of becoming a hero. Oh. I almost forgot. I'd like him to be an adventurer who hasn't yet established himself. I'd love to witness his growth firsthand. To see him increase his strength day by day. Suddenly, I remembered one of the characteristics I'd asked for in my ideal man. An indispensable trait that the person I could fall in love with had to possess. And Belle also met that requirement. The more I learned about him, I understood that the descriptions I gave that night encompassed only one person. The one I met just minutes later. As if fate had listened to me, giving me what I asked for. A reward for a long wait I never even realized. Bellcranel, he was everything I'd wanted without knowing it. But I refused to accept it. I didn't want to confirm it. Because agreeing would mean that leaving him would be even more painful when the time came. Our ages and life expectancies are very different. Sooner or later the farewell will be inevitable. I was afraid to love him. Because I've seen the terror it causes Ina. Every gray hair in her husband's head. Every grimace of pain in his back or knees is a sign of the imminent passage of time. That we are not eternal, only that some leave this world much sooner than others. My hands gripped the sheet of paper tightly. The edges creased, and I bit my lower lip, hiding my eyes with my hair. A lump formed in my throat as I thought about a future where we only had a chance to connect for a fleeting moment. One that, after a while, would become just a memory. Riveria. I'm fine. Anticipating Finn and Gareth's concern, I returned the document to Gareth and suppressed the unfamiliar, painful emotions that were welling up inside me. There was no point in thinking beyond our impending engagement because there might not be a future after that. Let's talk about the mission in Rivera. I could go there without any problems to oversee the reconstruction. Huh? Sure. We'll ask Ace to go with you. She's about to reach level 6 and wants to keep accumulating Excelia. Perfect. If there's nothing more to discuss, I'll take my leave. I ran my hand over my robe, smoothing it down before standing up to leave the office. However, Gareth's hand closed around my forearm, stopping me. Riveria, I know we're too much of a joker and we often tease you. But if something happens to you, you're free to tell us. The seriousness with which he spoke made me hesitate for a second. I glanced quickly at Finn, who was nodding silently, agreeing with him. I raised an eyebrow, suspecting ulterior motives. But he sounded sincere. I sighed heavily, still unsure whether to proceed or not. It all depended on his answer to my question. Won't they make fun of you? Absolutely not. We've known you for almost 20 years and this is the first time we've seen you so happy. You look like a flower dancing in spring and we don't want this new you to disappear. Yes. Tell us if there's anything we can do to keep you smiling. My lips trembled at the emotion of their responses. I raised my fist to my chest hesitantly but also with a touch of pain. I was deeply moved by their words of support. By their empathy. We don't want you to continue feeling like something is missing. We don't want the freedom you've sought since before we met to be incomplete. I opened my eyes suddenly, shocked by Finn's comment. I looked up, facing him with unease. Noticing my state, he clarified. We've seen you gazing at the sky with a complicated expression. As if you were yearning for something beyond your reach. Your face shows the doubt that only someone insecure or dissatisfied with what they have displays. And now that's gone. We don't know why, or we sense why. But we don't want it to disappear. I sought out Gareth, who felt the same as Finn. They saw a side of me I didn't know existed or ignored. Yes, they were right. I've always felt incomplete. Despite abandoning what I knew, distancing myself from what bound me, I still felt shackles on my wrists and ankles. Something external tied me to unhappiness. Something I didn't know. I sighed deeply, letting the air slowly escape my lips. The weight in my chest could no longer be contained, and for some reason, in that intimate setting, with those who had known me for years, I felt safe enough to speak. Lately I feel strange. My voice was lower than I expected. I didn't look at them as I spoke, I just let the words flow, my gaze lost in my own hands. I feel anxious. Like something is burning inside me. I can't sleep well. I wake up in the middle of the night wondering if I'll see him the next day. I've caught myself waiting for him to turn a corner just so I can turn it too. I swallowed. The silence was so profound I could hear the faint crack of my knuckles as I interlaced my fingers. There was no need to mention names. They knew perfectly well who I was referring to. When I know I'm going to see him, even by chance, I worry about how I look. I think about what words to use, what tone will be appropriate. But when he's in front of me I'm unable to say anything. I sighed again, this time more frustrated. Expressing this so casually had a calming yet devastating effect on my chest. And the worst part is that I don't need to say anything. Just seeing him, just him looking at me and smiling is enough. All that turmoil calms down, even if only for a few seconds. And in that instant, I feel good. I feel happy. I glanced at them. They were still silent, attentive, cautious. I knew it. I knew what they were thinking before they even opened their mouths. That sounds a lot like being in love, Riveria. I couldn't stand it. I turned sharply towards them, my brows furrowed and my face flushed with a mixture of shame and anger. Sorry. They didn't respond immediately. They just looked at each other uncomfortably, as if they didn't know whether to back down or insist. Well, from how you describe what it makes you feel, what you feel when you see it, it seems like love. Love? Are you going to tell me that all I feel is love? Is that all you know? One word for everything. They raised their hand slightly, defensively, fearing my reaction was exaggerated. And they were right. We don't mean to bother you, Riveria, we just thought that maybe. Don't think. Not if you don't know what you're talking about. I interrupted them coldly. I saw them exchange glances again, this time more embarrassed. They lowered their heads almost simultaneously, murmuring resignedly. You're right, we don't know anything about that. We've never experienced it. They answered in sequence. They weren't bothered by their inexperience. And I was offended by how confident they seemed, pretending that what I felt was love. I stayed silent. The sincerity in their tone touched me, but I didn't want to give in. Then don't tell me what I feel. No one who knows nothing about love is going to come and tell me that this is love. They're not going to come and name my feelings so lightly. Ina, at least she knows what it is because she met her soulmate. Her soulmate, even though in a couple of years he'll break her heart when they have to say goodbye. My voice trailed off. The words lingered for a long time before coming out. When I realized this, I blushed, looking up and noticing that Gareth and Finn were speechless, stunned by what I'd said. Because it seemed more like my own fear than someone else's. Riveria. You don't say anything else. I forbid you from speaking about this. I turned sharply, walking away with 10 steps. I didn't want to stay there, not when my whole being was screaming the truth I refused to accept. I flung the door open, almost tearing it from the frame, and slammed it shut, making the walls tremble. I went to my room, holding back the tears welling up in my chest, trying to untie the knot in my throat. But as I walked away, an image kept repeating in my mind like a persistent melody. Belle's smile. His soft voice. The warmth of his hand when he touched mine. And I hated myself a little for not being able to stop myself from smiling. And also a distant image of us saying goodbye. I stopped in front of my bedroom door, my hand already on the doorknob. I didn't turn. I just stood there, motionless, while my chest rose and fell with a disquiet I couldn't hide. I pressed my forehead against the cold wood, squeezing my eyes shut. The silence of that place was going to devour me. I swallowed hard, as if that would be enough to ease the pressure in my chest. I need to go out and clear my head. The whisper escaped my lips before I could stop it. It was a barely audible confession, heavy with weight. I couldn't shut myself away like that, not when my mind would do nothing but replay every look, every gesture, every moment shared with Belle. I needed to breathe something different. I needed anything but being alone with my thoughts. I walked away without looking back and strode purposefully down the mansion's hallways. I left behind the warmth, the distant bustle of the dining room, and the comfort of the familiar. I grabbed a light cloak as I passed through the entrance and went out. The air of Verario greeted me with a soft, cool breeze. I had no fixed destination. I was simply walking. My feet carried me along while my mind tried to keep from sinking. It was on the front steps where I saw them. Alicia and Lafia were also coming out, perhaps by chance, perhaps because they already suspected it. They approached me, without saying a word. There were no questions, no judgment. Only their presence. Silent, understanding. Unconditional. And so, the three of us began to walk. We ventured into the streets of Riveria, letting the city speak for us. The hustle and bustle, the voices, the constant ebb and flow of life didn't completely drown out the turmoil within me, but at least, for a moment, they made it feel a little lighter. We shared a pleasant moment. Light-hearted. Without talking about anything important, without thinking too much. For a few hours, I managed not to think about Belle. We wandered aimlessly through the city, chatting about trivial things, and little by little I felt my mind clear. The hours passed without anything else mattering. Without the sorrows and worries of the present moment existing. I enjoyed watching their reactions. The ease with which they spoke to me. Little by little, that tiresome and annoying respect began to fade. I wasn't their teacher. I was their friend. When we reached a busy square, I stopped. People were coming and going, laughing, talking, living. I smiled at the sight. It was a simple scene, but there was something comforting about it. I liked it. Just for a moment, everything felt lighter. However, a part of me, no matter how much I denied it and wished it weren't so, searched among the crowd, hoping to find Belle. That chance, fate, would allow me to meet him sooner than expected. To share a moment together. But, unfortunately, the wait would continue. The plaza was abuzz with activity, a lively murmur filling the air with laughter, voices, and hurried footsteps. For a moment, I let that energy envelop me, feeling a lightness in my chest I hadn't experienced in days. I walked alongside Alicia and Lafia without a specific destination, simply letting the city guide me. This continued until Alicia broke the silence with a lively and almost dreamy voice. "Oh. That's right. The Love Square Festival starts in 2 days." I stopped dead in my tracks and looked around more closely. Nearby businesses already had colorful lights and elaborate decorations hanging up, as if the whole city were preparing for something important. That's right. I had completely forgotten about it. Alicia nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. For such a proper and serious elf, romantic matters intrigued her greatly. I suppose her not wanting me to be with a man is quite different from her not wanting me to be with him at all. I wonder what kind of person would be her ideal. They say that if you confess your love right at midnight, that promise will be fulfilled no matter what. Any oath made under that full moon has a special power, a magical power that no one wants to miss. Lafia frowned and expressed her skepticism firmly. Unlike Alicia, she seemed to reject any romantic relationships that didn't involve A's. Believe me, Lafia, that's just a phase. Sooner or later it will disappear. To me, all of that is just a pretext for humans to flaunt their affections in the most vulgar way possible. Kissing in public, hugging each other like there's no tomorrow, it's disrespectful, immoral. I don't understand the point of that ceremony or that celebration. I felt a sudden heat rise to my cheeks and I looked down to hide it. However, I couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to be at that festival, the noise, the lights, the people dancing. To be with Belle. To have him invite me to spend it with him. From what I've heard, during the festival there are dances under hanging lanterns that illuminate the square with a warm, soft light. There are also stalls selling all kinds of traditional foods, from sweets to savory dishes, and games for couples, where the aim is to demonstrate how well they know each other. There are even competitions where couples can test their compatibility while the music plays until dawn. I listened attentively to Alicia's narration and took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts as a pleasant tingling sensation spread through my chest. It sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud, and even more absurd coming from someone like me. But seeing those happy couples, I can't help but feel that maybe, amidst all of that, there's something real and pure. Alicia could be overly eloquent and emotional when she wanted to be. I shook my head to dispel those unsettling thoughts that linked those words to my hero. It's nothing. It's just nonsense I'm making up. Let's keep walking. She let out a nervous laugh, as if her own ease embarrassed her. Then she looked at me intently, worried by my lack of reaction and my fleeting silence, my fear of betraying my emotions by saying something I shouldn't. "Are you alright, Riveria-sama? You seem very nervous. You suddenly turned red and are barely speaking. If you want, I'll silence Alicia." I didn't say anything bad. I was just talking about couples in love. And that upsets Riveria-sama. You need to be more considerate. The two of them got into another argument. Before it escalated, I gave my response. I tried to sound confident, even though inside I felt vulnerable. Exposed to their gaze. "I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. I just want to get back to headquarters." I didn't dare look at them, because I knew that if I did, they might discover that little desire I was trying to hide. Curiosity, hope, even the fear of feeling something as profound as love. The festival, with its lights, its dances and promises under the moon, seemed like a dream, but one I secretly wanted to get closer to. One that I wanted to share with the one with whom I had my destined encounter. Soon, dusk began to paint the sky with warm, soft hues, signaling that it was time to return. When Alicia, Lafia and I arrived back at Twilight Mansion, Ina was waiting for us with her husband. She approached me with a calm smile and told me they planned to stay overnight with their daughter and that I shouldn't miss her too much. She added that it hurt her more to part from me, making it sound like a farewell between two lovers. I just laughed softly and replied that he should say hello to Ina for me. Just as I was about to leave, Ina turned around and whispered in my ear, in a mysterious tone, as if it were a secret that should remain hidden, which caught my attention, the following. "We'll talk tomorrow, Riveria. I have some juicy information to tell you. It might be useful for you in the future." I was a little confused by his words, but I didn't say anything else. I went to my room, feeling tired even though it had been a day without excitement or adventure, unlike what was to come tomorrow. I lay down on my bed, looking at the book on the table. I felt both anxious and excited because I knew that tomorrow I would have to read it and that after that I would have no excuse not to. Tomorrow night I'll find out what this story is about. For some strange reason, my heart yearns to find answers about what I feel within its pages. Am I going mad? I murmured before falling into a deep sleep from which, as the hours passed, I didn't want to awaken. I longed for that image I'd woken to that morning to reappear, to show me the outcome and its ending. However, the world of dreams didn't grant me that pleasure. It denied me my longed-for conclusion. The events of the following day were a far cry from the calm I had enjoyed 24 hours earlier. It was barely noon when Ace and I took charge of overseeing the reconstruction of Rivera, as I had agreed with Finn and Gareth the previous afternoon. Everything was going well. The adventurers were showing solidarity and working together as one. Motivation was high, since the guild offered a generous reward to those who participated in the tasks, as Rivera is a central hub for adventurers. It allows them to continue gathering more resources and safeguards the well-being of those who choose to explore the dungeon, significantly reducing casualties. It's clear they benefit from the safe zone on the 18th floor being restored to its former glory as soon as possible. Many families have paused expeditions until this happens. However, they couldn't stay that way for long. Ace and I were watching the perimeter, alert for any sign of evilous infiltration. As we approached, she told me about her desire to go to the deeper levels and fight the Udius that, according to the guild's estimates, would resurface in the coming days. However, these dates often vary. Sometimes they reappear sooner than expected and she wanted to see for herself. She also told me that, if I were there, I shouldn't interfere with her adventure. She wished to push her limits and perform a feat worthy of the gods' admiration so she could finally reach level 6. I respected her decision and told her that, once the reconstruction was complete, I would gladly join her. Nothing was happening. Everything was completely still. The only sounds my keen senses detected were the hammering and panting of the workers toiling away. Unfortunately for us, this could not be sustained. In the blink of an eye, things changed. An explosion that shook the walls of the 18th floor forced me to turn toward its source. Flames were spreading, and a figure covered in a robe quite similar to those worn by the remnants of that evil organization was fleeing toward the lower floors. Ace. We have to. Before I could give my order, Ace rushed after the stranger, enveloping her body in the wind-sowing power of her magic aerial. Fearing an ambush, I ran after her at a slower pace. Although I'm a level stronger than her, this wasn't reflected in my physical condition because we have different skills and abilities suited to our roles on the battlefield. My heart pounded in my ears. Their figures grew farther and farther away. That person didn't seem to be able to escape for much longer. Sooner or later, they would be caught. They threw fragments of Kazakhs, hoping the explosions would disrupt their pursuers' advance, but we easily avoided that, dodging each impact as if it posed no challenge. From a distance, I noticed a dark crack in one of the walls near the large tree in the dungeon. It struck me as odd that this person was trying to escape through there. Still, I couldn't allow it. If there's one thing the members of Evilus know perfectly well, it's secret passages to hide in and lose anyone who threatens to capture them. I frowned, raising my staff. The jewel at its tip glowed a pale crimson, different from the color it appeared when I used my strongest magic. It wasn't necessary to create massive damage in the dungeon to prevent his escape. Simply collapsing the path I was pointing towards would have been enough to stop him. I closed my eyes for a second. My lips moved at an incredibly high speed and the magic circle around me followed me from beneath my feet. Incandescent embers began to float, to spread, across the floor beneath us. The heat intensified. The pressure grew heavier. It was then that the end of the chant gave way to an unparalleled blaze. Clear burn. The shot whizzed past the stranger, scorching part of his cloak. He was lucky it hadn't struck his body because he would have died instantly had he been unable to defend himself. He suffered the consequences even though the attack wasn't directed at him. The dull thud followed by the rumble of multiple rocks echoed after the chant was uttered. The crevice, which she saw as her only way out, vanished in an avalanche that filled the gaps. His speed slowed and he felt trapped. Taking advantage of this, Ace launched an attack, slashing him across the back and delivering a powerful kick that sent his body flying into the pile of rubble, embedding it within the debris. A groan of pain accompanied him. My hands clutched the still smoldering remains of the robe, witnessing the one responsible for the incident in Rivera. He was an ordinary man. He didn't look like one of Evilus's henchmen. On the contrary, he looked like a man terrified of death. Someone burdened by the trauma of having failed his mission. A mission he hadn't wanted to undertake. One he'd made clear beforehand that, if he didn't complete it, the consequences would be swift. We frowned. I held the man by the collar of his robe, lifting him off the ground and emphasizing, in a deep voice that would make anyone tremble, a single question. Where are the members of Evilus? It's more than clear that you're just an unlucky pawn who followed his orders like a sheep. I don't know. They said if I blew up the supplies, they'd spare my family's lives. But I was too heavily guarded and I panicked. Please help me. Before the man, trembling in my hands, could finish his sentence, the air split with a sharp hiss. I barely had time to frown when a dagger flew past, swift as lightning. It lodged in his head with a dry, brittle sound. I felt his body shudder as he convulsed, and I saw with a mixture of astonishment and revulsion, the tip of the blade emerge from one of his eyes. The blood splattered my face. It was warm. I froze for a fraction of a second, eyes wide open, surprised more by the precision of the blow than by the violence itself. But I refused to succumb to shock. I released her lifeless body, which fell with a dull thud against the damp earth, and jumped away, backing up to stand next to Ace. My hand had already tightened its grip on the cane again, and I could feel the tension in my leg muscles. Ace didn't say a word. Neither did I. There was no need. We both knew something was stirring in the shadows. And we were ready to face it. There. That name was spoken. I felt Ace tense beside me. Her hand closed furiously around the hilt of her rapier, and her gaze pierced the darkness with a restrained intensity, pointing toward where there was still nothing. I straightened up, gripping the staff firmly. The first verse of a spell began to form in my mind, charged with intention. Whatever was lurking, we wouldn't let it advance one more step. Then they emerged. Two familiar figures crossed the border of the shadows with arrogant strides and disdain etched on their faces. Their presence was as detestable as I remembered. Revvis. Ace's voice was barely a whisper, but filled with deep hatred. Her golden eyes blazed with fury as she recognized the red-haired woman with the expressionless face, short hair, and empty gaze. Revvis, the soulless abomination. The creature with a strange fixation on her. Belle agreed. My own voice echoed deep, heavy with the bitterness of the past. There she was, the other one, with pale pink hair, deranged eyes, and a crooked smile. Her sword, with a twisted blade and edges as black as ink, was already drawn. TSK. Seriously. We just ran into that stupid rabbit yesterday, and now we found his girlfriend. I guess even fate wants us to kill them. Valetta's complaint was clearly directed at me. I just frowned, preparing to start a chant and ask Ace to keep them both in their place. It wasn't until a second later that I understood the title that unpleasant woman had given me. Did you say girlfriend? Far from sounding threatening, I sounded like a nervous little girl who couldn't control her emotions. This disconcerted the other women present, who raised an eyebrow in obvious confusion. My cheeks flushed bright red. Heat rose up my face until it covered it completely. The bellcranel is not my boyfriend. Valetta and Revvis exchanged glances, as if they couldn't believe a woman my age would act that way. If they called me old in their thoughts, I'd burn them alive without batting an eye. Riveria. I don't think that. Before Ace could speak, I saw a fist coming toward her face, which turned to face me. My eyes widened, my reaction so fleeting it felt like it hadn't even happened. In one swift motion, I pointed my staff at the Redeed's body and uttered just two words. No long chance. No invocation of a magic circle. Just the name of magic. Wind from Bulvitor. All the firepower was concentrated on a single point, stunning Revvis, who took the full force of the attack. I could see his skin being charred until it turned black. There were also areas where the skin simply fell away, revealing his reddish flesh and emitting smoke. Her body flew through the air from the impact. From the point-blank shot. Her back exploded upon hitting an obstacle, embedding itself deep within until we lost sight of it. Valetta, who had intended to attack me while I was distracted, stopped dead in her tracks, sweating profusely, sword in hand. The weapon trembled, gripped by fear, as if she hadn't anticipated such a swift and lethal attack. No spells. Just raw, destructive power. I stared at the staff's oar, impressed by what I had just done. A faint smoke still emanated from its upper end. The reddish glow at that spot was slowly fading. I was able to summon magic without using an incantation. That was something new to me. A skill never before seen. One that only those who possess incantation-free magic can achieve. However, none of that kind has such power, and I'm sure that among the magic I possess, there isn't one like it. Before I could point my staff directly at Valetta to cast a second spell, the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. A sinister creaking ripped through the air, and the pavement cracked as if something living was pushing from below. Go away. I jumped back at the same time as her, just before a tangle of roots and stems erupted violently from the ground, growing with impossible speed. They were violas. Hundreds of them. Their plant bodies intertwined like a living wall, forming a barrier that separated us from our enemies. The roots shook, whipping the air, filling every gap, sealing off all lines of sight. Through a barely visible opening, we caught a glimpse of a hooded figure, wearing an ornate mask marked with orange details. Its gaze, cold and penetrating, rested briefly on us. And then he turned his back on us. Tempest, Ariel. Belle's voice boomed, clear and resolute. The emerald green wind immediately enveloped her, whirling around her like blades, unleashing a storm of concentrated power. In the blink of an eye, she lunged forward, and the gale sliced through the stalks with lethal precision. The violas were split, torn apart, uprooted. Belle's pierced the living wall like a spear. But when he reached the other side there was no one there. Not Revvis. Not Valetta. Not the hooded figure. Only the withered fragments of the creatures remained, the smell of broken sap, and a sharp tension that hung in the air. He gripped the hilt of his rapier tightly. His eyes, still fixed on the spot where his enemies had vanished, shone with suppressed frustration. It keeps getting stronger. That creature, it's always one step ahead. I'm falling behind. I don't want to fall behind. Her words were more than a complaint. They were a deep lament, an open wound. I took a step toward her. I wanted to say something to calm the whirlwind of emotions raging inside her chest, but nothing came out. My lips parted slightly, but I couldn't find the words that could touch that intimate wounded corner of her heart. Instead, I simply smiled and placed my hand firmly on his shoulder, hoping that at least that gesture would convey what my voice could not. Belle looked away slightly, as if she were going to say that she would stay there, in the dungeon, that she would continue alone. I know. But if you're so keen to get stronger, let's go find a real challenge. She looked at me, puzzled. A challenge? I spun slowly on my heels, pointing into the deepest blackness of the dungeon. Toward those floors where the air grew thick, danger became art, and the ground trembled beneath the footsteps of monsters. Beauteous. Come on, the deep floors await us. Just for today, I won't think about the risks that await us there, and I'll venture out a little. Like Belle, I'll face the unknown alongside A's, and we'll emerge victorious. Several hours passed. Almost 10 inside the dungeon. The sky outside would have turned a deep blue by now. The day was over. A's and I were returning to headquarters. She still felt the weight of the fight in her body. Her muscles tense, the small wounds burning with every step. But she was also carrying something else. Satisfaction. She walked beside me with a slight smile on her face. Her breathing was still rapid, but not from tiredness but from excitement. Although, of course, being a reckless girl, I had to help her walk. The damage was greater than I had anticipated. But that fight, there's no way you won't level up. It was a resounding achievement. Loki will be pleased to know that. And you make me proud. She looked away for a moment, then nodded silently, with that expression of hers that combined humility and longing. For an instant, I saw her younger. More human. Happier. We continued moving forward in silence, letting the sound of our footsteps blend with the stillness of the dungeon. It was then, as we crossed through the intermediate floors, that we both noticed something strange. The walls were marked with black stains. Some flames still flickered, but the heat still felt close, as if something or someone had set the corridors ablaze not long ago. Furthermore, the absence of monsters was somewhat disconcerting. A's and I looked at each other, but we didn't say anything else. Not yet. We just kept walking. There would be time to find out what had happened later. But for some reason, I had Belle's name written on each burn. Maybe he'd gone into the dungeon too, and we just hadn't had the chance to run into each other. Fate wanted that to happen tomorrow. When we arrived at Twilight Mansion, Ina was already waiting for us with her husband at the entrance. She had a confident and arrogant smile. Everything about that expression gave me a bad feeling, so I won't deny that my body tensed up a little. Ina stood up, running towards me, grabbing my arm and rubbing her cheek against mine like a cat. I tried to keep my distance, but she insisted on closing it. Yufufu, didn't you miss me yesterday? We need to catch up. I've been waiting for you since dawn and you decided to go to the dungeon. I'm sorry. Finn probably told you that we went to oversee the reconstruction of Rivera. But after that, Ace and I decided to explore the deeper floors so she could level up. Needless to say, the mission was a complete success. TSK. You chose to accompany the Sword Princess to defeat a monster instead of spending time with your best friend. That hurts, Riveria. It hurts a lot. Are you going to make a jealous scene in front of your husband? Don't worry. It amuses me more than it bothers me. I would never forbid my beloved Ina anything. Besides, you two have known each other longer than I'll probably live. Enjoy each other's company. The words of that human, whom I tried so hard to hate but couldn't, weighed heavily on my heart. I also felt Ina's body tense at that careless remark. No matter how much she smiled, no matter how cheerful and clingy she appeared, she knows that she will inevitably have to part from her beloved. That hurts. It hurts a lot. Honey, what did we agree about saying depressing things? You ruin the mood. Not even death will make you escape me. We're married, and that means nothing will separate us. The oath says until death do us part. If you finish that sentence, death will separate us sooner than expected. I suggest you keep quiet. Hi. Ina's demeanor shifted abruptly. She released me and moved swiftly toward her husband, gripping his shirt collar menacingly to emphasize her warning. He merely pretended to zip his lips and nodded repeatedly, confirming his compliance. I couldn't help but let out a stifled laugh. I covered my mouth with my palm. It didn't matter how many years I'd known Ina. With that man, I saw sides of her I never imagined she possessed. So is that the freedom a woman has when she joins her life to her beloved's. To act without restraint or fear of judgment. A different kind of freedom than the one I sought when we fled Alf's kingdom almost 30 years ago. I'm so glad you understand, my dear. Now you can go to Ina's and leave me alone with Riveria. We'll take a shower and sleep together. Take good care of our daughter. Don't let any dirty man near her. Yes, yes. I've already sharpened the adamantite sword in case that dwarf and elf she told us about bother her again outside of work. To harass her? Don't worry, Riveria. Hopefully, you won't hear from them again. The kind man's expression darkened, revealing a sinister smile that contrasted sharply with his gentle, sweet demeanor when speaking with Ina. Just like with his wife, he had sides he rarely showed to the public. It's an interesting trait when it comes to relationships. I wonder if my hero has a different side than the one he shows me. Suddenly, Ina grabbed my arm tightly, pulling me out of my subconscious and dragging me inside the mansion. Come on, Sword Princess. Shower with us again. You've been very quiet since you arrived. I don't know what to say. I feel out of place. Ina, her spirits high, wrapped her free arm around A's, dragging us along, as if we weren't a couple of level 6s who outmatched her strength. Neither of us refused. Nor did we protest. She had a way of saying things that made it difficult to go against her wishes. Perhaps that was her special ability. It took us almost an hour to finish our bath. We chatted about trivial things, and the question of my newfound ability to conjure magic hung in the air. The absence of incantation hadn't affected its potency. I decided that tomorrow, before my meeting with Belle, I would talk to him about it and ask him to check on my condition. I didn't want anything or anyone to interrupt me that night. Not when I had to read the book I'd been neglecting for the past few days. Unfortunately, the privacy I craved was non-existent. Ina took over my room as if it were her own, dragging me onto the bed and sitting across from me so we could talk. So I'd reveal the juicy conversation she mentioned yesterday when she left for the guild, I suppose. I, for my part, settled the book on my lap. Perched on my nose were the glasses I usually wear when I read. It's not as if my eyesight is deteriorating. On the contrary, as I level up and my stats increase, my senses become sharper. You could say they were more of a useless tool than a truly necessary item. I wondered when she would leave, but she just kept talking and talking, her conversation never seeming to end. At times I tried to make the excuse that I was very tired and wanted to go to bed early, but I was stopped. I was interrupted before I could even say it. Ina was the only one who could speak in my own room. I smiled, my mind elsewhere. I heard her, but I wasn't listening. The words reached me, but they didn't enter my mind to be analyzed. I was on a different wavelength. In a world separate from reality. I kept thinking about Belle. I haven't stopped thinking about him since the seed of doubt was planted in me. The fear of falling in love with a human who, sooner or later, will leave. Also someone I won't be able to get close to again because we'll have no more reason to. It's incredible that the only reason we'll ever meet was a heroic tale. Without warning, Ina's hand landed on mine. I reacted suddenly, looking up. At some point, I lowered my gaze without realizing it. When our eyes met, I saw an unfamiliar warmth in her. I don't mean to take up any more of your time. You have a lot on your mind, don't you? And a book to read tomorrow, am I right? Why yes, I replied, nodding repeatedly, a touch of nervousness creeping in at the unexpected interruption. After a few seconds, my brain processed what she'd said and I noticed a specific detail. And that was that she How do you know about my meeting with Cranel-san? I was aware of that commitment I'd never mentioned, so my cheeks flushed and my voice trembled as I asked for an explanation. She just shrugged as if feigning ignorance. I took hold of her shoulders and leaned closer to emphasize my doubt. Even so, she didn't budge. What can I say? These are the kinds of things you find out when you're in the right place at the right time. What does that mean? My persistence was to no avail. I gave up trying to find an explanation and simply accepted the fact that she knew. I looked away, unsure how to broach the subject, or rather, waiting for Ina herself to start the conversation. I felt like a mouse being stalked by a snake that takes its time savoring its prey. This woman, she wasn't weak at all. She's the only one capable of holding me back with her words. While the sound of my fingers tapping the book cover in sequence was the only noise in the room, Ina gave a signal. She let out a soft sigh that set the tone for the dialogue. And are you planning to do anything special? A romantic dinner or something like that? Absolutely not. It's just that when we went to the library 2 days ago, we exchanged books and promised to read them and talk about them. We intend to meet there again, and that's it. There are no other implications, and no plan is necessary. The commitment has been made, and it will be honored. And does that boy think the same way you do? If he invited you somewhere else before the library, would you go with him? I opened my eyes wide, still with my head down. My back straightened like a solidified steel bar. Ina's laughter was immediate. She enjoyed every reaction, no matter how small. Although, to be honest, I wasn't hiding my emotions very well. She read me like an open book and wasn't doing anything to stop it. I highly doubt he would do that kind of thing. That wasn't my question. Ugh. Come on, answer. It's not that difficult. My hands clenched, clutching the length of my evening dress. I felt heat rising to my head. The world spun. For a moment, I imagined Belle suggesting we go for lunch in Love Square. Perhaps we could participate in the couples competition or dance to the music. I had to shake off these thoughts to avoid succumbing to the embarrassment they brought. It's not a date, I said after a long sigh, trying to stay calm and be honest with the only woman in the world who understood me. But would you want it to be? I nodded lightly. Words weren't necessary to confirm it. Before Ina could get emotional and shout with excitement, I added. I would like the last time we meet to be a real date. Ina raised an eyebrow in obvious confusion, not understanding what I meant by last time. I proceeded to explain to her the growing insecurity that plagued my heart. Tomorrow may be the last time we're able to meet alone. After that, the excuse of a reward for saving me, the promise to meet to discuss a book will no longer exist. And I don't have the courage to ask you to meet for trivial, selfish reasons. Without a motive. Without a latent need other than my own desire to be together. The pressure crushed my chest. Breathing became difficult. The air I inhaled felt thick, as if it weren't compatible with life. A lump formed in my throat and my hands trembled for some reason. Fear. Disappointment. Or perhaps sadness. Sadness for not having that connection with a man I had just met. Whose name I only learned 2 days ago. And I don't know if he feels the same way I do. That's why I'm afraid to be the one to suggest we meet for reasons unrelated to missions and things like that. My eyes welled up with tears. Ina's warm palm quickly offered me human warmth, resting on my cheeks and compelling me to look at her. She was calm, her expression kind and full of empathy. The kind of understanding only my faithful companion, my best friend, could show me. And then, suddenly, she made a suggestion unrelated to our conversation. Or at least that was my impression. She ignored my vulnerability. My emotions. Riveria, do you want to know what I found out at the guild when I visited Ina? That broke the mood. My eyebrows twitched with indignation. What does that have to do with? More than you can imagine. I was at the guild alone that morning. Interestingly, it coincided with Belle's studies with my daughter, and that's how I got to know him better. Of course, we had to interrogate him using Ina as an intermediary. Question him. The vein throbbed on my forehead. It planted a seed of discord in my heart. My doubts faded into the background as I became engrossed in what Ina had to say. But a feeling of guilt also arose within me for delving into Belle's personal life. Especially since the method used to extract that information was illicit. I blurted out an indignant rebuke. That's immoral. It's wrong to use guild members for selfish purposes. So you don't want to know? There's some juicy information that could be useful to you. I didn't say that. He ensnared me, and I succumbed to the forbidden to satisfy my curiosity. I had to accept whatever came because it was a step closer to learning more about this intriguing boy. And also, to knowing what he thinks of me. If we're on the same page. While he didn't mention names, he described his ideal woman so specifically. He said he liked strong women. That he admired those with dignity, wisdom, but also warmth. That they were firm, intelligent, but that, beneath it all, they could smile at him sweetly. That their mere presence commanded respect. That when they were by his side, he felt protected, even if he was the one doing the protecting. Also a woman older than him. Although he said this last part with a twisted expression. As if he realized it was a mention that could be misinterpreted. My heart gave a strange jump. The nervous tapping of my fingers stopped. Aina looked at me with a raised eyebrow, as if she knew exactly what I was thinking. Having confirmed her ideal personality, which for some strange reason I felt a connection to, she wanted more details about the physical appearance of the woman who could make him fall in love. I wouldn't have worried about it in the past. But ever since Tyan joked about it, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. I wanted reassurance. To make sure he wasn't some breast-obsessed pervert who would choose his partner based on the size of a woman's assets. Although, if that were the case, I suppose I would have idealized him too much and it would be easy to forget. Physically speaking, he didn't mention any preferences at first. I barely turned my face toward her, raising an eyebrow suspiciously. Aina paused as the corners of her lips curled, as if it were the prelude to an embarrassing revelation. She settled into bed, crossing her legs. She had that bright look of someone about to blurt out something important or very upsetting. You know how shy he is, with that I know nothing about love face. At first, he only talked about personality. Firmness, nobility, intelligence, hidden sweetness, all very idealistic, very him. Like I told you before. Her smile widened and her eyes sparkled with that mischievous, knowing light. Of course, we weren't going to leave it like that. Well, Aina was the one who insisted, but let's just say I gave her invisible nudges from behind. I asked her to ask the right questions. I let out a soft sigh, knowing perfectly well that I said it with pride. So we started with subtle questions. Do you like shorter or taller girls? Short or long hair? Delicate or strong features? And he, at first, was very evasive, saying that he didn't have any clear preferences. Aina leaned towards me, as if she were sharing a secret. My ears perked up and I got goosebumps. But then he started to let things slip. That he thought long hair was elegant. That green eyes caught his attention because they seemed to see more than they showed. That the posture of someone who had been fighting for years inspired confidence. And that his dream had always been to be a hero like in fairy tales. As a child, he dreamed of marrying a princess. I felt my heart skip a beat. I slowly lowered my gaze, feeling my cheeks heat up. My eyes darted around, unable to contain my nervousness. My head spun, making me dizzy. Then he said he admired a woman who could command respect simply by being present. That if that woman smiled at him, he would forget how to breathe. My best friend no longer smiled mockingly. Her expression was gentle, almost warm, as if she were about to reach a resolution after connecting the dots. She mentioned that she loves it when a woman can smile sincerely. That there's nothing more beautiful than a smile born from the heart. Upon hearing that, I pressed my lips together, as if that could stop the blush rising so strongly. I lifted my legs onto the bed and wrapped my arms around my knees, suddenly feeling small, like a teenager caught in a new emotion. And by that point he was no longer talking about an ideal. It seemed as if he were describing someone very specific. My heart was racing. I tightened my arms around my legs. I waited for something to confirm my desires. The impression of a love expert. Aina tilted her head tenderly, placing her hands on my cheeks and lifting my chin so that her words could be heard clearly and so that her face could demonstrate her sincerity, the absence of lies and distortion of the truth. He was describing you, Riveria. Everything he mentioned, it was like he was thinking of you. You're his ideal girl. I looked at her, speechless. The warmth in my chest was so absurd it hurt. My eyes shyly averted themselves and I felt a sigh escape me unbidden. And deep within me a voice rose like an excited whisper. I'm his type. And he's mine. The emotion I felt when I thought that was indescribable. A warmth filled my chest, a tingling sensation spread across my skin, as if my whole body suddenly remembered what it was like to be desired, loved, perhaps. It was too much. Too much for an elf who had always kept her heart locked away. But I couldn't help it. A part of me, the most fearful part, resisted letting go completely. The fear was still there. The fear of falling in love with a man who would die long before me. Because, undoubtedly, that would happen. A human's life is but a blink of an eye for an elf. I swallowed and lowered my head a little, hugging my legs tighter. I know what if I fall in love and what if he dies before me? What am I supposed to do about that? For a second, Aina said nothing. The silence was like a pause that froze the air. I noticed her expression fading. Her lips parted slightly and her skin lost some color, as if even she, always so carefree, was facing a question that weighed more heavily than she expected. But she composed herself. She took a deep breath, lowered her gaze for a moment and then looked back at me with a melancholic tenderness. I don't know, Riveria. Not even I know the answer to that. And I'm also afraid of the future that awaits me when that happens. His words weren't weak, but they were honest. And that honesty hurt. But if you really want to know, there's only one way. you have to experience it. I lowered my gaze. A pang shot through my chest. As if his words had been a truth too harsh to hear without consequence. I placed a hand on my heart as if the gesture could soothe the anxiety rising there. The mere thought of it left me breathless. Aina raised an eyebrow, observing me silently for a few seconds before speaking, more serious than usual. There are things no one can tell you, Riveria. Things you can't learn from books or centuries of life. You have to find the answer yourself. Not everything will be handed to you on a silver platter. Weigh the pros and cons of that relationship. Consider what would make you happiest and what it would be worth fighting for. I nodded silently. Her words were true, and yet they still hurt. Because they meant I had to take a risk, that I had to jump without a net. She looked at me a little longer and, as if she didn't want me to sink too far into uncertainty, she gave me a sly smile. One of those smiles with a hint of mischief, like someone throwing down a tantalizing challenge. But if you wear those glasses on your date you'll win him over. I guaranteed. Nothing beats a glasses fetish. I blinked, still in the tangle of my emotions, unable to fully process what I had just said. That. Then I saw his smile widen even further and his eyes gleam with malice. I let out a soft groan, frowned, and puffed out my cheeks in an involuntary pout. I threw the nearest pillow straight at her face. Aina laughed, catching it with both hands as if she had anticipated it. Nothing beats the glasses fetish, Riveria. I assure you he'll fall in love with you if you wear them. I crossed my arms and turned my face to the side, still pouting but feeling, deep in my chest, that a little of the fear had dissipated. Just a little. Enough to keep going. It was then that, without warning, contrary to the lightheartedness of the moment we shared, Aina gripped my hands tightly, pulling them to the middle, and because of that, my body also leaned forward. Our faces came close enough for our foreheads to touch. She closed her eyes, enjoying the moment. I, on the other hand, didn't understand what she was trying to achieve. Riveria. Promise me that, no matter what happens tomorrow, if you feel comfortable with him, you'll ask him to keep seeing you. Not because of excuses or promises. Not because you're obligated to meet a certain number of times. But simply because you want to be with him. To get to know him. To get to know each other. The color of my cheeks and ears was similar to Belle's eyes. A deep crimson red that was dangerously close to wine red. A pleasant tingle rose from deep within my chest. Aina felt the relaxation in my hands and smiled, believing she had won. However, I wasn't sure I could promise her that. I don't. You're forbidden to refuse. If your heart is in doubt, if you still can't name what was born when you met, the best thing to do is explore it. Get to know it. Understand it. Nurture it until it bears fruit. Think of it like finding a seed and wondering what kind of tree will grow. It might be a simple apple tree. It's even possible that nothing will grow because the seed is dead. But there's a chance that the most beautiful tree will emerge, bearing the juiciest fruit you've ever tasted. An explosion of flavors that will captivate your taste buds and be etched in your heart. It's worth taking the risk, isn't it? More than being left with the regret of not having tried. My lower lip trembled. Aina's hopeful and expectant gaze after that beautiful comparison left me no choice but to face my own fears, nodding slowly to confirm that I agreed to promise her. Her eyes lit up just like they had when she found out about her first and second pregnancies. The emotion she felt at seeing me experience for the first time what I had so long denied existed bordered on the ridiculous. My older sister is taking her first steps towards love. The career as a theater actress wouldn't hurt you. Now you're making me doubt whether what you told me was sincere. She turned away, letting go of me and covering her mouth with fake tears overflowing from her lower eyelids. I raised an eyebrow at her overacting, reproaching her for the insincerity of her actions. She burst into laughter, patting me on the shoulder in a way that did little to reassure me. In the end, she got what she wanted. The promise would not be broken. However much shame may overwhelm me and fear may dominate me, I, Riveria Ljos Alf, am bound to keep it. By the way. My voice trembled as I reached out and grabbed her clothes, calling her attention while she continued to babble things I didn't understand. In case our meeting turns into a date, what would you recommend I do? You and your husband, what do you do on your dates? Please tell me. If it's about your first few dates, even better. It's just to gather information. I need to be prepared for any scenario. I looked away, nervously tapping my index fingers together, trying to justify my question. Where should I begin? Lucia was excited. She came a little closer to where I was sitting and took my hands again. It would be a good start. Great. On our first date, he and I. She, as if she had wound up a music box with an endless melody, began to talk and talk without any end in sight. The hours slipped by unnoticed. Aina spoke with that sparkle in her eyes that only someone who has truly loved can possess. She recounted, in vivid detail, the dates she had with her husband before they were married. It wasn't so much what they did, but how they experienced it. Every outing, every walk, every silly thing they shared on the street or on a random bench for her, everything held value. Even silence seemed important in her memories. I listened to her talk about the small gestures they shared. How he would take her hand without saying a word. How they would sometimes argue over silly things only to end up laughing. The places they visited together, the nerves before each meeting, the times he would stand still just to look at her. There was something sweet in her words, but also something distant. As if what she was saying wasn't just about her past, but about a longing hidden deep inside me. I couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to experience something like that, something of my own. And as she talked and talked, her voice enveloped me like a warm blanket on a cold night. I let myself go. The atmosphere grew warmer. More intimate. More peaceful. I didn't even know when I closed my eyes and fell asleep. Already in the world of dreams, the one that did not offer me the continuation of what happened 2 nights ago, instead, gave me a glimpse of the end. I saw myself dressed in white, with a soft fabric that draped over my body like morning mist. Before me stood Belle in gleaming armor, bathed in a light that seemed to emanate from him, and bearing fresh wounds, as if he had faced a legion of soldiers. Our lips drew closer slowly, almost trembling, as if time itself slowed down to let us feel every millimeter between us. Our breaths mingled. I could hear the rhythm of his chest, feel the warmth of his breath brushing against my skin. The smell of sweat filled the air, and instead of rejecting it, I found it strangely intoxicating. It filled my senses. It spoke to me of his strength, his fear, his surrender, his struggle to reach me. And that captivated my heart. We were so close, about to kiss. So close I could count every eyelash, every line on her lips. My heart was pounding like it was going to break inside. And then I woke up. End of flashback. I was running as fast as I could toward the Ganesha family headquarters. My heart was pounding. Dusk was slowly fading, changing the soft orange light in the sky to a dark blue illuminated by the first stars and the moon shining brightly overhead. The streets were packed with people, hard to avoid. I felt their eyes fixed on me. A few whispers made my outfit the center of attention. I had to grab the most beautiful and least demure thing from my wardrobe. It's not like I intend to seduce Belle, but I wanted to make a strong impression. The truth is, I don't even know why I'm trying to impress him. It's just that I'd like to see him nervous. He seemed so confident and calm around me earlier. I'd rather not be the only one feeling uneasy when we're together. By the way, why do you say you'll be late for your date? Isn't he supposed to come pick you up? It's in the boyfriend's handbook. What Ina said really got me thinking. She sounded so convinced that it was the man's responsibility to go after his girlfriend on a date. The problem is, this wasn't a date and Belle wasn't my boyfriend, so I decided to go for him without hesitation. Besides, I was motivated by the desire to see him again. Even though I didn't read a single thing in the book because I was talking to Ina all night. I was even trying to get past the prologue now. But between the collisions and apologies and not paying attention to where I was going, it was impossible to follow the story. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my feet and realized I was wearing mismatched shoes. In my haste, I hadn't noticed they weren't a match. I prayed Belle wouldn't notice. Then I felt an extra weight on my nose. I was wearing my glasses. I hadn't taken them off. Ina, I hope what you said about glasses and men is true, I thought, closing my eyes in a silent plea. My breathing became ragged as I continued running. I could feel my pulse in my ears, my chest tight, and my legs begging me to stop, but I couldn't. Everything was going wrong. Each step seemed to push me closer to the edge. And it was then, right in that storm of thoughts, that I bumped into someone. We both fell to the ground. The fall wasn't serious, but the shock left me breathless for a second. I'm sorry, I didn't see where I was going. I'm sorry, I didn't see where I was going. I heard the voice, sensing with mine, before I looked up. I recognized it instantly, as if my body reacted before my mind. Belle. He was standing in front of me, also on the ground, but already getting up. He extended his hand, with that gentle and sincere expression of his, like a knight from a storybook. When he realized who I was, he also seemed surprised. His mouth opened slightly. I looked up at him, still sitting on the ground. The light from the street lamps behind him gave his hair a golden sheen, and his smile was like a refuge. It was my refuge. That smile that alone caused a stir in my chest and calmed my restless soul. Was he going to the mansion for me? I felt my cheeks heat up immediately. The blush crept up before I could stop it, betraying any attempt at composure. If he followed the boyfriend's handbook on a date, according to Ina, did that mean he considered our meeting a? Belle's boots were untied. Her hair was slightly tousled, with a few strands falling across her forehead in a charming mess. She wore a light brown jacket with darker brown details, open at the chest, as if she had put it on in a hurry. And yet to my eyes, he looked incredible. Natural, disheveled, with that touch of nonchalance that only accentuated his authenticity. It was him. Only him. But before I could say anything, before I could even reach out and take his hand, I heard him murmur, his voice low and full of wonder. "A beautiful angel with glasses." My mind went blank. A shiver ran down my spine. An invisible cloud of steam rose from my head and the heat surged like an explosion in my chest. "You were right, Ina. Blessed be the power of glasses over men." I screamed internally with an intensity I had never felt before. The world trembled for a moment, or at least it felt that way to me. Chapter 9. I want to be with you. The sun's warm embrace faded below the horizon, giving way to the bright moon that was beginning to rise over the streets of Riveria. The city teemed with life. Stalls at a unique fair crowded the sidewalks, releasing delicious and unusual aromas that intoxicated the senses of passers-by. It was a reminder that, even in the busy lives of its inhabitants, there was always room for moments of peaceful normalcy. Among the crowd, two particularly striking figures walked with downcast eyes and an almost palpable discomfort. He, a young man no more than 15 years old, with wrinkled clothes and a scent as pungent as a habanero. She, one of those beautiful fairies from an enchanted forest, adorned in a long dress of a green darker than her own hair. One detail stood out in both of them. They held a book in their hands as if it were their most prized possession, casting furtive glances at it, filled with nervousness. Their bodies maintained a slight distance, an invisible barrier that prevented the slightest touch. Barely a few centimeters separated them, but to them it was like a thick wall of adamantite, impenetrable even to sound. Silence reigned between them, despite the abundance of words to say, the stories to tell, and the whirlwind of conflicting emotions that washed over them at seeing each other again. Neither dared utter a single word. After their chance encounter in the street, where their eyes met and they barely exchanged a cold greeting, they had simply stood up and resumed their journey toward their destination, a place that awaited them far from the hustle and bustle and the joy of the festival. However, in that distance that grew emotionally with each passing second, a shared emotion nestled in their hearts. From time to time, almost in perfect synchronicity, their lips moved, attempting to form a comment that never quite came to them. For the moment, cowardice won the battle. In the young man's mind, as he glanced at the woman's profile, thousands of compliments echoed. Shouts of joy. A happiness so intense it could only stem from true feelings. From his perspective, she looked radiant. It didn't matter that magic stone lamps illuminated the streets or that beautiful flowers adorned the ground. In his eyes, nothing was more perfect than the woman by his side. And in the case of her companion, something similar was happening. Paying no attention to her untied shoes, her disheveled hair, or her slightly wrinkled clothes, she stared at him. She observed him in brief moments, fearing that he would notice and the shame of being discovered would overwhelm her. They didn't look at each other with admiration, nor as grandiose and unattainable figures. They simply saw each other as human beings they longed to get closer to, but fear prevented them from moving forward, speaking, connecting. This whole experience was new to both of them. In recent days, they had received numerous tips on how to handle the strange emotion that had lingered since their eyes first met. The memory of that incident remained fresh in their minds, an unmistakable sign that a real connection had formed between them. However, true to the inexperience of a teenager and a woman who had lived oblivious to the meaning of love, they behaved like two novices who didn't know what to do now that their longings, that desire that had consumed them for days, had come true. They had imagined so many things, like talking about everything they couldn't on their last date. But now that they were there, any plans had vanished. "Come on, Belle. You've waited for this opportunity. You're not allowed to back down," the boy told himself. She took a deep breath, organizing her thoughts and seeking calm amidst the internal storm. "I have to tell her how beautiful she looks. According to my grandfather, it's important to compliment the girl on a date before making plans. Okay, time to work up the courage and break this monotony." The pace of her steps slowed. She began to fall a few inches behind until Riveria herself noticed, stopped, and turned to face the boy she had been dreaming about. Her eyebrows arched in surprise. She wanted to ask him what was wrong, and a flicker of insecurity ignited in her chest, fearing she might have made a mistake in those few minutes of no interaction. However, before she could say anything, Belle raised a hand, closed his eyes for a second, and spoke. "You look really beautiful today, Riveria." The fairy's lips parted slightly. Without knowing how, her fist rose until it rested on her chest. I don't mean to say you're not beautiful on other days. On the contrary, I think any outfit looks perfect on you and highlights your great beauty. But today, especially, I feel you look much better than." The confidence with which the rabbit had begun to speak vanished in an instant. He explained himself clumsily, slurring his words, while Riveria, the center of his inspiration, listened to each sentence in silence. A small smile touched her lips. Belle's gaze, darting around in an attempt to gather his thoughts and calm his unease, elicited a suppressed laugh from her, a laugh meant to ease her own nervousness. She interpreted his clumsy attempts as a strategy to dispel the tense, silent atmosphere that hung in the air, born of a fear of being judged. And I know I made you uncomfortable with my comment about your glasses. But I really mean it. You look incredibly beautiful wearing them. So beautiful, in fact, that I feel embarrassed to look you in the eyes while you have them on." The boy's cheeks were completely red. Riveria's were no different. She, too, was embarrassed by the comment. "You were right, Ina. Glasses are men's weakness. That explains why so many flirt with your daughter." Riveria clenched her fist, silently celebrating her small victory. She had aimed to dazzle her date that evening with her outfit and she had succeeded. For some reason, this made her feel that what came next might be easier. Because of this, she took a deep breath and started the conversation. She walked toward him, stood beside him again, and smiled more lightly than before, now free of the tension of what was to come. She took a deep breath, giving herself the courage to follow her best friend's advice and be proactive on this date, and spoke. "You know what? You're lucky to see me wearing them. I usually only wear them for reading. Unfortunately, today was a busy day and I forgot to take them off." That comment stopped Belle's stuttering, who looked at her side and smiled at her too. "I'm glad you told me that. Because, without a doubt, I feel like a lucky man." They shared a moment of mutual understanding. That was enough to lessen the burden on their shoulders, that weight they had placed on themselves to make everything perfect. They looked straight ahead. Passers-by immediately turned their gazes. While the beautiful princess of the kingdom of Alf looked different from what they were used to, her features were unmistakable, so it was obvious they would recognize her instantly. Also prominent was the figure of the current hotshot, who had been the talk of the town for the past week and a half due to the release of information about the incident in Rivera. For days, it was believed that the low-key familia was solely responsible for defeating the strange creature that terrorized adventurers in the supposedly safe zone of the 18th floor. But that very morning, the truth came out. Adventurers and citizens alike learned that the Ganesha familia's newest recruit had been the key figure in that mission. And, well, fame spreads like wildfire. It rises and rises until the news reaches everyone. Belle didn't look like a typical rookie because, in essence, he wasn't one. His body had the ideal proportion of muscle, and his face, which exuded innocence, could be attractive to many women. These Ganesha saw him as little rookie. It is said that he defeated that monster with a single blow. The comments started pouring in. The women were drawn to him like a magnet. Belle, who kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, oblivious to the remarks about him, let them pass as if they didn't exist. Riveria, on the other hand, let's just say those long ears aren't for show. I hadn't had a chance to really see it. But it's cute. The jade-haired woman's skin prickled as a shiver ran down her spine. Her eyes widened and she turned slowly, with mechanical movements, toward the one responsible for that compliment. Their eyes met. She was an ordinary girl who worked at a flower shop. However, one feature stood out from her apparent normality. A large prominent chest that seemed to incite sin. The severity in Riveria's expression terrified the young woman, who hurriedly went into her family's business. When she looked ahead again, Belle was already leaning his head to ask her a question. "Are you feeling okay?" "Huh? Why yes. Sorry, I got distracted for a second." "Really? Do you want to buy something at one of the stores? Because I've been saving up and no need. I'm fine. Like I said, I was just distracted for a moment by a burglar cat." "A burglar cat? Let's continue our tour. The streets are very busy and we can't stay still for too long. Let's go." Wait. Riveria quickly changed the subject, quickening her pace as the young man followed, confused by what had happened. The elf felt her cheeks radiate a heat similar to the one that had gripped her when they first met. The discomfort in her chest was akin to what she'd felt when Artie had declared herself Belle's girlfriend. It was jealousy. "I bullied that girl just for calling Belle cute. What's wrong with me? He's clearly cute and it's normal for girls his age to be interested in him. Besides, he's an adventurer with a lot of potential, so his fame will only grow." But she glanced sideways at the albino, whose eyes gleamed whenever he saw something that caught his attention. She bit her lower lip and clutched her chest, wrinkling her dress. "But I saw it first," she told herself, as if the privilege of having met him before anyone else gave her a special right over who could flatter him or take an interest in him. She was behaving like a spoiled, selfish child. That, in her view, was wrong, so she shook her head, dismissing the ridiculous thought. "It seems you've become famous. I knew that giving you credit for what happened in Rivera would have this effect. Tell me, what's it like to be in the public eye?" Belle lowered his shoulders, clearly tired. His body language betrayed his feelings without the need for words. "Fufu. I see. Had I known it would be more of a burden than an honor, I would have suggested to Finn myself that he not reveal those details. I'm sorry." "Don't apologize, Riveria. It's nobody's fault. It's just that I've spent my whole life training to be a hero without caring about anything else. I obviously know that fame comes with it, but I'm not used to receiving this much attention." Riveria's lips curled into a smile. For some reason, she assumed that was Belle's response. Look on the bright side. You're famous for good things, not bad. When I started out as an adventurer, people were more interested in my former position in my kingdom than my accomplishments in battle. I carried a rank I'd abandoned, and that became a constant reminder of a life I wanted to forget. I suppose it was difficult at first. Did it get better over time? More or less. They still look at me and treat me with a lot of respect. It's uncomfortable to a certain extent. I'm not saying I want them to cross the line, but is it wrong to long for a little normalcy? Not at all. I understand perfectly. Often, other people's expectations can undermine a person's confidence more than help it. Don't let it get to you, Riveria. If it helps, I'll try to help you find the normalcy you need by my side. The elf's ears flushed at the casual way Belle said it. He had a natural talent for choosing the right words at the right time. It might seem trivial, but she appreciated his intention. And the first step will be to change the subject. Let's ignore all those things and focus on ourselves. The young man unintentionally dealt another critical blow. And it didn't seem like that was going to decrease throughout the night. We? Is there already a we? She thought. Riveria's heart raced. The ideas Ina had been planting in her head and any reference to a relationship were picked up by the jade-haired girl's radar, no matter how small or exaggerated. Sure. Let's talk about us, what comes to mind. Belle put a hand to his chin, wondering what topic they could discuss. It didn't need to be anything elaborate, perhaps a trivial matter. Then he glanced down, found the book he evidently hadn't read, and couldn't think of anything else. What did you think of the book my grandfather wrote? Weren't there any steamy scenes? That old man is good at writing uncomfortable scenes. The princess's facade crumbled instantly. Her smile vanished, replaced by a grimace of terror. The very topic she had hoped to avoid had surfaced at the most inopportune moment. The albino tilted his head, curious about her strange behavior. Riveria glanced at the book resting on her lap, held by her trembling hand. She bit her lower lip, uneasy about what to say. Like Belle, she hadn't read a single word of the book. However, she had one advantage. Since it was a first edition that hadn't yet been released, there was no way he could tell she was lying. She opened her mouth, ready to make up anything, but stopped before she could begin. For reasons she didn't understand, lying to him left a bad taste in her mouth. Not only because it would betray her race's ideals of sincerity and the value of a promise, but because it was him she planned to lie to. It was then that an imaginary light bulb went off above her head, giving her the answer. Since she didn't want to lie, her best option was to mask the truth. To hide reality with answers that wouldn't compromise her or put her in a morally awkward position. It was interesting. Yes. Definitely a piece of literature I would reread several times until I understood it. Really? I guess my grandfather hasn't lost his touch. Without investigating further or noticing the deception, that answer was enough for the albino, who felt relieved that there was nothing suggestive in the pages or anything that might make his date uncomfortable. If there were, how would you explain to a woman you were interested in that your grandfather was a hopeless pervert who had written erotic novels? Although it reassured him to know that his grandmother had given it her seal of approval. If it had passed that filter, it was because there really was nothing to be ashamed of. And by the way, since we're on the subject, what do you think about the book I bought you? You seemed really excited to read it when you saw it. Now the alarm bells went off in Belle, who clung even tighter to his gift, hiding the burn in the paste so as not to reveal that he had taken terrible care of it. Well. You know. It's an interesting story. Starting with the title. He also felt compelled to evade the truth. He didn't intend to lie to her, but rather to dwell on the impending reality. He hadn't read it. He would give himself away if asked to go into details. Well, I suppose we'll have a lot to talk about in the library. Yes. Let's hope we're not late like we were on our last date. They felt like hypocrites for saying that, so they looked away to avoid succumbing to shame. However, that accidental movement caused Belle to make eye contact with a group of elves hidden in an alley. In them, he detected a hatred so visceral it made him tremble. The kind of hatred directed only at someone you want to kill. He quickly returned his gaze to the path. His back straightened, alert to the latent threat. He began to feel watched. On either side, a pair of eyes were fixed on him. He didn't need to turn around to confirm it. His keen senses told him so. He hadn't felt it until now, when the spell of his encounter with Riveria had been broken. But now he had already gauged the danger. They've been watching you, haven't they? Sorry. The elves. They're watching you like there's a price on your head. Am I wrong? Riveria, fluttering her long eyelashes, showed a hint of discomfort. She didn't turn towards him, as if the situation were repetitive and she was already tired of it. Yes. Since our date, I've had multiple unexpected encounters. Several in the dungeon. A stray arrow whizzing past me or one I completely dodge. They really hate me. Belle scratched his head, chuckling softly but hiding his fear. Riveria, seeing this, frowned slightly, showing her regret. Her companion was paying the price for her selfishness and wanting to keep him close. "I'm sorry. Because of me, they've targeted you." "Huh? I don't care. I've lived on my guard my whole life. I can handle myself." "You don't understand. I'm the one responsible for you earning the hatred of several radical elves. It's not common for a man to approach me and behave in a friendly manner. Well, I've never had any interest in developing a relationship with one, it's one of the reasons I avoid that kind of contact." Belle opened her mouth slightly, noticing something. When she spoke of wanting to live a normal life, to be treated like everyone else, she didn't say it lightly. Her position as Alf's princess haunted her even in the smallest aspects of her daily life. From her perspective she could sense a certain fear. She was aware that her kind didn't act with ill intent, but it indirectly affected her. Thank goodness, the man she was interested in was a stubborn rabbit who wouldn't be swayed by a few threats. "I'm a strong adventurer, Riveria. Whenever you want us to go out together, I'll stay by your side. No matter how many arrows I have to deflect." Riveria turned to him, a marked impression on her face. Belle returned her gaze with a relaxed expression, puffing out his chest and pretending to be a robust person. "What do you mean by that? The elves may hate me and even put a price on my head. But whenever you ask me to meet, I will. I promise. I'm not afraid to face a few of them to prove I won't be easy prey." The beautiful emerald jewels that Riveria had for eyes shone with renewed energy, casting off her fear. Her lament faded to nothing when she realized that Belle meant business. It wasn't an empty promise, but a display of true determination and selflessness. Her lips trembled in a sweet tender smile. She raised her fist to her chest again and allowed that warmth to spread from there to the rest of her body, enveloped by an emotion she still didn't fully understand. "I have something to confess to you." "Actually, me too." Belle interrupted Riveria. She, who had been trying to find the words to confess the truth to him, to be as honest with him as he was being, raised her head and encountered the same nervousness within her. It was as if what they thought and felt were similar. A perfect synchronization in a relationship that, until now, had been casual and friendly. "Would you allow me to speak first?" Oh sure. What is it you have to tell me, Belle?" The man took a couple of steps forward with his hands behind his back. Then he turned around and looked at her straight on, as if it were important to him that she look him straight in the eye as he said it. "I didn't read beyond the first 10 pages of the book. What's more, I don't even remember the prologue because every time I tried to analyze it, something came up and I ended up having to stop reading. Sorry." He leaned forward, bowing in supplication for having broken his oath. "I know I promised I'd read it so we could talk today, but I messed up. I have no excuses and I understand if you're disappointed because in your race, a promise is more than just words. It's a bond of trust between two people. And I broke it." What the albino didn't know was that, at that moment, he had lifted an enormous weight from the elf's heart. Any trace of regret she had for lying melted away before the purity and sincerity with which he demonstrated his remorse. How can someone so pure exist? Her heart pounded in her chest as she questioned him. She saw him leaning forward, head bowed, hands at his sides, standing at attention. His expression softened. She entered a kind of trance, enchanted. The flood of emotions she'd been trying to suppress erupted all at once, becoming something unfamiliar. She could even feel his heartbeat in her ears, impossible given the noise outside. Yet, in that moment, nothing else existed in her world but Belle. She took a step forward, slowly. She reached out fearlessly, trying to reach him. "How can you be so perfect for me?" Many questions arose. She didn't have an answer yet, but she was letting herself be guided by what her heart desired, ignoring any kind of logic or reason. "Why do you make me feel so much in such a short time, it's confusing," he muttered. His words were lost in the noise of the city, without reaching the cause of his delusions. Her fingers finally touched Belle's skin. It was just like that night, when her life hung in the balance. She found solace in feeling him near. The moment hope had been lost his skin gave it back to her. It was the same now. Nothing had changed, and something told her that nothing would. She placed her palm on his cheek. This forced the repentant young man to break his plea for forgiveness. He raised his head and met the kind expression of the jade-haired woman. "I would never be disappointed in you, because I too broke our promise." "Also?" "Yes. I wanted to hide the truth for the same reason you did. I was afraid your perception of me would change, and I resorted to lying. Evading the truth is also lying. But now, seeing that you've put that aside and decided to be honest, it would seem hypocritical of me not to admit it. My perception of you would never change because of that, Riveria. To me, you're still the same beautiful fairy I've known since the day I met you. That will never change." A giggle escaped Riveria, which she stifled with the palm of her hand. Her eyes closed in amusement. "You called me beautiful again. If you keep showering me with compliments, I'll have no choice but to consider it flirting, not just a courtesy." I wouldn't be flattering you if I didn't truly mean it. I've been thinking about you these past 3 days. I was eager to see you, but also worried about disappointing you. I guess it was all for nothing. Yes. There's no way I'll hate my hero. Even if you break 1,000 promises. Belle and Riveria gazed at each other with a newfound warmth, as if in that shared gesture, the remnants of the tension that had recently separated them dissolved. The sincere words they had exchanged acted as bridges, gently dismantling the invisible wall that had kept them apart. There were no more masks or awkward silences, only a stronger, more honest connection, throbbing between their tranquil eyes. And yet, when everything seemed to have been said, one last question hung in the air, silent and trembling, like the last petal that refuses to fall. Then Belle spoke. Knowing that then there's no reason to go to the library. Neither of us read the books, so there won't be anything to talk about there. Yes. That's my only regret. I really wanted to spend tonight with you. The high elf's ears drooped, as did her spirits. She didn't care that Belle knew how eager she was to be with him that day and how long she had waited to be reunited. They had to part ways. There was no reason for them to be together anymore. It was disappointing that things had turned out this way. Should we postpone the appointment? Until we've read them. Why would we postpone it? Talking about books isn't the only thing you can do on a date. The high elf opened her eyes in surprise at the sudden firmness in the young rabbit's gaze. There was something different about him, a resolute spark that hadn't been there a second before. She understood immediately. He'd had an idea. And not just any idea. His expression said it all. She held her breath, expectant. She watched him as he swallowed, somewhat nervous, as if the words were heavy on his tongue. He took a deep breath, once, twice and took a step toward her. Their eyes met. His shone with a pure, almost trembling determination, while hers revealed a whirlwind of nerves she didn't know how to contain. Then, without breaking eye contact, he reached out and gently took her hand from below. Riveria barely had time to process the gesture when she saw him kneel before her, as if what he was about to say needed to be delivered from the very depths of his soul. The world seemed to stop. A blush rose to her cheeks, and her heart began to pound wildly, waiting without daring to imagine what would come next. Belle, for his part, swallowed hard as he held her hand, still kneeling. His heart felt like it was pounding in his ribs with every beat, but his eyes didn't waver. To Riveria, there was something charming about his nervousness. That mixture of awkward bravery and genuine sweetness that was so characteristic of him. He took another deep breath and, with a smile that was both shy and bold, spoke. Riveria, would you like to go on a date with me again? It would be an honor for this poor commoner to accompany the beautiful Nine-Hell on an unforgettable experience. Not the Princess of Alf. The adventurer named Riveria Ljos Alf. The jade-haired woman's eyes widened. Hearing that Belle wanted to possess the side of her that was unaware of royalty, the adventurous side that had captivated him from the very first moment added a special flavor to his proposal. The albino paused for a second, tilting his head slightly, as if pondering another thought. Then, in a more playful tone, he added. Although. If halfway through our date a dozen jealous elves show up wanting to kill me for walking with their princess, I promise to take full responsibility. I might even prepare my will beforehand, just in case. Although I don't think it'll be necessary, because I have absolutely nothing to inherit. Riveria couldn't help it. The initial surprise dissolved into a light, elegant, warm laugh. She gracefully brought a hand to her lips, looking at him with a mixture of tenderness and amusement. Tonto. Her voice was soft, almost musical, and in her eyes danced a gleam that made Belle's world tremble. He looked at her intently, with that mixture of youthful excitement and hope that could break down walls and hearts. He didn't dare assume anything. He wanted to hear it from her lips. So what's your answer? She lowered her gaze for a second, as if she needed to contain what she felt, and then slowly intertwined her fingers with his. Their hands fit together with a naturalness that sent shivers down both their spines. Then, she looked at him again, enveloped in a soft, almost unreal light, as if it shone from within. It would be an honor to have another date with you, Belle. She said it in a soft, affectionate voice, with a smile that seemed to light up the night. In that moment, they weren't an elven princess and an adventurer. They were simply two souls who had found something irreplaceable in each other. Oh. Oh. The boy stood up somewhat clumsily, his heart still racing. He gently released Riveria's hand, though the warmth of his touch lingered in her palm, like a caress that refused to fade. The tall elf lowered her gaze lightly, observing her own open hand, as if she could still feel her fingers intertwined. A blush still lingered on her cheeks, but her expression was serene, curious. Well. Where do you plan to take me first, future number 1 enemy of the elven race? After a nervous giggle, Belle put a hand to his chin thoughtfully, frowning slightly as if he were about to work out an important battle strategy. Good question. It has to be a place worthy of an elven princess, and it also has to have enough escape routes, in case there's a risk of death. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she gave a playful smile. Clearly, she was enjoying the idea as much as the moment. As Riveria watched him in silence, something fleetingly crossed his mind, a distant memory, accompanied by his grandfather's hoarse and exaggerated tone. If you want to impress a girl, show her your strength, Belle. Girls fall for the man who can protect them. That's what a real man does, one who's aiming for a harem. Belle blinked, suppressing a smile. Of course, he wasn't thinking about the harem, but he couldn't deny it was good advice. To demonstrate his strength and impress her. Then he remembered what Artie had mentioned the night before. The main event of that day. The best way to define monsterphilia is as a combat event where adventurers prove their worth by fighting different monsters, each one more difficult than the last. Depending on how far you go, that's the prize you'll get. It also serves to get the audience to watch you and acknowledge your power. Remembering that, Belle felt a small spark ignite inside him. It was ridiculous, and yet, it was also exactly what he needed. Maybe he didn't believe everything his grandfather said, but he was right about one thing. He wanted to impress her. Not for a harem, not out of pride, but because she was her. And because her smile was worth any effort. With a new conviction shining in his eyes, he lowered his hand from his chin and looked her straight in the eye. I want to impress you, Riveria. And I think I know how to do it. Riveria blinked, surprised by the frankness, and then a soft smile curved her lips. A light blush colored her cheeks and ears, and her gaze became sweet, almost mischievous. Then surprise me, Belle. He nodded, returning her smile with renewed energy. Then, without needing another word, they both turned and began walking together along the path back to the city center, from where metallic echoes, wild roars, and distant cheers resonated. They came from the coliseum, where the din of battle and the roars of monsters set the rhythm of the excitement of monsterphilia. Their Belle would prove his worth to the girl he wanted to impress. Little did he know that she already held him in high esteem. Ever since he leapt to her rescue, disregarding the irregular Goliath, he had already proven his worth to the beautiful fairy of the forest. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance, hidden behind food stalls, 4 women who had been watching the meeting since its beginning appeared. TSK. How dare you hold Riveria Sama's hand so inconsiderately? You should ask permission first. Alicia, calm down. I would normally support you in this, but Riveria Sama seemed to enjoy it. I don't understand how she could possibly be interested in that human. I know he saved her, but… Alicia and Lafia were the first to speak. Alicia radiated annoyance, while Lafia exuded insecurity and doubt. But one thing was the same for both of them. They didn't like their princess being so close to a man they considered unworthy. What does that old woman have that I don't? My chest is bigger and my smile is prettier. Yum. Artie, chewing a bowl of takoyaki like an angry dog, voiced her complaint, not caring that bits of food were spilling out of her mouth. The pair of fanatical elves glared at her, ready to reprimand her, but Ina, the 4th member of the watch group, raised a hand, preventing their shouts from revealing their position. Be quiet and let's keep watching. I came because I don't want you to interrupt my best friend's date. I've waited years for her to show even a hint of interest in someone of the opposite sex. She's always acted like a reluctant woman who pretends to be strong because showing weakness or fear of being alone would betray her as worthless. The green-haired girl reprimanded them with a stern look that softened as she watched the couple's backs disappear into the distance. A smile touched her lips, a simple gesture that revealed the joy she felt seeing her best friend behaving like a normal girl. She didn't care at all that he was human or a 15-year-old boy. If he could make Riveria love sincerely and genuinely, she would support them. What's more, she would even help that relationship become a reality. Let's follow them. Remember, they mustn't find out we're following them. Onward, Elven Squadron. Hey. We agreed we'd be Artie and her friends. Huh. Where did you go? Wait for me. In the blink of an eye, ignoring the complaints of the Ganesha family's deputy captain, the other 3 girls disappeared from the scene, running to catch up with their targets. Don't forget what I told you, Riveria. Tonight you must make it clear that you want to spend more time with him. Not because you're obligated, but because you want to. So make an effort. Ina thought, watching her friend smile at some comment Belle had made. Suddenly, he coughed a little, and when he covered his mouth, he felt a thick liquid wetting his palm. When he saw it, he realized it was blood. His illness was worsening the longer he stayed away from home. That was the sign she shouldn't push herself too hard. But that beautiful, genuine smile had to be preserved, even if it cost her her life. That night, the focus was on Riveria, not her. So she would hold on until the very end. Minutes later. In the Ganesha family coliseum. The coliseum was packed to capacity. The stands vibrated with the cheers of the crowd, a wave of collective excitement spreading like wildfire across a dry prairie. In the arena, the traces of the recent combat were evident. Bloodstains spattered the ground, magic stones still glowed with the remnants of unleashed spells, and the air smelled of iron, sweat, and magic. The crowd roared with impatience, waiting for the next brave soul to dare to cross the threshold of the fight. The announcer shouted names, egging on the audience, but everyone waited for the next moment with bated breath. And there, in the front row, seated elegantly but unable to conceal her growing nervousness, was Riveria. Her solemn demeanor contrasted with the restless spark of emotion that shone in her eyes. It wasn't fear. She wasn't worried about Belle's safety. She'd seen him fight, she'd felt his determination. No, what she felt was something deeper and more exciting. He's going to fight just to impress me. That fool is willing to win an entire tournament just for me. Her heart was pounding. She felt heat in her cheeks and a strange euphoria course through her chest. It was a mixture of pride, tenderness, and something more, something that throbbed like a promise deep within her. Calm down, Riveria. You need to stay calm and behave yourself. I'm sure Belle will do great. Usually, the monsters they face in the final round are from the deep floors, and he's a level 4. Even though he's forbidden from using magic and skills, he'll manage. Now that I think about it, it seems like Ilta made up that rule to screw him over. I'll reprimand her later. Riveria spoke like a worried mother or a fearful wife. She told herself these things to keep her nerves in check, despite swearing up and down that her beloved would do perfectly. Several rounds had already passed, and the fighters had been mediocre, to say the least. Some were carried out on stretchers, and others preferred to surrender halfway through. I know you plan to impress me, Belle. But if you're not sure you can win, please don't be foolish enough to continue. You've already impressed me enough. A sweet smile and a light blush graced the fairy's beautiful white face as she gave that advice to the Belle in her subconscious. She was lost in thought when the footsteps of at least 4 people approached her seat, pulling her from her reverie. Can we sit down? She looked up and recognized the voice as soon as she heard it. It was Ina, the main figure, standing in front of her students and Artie, who was laughing defiantly and arrogantly, peeking out from beside her best friend. She didn't panic. She just rubbed her eyes with her fingers, sighing wearily. Not because she felt exhausted, but because she knew his arrival wasn't a good omen. Can I ask what you're doing here? No. Would it be okay to assume it's to keep an eye on my date with Belle? The 4 girls exchanged glances, feeling trapped. But they looked away and avoided answering. In a situation like that, silence spoke louder than words. Riveria rolled her eyes and patted the seat to her right, allowing them to join her for the show. Yay. Gracious, Riveria. Ina was the most excited, taking a seat right where the tall elf had indicated. She happily hugged her best friend's arm. Artie sat on the opposite side, a clear intimidation tactic to make her presence stand out. Lafia and Alicia, meanwhile, sat next to Ina. When will Belle arrive? This is my first time in Arario during the event. I've only heard stories from merchants and the occasional hired adventurer. I don't know. I've been waiting for half an hour, and to be honest, this monsterphilia feels a bit more boring than last year's. Artie, are you planning to include any unusual monsters? Yufufu, I'll just say that if Belle makes it to the 3rd round, he won't have it easy. Especially considering I instructed Ilta to add more conditions. He's not your average level 4, so he'll have to put in a bit more effort. Are you serious? Which one did they put in? My lips are sealed, Riveria-sama. Just watch and enjoy the show. The jade-haired woman sharpened her gaze, judging the actions of the Ganesha family sub-captain for endangering the rabbit's life. True to her carefree nature, she leaned back in her chair and whistled, ignoring the elf's growing concern. Artie. If anything happens to Belle. Silence. They're about to announce the next participant. Before Riveria's threat could materialize, Ina interrupted them, pointing to one of the arena's gates that suddenly opened, receiving the lights that foreshadowed the arrival of the brave man. Hahaha. I hope the audience is having fun. I know that up until now we've seen some rather disappointing matches. But I promise you that the current champion is anything but a novice. Ibril, with his explosive and effusive personality, served as the narrator of Monsterphilia. His unique way of telling stories kept the audience on the edge of their seats. And the way he spoke about the upcoming fighter drew even more attention. Doubts arose immediately. Attention focused on the arrival gate of this unknown challenger. From his post in the announcer's tower, Ibril theatrically waved his amplifying wand and let his voice boom throughout the coliseum like festive thunder. Ladies and gentlemen. The next participant needs no introduction, but I'll give one anyway. The stands erupted in applause and expectant shouts. Ibril spun gracefully and raised her arm to the sky. The young man who vanquished a strange beast in the depths of Rivera. The same one who, alongside other heroes, has tirelessly defended our city from the dark forces of the newly arrived Evilus. The white-haired adventurer with a fiery soul. The brightest of the young heroes and, according to the polls, the most eligible bachelor in Arario. The crowd roared even louder, but not everyone was celebrating with such enthusiasm. The green-haired girl, sitting in her place, puffed out one cheek in visible annoyance and crossed her arms, looking away indignantly. Her elegant demeanor wasn't enough to hide the slight blush on her cheeks. Beside her, Ina glanced at her sideways with a lopsided smile, like someone who is having too much fun with a private joke. Jealous? Shut up. Riveria snapped without even turning around, though her tone betrayed irritation and embarrassment. Ina chuckled softly, delighted by the reaction. Meanwhile, Ibril raised her voice one last time, filling it with all the emotion of the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the rookie of the moment, the hero who shines like a rising star. Make way for bellcranel. The arena gates burst open just as the cheers reached their peak. And there, amidst the light and dust, emerged Belle, ready to impress and with more than enough reason to do so. His eyes slowly scanned the high walls of the coliseum as he entered, searching for someone in the crowd. And then he saw her, sitting in the front row, unintentionally standing out from the sea of spectators. Belle raised a hand in her direction. It was a brief, discreet gesture, as if only she were meant to see it. But wrapped in that small movement was the full intention of the world. The intention to remind her that he was doing everything for her. The high elf didn't respond with words, but with actions. She observed him with slightly parted lips. She raised her hand and returned the greeting with a face that screamed, "I love you." Ina noticed, of course, and although she said nothing, an amused smile appeared on her face. She knew how to read those signs. But for the rest of the coliseum, for the thousands of eyes fixed on Belle, everything continued as usual. Lafia and Alicia frowned. Artie, on the other hand, was annoyed because Belle didn't even acknowledge her. "Damn elf fetishist," she whispered, criticizing him. From that day on, she decided to call him Elf Enchanter. Ladies and gentlemen. The first test of our young hero is about to begin. But this will be no ordinary duel. Oh no. To test his mettle, his strength and his courage, we bring forth a creature that has sown terror since ancient times. A hero killer. He paused dramatically. The entire coliseum held its breath. The beast born of chaos, a symbol of the most ancient fear that every adventurer harbors in their heart. Ladies and gentlemen, the unstoppable dungeon destroyer, the beginner's bone crusher, the minotaur. The gates at the far end of the arena began to open with rusty creaks. The atmosphere grew heavy. A sharp roar echoed from inside the tunnel, and then, the monster emerged with brutal force. The containment barriers didn't open. They were ripped off. The creature burst into the arena with a ferocious roar that shook the ground. Its body was gigantic, covered in muscle and dark hair. Its bloodshot eyes blazed with pure fury. Since that incident on my first day, I'm ashamed to see a minotaur. It was the rabbit's thought, recalling his exaggerated speech when fighting that creature before what happened in Rivera. In fact, there was an explanation for that. Every time his parents spoke to him about that monster that sowed terror in the middle floors, his mind wandered and he only imagined himself fighting it in a difficult battle. That's why he never grasped the difference in strength between them. Ha. Come on, Belle. Tell that minotaur it's your adventure and all that other nonsense you were whispering while fighting the other one. Don't bother, Artie. The deputy captain of the Ganesha family, taking advantage of the situation to annoy the adventurer in her charge, reminded him of that embarrassing facet that had made her laugh for days. Your adventure? The haha, Belle would kill me if I told you. Ask him when you see each other. The blue-haired girl wiped away tears from her uproarious laughter. An imaginary question mark appeared above the heads of the other girls. TSK. I'll finish this thing quickly, Belle declared, bending his knees slightly and gripping tightly the dagger he had been given for the event. The minotaur snorted furiously. Belle stared at him without moving a muscle. He glanced quickly at the stands. Riveria and he made eye contact. She blushed slightly but nodded, confirming that she was watching him. The beast tore the earth with a brutal roar and lowered its head, preparing to charge. But then in the blink of an eye, Belle was gone. A murmur of confusion rippled through the stands. The minotaur raised his head, bewildered. And there, right behind him, stood the one he assumed would be his prey, dagger in hand, still stained with blood, not a single hair out of place. A scarlet thread sprouted from the beast's chest. Its eyes opened in a grimace of bewilderment before going completely dark. A second later, its body began to dissipate into vapor, and the magic stone fell with a soft clink onto the sand. Absolute silence. The audience didn't react instantly. It was over. Bellcranel had defeated him in an instant. The arena was suspended in stunned silence. And then, in the midst of that stillness, a single pair of hands clapped. It was Riveria, who had stood up, elegant and radiant, and was applauding with a proud smile, the first to acknowledge Belle's achievement. Following her, the crowd reacted and joined in. Cheers erupted from all sections of the stands. Shouts of amazement and celebration broke the silence as thousands of people cheered the young adventurer. From his tower, Ibril raised his voice with overflowing enthusiasm. Incredible. Simply incredible. Bellcranel just killed a minotaur with a single move. Never before has such a precise, swift and overwhelming execution been seen. In the center of the arena, Belle scratched the back of his neck with a sheepish smile. The roar enveloped him, and although he appreciated the excitement, it was clear that the attention made him uncomfortable. He gave a brief general bow, but his gaze was already fixed on a single point in the entire coliseum. Riveria. The high elf stood still. She gazed at him with shining eyes, and the serene expression she usually wore softened even further. A delicate smile, full of sweetness and devotion, graced her face. And Belle, without taking his eyes off her, leaned deeply toward the girl he was trying to impress. As if she were the only one who existed in that moment. Artie sighed in annoyance. How sweet. Ina let out a small laugh. She knew the albino had joined the competition to win over her best friend, but she hadn't expected him to be so direct. He placed his hand on the tall elf's shoulder, making her turn around. He gave her a thumbs up, tears welling in his eyes, and spoke. I didn't think Riveria had that romantic side. That guy brings out sides of you I never expected to see. He's the one, my friend. Romantic? You're wrong. It's nothing like what you're imagining. I just thought it was great. Lafia muttered something unintelligible, probably a mixture of jealousy and confusion, while Alicia wished the albino the worst possible death. The metallic screech of a new gate rose above the cheers, signaling the start of another challenge. From the darkness emerged a figure of fire and scales. An infant dragon. Its wings spread violently and, in a single flap, it rose above the sand, unleashing a rain of fire. Belle wasn't intimidated. He stayed put, his movements fluid and agile. Thanks to his lessons with Ina, he knew how to act. He used every wall of the arena to move without exposing himself to the fire. He waited patiently until the precise moment revealed itself. And when the dragon descended, he knew that was his chance. The rabbit reacted swiftly. Emerging from a blind spot, it used the creature's momentum to leap onto its back. In a single motion, it plunged its dagger into the base of the skull. The creature shuddered with a sharp squeal and fell violently to the sand. The audience was just beginning to process what they had witnessed. A second creature defeated in a matter of seconds. But for Belle, the only gaze he truly sought wasn't that of the audience. He looked up and, through the cloud of dust, found the eyes that mattered. Riveria watched him from her seat. A gentle emotion shone in her eyes. And just before their eyes fully met, she looked away with unexpected shyness. A gesture that only he noticed, letting out a soft laugh. The rest of the world could scream, but none of it touched him. Only her. That single reaction was enough to make him feel invincible. However, not everyone in the stand shared the same excitement. Artie pressed her lips together, holding back from saying anything. Ina was amused by her friend's attitude. Lafia kept her eyes fixed on Riveria, while Alicia, with a dry expression, clicked her tongue. But despite the jeers swirling around her, the elf didn't say a word. Her silence was clear. Riveria was delighted. And she knew it. It's great. That was all she could manage to say, bowing her head. The boy's expression shifted slightly, gazing at him with adoring eyes. And he, catching his breath, walked to the center of the arena to await his next challenge. The beast he had just faced posed a greater challenge. He understood that the encounters increased in difficulty. And the third round was the most difficult, so he remained vigilant. Ladies and gentlemen. Bellcranel has passed the first two tests as if they were child's play. Are we witnessing the rise of a legend? The crowd erupted in cheers, but Ibril raised a hand. However, the third test will not be so forgiving. This is a creature you must take seriously. In the arena, Belle calmly turned toward the large gate. His hand adjusted the hilt of his dagger as his eyes sharpened. The creature about to enter comes from the deepest levels. A beast hunted with great effort, and its mere presence is enough to cause chaos. The hatch roared, releasing a jet of heat that distorted the air. Its head is like a snake's, with sharp fangs. Its body, covered in long green fur, hides toxic spines. It can breathe fire. Its tail has killed both men and beasts. Ibril raised his arm. Ladies and gentlemen, Paluda, the ravager of the Black Forest. At that moment, a burst of fire erupted from the dark threshold. The creature emerged slowly, slithering with brutal elegance. Its serpentine head rose as steam billowed from its jaws. A stifled scream echoed through the stands. Belle remained unfazed. He kept his gaze steady, his legs bent, and his heart steady. Are you serious, Artie? You ask Ilta to pair him with a monster from the deep floors when he's been an adventurer in Arario for less than 2 weeks? Relax, Riveria-sama. You, better than anyone, should know that you possess great strength. Even I, being a level 5, would find myself in trouble if I faced you alone. The argument between the two women began. Riveria criticized the vice captain's irresponsibility. I know she's very strong, but to fight a hairy one you need more than that. Especially if you're a novice. Besides, you didn't let her use magic or abilities. Riveria, Artie. I think you should. Not now, Lafia. Artie immediately silenced the elf, engaging in a battle of ideals against the worried high elf. So what? I have complete faith that he'll defeat him. Do you doubt your hero's abilities? Listen. You have to see this. Not now, Alicia. We're busy. Artie and Riveria reprimanded Alicia. They frowned and bumped foreheads as if they were about to come to blows. However, in a swift movement, Ina took control, grabbing them under the chin and forcing them to turn toward the arena. Ouch. That hurts, Ina. You're hurting me, ma'am. Ouch. In the middle of the field, Belle stood upright among dying embers, his breathing ragged. Paluta was gone. Only ashes remained, floating in the air and an eerie stillness. From the stands, Riveria and Artie watched with a mixture of relief and astonishment, believing that the rabbit had escaped unharmed. But that impression vanished when Belle raised his arm. On his forearm, a green poisonous thorn protruded and the thick blood that spurted out began to cast a grim shadow over the scene. Those present opened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. They said its thorns were poisonous, right? The albino uttered that question before collapsing on his back, succumbing to the poison. The eel. Artie and Riveria screamed in unison, immersed in terror and, at the same time, giving a funny focus to their exaggerated reactions. Belle's eyes were swirling and his skin was beginning to turn purple. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience at how distracted the rabbit had been. He had launched himself like a kamikaze, failing to dodge the poisonous thorns to land a decisive blow. From the commentary tower, Ibril raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen. This is unheard of. Bellcranel just defeated the hairy one, but the poison is knocking him out. It's a technical draw. Riveria didn't hesitate for a moment. He jumped over the barrier and ran towards him. Her heart was beating strongly and a couple of tears glistened in her eyes. Upon arriving, he carefully held him and carried him, pressing his body against his own as he moved away from the center of the arena. Fool, 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 why do you have to be so foolish? He scolded repeatedly. The albino, still dizzy, tried to smile weakly. Did I do it right? The tall elf looked at him in surprise, tenderness, and bewilderment. Belle, his voice a mixture of weariness and sincerity, added. I wanted to impress a girl, can you tell her I'm sorry I lost? The elf pressed her lips together to hold back a smile and a deeper emotion, and at that moment, her tears rolled gently down her cheeks. Sooner rather than later, they arrived at the break room. Riveria knelt beside Belle and gently placed the palm of her hand on the wound on his arm, using her healing magic. Both remained silent. Belle, completely red-faced, avoided Riveria's gaze, ashamed of the absurdity of his defeat. Thank you for healing me. She continued to concentrate on the spell, but slightly raised her face. It's the least I can do. After all, I'm the reason you got into this madness, right? Belle pressed his lips together, ashamed to his very soul. I am sorry. I wanted to impress you, and I ended up depending on you, putting you in a compromising position that will lead to rumors. I got too confident. I ended up looking like a fool. Yes. You could say you made a typical rookie mistake. And we both know you're anything but a rookie. The albino sank deeper into regret. However, that wasn't all she had to say to him. Even so, you managed to defeat a monster from the deepest levels. Besides, in my eyes, you still look like a really cool person. I couldn't tell you this at first, but you've impressed me since we met, and that feeling only grows stronger. Riveria stood up, wiping the dust off her hands and staring intently at Belle. For me, you're still a hero. Mine. The rabbit's insecurity disappeared. He also stood up and approached her. He held her hand gently. Riveria allowed it. Riveria, I know the first part of our date was a disaster, but would you like to stay with me tonight? I'll make it up to you. Riveria felt her heart leap. It was astonishing how much a simple proposal embarrassed her. Nevertheless, she wanted to extend this impromptu date as long as possible. Fufu, I'll be under your care, my loser hero. Hey. That's going too far. Although the comment was humorous, it didn't make it any less true. He was genuinely enjoying her company. Her emerald eyes sparkled. She joked like never before. Being by Belle's side, as Ina said, she showed a side of herself she hadn't known existed, and she loved it. They left the room together without a fixed destination. All they could do was improvise. Share each other's time. For the first time, Riveria had no idea what was coming, and that excited her. They returned to the streets of Verario, which were even more crowded than before. They walked side by side, chatting peacefully about the rabbit's defeat. She gave him advice that might be useful to him in the future. Belle listened, mentally noting the suggestions. Suddenly, they both stopped. Their gazes turned ahead, where the love square seemed to beckon them with a cloying charm. They saw couples coming and going, with their arms intertwined, holding hands, and behaving so affectionately that it was almost cartoonish. As they turned at the same time, their eyes met and a faint blush rose to their cheeks. Belle scratched the back of his neck. Riveria looked away with an elegant smile, though with a hint of discomfort and desire. Are Ina and the others watching us? Asking her to walk around with me sounds too direct for a second date. Riveria looked around, searching for her pursuers. She was relieved when there was no sign of them. However, she still had another option. Asking Belle to go into the plaza with her. To do this, she put a plan into action. To get him to suggest it through subtle hints. They decorated it very nicely, don't you think? Huh? Oh, of course. Sakura blossoms and happy couples are a good reference point. It would be interesting to go in. The first stage was successful. It sparked the rabbit's interest. To be honest, I haven't eaten since last night. I wonder if they sell food there. As she tried to appeal to his hunger, a strange noise stopped her words. A loud, clear growl emerged from his abdomen, churning his guts in a symphony unpleasant to the purple-haired girl, who opened her eyes wide, succumbing to embarrassment. I wish the earth would swallow me up. Her cries echoed in his subconscious. The red color faded from her cheeks, replaced by the pallor of a corpse. Belle looked at her, tilting his head as she covered her face with her hands. Riveria. Don't say anything. That never happened. Understood. Hi. The high elf raised her voice, her eyes brimming with tears. Nothing was going right for her. She tried to maintain the facade of a serene woman, but ever since she met him, that mask shattered every time they were together. An awkward silence ensued. Riveria tried to gather what little dignity she had left, but Belle acted first. You know what? I'm starving. I was just about to ask you if you wanted to go eat with me. I haven't eaten anything since. And, as if by fate, the same thing happened to the rabbit. Its stomach growled. The green-haired girl slowly straightened her back and stared at the boy, who was laughing nervously. I guess that means we had a similar day. Come on, Riveria. Let's go eat before our stomachs start growling again. There was no prejudice in Belle's eyes, only a simple embarrassment that she concealed to reassure herself. It was then that a thought struck her. Being genuine with someone you know will accept you is a sign that what you have is true love. Ina didn't say it in those words, but that's what his stories led her to understand. Every story with her husband, where even the most insignificant actions had a special spark. Riveria saw Belle laughing as he scratched the back of his neck, pointing at the plaza. And for the first time, she felt that she didn't need to be perfect all the time. Maybe, with that boy, she could relax and make mistakes. Know what true freedom is. A trembling smile touched her lips. She felt light, like a feather. That's how unique Belle's company was. He kept talking, making excuses. As he sank deeper and deeper into it, Riveria kept a watchful eye on him. She closed her hand, remembering the warmth with which Belle had held it. If only she could be a little selfish and ask him to do it again, it would be enough to end the night and go to sleep with a smile. But she was a coward. A coward who was afraid to feel in love because of how unknown that path seemed. There was no guarantee of a happy ending. Not when she was already engaged. Is this what you meant, Ina? That I would regret it if I didn't marry the one I love? I'm not so sure about my decision anymore. For the first time since accepting the engagement, she showed signs of doubt. Just looking at that boy made her heart leap with excitement. Consider what would make you happiest. She heard Ina's voice as a whisper. And, closing her eyes for a moment, she allowed her body to act on its own. She knew that she might be a little selfish with Belle, and anyway, he would accept her. Then her fingers touched the boy's, who stopped talking and looked down, where their hands were clasped tightly together. Riveria intertwined her fingers with his. I'd like us to hold hands during our date, she said with difficulty. Her eyes swirled and she felt heat rise to her head. He, for his part, raised his eyebrows, still in shock. It will be a pleasure. Your wish is my command, Riveria. He couldn't refuse. He tightened his grip on hers, forming an inseparable knot. The tall elf was thrilled, turning around and starting to walk, dragging the rabbit behind her. Wait. Absolutely not. If we don't hurry up and eat, my stomach will start making weird noises again, and I won't allow that. Belle lowered his shoulders, laughing, and quickened his pace. The two exchanged a warm glance and headed towards the plaza, their eyes fixed on the numerous food stalls. A few minutes passed, and without letting go of each other's hands, they strolled together along a row of Asian food stalls. Riveria's eyes lit up like a child's. She devoured each dish with unexpected ease, unconcerned by the stares of others. Belle watched her, at first with surprise, but that expression soon turned to amusement and tenderness. It was as if he were discovering a new side of her. Perhaps the Riveria who laughed with her mouth full and shamelessly asked for more was even more fascinating. After nearly an hour of eating without reservation, they ended up sitting on a wooden bench. In their hands, they delicately held a skewer of takoyaki, calmly sharing that last bite. I've always smelled them from afar, but I'd never tasted them until today. Their flavor is like a bite of heaven. I'm glad you like them. In my town, they often have fairs where they prepare similar foods. Especially my stepfather. He sets up a food stall and gives it away to the locals. Riveria swallowed one of the takoyakis. Your stepfather sounds like a very kind person. Yes. He's the kind of man any boy dreams of becoming. In part, he's the reason I became an adventurer. The kind expression appeared on the rabbit's face. Was he also an adventurer? Yes. And from what my grandfather told me, a very big one. He doesn't usually talk about his life as an adventurer because he says that life is in the past. Along with me, my grandparents, my mother. Belle gazed at the stars, filled with confidence. His goal in life was to be a hero as great as him. Riveria noticed the innocence in his eyes. He, unlike her, had a family that loved and supported him. Her jade-colored locks fell in front of her face, her head bowed. You, who were born knowing it. Me, who still don't know it. She referred to that emotion she suspected she felt for the albino. She was jealous of the seemingly perfect life her companion had led. Not poisonous jealousy, but a healthy envy. She glanced at him sideways, captivated by his purity. So that's why you have a unique glow. If I fell in love, would something similar happen to me? She wondered. Belle noticed her attention and they made eye contact. Without saying a word, she leaned forward and reached out to touch the beautiful fairy's cheek. She jumped. Her vision was overwhelmed by the boy's face, which drew closer and closer as the blush on the jade-haired girl's cheeks became more pronounced. Belle. What is it? Don't worry. I promise I won't be long. Just let me do it. Belle didn't allow her to reply. From a distance, one might imagine he was trying to kiss her. Does he intend to do it in front of so many people? The elves will kill him. Riveria clenched her fist in her lap. She knew she should refuse, but part of her wanted the kiss to happen. Why don't I resist? She didn't understand. Just as the young man's fingers touched her cheek, she instinctively closed her eyes. However, it was a misunderstanding. Belle's index fingertip slid down her cheek, across the corner of her lips, until it stopped touching her. She opened her eyes, realizing the kiss wasn't going to happen. You got food on yourself eating takoyaki. Don't worry, I already cleaned it up. The rabbit spoke, ignoring the chaos he had caused in the heart of the poor 99-year-old lady, a first-timer in love. Riveria blinked repeatedly, trying to come out of that trance. My mother also used to get food everywhere while eating, and my stepfather would clean her up. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. Perhaps, having seen the same situation in his own home, he didn't realize that it was reckless to invade her personal space. Suddenly, steam burst from the head and ears of the purple-haired girl, who slid into the seat as if her body were made of water. Riveria. Belle was terrified, but all she wanted was for the earth to swallow her up. A cartoonish little ghost popped out of her mouth. It took some time for Riveria to recover. Are you sure that's enough? Why, yes. I just needed to breathe. Please, if you try to do that again, let me know. I felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest. I'll keep that in mind. Adopting the role of a scolding mother, she reprimanded him. Rather than intimidating him, she managed to make him fall in love with another side of herself. Perhaps calling him an elf fetishist wasn't wrong. However, that let me know indicated that he didn't entirely dislike the closeness. Although our protagonist wasn't intelligent enough to realize it. I heard you've had a busy few days. Rumor has it that the acclaimed aspiring hero had an encounter with Evilus in the south of the city. The change of subject was unexpected. Yes. Although we were able to recover the stolen materials, this foolish wannabe hero had to let those two women go. Valetta agreed and Revvis. Yes. I also heard they had an incident in Rivera with them. I suppose we were deceived by the same women. Riveria rolled her eyes. Belle chuckled at the irony. The truth is, it was the smartest decision to let them escape. At least in your situation, Belle. If you had confronted them, you probably would have died. She placed her hand on the boy's, caressing it. Belle instinctively turned his, joining their hands. I'm aware of that. But that doesn't take away the bad taste in my mouth. Letting them go could lead to more deaths. They've been a persistent problem in recent years, am I wrong? Unfortunately, yes. Since the Dark Ages, they have tried to shatter what little peace our efforts brought. It is a false tranquility that sooner or later will collapse. Both expressed their concern. The situation in Riveria was unstable. They gazed at the stars. Their hands remained joined, ignoring the stares and murderous intentions of the elves who witnessed their contact. They were in their own world. Nine hell. I've already told you that you can call me by my name. I wasn't calling you. It's just I think it's a curious nickname. A beauty like you could only come from heaven. A truly beautiful angel. The boy's mind wandered. Riveria's heart suffered, becoming uncontrollably agitated. Although I have to admit it's a great nickname. I'm dying to know what mine will be. My parents used to say that the nickname the gods gave you wasn't always nice. You can say that again. You must be a very prominent figure for someone not to pick on you to make fun of you. Belle let out a suppressed laugh. He imagined several insulting nicknames focused on his rabbit-like appearance. I've been stuck at level 4 for a long time. It's normal. We all go through difficulties leveling up as we approach first class. I know. But I got used to leveling up at a steady pace. This is the first time I've stayed at one level for more than 2 months. Yeah. The high elf responded instinctively. She had to process what she heard to understand it. She turned away, raising an eyebrow. For more than 2 months. What do you mean by that? Well, since I received my Falna a little over 6 months ago, I've leveled up on average every month or month and a half. But now things are different. The boy held his chin, lost in thought. He didn't realize how unbelievable it sounded. For an average adventurer, leveling up every year is a feat. But doing it every 2 months is unbelievable. 2 months? You don't mean 2 years. Your parents were supposed to have trained you from a young age, right? Huh? Of course. However, I didn't receive my Falna until recently. They took care of training my body and mind without relying on a god's blessing. Upon receiving it, I only enhanced my abilities. Riveria stared at him in disbelief. An adventurer who had reached level 4 in less than 6 months. It defied all logic. Impossible. She told herself she didn't believe it. But then she looked at him again. Belle spoke calmly, without boasting. His smile was pure, clean. Just simple honesty. And Riveria, without knowing why, stopped listening to his words. Something in the way he spoke in that almost naive transparency convinced her. She believed him. Because he said so. And that was enough. Oh. I almost forgot. I'd like him to be an adventurer who hasn't yet established himself. I'd love to witness his growth firsthand. Then she remembered. That characteristic of her ideal man, the one she had described without thinking more than a week ago. The one who was just like the man beside her. As Belle continued, Riveria absent-mindedly brought another takoyaki to her mouth. A blush crept across her cheeks. Please tell me you're real and not just a figment of my imagination. You're too perfect to be real. She screamed silently inside her mind, her heart pounding. And the worst part, or perhaps the best part, was that he didn't even seem to know it. As the minutes passed, the awkwardness dissipated. They talked, laughed, and burst into laughter. It's what one hopes for on a date. The streets gradually emptied. One attraction in particular was drawing most of the citizens. Oh. What are they doing over there? Artie didn't tell me much about the events in the Love Square. The albino pointed to an improvised stage surrounded by a throng of people. I haven't the slightest idea. It's the first time I've taken a stroll around these parts during Monsterphilia. Really? I don't believe you. I'm serious. I'm inexperienced when it comes to festivals. The boy's disbelief was accompanied by a laugh. But you've lived in Arario since before the Dark Ages. Were you never interested in experiencing it? I'd be lying if I said no. It's just that. The beautiful fairy's emerald eyes fixed on the people who were laughing and sharing that atmosphere of peace. She remained silent. Her chest felt tight and, head bowed, her mood plummeted. She envied how genuine they seemed. Unattached. Real. She glanced to her side, where Belle waited patiently for her to open her heart. Her little finger brushed against Belle's, intertwining weakly, a discreet caress seeking support. A small anchor for her trembling heart. Belle didn't move. He just remained still, his attention fixed on her. At that moment, Riveria felt that she was finally not alone. And she allowed herself to speak without reservation. For as long as I can remember, my life has been routine. As a child, I fulfilled my parents' wishes without allowing myself to dream. When I got fed up and ran away, I was fine for a while until, once again, the responsibilities and expectations of others weighed on me. To be serene, rational, not to break with that image of an imperturbable woman. She remained silent, allowing the emotion to take shape. She took Belle's hand completely, intertwining their fingers. Sometimes I feel like I'm trapped inside an image I didn't choose. Everyone expects me to be strong and perfect. And for a long time, I was. But it's exhausting, Belle. It's like wearing armor that doesn't let me breathe. I want to allow myself to feel, to laugh without worrying about what others will say, to do something impulsive without fear of disappointing anyone. I want to make mistakes, stop overthinking, and just be. Her eyes, bright, lifted. She was not the powerful sorceress, but a woman who had opened her heart. And with you, for some reason I don't understand, I feel like I can do it. That I can stop pretending and show myself as I am. Because you look at me in a way that doesn't demand anything of me. And that is more liberating than I thought possible. Belle smiled at her, a blush rising to her cheeks. But she didn't look away. You can be free, feel that way with everyone. That doesn't mean you're going to let them down. Even if there are people who trust you, you are the only one in control of your story. You make it sound so easy. Yes it is, Riveria. Belle clung to his hand. It's easy to choose based on your preferences. You can start with simple things. Take a different route. Eat an unfamiliar dish. Greet a stranger. These small things can contribute to your yearning for freedom. The expression on the face changed. Her words were not pretentious. Release the tension. Relax. Laugh, cry, do whatever crazy things you want. I won't judge you. I'll stay with you, supporting you. I promise. At least for today, let's enjoy this night. Consider it the first step toward your longed-for freedom. Riveria's lips trembled. Her breathing became unsteady. Belle's words resonated with him more deeply than he had imagined. Her voice was barely a whisper. But before she could say more, an unfamiliar voice broke in. Belle. The scream was followed by a long sigh. Ibril. What's going on? He was her family member. The loud commentator. I'm so glad to see you. The upcoming event is down 2 participants and we're trying to find replacements. I need you. Are you? Sure, no problem. What does the event consist of? I can't reveal details. But I need both of your help. Riveria-sama, would you like to join Belle? I wouldn't ask if I weren't desperate. Riveria blinked, puzzled. She looked at Belle, seeking support. He shrugged. You don't have to if you don't want to. But if you decide to join, I'll join you. The tall elf lowered her gaze. She remembered what Belle had told her. That, at least for that night, she should be free. Then she raised her face. A serene but determined smile formed on her lips. She wrapped her arm under Belle's and turned toward Ibril, with the bearing of a princess, but the radiance of a living woman. We will participate. But that single word, she allowed herself to be herself. Finally. Perfect. Follow me. Ibril regained his spirits and asked them to follow him. Belle and Riveria exchanged a glance. The former felt proud. What they didn't know was that decision would put them in the eye of the storm. Welcome everyone to the 20th couples tournament. Ibril's shout roared at the crowd. The albino and the purple-haired girl's expressions were worthy of ridicule. The couples tournament. They questioned simultaneously as rumors began to circulate about the participation of the rookie of the moment alongside the beautiful Nine-Hell, known for her long list of rejected suitors. Did they really become boyfriend and girlfriend? Not even a month in the city and he already charmed a princess. Could he be a descendant of the Zeus family? The forbidden love between an older woman and a teenager. Kai. People's opinions flowed freely. Belle and Riveria exchanged uncomfortable glances. Suddenly, Ibril's voice trembled. Attention, Horario. I know you're excited because today we have a dazzling couple, but that doesn't mean they're going to win. Ibril walked across the platform. Dear citizens, visitors, and spirits of love. We celebrate the 20th anniversary of the most viewed and romantic program. True love is tested as a couple returns with more intense than ever. He stepped aside, pointing to the couple who were getting all the attention. And to inaugurate this legendary edition we have a couple that no one expected, but everyone is going to love. They will have to overcome 3 tests, 3 challenges to prove if their love is true. The heat in both of their cheeks was rising exponentially. And who are they, you ask? Well, none other than bellcranel and Riveria Ljos Alf. As magic petals fell, Belle and Riveria could only stare at each other completely frozen. The shouts of the people echoed in the square. I didn't imagine things would end up like this. Riveria. Small tears, born of embarrassment, welled in the princess's eyes. Belle glared at Ibril, his annoyance enough to send a shiver down her spine. He, remorseful, clasped his hands together in apology. You owe me a very big one. Belle sighed, placing his hand on Riveria's, stroking it to comfort her. I'm sorry I dragged you here. Don't worry. None of us imagined what Ibril was planning. Besides, I'm okay with this. I promised you I wouldn't leave your side. What if they think we're a couple? That could cause you a lot of problems. I see nothing wrong with it. On the contrary, it would be an honor to be considered worthy of being so close to you. If I have to fight through a mob of jealous elves to spend time with you, I'll do it without hesitation. Belle wasn't used to being stared at either, but in this situation, he wouldn't let that stop him. Riveria, for her part, squeezed Belle's hand tighter, finding the peace she needed. If he was with her she could do anything. I see the couples are ready. So we can begin the first test. Several attendees came out and approached the desks. They set down a couple of whiteboards and markers. The first test aims to discover how well you know each other. You'll have to answer a series of questions by putting yourself in your spouse's shoes. Riveria and Belle paled. They knew almost nothing about each other. Using the whiteboards, you'll have to answer. But be careful. What you write must be what you think he or she would answer. Is that clear? The crowd responded in unison. Don't worry. I think just participating is enough to have a funny story to tell. Are you sure? If you lose here too, you'll be remembered as the loser of Monsterphilia. Hey. I already told you that hairy one defeated me because I got distracted. Defeat is defeat. They chuckled. Knowing they weren't aiming for victory lifted a weight off their shoulders. For Riveria, simply participating was a huge step. They remained in their seats, listening to the responses from the other pair of couples. Ibril saved the best for last. Those established relationships surprised the only fake couple in town. Every word was laden with a long-standing love. Riveria raised her fist to her chest, smiling. She wondered what it felt like to have such a deep connection. Belle resolved to do his best so that Riveria wouldn't feel left out. Soon, her turn came. Under the table, the jade-haired woman gave her companion's hand one last squeeze. Well, who do we have here? The couple of the moment who kept their romance well hidden. Today, let's unmask their true feelings. Ibril, you're going too far. Forgive me, Belle. I have to get into character. Play along. I promise not to be harsh. The questions will be simple. Ibril responded to the threat by winking at the lady. Since their romance must have started shortly after the acclaimed rookie arrived, I suppose it was love at first sight. First question. What's your partner's favorite food? Time starts now. They both got to work. They answered with the first thing that came to mind. Wow. Those are very different answers. But the important thing is to know if they answered correctly. Tell me, bellcranel, is spaghetti your favorite food? Belle leaned forward, looking at Riveria's whiteboard. His eyes widened. He hadn't expected her to know. Why yes. That's correct. That was a small victory for her. Knowing that she at least knew that much about the man who had captured her interest was comforting. And that feeling solidified when she saw Belle's answer, which was also correct. Did you know that my favorite food was vegetables bathed in wine with root vegetable puree? How could you remember that? I didn't have many options. Besides, you look so happy with every bite that the memory of our lunch at Lady of Abundance came to mind. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Did you figure it out just by looking at me? How can you be so attentive to me? Just one glance was enough to leave that engraved in her heart. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. They laughed nervously, erasing what they had written. It's time to delve deeper. Tell us what part of your body do you think your beloved likes the most? Answers, now. They wrote again. Sooner rather than later, they revealed their replies. Riveria said smile and Belle said eyes. Why yes, that's correct, they replied in unison. What they wrote might be considered a cliché, but it didn't diminish its truth. They were right. Riveria had been captivated by the albino's innocent red eyes. And in Belle, when he saw her smile, he knew she was the one he wanted to be with. They passed the second round. The spectators remained silent, recognizing that they were not mere strangers. They could see that there was something beautiful about them. Among the audience, the silent observers were surprised at how well they were handling it. Ina smiled like a proud older sister. They made eye contact again and she smiled. It was an inexplicable and mutual emotion. The last question was presented without the euphoria of the previous ones. When did they know they were in love? They both tensed up. They glanced at each other and, for the first time, took a moment before writing. When they finished, they held up their whiteboards and the audience held its breath. An excited murmur rippled through the crowd before erupting into applause. The two answers, identical in wording, said. From the first moment I saw him. They opened their mouths at the same time, but no words came out. They looked at each other for another second and then lowered their gaze with a slight blush. They felt ashamed, yes. Exposed, perhaps. But they were secretly happy. Because they had just discovered that what they felt had begun on the same day. With the same look. The hero who fell in love with the princess when he jumped to her rescue. The princess who never knew love, experiencing it for the first time in the arms of her savior. And as the cheers echoed, their hands shyly sought each other. They intertwined. They remained joined in silence, sharing the same memory, the same emotion and perhaps, the same destiny. There was no winner. All three couples passed the first test. The presenter regained control. And since everyone has passed the first round, we're moving on to the second test. A test where love must speak with the voice of the heart. Each person must stand up, look their partner in the eyes, hold hands, and say 5 things they love about each other. They can't repeat themselves. The partner's reaction will be evaluated. The applause erupted. Belle swallowed hard. Riveria straightened up, placing a hand on his chest. They glanced at each other with a spark of nervousness. But, unlike the previous test, they didn't look confused. They were nervous, yes, but also confident. Because deep down, they knew they could do it. The other couples followed, parading across the center of the stage amid laughter and fluent conversation. They made it look so easy. But then it was Belle and Riveria's turn. They were led to the center. The noise died away. They stopped face to face, the world shrinking to that small circle between them. Their hands met naturally. And when they looked up, their eyes met and never parted again. They were lost in each other. Then Ibril's voice roared. You can begin the star couple of the night. Tell each other 5 things you love about each other. Now. And, without wasting any more time, Belle prepared to begin. However, Riveria beat him. I love you because you aren't afraid of what it means to be involved with me. I love you because you make me feel special without having to flatter me. I love you because in my darkest hour, you appeared like a savior and changed my destiny. I also love you because every time you look at me, I can't help but smile and think of you. But above all, I love you because you make me see that even I deserve to be a normal woman. You don't judge me for my past. Even though you barely know me. You've infiltrated my heart as if it were your own home. You remain in my mind, present in every dream, thought, and memory. In Belle's eyes, Riveria looked more beautiful than ever. What he said didn't sound rehearsed. It wasn't a calculated speech. It was a whisper from the soul. A pent-up torrent that finally flowed. Riveria opened up. She spoke like a woman who had kept silent for too long, for fear of not understanding what she felt. But even so, she chose to share it. And with every word, Belle felt that burden lift from her shoulders. And in that intimate moment, she fell a little more in love. Then, a few tears slid down her cheeks. Belle, I love you for being yourself. I love you for who you are. Belle's eyes widened. The world slowed down. A trembling smile appeared on his lips. She let out a nervous giggle. How am I supposed to get over that? Riveria laughed with him, releasing the tension. She leaned towards him. Well, try harder. I want to hear what you love about me. He winked at her. Belle nodded. But he didn't lower his head. He closed his eyes to take a deep breath. He wanted her to hear him. And to feel him. I love you for so many reasons, Riveria, but also for all those little things you probably don't even notice. I love that when you're nervous, you tuck your hair behind your ears. I love that you cross your arms when something seems unfair. I love the way your gaze turns and how that same gaze softens when you look at me. I love that you raise your pinky finger when you eat. I love that you decided to wear your glasses because that made me fall a little more in love with you. I love that everything feels easier with you. That when your lips part, I already know you're about to smile. I love that your emerald eyes look at me with admiration. I love how fluently you talk about the things you love. I love your innocence, the one you hide so well. I love when you smile honestly. I love that you don't need anyone to save you, and yet you let me be by your side. And above all, I love you because I want to stay here, with you, witnessing everything that you are. I want to see you laugh, cry, succeed, and fail. I want to be present in every part of your story because there's nowhere else I'd rather be than with you. The world seemed to stop. The square fell silent. In the midst of that silence, Riveria trembled. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Her eyes shone with moisture. No one had ever looked at her and loved her like that. Every little thing, every detail, he had seen it all. And she loved him for it. For the first time, she felt truly known. Belle let go of one of her hands to place it on her cheek. And also, I love your free spirit. That desire to be more than what others expect. And if you'll allow me, Riveria, I want to walk beside you when you find it. The elf couldn't suppress the shudder. Her breath caught in her throat. Everything inside her screamed to throw herself into his arms. She wanted to hug him, kiss him, tell him yes, beg him never to leave her. But the square was still full. And even though she couldn't move, she smiled. Without needing words, the albino knew that she felt the same. For the first time, Ibril didn't shout. He cleared his throat, overcome with emotion. I only asked them for 5. She put her hand to her chest and let out a low laugh. I didn't expect them to be so loving. The audience let out a collective sigh, followed by a restrained ovation. The couple lowered their heads at the same time. Their hands remained clasped. And if you'll allow me, Riveria, I want to walk beside you when you find it. I want to help you fulfill that dream. That line resonated deep within his chest. His hand slid down to the sleeve of his uniform. In response, the boy turned his face. They shared a smile. What was between them was now real. You found love, Riveria. I hope this is enough for you to realize it, Ina thought. She was the only happy one. Artie, Alicia, and Lafia looked as if they were about to interrupt the event. After the excitement subsided, the competition resumed for the final test. Belle was confident. Nothing could be more difficult. But he was about to face a mission for which he was never prepared. The mission of. That was beautiful. Our final test can make or break you. And what could it be? Simple A, dance under the lights. Couples. Touch each other's hearts. And move to the rhythm of love. This final test will evaluate your connection. Because love is also danced. Show this audience just how big yours is. Dancing. The final test would be a dance. As soon as this was known, the albino's skin paled. All his confidence vanished. The dance, he murmured. He had no idea how to dance. He'd been taught to fight and flirt since he was a child, but never to dance. When he turned around, Riveria covered her mouth to contain her excitement. Unlike him, she liked the idea. Just like before, the other couples went first. Their steps were calm, their bodies moved in sync. Belle watched, rigid, taking mental notes on how they turned and where they placed their hands. He didn't want to embarrass her. Riveria, on the other hand, wasn't looking at the couples. She was looking at him. And noticing his unease, she smiled tenderly. Because finally, there was something he wasn't perfect at. And that made him more human. Soon, his turn came. The spotlight shifted to the center of the stage. Belle and Riveria walked toward it, holding hands. The melody began. A slow, enveloping piece. The albino stared at her intently. His hands hesitated in the air. But before he could make a move, the jade-haired girl took the initiative. She grasped his wrists and guided them to her waist. Then, her own hands rested on his shoulders. He was surprised. Before he could say anything, she smiled, as if to say, "Okay, I'll guide you." And with that single expression, Belle knew that everything would be alright. Was it that obvious? What? Your insecurity? I'd be blind not to see it. You're cruel. The rabbit's question received a quick answer, accompanied by a mocking giggle. I'm sorry. This is all new to me. I've fought dragons with a wooden stick, but when it comes to dancing, I have 2 left feet. Fufu, I know. It was obvious when you had no idea where to hold me. Unlike you, I was trained in dances. It's one of the few things I'm grateful for about being a princess. They talked, getting rid of the tension. Just follow my instructions and everything will be fine. I can't promise we'll do spectacularly, but at least we won't make fools of ourselves. Is that enough for you? If I don't trip and fall off the stage, I'll be happy. Come on, beautiful princess of Alf. Show this commoner the wonders of dancing. And finally the dance began. Riveria took a step back, indicating to his partner to take one forward. Now let's take a step to your left. One more. They slipped to the side. Despite his inexperience, Belle didn't take his eyes off Riveria. Take a long step to the right. Then one back and a turn. Riveria raised a hand. The albino did the same. With a slight movement, he allowed the princess's body to complete a full turn. The hem of her dress lifted. When the spin stopped, leaving her facing Belle, she turned around. The boy held both her hands from behind. Then he released one and, with the other, gave her a slight tug, causing her body to spin again. The music accompanied that simple and calm dance. They repeated the same choreography. There came a point where words were unnecessary. Belle learned quickly. She, being shorter, tilted her head so as not to lose sight of those eyes that captivated her. On Belle's side, things were no different. Watching those jade-colored locks move was a beautiful sight. We are truly from different worlds. Downcast, he thought that. Feeling unworthy discouraged him. 2 souls that destiny brought together by chance. Suddenly, just before a turn, one of his shoulders was released. Riveria's palm rested beneath his chin, forcing him down. You're more than perfect, Belle. Don't doubt for a second that you deserve to be so close to me. I chose you because you're different. I don't care about your last name or your rank. For me, what we share goes beyond mere status. Those sweet words dispelled any doubt. The rabbit's lips parted, but it didn't. It just gave it the longed-for turn, admiring the beauty of the rotation. Meeting you wasn't a mistake, Riveria. You real? She wondered, interlacing her fingers again. What she didn't know was that the same question had echoed in Riveria's mind. The audience remained silent. An opinion spread among them. When they're together, they seem to glow. Aina watched them with one hand on her cheek and a sweet smile. There was nostalgia and pure joy in her eyes. The scene took her back to her first dance with her husband. How much of this was the work of fate? He murmured. Without realizing it, you've found what you so vehemently denied. Let's see when will they realize that, from the moment they met, their hearts belonged to each other. She was speaking excitedly. But then she felt a slight tug on her sleeve. He blinked and turned his head. It was Artie, his fist pressed to his chest. Hey, I know you know about relationships, is it normal to feel jealous of the 2 of them? His tone was direct, but with a certain vulnerability. Aina looked at her, surprised. She wanted to respond empathetically, but Artie just shrugged. I'm just kidding. If that boy likes older women, there's nothing to be done about it. And the same goes if Riveria is attracted to younger men, to each their own, right? Who are you calling an old woman? Alicia and Lafia shouted in unison, offended. Aina, oblivious to the commotion, remained enraptured. Meanwhile, on stage, Belle and Riveria were in their own world. On one last turn, Belle circled Riveria's back and gently guided her backward. He bent down, and she followed suit. Their faces were so close they could feel each other's breath. Then, the magic was broken. And time's up, or Rio. What an incredible dance. A shrill scream broke the spell. The audience erupted in applause. Riveria and Belle separated, blushing on their cheeks. They looked at Ibril bursting into applause with tears running down their cheeks. They also recognized the other couples with smiles. There was no doubt. The decision was unanimous. The winners were the only couple who weren't yet married, but who shared a love as genuine as any marriage. 1 hour later. The night was getting old. The number of passers-by dwindled as Belle and Riveria walked toward Twilight Mansion to bring their memorable date to a close. Riveria wrapped her arm around his. They chatted happily. At one point, she bowed her head, resting it on the boy's shoulder. "I can't believe Ibril made us participate. I felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest at any moment. You didn't seem annoyed when you talked about the reasons why you love me. A couple more verses and you'd be out of breath. Don't make fun of me. You should flatter me. I've never said so many words in such a short time." "Yes, yes. You're great, bellcranel. Humming from a princess, it's an honor." The atmosphere lightened. After that experience, they started using informal language and joking around. Her free hand rose. She opened it, looking at what was inside. "We went through all this embarrassment just for a hair accessory. I feel cheated." Riveria expressed, holding a silver, green, and white ornament. A teardrop-shaped jewel missing a piece to form a circle. "Hey. I think it's perfect. Besides, they match. I'll keep it. It'll be my new good luck charm." They smiled at each other again. Their steps slowed. It was the only way to prolong the night. She would return home and to her routine. He would return to his headquarters to endure Artie's questions. Neither of them wanted to separate. The laughter subsided. In the distance, Twilight Mansion came into view. Riveria bit her lower lip. She squeezed Belle's arm. The date went better than she imagined. It cleared up countless doubts. But that ended the moment they turned their backs on each other. They would once again be mere strangers. "Riveria. Promise me that, if you feel comfortable with her, you'll ask her to keep seeing you. Not for excuses. But simply because you want to be with her." He remembered his promise to Ina. He couldn't feel more comfortable than with Belle. However, the doubt remained. "I want us to keep seeing each other. Just like tonight. Not because we're obligated. Just because we want to. I hope this connection doesn't break." Riveria looked at the albino, who remained serious. His jaw was tense. His red eyes were filled with determination. That was the moment. There wouldn't be another chance. She had to have the courage to fight for what she considered special. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath. "I want to stay with you." It was simple in the planning. Not in the execution. Even so, she would fight. "That's why," with trembling lips, she said. "Belle." "Riveria. I know I'm being selfish, but could we continue seeing each other after this date? I don't want the relationship we've built to end today." Before she could speak, Belle interrupted her, stopping and looking at her. The jade-haired girl's eyes widened. "Aha," echoed in her subconscious. She was in complete shock. That was exactly what she was going to say. "Since I met you, I've felt things I never imagined. Day and night I think about you. I look for 1,000 excuses to find you. Even if it's just to say hello. To talk for a few seconds. Anything as long as it's with you." Her arms released. Belle took a step, standing in front of her. He took a deep breath before continuing. "I don't know for sure what I feel. All of this you is new to me. Many say it could be love, and maybe it is. But tonight, being with you, I confirmed it. I understood that I wouldn't want to be away from you." She listened to him in silence. "I've spent the last few days thinking about how to keep seeing you. I thought of excuses. But tonight I realized I don't want that anymore." The albino smiled. "I don't want to keep making excuses to be with you. I don't want our meetings to be based on something that isn't real. Because if we start with a lie, sooner or later it will fall apart." She looked up with a warm sweetness. "I want to see you just because. Because it comes naturally to me. Because being with you makes everything seem easier. And if that's love, then I think I'm starting to understand it. And if you have any doubts, let's work them out together. Help me understand this feeling. Help me give it a name." Riveria didn't respond immediately. She just looked at him. Her hand trembled as she raised it and brushed against Belle's sleeve. A smile formed on her lips while her cheeks turned a deep blush. "You were thinking the same thing too." Before Belle could say anything more, she took a quick step and wrapped him tightly in her arms. She hugged him warmly, awkwardly, full of emotion. Her forehead sank into his shoulder as soft tears streamed down her cheeks. And when she answered, she did so with a cry choked with happiness. "Yes. Yes, Belle. I'd like to keep seeing you too, even if there's no reason to. I thought about it too. I want to keep getting to know you. Keep seeing you, listening to you, laughing with you." The boy held her, surprised but with a smile that overflowed from his soul. "I want to be with you, bellcranel, my hero, my savior." And her voice trembled one last time, melting into sobs of joy as her heart, at last, found words. They stayed like that, embraced, breathing in unison. But then, Riveria noticed a change. Belle's body tensed. Is something wrong? Belle swallowed. His gaze was fixed on something over his shoulder. We are being watched. Under surveillance. Riveria separated, turning away. And then he saw them. Every window of the mansion had a figure pressed against the glass, watching the scene with a mocking smile. The couple separated quickly, their cheeks completely red. It's not what you think. It's a little late to say that. They tried to justify themselves, but a picture is worth 1,000 words. They saw it with their own eyes. The emergence of something beautiful. A relationship destined to blossom. They accepted being the butt of jokes. They held hands and vowed to keep walking together, discovering that emotion that was born the day their lives crossed paths. Chapter 10. You are everything I dreamed of for my friend. The stage was set for mockery. The members of the Loki familia who had observed the saccharine scene from the mansion's windows roared with laughter as they descended from their rooms to the exterior of the headquarters to witness the resolution of that pair of love-struck souls. Belle and Riveria quickly broke their embrace, as if that made them any less guilty of the intimate and private spectacle they had just put on for their friends and family. Caught up in the moment, they hadn't considered that several eyes were watching them. They'd even forgotten that the quartet of gossipy women had witnessed every detail of the so-called date from the very beginning. The high elf adjusted her dress and pushed her glasses up her nose in a desperate attempt to appear calm. Belle, meanwhile, closed her eyes and clenched her fists, bracing herself for the onslaught of complaints that was about to come, as well as Artie's feigned jealousy, since she could hear her footsteps in the distance. In short, things were far from having a fairy tale ending thanks to those pesky onlookers. Why you have to leave? Riveria exclaimed. I can handle them better if you're not with me. Riveria, it's too late for that. Besides, the other girls are blocking my way there. Riveria wanted Belle to leave so that the situation wouldn't escalate further. But the albino immediately rejected this request after pointing out the only escape route and witnessing the arrival of 4 women with colorful hair and distinct expressions approaching like kamikazes in pursuit of their target. We are Riveria began. Fucked. Belle finished. I would never use such vulgar language and I'm surprised you're so foul-mouthed, she retorted. No, I was going to say in trouble. But I don't think your adjective is wrong either. The green-haired woman reprimanded her companion for his rudeness, though she couldn't entirely deny that he had a point. Both their shoulders slumped with obvious exhaustion, bearing the consequences of their evening and the audacity of being so affectionate in public. It was practically an open invitation to chaos. They both blushed deeply. The door to Twilight Mansion swung open and the voices of the residents, eager for a love story to brighten their evening, filled the air. Belle, seeing Riveria's nervousness, lightly extended his hand. It was just enough for their pinky fingers to touch and intertwine. She looked up with a trembling smile. It was as if Belle were saying, I'm here. Unfortunately for Princess Alf, her pleasure wouldn't last long. In the blink of an eye, the albino vanished from sight and her pinky finger was released. She was surprised by how sudden it was. However, she looked down and found him. What was all that about the couple's competition, Belle? Roared Artie. Ugh. What's wrong with you, Artie? I'm getting dizzy. He complained. Artie had launched herself like a certain animatronic from a famous video game series attacking Belle and knocking him to the ground to interrogate him vehemently. She grabbed the boy by the collar of his shirt and shook him while shouting the question. She was seething with fury and jealousy, it seemed to such an extent that her cheeks turned red and her brows furrowed. Things didn't stop there. Or, rather, Belle wasn't the only target. Riveria was also besieged by the observers in the last few hours. The first to approach was Ina, who also lunged at her with enough force to knock her down and land on top of her. What kind of first date is that? It was amazing, Riveria. I never thought I'd see you dance and laugh like that. I'm so happy for you, so happy. Wait a moment, Ina. It's all well and good that you weigh nothing, but you're crushing me. Riveria Sama. Tears streamed from Ina's eyes like a waterfall. A few drops trickled down her chin and fell onto the face of the high elf, who tried to comfort her best friend. This emotional outburst was something she hadn't expected to witness with such intensity. Meanwhile, the angry shouts of her 2 students echoed behind them. Riveria tilted her head to the side to watch them approach, their faces contorted with rage and a palpable thirst for blood directed at the rabbit's immobilized body a few feet away. Even Lafia seemed tempted to grasp her staff and Alicia to draw an arrow from her quiver. Despite not having her bow, the arrow was more than enough to harm the man who was defiling her princess. Tell me everything, Riveria. I want to know how you felt with him. Did you get butterflies in your stomach? Did you feel grown-up things? What do you mean by that, Ina? And please, get off me. Ina. What's wrong with you? Huh? Her best friend's enthusiasm led her to ask some rather ridiculous questions that baffled the green-haired girl. However, the latter's complaints ceased when she saw something that drastically eased her embarrassment. Ina, noticing her concern, brought a hand to her nose and, while wiping it, noticed a stain of blood. Ina's expression twisted into a grimace of fear, which immediately deflated her composure. She moved off Riveria to try and stop the bleeding. She took a handkerchief from one of her pockets and vigorously dabbed the area. She didn't want to worry her best friend on the best day of her life. "Ina, are you feeling alright? Don't tell me that spending so much time in Aurario has." "I am perfectly fine. I just got a little too excited about your romance." "What romance? We just hugged. A simple hug. Why are you making it seem like we did something strange?" As Riveria stood up to check on Ina, the girl responded like a teenager eager for romance and gossip, which allayed the high elf's concerns. Frustrated by the commotion, she raised her voice in protest and stamped her foot, making it vibrate and creating a small crack where it struck. This action silenced all noise. Artie's complaints to Belle, whose eyes were already spiraling from so much shaking, also ceased. Everyone turned to look at the angry sub-captain of the Loki Familia with a raised eyebrow. Lafia and Alicia snapped out of their trance and silenced that little voice that kept telling them, "Kill the lustful rabbit." Finally, a little calm, Riveria said. "Look, it's not just your annoying complaints, but also the fact that you were watching me as if I couldn't take care of myself. Besides, it's disrespectful to Belle to think he'd be capable of hurting me. He was the one who saved me when I needed him most, and ever since, he's been more than kind to me. He's behaved respectfully, without overstepping my boundaries." Riveria's reprimand to the four girls was severe and harsh. It wasn't just about the deprivation of her freedom as an individual. They had also overstepped her personal boundaries and betrayed her trust. The latter was more Ina's responsibility than the others. However, the moment the conversation turned to Belle, she couldn't help but praise him and shower him with compliments. She was overflowing with gratitude and praise when she spoke of him. This would have continued if she hadn't felt several eyes watching her from behind. Don't worry about us. Keep talking about the boy," Finn said. "Yes, Riveria. We never imagined you'd hold a young man in such high esteem. I suppose our teasing can wait," Gareth added. The high elf had completely forgotten about her family members, who had already arrived on the scene with suppressed smiles. Finn and Gareth, upon being seen by their companion, remained calm and asked her to continue. The temperature on the jade-haired girl's face rose dramatically until a wisp of steam escaped from her long ears and the back of her neck. She opened and closed her mouth in a feeble attempt to utter some word or excuse in response to the enlightening statement she had made, but nothing came out. "Was the hug a small demonstration of what you did when you were gone 3 days ago?" Tyne asked, with one hand on her hip. "If you behave like this in the middle of the street, I don't even want to imagine what you did alone for several hours in the library." A chill ran through the couple. Belle and Riveria's trembling eyes nervously glanced at the equestrian, who shared her theories about what had happened during their first meeting, that reward that was nothing more than an excuse to spend time together. "Mama Riveria is a femme fatale," Tiona remarked. "Yes. A top-notch perverted elf," added Tyne. "Hey. How dare you say that to Riveria-sama?" Lafia exclaimed. The criticisms of the Amazonian sisters did not go unnoticed by their princess's two fans. They abandoned their mission to beat the rabbit and turned on the brunettes with a ferocious attitude, unaware that the pair could easily crush them. It was like watching two goblins challenging two minotaurs. "And how do you expect me to put it? Just look at her outfit. No modest woman would wear such a revealing attire for a friendly get-together with someone of the opposite sex. Besides, she's wearing glasses. Everyone knows Riveria-sama doesn't need them. That dirty trick doesn't fool us. She used them to seduce that rabbit. The effect of glasses on men is as old as time. Don't you dare deny they had a date. And not just any date, a romantic one." Riveria reacted to this and took off her glasses, crushing them until they broke. Once broken, she put them in her dress pocket. It was incredible that she was the only one who didn't know about the age-old tactic of seduction using glasses. A lustful Amazon who almost always showed off her body was also aware of this weapon. She and Ina glanced at each other briefly. The younger of the two smiled arrogantly, as if to say, "I told you so." For some reason, this further enraged her best friend, who turned her attention back to her own battle with that annoying Amazon. Did Riveria-sama go on a date? But Belle is 15. Isn't that illegal? Finn recently had to bribe Ganesha-sama to propose to a hobbit from him. Baze, sometimes you need to watch what you say. You'll get me in trouble if you keep bringing up that little slip-up with everyone. The cold sweat trickled down the Loki Familia captain's forehead at the ease with which the blonde was blurting out unsolicited information. He resorted to covering her mouth to prevent her from further damaging his position. Luckily, no one from the elephant god's family was listening. They were focused on their own conflict. The rest of those present watched what Finn was seeing. Unlike the two best friends, Artie and Belle were still engrossed in an argument that ignored everything else. The Ganesha family's deputy captain was lifting the boy's body up and down, holding him firmly by his shirt. His back repeatedly hit the concrete and his skin turned a greenish color. "You'd better tell me all the details of your date with that home-wrecking vixen. I don't mind you flirting with other women while you're developing, but you're forbidden from falling in love with anyone other than your beautiful superior. This has become so frequent that you're making me wonder if you're joking or if you're actually in love with me, Artie. If you're dying of jealousy because I went out with Riveria, that's not my problem. Just stop bothering me." Huh. The blue-haired girl's complaints had already annoyed the albino, so he decided to attack head-on to see if, once and for all, she would admit what anyone who had seen them would assume. The shouting stopped for a moment. Artie's hands released the adventurer's clothes. He was in a state of shock as he hadn't expected such a response. His cheeks flushed red and slowly, that color spread across the rest of his skin until he was as red as a tomato. Many doubts arose in Artie's mind. The young rabbit's words echoed in his head, spreading to every corner. This gave Belle a bad feeling, and his eyes widened with the suspicion that he had hit the nail on the head. The plan had successfully failed because, while it had stopped his lieutenant's fury, knowing that the aforementioned woman liked him would complicate matters. Belle glanced to his side, where Riveria was eagerly watching what was happening. Her fist was pressed to her chest, and she wore a trembling smile, the typical reaction of a woman in a relationship if her boyfriend was being flirted with by another woman. That is, assuming the woman in question wasn't a crazy yandeer who would kill anyone who dared to get in her way. Sheep. Do I like you? No I. Artie looked down at the rabbit. Its face was etched with fear. She also sensed a look filled with pity and a complete determination to reject her because of its love for someone else. Bearing that in mind, the girl clenched her fists tightly, swallowed hard, and said. "What? Me, in love with you? Don't talk nonsense, boy. You're at least 5 years away from me considering you a man." He resumed his childish and judgmental attitude. He shook the adventurer's body again, as if it were a mere rag doll. Belle, having lost any trace of pity for his superior, frowned and shouted. "If you don't even see me as a man, why does it bother you so much that I went on a date with Riveria? There shouldn't be a problem if there are no feelings between us." "Why?" The albino's response was born of sheer frustration, unaware that it was a confession. A confession that admitted what Riveria had so vehemently tried to deny. Belle's eyes snapped open at the silence and Artie's abrupt pause as he prepared to reply. When the reply didn't come, a chill ran down his spine and he realized he had indeed messed things up. "You foo a romantic date. Weren't you supposed to just meet to talk about a book?" The albino's eyes widened at his lieutenant's mocking gesture and ironic words. The mere repetition of it only confirmed his terrible mistake. When he looked for Riveria's reaction, she simply covered her face with both hands. Between her fingers, the skin reddened with embarrassment. "I messed up." The boy thought to himself, with a trembling eyebrow and his soul leaving his body. So? Was it a romantic date or not? Me too. Come on. Don't be shy about answering. After all, you just admitted it. I'm just looking for confirmation. The blue-haired girl's face drew dangerously close to the rabbit's, who squeezed his eyelids shut, trying not to succumb to his companion's provocations. However, there was no point in hiding it any longer. The explosiveness of his emotions and his complete lack of self-control had already given him away. Please, ask me another question. I beg you." He couldn't find a way to change the subject, so he resorted to please, which, obviously, had no effect. The encounter between the two members of the Ganesha familia aroused even more curiosity from the Loki familia, who stepped forward, their gazes growing more intense. Artie shook off his subordinate and extended his hand, helping him to his feet once he had achieved his goal. Forcing him to admit it was a romantic date. Because there was nothing he disliked more than an indecisive and cowardly man. "No, we won't ask you another question. Instead, tell us how was your date. Don't leave out any details," Finn insisted. "Oh. And please, don't break your promise to keep seeing each other. That was my favorite part," Tyan added. "Did you hear that? How much of our goodbye did you see?" The couple shouted in unison. Finn and Tyan teamed up to eavesdrop on the newly infatuated lovebirds, those inexperienced souls making promises that could easily be interpreted as eternal commitment. This caused the pair to explode. Just when they thought they'd only witnessed the final part of their embrace, it turned out they'd seen more than they'd liked. They covered their faces, side by side, unable to bear the excessive attention. But things wouldn't stop there. Tyan herself was yet to taste the unease of that elf, who continued to feel superior to her, simply because of her supposed manners and remarkable lineage. Of course we heard it. It was genuinely beautiful and every woman's dream. Seeing him asking you to stay by his side while your eyes sparkled like a pair of radiant emeralds. You look so fulfilled, overflowing with love. Like the ending of a romance novel where the couple finally reunites. I don't think that. And what did you say to him, Riveria-sama? I want to be with you, bellcranel, my hero, my savior. Those were truly beautiful and wonderful words. I never thought elves could love so intensely and purely. You definitely win the award for best declaration of love. Ian held her sister as if they were mimicking Riveria and Belle's every move. The older sister pretended to be the high elf, while the younger one took on the role of the rabbit, wrapping her arms around her partner in this poor act of acting. The real protagonists of that story were completely red-faced. They couldn't believe they had actually behaved that way. The one in the worst state was Riveria herself, who wished with all her heart that the earth would swallow her up or, at least, that she had her staff to turn the pair of Amazons into icebergs. Fiona and Tyan were pushing the Loki familia's mother to unimaginable limits of patience. Belle, for his part, tried to hold her hand to calm her down, but that would only backfire. However, as he was pulling it away, Riveria herself squeezed it tightly. Okay, that's enough. Yes, Belle and I had a romantic date. We won't call it anything else, our intentions were genuine. Fed up with the taunts, the high elf decided to give them what they asked for. Often, the best way to stop rumors is to accept them as the truth. Nothing frustrates a bully more than the lack of effect their words have. Riveria raised a hand with which she held Belle's, indicating the union between the two, and declared. I haven't the slightest idea what love is, much less how it feels. I'm not even sure if the butterflies in my stomach during our dance in the plaza were because I love him or something else. But I like feeling it. I really like being by his side and continuing to explore these emotions that I avoided for so long and never had the joy of experiencing. The albino's eyes widened as the jade-haired woman's confession unfolded like a runaway train. His heart raced so fast his chest ached with every beat. A crooked smile touched his lips. Not only because she was openly admitting she was interested in him as a man, but because it was exactly the same feeling he'd had since meeting her. For that reason, the rabbit took a deep breath and joined her. He joined in those sweet and sincere confessions his companion was making to silence the critics. He promised not to leave her alone under any circumstances, and of course, this was no exception. Yes. The same thing is happening to me. The moment we met, I knew that something more than just our lives connected. Maybe our souls or our hearts, but there was something special that bound us together. During today's date, I realized that I want her to see me as someone she can trust and lean on. He stepped forward and tightened his grip. His fingers intertwined with hers, and she opened her eyes just as he had. Her cheeks and long ears flushed a crimson hue similar to Belle's eyes. They exchanged a quick glance and smiled at each other, continuing their unashamed declaration, brimming with unexplored, yet no less sincere, feelings. When he participated in monsterphilia just to impress me, I couldn't help but get emotional. Seeing someone go to such lengths to get my attention was an irreplaceable experience that I'd love to repeat. Of course, as long as he doesn't get poisoned at the last minute for being too trusting. Hey. Please don't make fun of my slip-up. And yes, I'm planning to participate in the monsterphilia again. I promise that this time I'll be victorious and you'll see me as a highly respected adventurer. And I'll give that monster who caught me off guard a beating. That's the only reason he beat me. The couple became lost in their own world. What they were saying was no longer directed at the audience, but at themselves, as a way of recapping what they had experienced and ignoring the presence of the spectators, who were making mental notes to discuss with them separately later. And when we ate together. When we sat down to eat together. They spoke in unison. Strands of jade-colored hair fell across the beautiful fairy's face like pendulums, fluttering in her field of vision, which was entirely dominated by the albino. He stared at the almost hidden smile of the elf princess, growing eager to complete her sentence. The food tasted really delicious. Not because it had a special touch. It was because you were with me. Their thoughts and the way they expressed them were identical. They matched their pauses, tones, and everything else. It was a connection that went beyond the rational. Nothing you'd expect from two people who had only known each other for a little less than 2 weeks. Despite that time didn't seem to be a significant factor in their bond. They turned slightly to face each other, not wanting to miss a single detail in each other's reactions. They held the one hand that was still missing and felt the warmth of the other in that union, as strong as what they were feeling. Pretending to be your girlfriend was. Pretending to be your boyfriend was. Again, their words overlapped. If a popcorn vendor were to pass by, everyone without exception would buy a bag to enjoy during the show. No book or play could compare to this pure and genuine display of love. Best of all, it came out so naturally, as if they had rehearsed every line in their minds. Ina placed her hands on her chest. Her emerald eyes shone with the same intensity that the pair of eyes glowed when joined together. Not even the moonlight could outshine them. What she was witnessing now, she had experienced years before when she met her husband, the man she loved most in this world and the next. That special kind of bond she had so often spoken of to her foolish friend had been found. It was the most beautiful lie I've ever told. They concluded in unison. Clearly, there were more details to tell. Saying they pretended to be a couple left its meaning open to interpretation, at least for those who weren't present at the competition. However, it would probably become public knowledge tomorrow. That pause gave them enough calm to realize that they weren't alone. It reminded them that they were in the middle of a heated argument with their annoying classmates. They turned their heads slowly, almost robotic, toward them. Beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads and their lips pressed together, turning partially white with pressure. There was no point in remaining silent. Everything they had tried to hide had been expressed. They were victims of their own love, captives of the emotions they had tried to conceal. You weren't lying when you said you're a terrible liar. Neither did you when you said you valued the truth above all else. They blamed each other for how easily they'd told the story. They admitted that, at least, they'd been honest about their complete inability to lie. Another thing they had in common, and one they'd rather not have. Yes. The public shaming can wait. As you may have heard, they had a good time and are happy. Instead of criticizing them, you should be happy for them. You don't always find a kindred spirit. Having had enough fun at her best friend's expense, Ina stepped in to stop them. She grabbed Artie's arm and pulled her toward Belle so he could take Artie away. Take the boy with you. If they leave now, there's no risk of them getting interested in the date again. I'm sure they must be having second thoughts about pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Let's take advantage of the confusion and put an end to this teasing. Hey, Ina-sama. Ina gave that explanation to the blue-haired girl, who nodded repeatedly and clung to the rabbit's arm to pull him away. She did the same with her best friend, standing behind her and pushing her by the shoulders to the opposite side to separate them. That way, they would consider the matter closed. Both Belle and Riveria had much to think about from that day forward. Much to analyze regarding their feelings. The couple exchanged a sidelong glance, as if they didn't want this to be the end of the night. They didn't want what had been the best day of their lives to end chaotically. Unfortunately, that was the best outcome. Following the path of the two elves, the rest of the Loki familia turned around and walked behind them. In their minds, they kept repeating that those two had pretended to be a couple. They didn't know the details, and they were eager to find out. Relax, Loki gossips, it's only a matter of time before the news hits you in the face. As they walked away, Ace, who wasn't known for reading the room, tilted her head, her index finger to her lip, her eyes rolling upwards in obvious confusion. It was then that, without understanding the implications, she asked. If we call Riveria Mom, wouldn't that make Belle our dad? The footsteps stopped abruptly. The tall elf paled and stared at the sword princess with a sinister yet empty expression that would have frightened even Otter himself. For a moment, the blonde felt the weight of adamantite boots on her feet and took a couple of steps back. Fortunately for her, what followed was pure embarrassment. What nonsense are you thinking, Ace? Belle and I aren't a couple yet. Besides, I've already asked them a million times to stop calling me mom. Fufu still. Does that mean that when they are we can call them dad? Don't put words in my mouth, Tyan. Stop bothering me. The Amazon's taunts were immediate. So too were the laughter of the others. Except for Lafia and Alicia, who continued to seethe with rage, everyone else reveled in the youthful reactions of the woman who for many years had been a maternal figure to them. They expressed, in their own way, how much they liked this change in her, the freedom with which she finally behaved. However, they ignored the fact that the object of their mockery was a few meters away and clearly heard what they said about his role. This is too much for one night, Belle murmured. If you don't want this to continue, we should go, Belle. Or would you prefer I call you daddy? Don't call me that, not even as a joke. Belle had his own miniature demon making his life miserable. While the elf dealt with a crowd, he faced one worth 20. Laughter erupted and Artie clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter. The albino just stood there, looking unfriendly, waiting for her to calm down. After a few seconds and wiping her tears with her forearm, the blue-haired girl took a deep breath and calmed down. Excuse me. It's just that, from time to time, Ace Wallenstein makes those kinds of inappropriate comments that I find quite amusing. Her innocence is almost childlike. Also, I regret to inform you that this kind of teasing will be a daily occurrence if you decide to associate with Riveria-sama. Teasing and the pervasive hatred of a race of religious fanatics who love royalty more than their own lives. The rabbit's back tensed at the seriousness with which the sub-captain expressed that. He swallowed, recalling the many warnings he had received. I'm fully aware of that. You don't have to look far to see it. The stray arrows and the hateful glares in the dungeon are more than enough to confirm it. But I promised Riveria that it wouldn't affect our relationship and that I would resist any obstacle that dared to separate me from her. There are people for whom. Belle sighed heavily and opened up. As his words came out, he paused to glance at the beautiful elf with jade-colored hair. The blush on her pale cheeks and the adorable reaction she showed to her family captivated him. For those reasons worth taking the risk. I won't leave her side for something as trivial as racial hatred. Not when I feel we're connected. Artie was speechless at the boy's unwavering determination to stay with this woman he had just met. A sensible person would avoid the trouble of becoming the target of an entire race's fury. But here was this 15-year-old boy with suicidal tendencies, courting the elf princess without a hint of fear. This inwardly pleased the young woman, who patted him a couple of times on the shoulder while shaking her head. If you're serious about this, you should know that what happened a few days ago is nothing compared to what's coming. I remind you that, unlike the date at the bookstore, this one was open to the public. Because of Ibril, you're in a very vulnerable position, with all of Riveria knowing about your romance. Romance, but it doesn't matter that you don't know yet if it is, nor how much you deny it. The public will interpret it as a de facto relationship in the absence of confirmation. That's the danger of rumors. You can't control what people will pass from ear to ear or how they'll interpret it. The Ganesha family's deputy captain left no room for argument. Even the rabbit himself was unable to deny it, and this only reinforced his friend's point. Perhaps you didn't notice because you were so focused on Riveria-sama. But throughout the entire date, there were elves following you who didn't attack you, simply because you were by her side most of the time, and they risked enraging her instead. Keep that in mind and be careful around town. You could be attacked even while buying fruit at the market. In fact, right now. Artie placed his fingers under the albino's chin and guided his face towards a corner of the alleyways where a metallic gleam emerged from the darkness. They're pointing a gun at your head. I suggest you close your bedroom window. I don't want to come in the morning and find myself without an apprentice. Belle swallowed, pale. The gravity of his decision reached absurd levels, as absurd as the very loyalty of the elven race to the Alf family. See? Nothing good ever comes from falling in love with a princess. But there you are, lover of mature elves. If you had fallen in love with your beautiful captain, none of this would be happening. Are you going to start with that? I already told you that if you like me, you should tell me. That way I'll politely reject you and we can move on. What? You arrogant brat. If anyone's going to be rejected, it's you. I already told you that you're at least 5 years away from becoming a man. I haven't been rejected. What's more, I doubt that. The argument escalated into shouting. However, just as he was about to reply, Belle glanced behind him, where the source of that warmth in his chest was standing. He didn't know why, but he smiled. Riveria was being bullied by Ina, who was having fun at her best friend's expense. Lafia and Alicia were trying to defend their teacher from the chaotic intentions of the pair of Amazon sisters. The rest, for their part, kept to themselves. I doubt that Riveria will reject me. I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I can assure you that we feel the same way, and that's not going to change. She concluded, with a gesture brimming with longing and emotion. It wasn't just a fleeting thought. Deep in her heart, a certainty of reciprocity was growing. Although she hadn't yet confirmed whether she harbored such a feeling, something beyond logic told her so. You're serious about that, aren't you? I find it incredible that a guy who assured me almost 2 weeks ago that matters of love weren't his thing has fallen madly in love with a stranger. The albino's cheeks and ears flushed red. The blue-haired girl put her arm around him and patted him several times on the back. Deep down, she was proud that her apprentice was getting to know the world and its nuances. It wasn't all about adventures and defeating monsters. Riveria was also the city where dreams come true. Even those you never thought you had. Meanwhile, back with the Loki family group, Alicia and Lafia were not giving up. I already told you it's best for you and that boy, Riveria-sama. Please don't be so stubborn. I hate to say it, but Alicia is right, Riveria-sama. If she has a romantic relationship with that rabbit, things will get complicated for both of them. Since the insults towards the albino had no effect, they took a different approach in which they advocated for the well-being of both. Nothing will change my mind. Besides, they should mind their own business and leave my personal life alone. I've had enough on my plate taking care of them since they joined the family without them trying to dictate who I can and can't associate with. And besides, I'm not a princess anymore. I gave that up when I ran away from Alf. The two elves exchanged glances, biting their lower lips in frustration. She was reluctant to end her relationship with the boy. Worst of all, they had no doubt that it was heading toward something more intimate. And the idea of their princess becoming the partner of a human nobody terrified them. Yes, Riveria-sama. We understand that you wish to leave your royal life behind, but that does not absolve bellcranel of the risks he would face if, for some reason, you and he. What if Belle and I? Don't tell me you haven't considered the weight that will fall on your shoulders when you become his mate. Let's ignore what his parents would say, because you care little for their opinions. But consider the reaction of our people to the news that you have bound your immaculate and sacred existence to that boy. They will hunt him down like an animal until he gives up his attempts to woo you. The high elf's footsteps stopped abruptly. Alicia and Lafia exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They celebrated that their words had had the desired effect, making her reconsider. Anything was acceptable as long as they returned their beloved mistress to the path of eternal chastity. Riveria, head bowed, remained silent in thought. Ina watched her with a hint of concern. Clearly, her best friend had already explored this topic. It wasn't the first time she had considered the risk she would be placing on the young man simply because of her selfishness. However, there was one detail during the date that the three girls overlooked. A conversation they ignored that allowed the Riti to finally let go of her fear that a race would attack the man she loved. A promise he himself had made to her. I don't see anything wrong with people thinking that. On the contrary, it would be an honor if they considered me worthy of being that close to you. It's like I said when I asked you out. If I have to fight a mob of jealous elves just to spend time with you, I'll do it without hesitation. Those words were still fresh in her mind and heart. A blush crept across her cheeks, causing her to smile lightly. She radiated a unique glow that only women in love can perceive and, above all, understand. I trust that won't be an obstacle. He doesn't care if he has to go against an entire race. To Belle, I'm worth enough for him to earn that hatred, and I won't insult him by doubting his word. Any hope that she would abandon her feelings for the rabbit vanished with that response and her love-struck schoolgirl attitude. Lafia and Alicia lowered their shoulders, defeated. See? There's nothing wrong with my beautiful Riveria falling in love. I support them, exclaimed Ina. Of course you are. You won't be around when war breaks out between the elves of Riveria and the Ganesha familia. Ina offered her best friend support, putting her arm around her. The anti-love duo's response was fearful and pessimistic, but realistic. I'm sure they'll handle it. There are many things love can achieve, and I doubt Belle will let jealous fans interfere. He seems like the kind of man who keeps his word to the very end. Did you figure all that out with just a few interactions and glances from afar? Riveria asked with a poker face. Her friend arrogantly raised her thumb, firmly believing in the albino. Finn and Gareth sighed heavily. As much as they supported their friend, they couldn't help but agree with the jealous duo of elves. If you're serious about this relationship, I suggest you take things at a steady pace. You're moving forward like a runaway train. You're not taking the time to enjoy the beauty of love, Finn said. Sorry. Finn's right. Normal couples don't swear love to each other after a date. Although, incidentally, normal people don't fall in love at first sight. It's the oldest cliché in fantasy, Gareth added. So, what do you know about love? As far as I remember, Finn was rejected by a 15-year-old girl who sued him with the Ganesha family for harassment. Hey. Harassment is a very serious word. I would categorize it as persistence. And Lilaruka withdrew the complaint, so I'm not guilty of anything. Finn tried to act knowledgeable, but Riveria was cruel and blunt. Needless to say, recalling that incident filled Tyne with fury, and she kept her distance to avoid going after that arrogant hobbit and strangling her. And you, Gareth, can you tell me again how many times Mamma Mia has rejected you? I lost count after the Dark Ages. TSK. Arrogant old woman. At least I chose someone of my own kind and not a human who's almost 84 years my junior. Haven't you considered the problems that come with unions between elves and humans? Who are you calling an old woman? And what do you mean by problems between elves and humans? I'd like to hear your take on my marriage, Gareth. The dwarf struck a nerve. On the one hand, he used the adjective his companion hated most, and on the other, he indirectly insulted Ina's marriage. Even the strongest wall in Arario trembled before the fury of two angry women. He simply lowered his head and quickened his pace. Enough, Finn interjected in a more friendly tone. I understand your point of view, and I'm glad you're happy. I won't judge you because honestly, that would be hypocritical. However, it's impossible to deny that this relationship will have its complications. As your friend, I ask you to think it through carefully and not rush into anything. You've already waited 99 years. What are a few months? Riveria considered what Finn had said. She rested her chin on her hand, her expression analytical. Clearly, she had weighed the pros and cons, concluding that the positives far outweighed the negatives. I want to take the time to get to know him and for him to get to know me. I've never experienced anything like this and I want to see it through to the end. My heart tells me that we can create something truly beautiful if we don't give up. But first, we need to make sure it's what we want. We both have goals to achieve and… The decision turned into nervousness. She made 1,001 excuses under the astonished gaze of her colleagues, who sighed with exhaustion. They had lost her. That serene and analytical woman had become a damsel in distress. Riveria slowly raised her fist to her chest, smiling with excitement. The albino appeared in her mind in various forms. Ina took the opportunity to take her arm and guide her inside the mansion. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. We'll have another girls' night where we can talk about a romance. I'll give you the details later, Ina whispered. Hi. Riveria remained in that delirious state, so he did not realize that what he said that night would be used against him. Where are you taking me, Ina? We'll take a shower before going to sleep. Are you? I refuse. You're pulling my back too hard. It's so that bad odor and sweat don't linger on your body. Speaking of sweat, just look at the damp patches under your arms and on your chest. The hhhhhh. The high elf quickly checked herself and saw darker patches in the indicated areas. Her skin turned from red to white with fear. Don't tell me Belle noticed I don't usually sweat much. Who knows? If he noticed and didn't say anything, it's because maybe he likes you more as a princess lacking hygiene rather than clean and refined. Don't talk nonsense like that, let's go take a bath. Riveria, overcome with shame, picked up her best friend and ran inside the mansion with unusual desperation. The Loki familia stayed behind, analyzing what was to come. None of them doubted the connection between Riveria and Belle. In fact, they supported that union, given that the young man had proven himself during the incident in Rivera to be someone trustworthy. But the success of that relationship would depend on how willing they were to take the risk. How did that boy manage to win over a 99-year-old woman, allergic to love, in less than 2 weeks? That question arose in the minds of those present. However, on Finn's side, an additional worry emerged. Deep down, he had a feeling he'd experienced before, a disquiet that manifested as a burning sensation in his thumb. Whichever path you choose, be sure the loss will be worth it. If my instincts are correct, there will be many bumps in the road that will test your love. If you overcome them, I'll be ready to officiate your wedding. Finn said to himself, smiling as he put his hands in his pockets and walked into headquarters with everyone else. Many questions hung in the air. But also certainty. Minutes later. In Love Square. That place, which just hours before had hosted an unprecedented spectacle, was preparing to close. The stalls were being taken down, and the smell of food was beginning to fade. The rabbit and his faithful companion strolled along the now less crowded streets. The rabbit was surprised at how quickly the festival was ending. However, there was something he couldn't get out of his mind. The excessive attention, hostile and repulsive, that the passers-by were giving him. TSK. Look at that boy. He looks so innocent, but he flits from woman to woman without batting an eye. Imagine being with Artie and Kusha just hours after going out with Riveria Ljos Alf. These kids nowadays definitely don't know the meaning of fidelity. The first comment came from an elderly woman. This was nothing more than a misunderstanding stemming from rumors spread by the Ganesha family's own deputy captain. Isn't he supposed to be Alf's princess's boyfriend? So what's he doing with her? I know. They look so beautiful together on stage, and it turns out that boy is a vile womanizer. I suppose his innocent-looking face is just a facade. The residents' displeasure was immediate. Perhaps they had underestimated the capacity of Riveria residents to spread rumors. And those weren't the only comments that reached the boy's keen hearing. There were hundreds more, insulting and belittling him. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, his attempts only resulted in more rumors. That's what I wanted you to keep in mind after your date with Riveria Sama. You may have the best intentions with her, but people always criticize without knowing the context, Artie said, patting him on the shoulder. Belle nodded, trying not to let the comments get to him. But he was still a 15-year-old boy hoping to be called a hero. He doesn't deserve those two beautiful women. Imagine having the nerve to win 9 Hell's favor and then just play with her. The albino's steps came to a screeching halt when a group of elves declared his actions with disapproval. However, they did not stop there. He's just a human who decided to dream too big. I'm sure Riveria Sama only wants him to learn the secrets of her strength. Do you really think she'd take an interest in a human with no status or renown? He's not worthy of her. I know. Besides, you're right. That would explain the recent interest shown by some members of the Loki familia. Loki Sama has recently been seen complaining at the Lady of Abundance because he sees something strange about that boy. He's also said he intends to uncover the secrets of his strength. I wouldn't be surprised if Riveria Sama has gone along with it. The albino's fist clenched. Well, he didn't consider it a real option, just rumors from a drunken goddess that didn't make it any less painful. Yes. Don't believe anything those cruel elves say. If you want, I can imprison them for defamation. That would be an abuse of power, Artie. Besides, I don't want to let things like that affect me. However, it's hard for me not to agree with them on a couple of points. Artie, who tried to cheer him up, was met with a refusal. He let out an awkward chuckle and lowered his head, insecurely confessing that there were parts of that barrage of insults that he considered real. Obviously, I don't feel worthy of Riveria's feelings. It's something that's been on my mind ever since I learned of her position. She's a princess, and I'm just a novice dreaming of reaching for the stars. Until now, I had nothing in mind other than honoring that oath to my family. But I met her, and my world has completely changed. What I thought I wanted. The blue-haired girl's lips parted at his words. She felt a slight pressure in her chest, empathizing with his pain. She tried to pat him on the back, not expecting him to show such strength. However, I don't care if the whole world tells me I'm not worthy of Riveria. Her opinion matters more to me than what outsiders might say. Because as long as she wants to stay by my side, as long as what we feel is mutual, there won't be any barrier I can't overcome to keep our promise. We're both, in some way, meant to be together, and that's all that matters to me. Belle smiled with accomplishment. The last few days he had spent with the high elf flashed through his mind. Those memories, though recent, had already settled in his heart and soul. Artie's eyes shone with obvious admiration. All those jokes about being a couple faded into the background. At that moment, she could only feel proud of the albino. So she made a radical decision. She took a couple of steps forward and stood in the middle of the path, raising her hands to become the center of attention. She took a deep breath and shouted. Bellcranel is not my boyfriend, people of Riveria. This has all been an unfounded rumor that has caused my partner trouble. So I'm begging you from the bottom of my heart to stop believing everything you hear. To me, Belle is like a little brother I've always wanted. Her voice echoed through every corner of the plaza. She wore a huge smile, her arms behind her back, staring intently at the albino, who remained motionless. The blue-haired woman's intention was simple. To lessen the burden of his being labeled a womanizer. Those present began to murmur among themselves. This news would soon spread from person to person. The prejudices against the albino would disappear in a matter of hours. Belle and I aren't a couple because her heart belongs to someone else. It's a shame, he said in a lower voice, shrugging and returning to his apprentice's side. The rabbit was still stunned and could only manage to ask for explanations. Why are you? Why did I make it public? Because it's the truth, Belle. I've only been joking with you these past few days. Besides, seeing you sad made me feel guilty, since I'm the one who started the rumor that we're dating. Sorry. Artie had admitted his guilt. Despite this, he smiled foolishly, sticking out his tongue as he pretended it was a simple, unrepentant confession. He didn't care at all, and this left Belle stunned, feeling his eyebrow twitch and veins bulge on his forehead. In my defense, I was confident that sooner or later you'd fall in love with me. I never imagined that the day we met you'd be attracted to a 99-year-old elf who acts like a teenager. I suppose these things are beyond your control. Why, you're incredible, you say it so casually. Belle rubbed his eyes, incredulous at how easily Artie took things. The mere fact that he was justifying himself seemed insulting. What's more, I was already prepared to call Alfie a mother-in-law. That's how confident I was. If you like, tell him in my next letter. I'm sure he'd love to come to Riveria to meet you and talk. The mention of the rabbit's mother did not go unnoticed. The rabbit's mocking laughter was full of irony. However, this brought with it a pending matter that he had postponed. Let her write, I haven't written this week's letter. It was one of the conditions she set for letting me come. That and not going near lustful or older women. Well, I didn't keep that last one. She held her chin, reinforcing her mother's instructions. They were too specific. As they continued on their way, a pair of figures appeared in the distance, wearing dark hoods. They were atop a tall building. Two pairs of long ears peeked out from the fabric. One held a golden staff. The other, a jet black sword with an irregular blade. Beneath the hoods, the gleam of circular lenses filtered through. The other man had the lower half of his face covered. So this is the boy Freya-sama asked us to keep an eye on, Hogni. Yes, Hedon. That thunder hero has caught the attention of our benevolent goddess. However, from what we've observed tonight, also that of Riveria-sama. The elf with golden locks frowned in displeasure. His companion had a strange way of speaking. We'll have to inform Freya-sama that her Audra has already developed a particular fixation on an important member of the Loki familia. She won't be pleased to hear it. I intended to give her a scare if she was alone, but I don't wish to get involved with the Ganesha familia. This ruler of the shadows refuses to be the bearer of such news. Howard. In this way, both disappeared without a trace, just as Belle looked towards that spot upon feeling observed. What's happening? It's nothing. It's just. She frowned at the blue-haired girl's question. Not because she didn't want to answer, but because she couldn't find a way to justify her paranoia. Things were unfolding just as his grandmother had warned. The incessant stares had come true day after day. Even in the dungeon, he sometimes felt watched. He didn't understand it. How had his grandmother known this would happen? And that gaze had intensified since his meeting with Riveria. I'll have to add it to the letter. Maybe they can give me some answers, he murmured, biting his thumb. The letter? Have you already thought about what you'll tell them? Will you let them know about your relationship with Riveria-sama? I don't want Riveria challenged to a fight to the death by my mother. At least allow me to enjoy her company until it becomes unavoidable. That's why I'll omit any details involving her. The battle to the death. Yes. Mama Alfia has said that any woman who wants to be my girlfriend must defeat her in a fight. So, defeating her heh. A mischievous smile appeared on the blue-haired woman's face. She reached into her pocket and felt a pen. She decided then and there to play a little trick on her audacious apprentice. The albino, oblivious to all this, sighed heavily. From a bag at his hip, he pulled out the book Riveria had given him. He glanced at the cover, rereading the title. The story was about a human and an elf who fell in love. That made him consider that perhaps he could find an answer about love within its pages. Artie, do you think it's normal to fall in love with someone you know so little about? Until 3 days ago, all I knew was her name and her status as an adventurer. And now I swear I love her. Huh? Are you making fun of me? I obviously don't have the slightest clue about love. Do I need to remind you that I was cultivating you until you became a man worthy of me? You're right, forget it. I chose the worst possible person to ask for their opinion. But that doesn't mean my point of view isn't important, kid. I've lived longer than you, after all. And if I had to give my opinion, I'd say no two relationships are the same. Artie's complaints made the rabbit regret asking her. When he tried to make her forget it, she interrupted him. Some people take years to fall in love. Others live together for years without ever truly loving each other. And while you're a special case because your relationship with Riveria seems to be moving very fast, that shouldn't affect the intensity of the love you profess to have for each other. Love at first sight or not, what will determine if it's real is what you do from today onward. If something made you connect with such intensity, perhaps it's strong enough to keep you together. Sheep. The sub-captain's eloquence impressed Belle. However, it seemed Artie had an innate talent for ruining her apprentice's impression of her. And if you don't end up together, I'll be ready to take you. You're amazing. Belle shook his head as Artie gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Hearing his companion's boisterous laughter, the young man closed his eyes and the sensation of his body enveloping the high elves returned like a silent oath. And just as the albino would have a long night of insomnia in which Riveria would dominate his thoughts, things were not much different for the aforementioned. Steam filled the air as Riveria and Ina emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in their white robes, their hair damp and their cheeks flushed. Do I smell good now? I don't smell like sweat anymore. Riveria asked. Ina laughed softly. She found her best friend's concern endearing. Yes, don't worry. I scrubbed you so well that you'll smell like soap from here until I come back to visit you. The high elf sighed with a mixture of relief and embarrassment. This is the first time I've ever skipped a bath. I slept all afternoon before the date because I stayed up talking to you until dawn. I was worried that Belle might notice. That he'd think I wasn't interested in the date. Ina turned to look at her, crossing her arms as a sly smile formed on her lips. I told you before we left. The power of glasses is devastating. There's no greater distraction for a guy than a beautiful woman with that intellectual air. I'll tell you about something even more powerful later. Thigh-high stockings. Riveria smiled, grateful. Thank you for that advice and for helping me with all of this. Not at all. You followed my instructions to the letter. I'm proud of you. They nodded in silence. Riveria took the book that had caused her so much anxiety from the nightstand. Once at the side of the bed, they both sat on the edge. Ina rested her head on her friend's shoulder. Riveria stroked the book's cover with almost religious devotion. See? That guy took the initiative. He really likes you. Luckily, he's not a pushy person, because in the relationship, you're the pushy one. The princess's cheeks flushed. She couldn't deny that he was right. It was incredible to see him at Monsterphilia trying to win my admiration. While it didn't end as we expected, it showed that he truly wants to make a good impression on me, and that is worth more than any victory. Unnecessary. Yes, because he became my hero. Valued. Absolutely. I'm pleased that, having already captured my attention, he continues to strive to keep it. It's as if he wants to win me over in a different way every day. She bobbed her feet up and down like a child, playing with her hair. Ina couldn't help but smile at seeing her in such a genuine state. I'm aware of that, Riveria. Remember that I was watching you at every stage of your date. Ridiculous. Yes, there were moments when I was terrified of messing things up, like when my stomach growled in an awkward silence, but Belle behaved like a gentleman. I know. I was there. For a moment you went from white to red. It was hilarious. Did you see that too? But we left the coliseum without anyone noticing. Don't underestimate your best friend's ability to spy on you. You know, Ina. At this point, I'm a little scared by how attentive you are to me. It reminds me of our time in Alf's royal forest. The fairy's lips were stopped by Ina's index finger. She didn't want the atmosphere to be ruined by the typical conversation about her husband not being worthy of her. Riveria, you don't need to be with the man you love every day to feel close to him. Over the years, I've come to understand that, regardless of the distance, our love will never be compromised. A whole year could go by without us seeing each other, and when we reunite we'll only love each other more. That's how wonderful this emotion is, the one you denied yourself for so long. The jade-haired girl's body felt warm. She lowered her head with a kind gesture, similar to the one she had shown when the albino's arms had encircled her. Since I met him, the opposite has happened. I was consumed by longing to see him. During the expedition, I couldn't concentrate because he was always on my mind. And now that we're getting closer and closer, I want less and less distance between us. I'm terrified of losing him. Ina sighed, as if she had already experienced what her friend was sharing. She patted her on the back a couple of times. And that's normal. There are different stages in love. The first is infatuation. In that stage, things seem rosy. We tend to idealize the other person, and a constant desire to be together arises. Perhaps you're in that stage. The princess's jade-colored eyes opened fully. Then we have romantic love. Well, the intensity decreases, intimacy strengthens. Trust increases and commitment deepens. At this stage you see not only the good, but also the bad. You see everything that makes up that person and you accept it. That bond strengthens, and that's what you should strive for. Riveria nodded slowly. And mature love. A committed love where idealization no longer exists. They see each other as they truly are. That's where they build a life together. They begin to shape a future where both are present. If there's communication, mutual support and love, they'll be able to overcome it without problems. I can assure you that will be the case with you. Communication, mutual support, love, whispered the tall elf, blushing as she imagined that life plan with the man who was teaching her what it truly means to live. Riveria's hands were enveloped by Ina's, who squeezed them tightly. Have you thought about what we discussed last time? When I warned you about your father's letter? The letter? I want to know if your opinion has changed. If you mean that I hate that tyrannical old man, then I'm afraid to say that I still hate him with the same intensity. No, silly. I mean, has your opinion on forced marriage changed since you met Belle? The tension rose dramatically. Riveria's face twisted into a grimace of bewilderment. It seemed that, after what had happened these past few days, she hadn't given the agreed-upon commitment a second thought. What if it's fate telling you not to marry that stranger? It's too much of a coincidence that, just when you accepted without hesitation, that boy appeared and turned your world upside down. Why, you make it sound really strange. Marrying someone shouldn't affect my feelings. I love Belle, and that should be enough. Besides, I already told you what I think about marriage. For me, it's just. Yes, I know. However, are you really sure about that? What if you change your mind? Riveria tightened the hem of her robe. Her knuckles turned white. Belle, he's the first one who doesn't see me as a powerful woman, a princess, or someone to be handled with kid gloves. And he's the first one who's made you show your true self. You've revealed a sentimental side you didn't even know you had. That should be enough for you to understand that you need to correct that decision. You can't marry someone you don't love. Riveria raised her face. She wanted to deny it, but she wasn't capable of uttering such a lie. If this marriage, however cold it may seem, means that I can finally stop being defined by my surname, then yes, Ina. I will marry this stranger and then return to Arario to be with Belle as a free woman. What I feel for him will not disappear. I can do both. I can love him and at the same time choose my own freedom. She paused. A lump formed in her throat. The memory of that dream flashed through her mind, the one in which she wore a long dress and Belle wore a formal suit. I want to be with him because that's what I chose. But first I must break everything that ties me to a position I didn't want. And the only way to do that is by going through this stupid formality. Ina shook her head, disappointed. Marriage is a public statement. However much you try to paint it as symbolic, the world doesn't see it that way, and neither do you. You'll wake up in the same bed with Belle and remember your decision. I fear that, in your quest for freedom, you'll impose a new prison upon yourself. Riveria let out a long sigh. I just want to sleep a little. He slumped onto the bed. That won't make your feelings disappear. Maybe you don't mind marrying someone else, but you should ask Belle if he's okay with it. The tall elf's body tensed. It was an opinion she didn't consider. Ina stood up discreetly and went to the other side of the mattress. I'll be with you tonight. I'm leaving early, but if I'm not with you, you let everything pass you by. Riveria opened one eye slightly and gave a small smile. Thank you for staying. And don't worry, I'll let Belle know when the time is right. The lamp went out. The two of them lay back to back. Riveria couldn't sleep. Over and over, her thoughts returned to the same thing. Belle. She returned to the dream of the previous night. She was in the sacred tree, under a starry sky. She saw herself with Belle, holding hands. He spoke to her gently, and for a moment, she felt truly happy. Getting married is just a pointless formality. The phrase came out of his mouth in an attempt to convince himself. But as soon as he said it, he knew he was lying. The next morning. A new day dawned in the city of Arario. As expected, the news of the meeting between Riveria and the rookie of the moment did not go unnoticed. Among the streets, heading towards the guild, one could observe that inseparable duo. Belle, accompanied by Artie, were staggering from lack of rest. "TSK. Can you repeat why I have to accompany you? Shakti gave me the day off." "Nobody asked you to come, Artie. You were the one who insisted. If you have any complaints, you can go back to headquarters." But the frown, the blue-haired girl felt offended. "Whether you asked me or not, it was necessary for me to come. There are matters I must attend to with you at the guild. Things of vital importance." "Really? Could I know what it's about?" "Of course not, kid. You're young and a rookie." The vein bulged on the albino's forehead and he sighed with exhaustion. He took an envelope from his pocket. The paper was slightly wrinkled. "Was it necessary for you to bring that letter first thing this morning? The guild post office is closed until noon. Because although letters are received until noon, they are sent out every 2 hours. My mother will be able to receive it earlier and that way I avoid her scolding me." "When you put it that way, it makes sense." Artie held his chin. "And what did you write? Are you going to tell him about me?" "Yes, I told her that on the first day you told me not to fall in love with you and it turned out you were the one who fell head over heels for me. But don't worry, I told her you were rejected." "The HHHH. When did you reject me, you arrogant brat?" The young woman's cheeks flushed with fury. Belle was laughing uproariously. He obviously hadn't said any of that. On the contrary, he was showering her with compliments. "Very funny, Belle. I hope you also explain in the letter that you rejected me because you fell in love with a mature 99-year-old elf. Don't forget to mention that you've already been on 2 dates with her." The rabbit's back tensed. "Oh, once I wouldn't post something like that. If Mama Alfia finds out about Riveria, there won't be anywhere in this world where we can hide from her wrath." The color faded from her skin. "Come on, it can't be that bad. That woman knows no limits. The nest of monsters she threw me into when I was 8 years old is proof of that. Wow, do you need a hug?" Artie swallowed her words as the rabbit's repressed memories spilled out of her mouth. While they were at it, her field of vision caught sight of 3 familiar figures in the distance. "Oh. Speaking of Alf's princess, look who's showing up." Elle looked up and there they were. Riveria was with Ina, who was sitting in her wheelchair, being pushed by who she assumed was her husband. During the espionage, Ina declared that the next day, that is, today, she would leave for her village. "To your town? Don't you live in Arario?" "No. His health is delicate. He said he usually stays in bed in a town near a sacred tree. When he spends time away from there, his health worsens and the first serious symptom is coughing up blood." She coughed up blood? And why didn't you stop her? "Oh. And how would that be my fault? And yes, I tried to stop her, but let's just say she's very good at threatening." The albino sighed, alternating between the guild and the trio that was walking away. "Don't worry, Belle. Go with Riveria-sama. I'll take care of delivering the letter to the post office, so give it to me." She extended her hand. Her gaze held malicious intentions that made Belle suspicious, but he decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. "Okay. Just go and deliver it. The address is on the back." "Got it. You go, you give them the letter, and that's it. I don't want you doing anything weird. I'm offended by your lack of trust. What can I do? Go away with your mature elf and stop breaking my heart." The girl pretended to feel attacked. She kicked Belle in the rear to make him back off. Belle, meanwhile, turned around, feeling he had made a grave mistake. It was too late. He turned and strode forward to catch up with his beloved. Artie fell behind. Once the distance was sufficient, he smiled maliciously. From his pocket he took out a finely folded sheet of paper. Let's see what Alfia thinks about what really happened these last few days, instead of the censored version her son wanted to send her." The young woman declared, opening the envelope and exchanging the paper inside for her own. The gravity of that action would not be understood until Arario knew true terror. Elle walked toward the jade-haired girl. When he was close enough, his footsteps echoed loudly enough to make her turn around. "Oh, darling. This is Belle. He's the boy who's courting Riveria. Wow, doesn't he look very young and human? TSK. Not a word about this, idiot." Ina's husband rejoiced in the irony. "Hello, Riveria. What a coincidence to find you here." "Why, yes, I say the same." Elle leaned over to look at the other two. "Nice to meet you, Belle. I'm Ina Tull, Riveria's best friend." "Oh, of course, it's a pleasure to meet you, Ina-sama. My name is bellcranel." For you're too polite. Ina is more than enough." He extended his hand to shake it and after a brief hesitation, the other man shook it. "It's also a pleasure for me to meet Riveria's suitor. I'm Ina's husband. Please take good care of your best friend. She's part of our family and ugh." Mr. Tull extended his hand, but during his presentation, his wife elbowed him in the stomach. "Tell me, is there anything I can help you with? I have nothing to do today. The truth is, there's not much we can ask of you. We'll be leaving for home in a few minutes. But we appreciate the offer. Ina spoke up. I would have liked to stay a little longer, but my health would suffer. Perhaps I'll return when my daughter comes to visit. Your daughter? Isn't Ina your daughter? That's right, but I have another one. Her name is Nina and she's about your age. She goes to school in the district. I'm sure you'd get along well. If you get bored with Riveria, I could introduce you to her. Always. It's a joke. Riveria turned red with embarrassment. Belle scratched his head while laughing awkwardly. After that brief moment, Riveria turned to Belle. Your carriage will be leaving in a few minutes. We need to go to the city entrance and I was wondering if you'd like to come with us. Just so I don't have to walk back to Twilight Mansion alone. The rabbit found her body language and tone of voice adorable and nodded repeatedly. Once the decision was made, the four headed to the pickup point. The moment of goodbyes soon followed. The two best friends looked at each other for a moment before embracing warmly. Promise me you'll keep sending me letters. I want to know what you think, feel, and experience. Of course I will, silly. I'll start writing to you more often, Riveria said, glancing sideways at Belle. He was the reason she would consult Ina's opinion more often. We'll meet again, Riveria. But I hope that when you do. Ina stood on tiptoe to reach the jade-haired girl's ear and whispered, I hope Belle accompanies you as your boyfriend. I'll be disappointed if he doesn't. What are you saying to me? Yufufu, don't be late, darling. Do your best and accept any advances Belle suggests. I'll write you a manual on how to win over your human as soon as I get home. Okay. I would really appreciate it. Riveria went along with it. They separated. Belle did the same with Mr. Tull. Oh, I almost forgot. Belle, could you come here for a moment? Yo. The albino pointed to himself. Ina nodded, gesturing to him. Now close. Ina hugged him tightly. It was a pleasure meeting you, young man. You're everything I dreamed of for my friend. Thank you for your words. Suddenly, the rabbit's torso tilted forward. Ina's lips drew near to its ear. You'd better not break her heart because if you do I'll destroy you. I sense a certain negative influence in you that makes me doubt your intentions. Belle swallowed hard, closing his eyes in fear. He didn't need to think much to know where that negative influence was coming from. And I'd also like to give you some advice. She's a young woman in love. Be patient with her, take the initiative, and you'll see that she'll gradually open her heart to you. Don't give up and love her as if she were the most precious thing in your life. Belle glanced sideways at Alf's princess. I promise I'll never hurt her. That's the spirit, lad. I can go in peace now. Ina patted him several times on the shoulder before running into the carriage. Belle returned to Riveria's side. The carriage began to move. From the window, Ina and her husband looked out one last time. Good luck with your romance. We don't have anything like that. Belle and Riveria replied in unison, blushing. The couple burst into laughter. The carriage continued on its way and soon disappeared. Silence fell like a blanket. They both remained still, unsure what to do. They didn't look at each other. They barely moved. The memory of the embrace still burned brightly in their minds. Belle looked down at the ground. Riveria crossed her arms. Or so she did until the young man, motivated by Ina's advice, decided to break the ice. Riveria, would you like to join me for breakfast? I heard there's a restaurant on Dedalo Street that serves the best coffee in Arario. Breakfast? Yes. I'd like to invite you. Not out of obligation, but because I want to spend this wonderful morning with you. The high elf's heart leaped. However, there was one detail that prevented her from accepting. I'd love to, but it's impossible for me right now. I usually coach Lafia and Alicia at this time. What kind of teacher would I be if I cancelled at the last minute? I see. The albino's spirit sank. This made the purple-haired girl uneasy. I'm free after midday. However, if you have commitments, I wouldn't want to interrupt them. We both have our goals, and we should respect them. You want to be a hero, don't you? We'll have other opportunities to go out. Riveria showed complete understanding. Belle nodded, grateful for the consideration. However, an idea formed in his mind. Excited, he took the elf's hand. Riveria, I know what we can do to spend the morning together. What? Please, take me on as your magic student alongside Lafia and Alicia. An eternal silence settled over them. Imaginary question marks appeared above the fairy before she said. Sorry. Minutes later. Twilight Mansion. We were at the training grounds. Belle was kneeling in the middle of the sand. His knees touched the warm earth and his hands rested on his thighs. A nervous smile played on his lips. He could feel their eyes on the back of his neck, burning like blades. Alicia, with her arms crossed, watched him with disdain. Lafia made no attempt to hide her displeasure. Her eyes flashed with annoyance. Help. He swallowed, thinking it with resignation. Riveria stood before them. Her gaze swept over the three of them. There was a shadow of doubt on her face, perhaps because of the evident emotional imbalance among her students. Riveria-sama, could you repeat what you said? We weren't paying attention, Alice asked. It's simple. Belle decided to join our training. Can we ask the reason? I have a feeling that the training is an excuse. The teacher's cheeks flushed. She and Belle made eye contact for a moment. Not at all. Belle asked me to help him with his magic. He told me about his concerns regarding mind management. Yes. I acquired my magic not too long ago, so my mother didn't have time to teach me the fundamentals. She focused on the basics, not dying. Lafia and Alicia squinted, still unconvinced. Impossible. No one with the ability to attack an enemy while in motion could be a novice in magic. But I am. It hasn't even been a year since I received a fauna. Don't talk nonsense. Do you expect us to believe you reached level 4 in less than a year? Liar. Yes. Not even A's would be capable of such a feat. Riveria-sama, say something to him. Neither of them bought that story. However, when they sought their teacher's support, she simply nodded in complete agreement. Both of their faces paled. They were speechless and glared at the rabbit. He just scratched the back of his neck with an awkward laugh. Riveria stopped the scandal with a round of applause. Okay, putting that aside, there's something I want to make clear, Belle. I won't be giving you any special treatment. You're just another student here. Understood? Yes, Riveria-sensei. Belle stood up, giving a military salute. It would be best to start with the basics. It will serve as a refresher for Alicia and Lafia. Yes, that's what I'll do. Riveria drew up a plan of action. Okay, to begin we'll do. She spoke eloquently. Belle looked directly at her, not missing a single detail. Or so one would think. The reality was that she was in a kind of trance, watching her lips move, but not listening. Even as a bossy, stern teacher, she looks beautiful. I've seen several facets of her personality, and I've found each one beautiful. If it were the first time we interacted, she would remind me of Mama Alfia. Riveria intended to continue, but something was bothering her. Her eyes shifted to Belle, who was staring at her, as if something about her had captivated him. Are my clothes dirty? Do I have sweat stains? Her voice trailed off as she quickly checked her outfit. Belle, for his part, was unaware of the impression he was making. Unwittingly, his imagination conjured up a different image. Riveria, in an elegant schoolteacher's uniform, ruler in hand, with a stern look. He shook his head violently. No, no, no. What am I thinking? She silently reproached herself. The blush on her cheeks was already evident. Suddenly the elf's face was right in front of hers. Did you understand? Huh? Did you understand what we're going to do today? Oh? Why yes. It's very clear. Crystal clear. Perfect. Then, everyone to their positions. Belle responded almost instinctively. He had no idea what she had explained. He simply followed their movements. Lafia and Alicia went to the benches, while Riveria positioned himself at one end of the arena, pointing his staff in the opposite direction. This signal was enough for the albino to understand his position. Don't be afraid, Belle. I promise I won't attack you with my strongest magic. Under no circumstances should you move. Okay, wait a minute, what did you say? The jade-haired woman declared this in a friendly voice. However, the rabbit's calm was disturbed when he understood the message's meaning. Riveria winked at him. This flirtatious gesture caused his worries to fade into the background. The first principle of magic is the way you recite a chant. But there's a factor that very few people take into account. Most prioritize power over strain. She began with an explanation. Fortunately for the rabbit, this time he wasn't distracted. Today I want to show you that mind regulation and its balance with power is paramount. Controlling both factors can save your life. Belle held her chin, listening to her intently. I suppose questions will arise such as, why should I hold back? I understand those concerns, which is why you need to have a finely tuned instinct and know the amount of mental focus required. Lafia and Alicia were taking notes. Belle only acknowledged the great wisdom of the jade-haired woman. But I believe there's a more important factor. In long adventures, when resources are scarce, you must ration your magic. A mage is forbidden from entering Mine Zero if the battle isn't over. Riveria raised his staff and pointed it at the rabbit, who straightened his back in fear. And here's the proof. I'll attack Belle with enough force to knock him back and give him a few minor burns. Excuse me? Riveria, I don't think. That's why I asked him. There's no one else I can trust with this task. Riveria smiled. He wanted to complain, but his words were silenced by a comment that dispelled his fear. I'm starting to think I'm especially susceptible to flattery. Any arguments against it vanished. He tensed his muscles, bracing for the impact. So the third date is when the girl has the right to burn her suitor alive. I'm learning a lot about relationships, Belle whispered sarcastically. The high elf's cheeks flushed and the trembling in her brow intensified. She took a breath and spoke. "Bear the contract, flame of the earth." The crimson magic circle was drawn beneath his feet. "Come on, it can't be worse than Mama Alfia's gospel classes," Belle told himself. "This will be a piece of cake. Follow my order and burn violently." The atmosphere grew more tense. The sorceress's eyes suddenly opened. The fire concentrated in a single point. The color of the magic circle faded, putting her explanation into practice. Her lips parted. "Clear be." Or so it must have been, had it not been interrupted. A powerful crash shook the field. The door burst open and a slender figure emerged. "Hey. I heard that damn rabbit was here. I want to make him pay for the beating those damn waitresses gave me at the bar. Phil." The werewolf appeared, interrupting the chant and causing the magic to spiral out of control. The fairy's eyes widened as the tip of her staff vibrated. The magic circle reignited, this time with greater intensity. "That's not good for me, is it? Get out of the way, Belle." The warning came too late. The uncontrolled shot was fired with far greater force than planned. Belle, purely out of reflex, stiffened his body and crossed his arms to prevent the impact from being fatal. The powerful explosion shook the building. The smell of ash and the enormous fire were a far cry from the cold that ran through the veins of the purple-haired girl as she realized her mistake. Her legs trembled and she dropped the staff. Lafia and Alicia stood up with expressions of terror. Smoke and debris covered the field. Part of the ground turned to glass. What have I done? Oh. Oh. The slight stutter in her words exemplified the terror in her heart. Belle, too, was infected by that atmosphere, feeling responsible. But to everyone's surprise a voice broke the calm. "The wind falls silent, it rests in the calm where the soul finds peace and life discovers tranquility." A faint green and silver light emerged from the flames. Riveria stood up, recognizing that voice. "From the cup of the gods, immortal nectar, healing in silence, sweet and celestial." A couple of footsteps were heard. The boy's silhouette appeared in the fire. "May the mind cease, may the body be reborn, and may the murmur turn to peace, closing the wounds. May the evils that afflict you no longer exist." Energy accumulated in the boy's winded body. His skin, once burned, regained its color. "Silence, Ambrosia." The chant ended. All her wounds healed. And, as if nothing had happened, she walked toward the high elf, who was still in shock. A comment that had been shared with her weeks before came back to her mind. "No. The second one isn't offensive magic. I'll use the first one, like before." The second magic the albino was referring to was that one. A healing magic that closely resembled the effects of the magic possessed by the Freya family. "That was way too hot for a third date, what?" The albino's sarcastic remark was silenced when the high elf threw herself at him, overcome by her emotions. She clung to his chest as if her life depended on it. "Hey, are you alright? You're really not in any pain. Forgive me. A mage with my experience shouldn't make that kind of mistake." Wait, Riveria. You're touching me in strange places." Riveria's remorse was so profound that he began to examine the albino's body for any injuries. He even touched areas that shouldn't have been touched. She hugged him tightly. Her arms were trembling. Belle felt this and stroked her back with the tenderness of a husband. Sorry. Her voice became smaller. "I tried to be cool in front of you and I almost killed you. Then we're even. I tried to show off during our date and I almost got killed. I guess we're not cut out for bragging." The jade-haired girl's body tensed. If her face weren't pressed against the albino's chest, she might have managed a trembling smile. "If it makes you feel any better, you looked great while the flames consumed me." "Don't talk nonsense. How can you joke at a time like this?" Alf's princess indignantly pulled away from him. She tapped him several times on the chest. The albino just laughed. Neither of them seemed to notice the other three. Alicia, Lafia and Belle exchanged glances. None of them could believe what was happening. "It wasn't your fault, Riveria." "Yes, I know. Now that I've calmed down, I understand it was an accident," Riveria whispered. However, a dark aura emerged from deep within her heart, searching for a specific individual to direct its fury toward. "This is bad." The werewolf's fur bristled, anticipating danger. Well, I've had my revenge. See you later," shouted Belle, taking off running. "It's all Bette's fault for distracting me." Riveria picked up a staff and went after the wolf with clear murderous intentions. Herald of the end, white snow. Lafia and Alicia felt a gust of wind. When they turned around, they saw their teacher moving at a speed worthy of a level 6. "We've already lost our teacher." "Madly in love with a white rabbit," they whispered, resigned. And, in the distance, a final scream was heard, preceded by the sound of ice. "Win from Bulviter." That was the end of that arrogant wolf. A shame, the author liked him. Minutes later. Everyone returned to their positions. Belle, Lafia and Alicia sat on the sand, breathless. In front of them, Riveria stood impassively. But there was something new. Behind the students, stuck in the center of the arena, stood an enormous ice floe. Inside it, a werewolf was trapped in a grotesque pose, its eyes wide open and its mouth frozen in a scream of terror. Okay, let's pick up where we left off. This incident must not be repeated. Always keep a clear head no matter if some unwelcome werewolf barges into the training room screaming like a rabid dog. The furious look that Riveria gave Belle reflected a grudge that was still unsatisfied. Riveria saw, shall we leave Belle like this? What if he runs out of air? Lafia asked. You have already seen how to regulate the power of your magic. First, you must calm your mind. The class continued without interruption. For that, they must pay attention to the details of the magic circle. Riveria Sama, seriously, he's turning purple, Alicia insisted. And when they're about to launch it, they completely turn off the magic circle. Alice was also ignored by the smiling Riveria, who seemed to be giving the rabbit private lessons. The pair of elves stood up and walked toward the ice floe. They spotted a huge rock and used it to smash through the thick layer of ice. Come on, Belle. Let's practice together again. This time I'll let you be the one to attack me. It's my way of making it up to you. And no need, Riveria. I'm fine. No, I insist. I won't feel good if you don't attack me. What's more, I promise I won't defend myself. Why do you make it sound like it's a good thing? I couldn't attack you, Riveria. My heart won't let me hurt the people I love. The high elf's mood was a little sickly. Luckily, a few kind words were all it took to bring back her love-struck maiden persona. However, before he could suggest another crazy solution, the arena door suddenly swung open again. Can someone explain to me how Ina's farewell ended up as a training session at the Twilight Mansion, Belle? I waited for you for hours at the guild. Artie's shouts echoed across the field. I completely forgot you were with me. And you admit it just like that? You're a cynic, Belle. Imagine leaving your beautiful lieutenant waiting for you while you amuse yourself with your mature elf playing fight games. We're not playing any of that. Who are you calling a mature elf? The blue-haired woman's comments elicited a similar reaction from the accused. Oh. Leave me alone. Why won't you let me be happy? Because my stupid sister just took away my day off and asked me to take you to headquarters. And if I'm not happy nobody will be. Let's go. The rabbit was dragged by the ear while struggling. And why does Shakti want me at headquarters? We're going on an emergency covert mission. On my day off of all days. An emergency undercover mission. What on earth is that? See you tomorrow, Riveria. I promise to come see you as soon as I'm out of this. Thanks for the lessons. Hi. The conversation drifted away. Amidst complaints and retorts, the albino took the opportunity to say goodbye to the high elf. Please, unfreeze Belle. I know you're upset, but you said it was an accident yourself. That was the last thing Belle said before the door closed. The two members of the Ganesha family walked toward the exit. Belle still had doubts about the emergency. Tell me, Artie, what mission did Shakti entrust to us? Believe me, the less you know, the better. Besides, I doubt you can keep the secret. The seriousness with which Artie handled himself gave him a bad feeling. Keep it a secret? From whom? The cold sweat ran down the forehead of the blue-haired girl. Alfia and Riveria will kill you if they find out you went. I don't even want to imagine the chaos that will erupt in the city if your mother finds out we sent you there. Artie looked all around, stood on tiptoe to reach his companion's ear and whispered. The mission Shakti gave us was to find a girl. In the pleasure district. The mere mention of the place was enough to send shivers down her spine. She searched her memories for any recollection of it. Unfortunately, almost all the information she possessed had been given to her by her grandfather. And the things he said they warranted a gospel song from Mama Alfia. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.